Chapter 475. Aya, how are you? Gang finally rushed to Aya's side and asked with concern. At this moment, his heart was filled with self-blame. He blamed himself for not being able to protect Aya, and instead let Aya suffer such harm. Since that light was the sole fire of that terrifying monster, it was naturally extremely powerful. If the terrifying demon that was suppressed here did not have the ability, how could it survive until now? For such a terrifying existence to enter Aya's body, it was simply a disaster for Aya. However, at this moment, Aya smiled gently and then said to Gang, "Brother, I'm fine. Don't worry." Her smile was still so indifferent and sweet, which made Gang's heart calm down a little. However, he was still worried and then asked, "Do you really think you're fine?" Seeing Gang so anxious, Aya said, "Brother, I'm really fine." As she spoke, she gently turned around to show that she was safe and sound. However, just as she turned her back to Gang, a strange smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Although this smile was still extremely beautiful, it showed a sense of eeriness. However, when Aya turned around again, she still had a sweet smile on her face. Gang was speechless. He also did not know what happened. "Brother, go and see Brother Su Yen first," Aya said softly. It turned out that Su Yen finally could not hold on anymore and directly fell on the huge white bone. Gang looked at Aya again, and after confirming that Aya was really fine, he said, "Okay, I understand." He turned around and was about to walk towards Su Yen. However, at this moment Aya just smiled. Her palm suddenly pressed towards Gang's back. Gang definitely did not have any guard against Aya. He did not expect his sister to directly attack him. By the time he reacted, the palm had already bombarded his back. Gang only felt his whole body shake, and he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Aya's weak palm was actually more terrifying than the fierce attack of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. Such a terrifying power made his whole body tremble non-stop. "Ah!" Gang shouted in disbelief. However, at this moment, Aya's appearance had already changed. She put a smile on her face, looked at Gang and then said, "Brother, I'm really in pain. I want to live." She slowly walked towards Gang. However, Gang did not move because at this moment, he did not know what to do. Even when facing a terrifying monster beast, he did not have the slightest bit of fear or retreat, but at this moment he actually did not know what to do. He knew that the person he was facing now was definitely not his sister, but this was her body. If he made a move, he would hurt her. Father had once said that he could never let Aya get hurt. "Brother, I need your blood. Can you give it to me?" Aya asked with a smile, and she slowly approached Gang. Gang said, "You want my blood? Okay, I can give it to you, but please leave my sister's body. Otherwise, I swear that I will definitely kill you." When he spoke, he did not have the slightest bit of agitation, but was very calm. However, anyone could tell that under this calmness, there was an extremely strong anger hidden. In this world, there was no one who could hurt his sister, not even a god. Ah, how stupid. Aya had already walked in front of Gang, and then raised her hand, "Give me your body and I will let your sister go. How about it? Don't worry, I will keep my promise. Your body is so strong and your sister is just a weak little girl. I don't care about her life or death," he said. Gang did not hesitate in the slightest. He nodded his head and said, "Very well, as you wish. I can offer my body to you. However, you must leave my sister's body. Otherwise I will kill you." After saying that, Gang did not hesitate in the slightest. He simply slapped his own forehead. At this moment, he was so determined without the slightest hesitation. However, at this moment, an unforeseen event suddenly happened. Su Yen, who was lying quietly, suddenly burst out at this moment. Suddenly, a ray of light burst out from his palm, and directly shot towards Aya's forehead. The appearance of this ray of light caused Aya to cry out in shock. Obviously, she was very afraid of this ray of light. This was because this shining ray of light was the half of the golden seal that had suppressed him for countless years. This was a kind of fear that came from the bottom of her heart. Subconsciously, she directly raised her hand and then suddenly screamed. In the next moment, an extremely powerful force directly burst out. When this force was displayed, a terrifying radiance vibrated, and actually blocked this half of the seal. However, although this half of the seal was blocked, it was not directly repelled, and instead, it suppressed his forehead. The power on it flickered with a faint golden radiance. What a powerful force, a fairy. At this moment, Aya cried out in surprise. She suddenly realized that the little girl's body that she had taken over was actually so powerful and terrifying. At this moment, she finally understood that this little girl was the legendary fairy, a baby born from the union of a powerful fairy and a human. At this moment, her heart was filled with excitement. She only felt that she was in high spirits, and was filled with indescribable joy. Even if this half of the golden seal was right in front of her, she was not afraid at all. However, at this moment, Su Yan had already rushed over. "The gang help me control Aya. I can drive that thing out of Aya's body," Su Yan directly said to De Gang. Hearing Su Yan's words, a ray of light flashed in De Gang's eyes. Without any hesitation, he directly attacked, and then a powerful force burst out, piercing directly into the ray of light, and immediately grasping Aya's arms. "Aya, forgive brother," De Gang said softly in his heart. At this moment, the great demon that had taken over Aya's body had already sensed that the situation was not good. He suddenly let out a sharp roar, like the crazy roar of a bat, directly bursting out from her throat. This terrifying sound wave was extremely dazzling to the soul, and accompanied by this horrifying scream, an extremely powerful force burst out. Aya did not know how to use the power in her body, but as a top demon king he could release this power, even if it was just a little bit. De Gang's skin and flesh were impacted by this power, and immediately all of them burst open and blood flowed out. However, De Gang did not care about such injuries at all. He only held tightly onto Aya. "Su Yan!" De Gang roared. At this moment, Su Yan had already arrived in front of Aya, and the soul-suppressing seal was placed on Aya's head. Su Yan directly shouted, "Pagoda soul-suppressing seal." A powerful seal directly appeared, and after this seal appeared, it directly drilled into Aya's mind. "Great power of the temple, support my body." Su Yan suddenly raised the pagoda sword, and at the same time circulated the power in his body. Under the support of this power, a ray of brilliance was immediately released. This light directly pierced into the ceiling. Then, the temple instantly seemed to come alive, and at the peak of the brilliance directly poured into Su Yan's body. At this time, Su Yan's eyes released a golden light, and the dragon soul hidden in his eyes became abnormally quiet. Warm power filled Su Yan's body, and Su Yan was like a god. Just when he fell into a deep sleep, he felt the call of the temple. Through the pagoda sword in his hand, he finally began to connect with the temple, and could use the powerful power of the temple. The moment he was supported by the temple's power, he felt that he was omnipotent. De Gang slowly let go of Aya, and his eyes were full of surprise. He was shocked by everything that was happening at this moment, which was close to a miracle. Under the continuous release of the golden power, a ray of soul light finally slowly rose from Aya's body. "Evil creature, come back!" Su Yan directly shouted angrily. Then, the ray of light directly trembled and finally slowly moved toward the half of the seal. Gradually, the half of the seal changed and finally, it became a complete seal. "Pagoda temple, awaken!" Su Yan softly shouted again. The brilliance of the temple became extremely bright, and in the next moment the entire mountain trembled. Then all the rocks turned into dust and dissipated. "De Gang, don't worry. Leave Aya's problem to me," Su Yan said to De Gang. In the golden light he had really become a god. Then a pagoda seal appeared and directly entered Aya's body. In the next moment, a gray power appeared in Aya's body. This was the terrifying demonic power in Aya's body. Once this demonic power exploded, even De Gang would find it difficult to suppress it. Moreover, it would attract the attention of demons, causing Aya to be in danger several times. If it weren't for De Gang's protection, Aya would not have survived until today. At this moment, Su Yan actually directly refined this power. "Aya, I can help you, but you will lose this powerful power and become an ordinary person. Are you willing?" Su Yan asked Aya. "I'm willing." Without any hesitation, Aya directly nodded. Chapter 476. Buddha's Return to One, Divine Fire Burn. Su Yan shouted again. The power extracted from Aya's body was absorbed into the Buddha's seal. The treasure that belonged to the Buddha's gate was finally complete. The soul-suppressing seal and the Buddha's seal released their radiance at the same time. The two divine seals shone brightly and intertwined, condensing on both sides of Su Yan's body. Su Yan's aura was sacred and powerful. Even De Gang was slightly weaker than Su Yan. Su Yan's entire being became more and more sacred. After that, the two golden seals directly entered Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan's strength was raised to the peak. What followed was an extremely dazzling radiance that rose to the end of the world. This surging radiance directly rushed into the temple. At this time, the entire temple shook and gradually rose into the sky. At this time the people in the village were completely shocked. A few experts stood at the forefront of the village, constantly vigilant of the changes in the temple. This was too big of a commotion. For so many years they had never approached the temple, afraid that the explosion of power in the temple would affect them. However, this sudden appearance of power was stronger than any other time before. This power was so strong that it threatened their lives. But at this time they did not dare to act rashly. Before they understood the situation, if they acted rashly, their lives might be in danger. It was at this moment that an extremely powerful ray of light was suddenly released from the temple. The moment this ray of light descended, these experts felt their souls shaking. However, this wasn't because of fear but because of faith. Suddenly someone said, "God has returned." The person who spoke was the one who stopped Su Yan and prevented Su Yan from returning. However, at this time he no longer had the arrogance from before. Instead, his face was full of shock, and his eyes were filled with the light of devotion. In fact, he had already begun to prostrate himself. At that moment, Su Yan, who was in the temple, seemed even more mysterious. De Gang looked at Su Yan in a daze and then said, "So, Brother Su Yan is actually a god?" In his opinion, such a thing could only be done by a god. If it wasn't a god, who else would have such an ability? Back then, even a powerful figure like his father couldn't solve the problem for Aya. However, at this time, Su Yan directly extracted the power from Aya's body. At this moment, Su Yan wasn't paying attention to this. His consciousness was transmitted to the distance along with the few rays of light that had just shot out. In this mountain forest, which was called the 100,000 Mountains by the villagers, several powerful demon kings suddenly raised their heads at this moment. When that ray of light arrived, they were shocked. Whether it was the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, the demonic Bat King, or the terrifying demonic spider, they all seemed to have been immobilized. They couldn't even move. "Since you are all raised by my stupa sect, come back now." Su Yan's voice was like a god's, resounding throughout the world. In the end, although these terrifying demons were extremely unwilling, they still followed the light and returned. When the light disappeared, these demons also fell into the stupa seal. Together with the demon that was suppressed at the beginning, the 4 demons were imprinted in 4 different directions. At this time, Su Yan also understood the true name of this imprint. It was the 4-direction seal. The moment the 4-direction seal returned to its original position, Su Yan suddenly felt a mysterious power directly appear. The moment this power appeared, he felt as if everything around his ears was shattering. The temple began to turn into nothingness. Even De Gang and Aya began to gradually disappear. "It's fake. All of this is fake?" Su Yan muttered to himself. At this time he was extremely shocked. He couldn't believe that everything he had experienced was fake. Although he had only been in this mysterious world for less than a day, the experience was so real. At this moment, this world began to shatter and even disappear. The 4-direction seal quietly floated in front of him. It was just that the 4-direction seal was no longer the same as before. After this world was shattered, everything was like a picture scroll that swept towards them. As time passed, the power of the 4-direction seal grew stronger and stronger. At this time, Su Yan finally opened his eyes. He completely understood everything that had happened. It didn't matter if it was real or not. This world was originally constructed by the 4-direction seal. Back then the Stupa sect was at its peak. However, because they fought against the Devil sect, they gradually declined. In the end, because of an extremely terrifying battle, the Stupa sect had no choice but to fall to this state. This 4-direction seal was also damaged and was hidden in the door. The damaged 4-direction seal's power dissipated and finally constructed this world. Now that the 4-direction seal had been restored, this illusory world had also disappeared. When everything returned to tranquility, Su Yan stood outside the door with a sense of loss in his eyes. It was as if his soul had left his body. De Gang, Aya, they are actually just evolved from the 4-direction seal? Su Yan picked up the 4-direction seal in his hand and said helplessly. It seemed that the 4-direction seal's power was really strong to the extreme. To be able to construct such a realistic world, it was much stronger than illusions. Illusion and reality. It seems that I still can't see through this. Su Yan laughed bitterly. He was just a passerby. These things didn't have much to do with him. He only needed to understand what kind of world he was in. However, he couldn't be as cold as ice. Naturally, he couldn't let go of such things. Brother Su Yan, why are you sad? You have liberated this world. We should be thanking you. Just as Su Yan was lamenting, a gentle voice suddenly sounded. The moment this voice appeared, Su Yan suddenly became happy. Brother De Gang. That's right, it's me. Brother Su Yan, you don't have to be sad. We didn't die. Moreover, our world didn't shatter. It just returned to its original state. De Gang's voice sounded. Return to its original state? What's going on? Even though Su Yan was used to seeing all kinds of scenes, he was still surprised at this moment. He didn't understand what was going on. Brother Su Yan, you're really stupid. What brother means is that our world originally existed in the four-direction seal. It's just that the four-direction seal was damaged, so there were many monsters. These powerful monsters are the manifestation of the demonic sect's power. Now you've used the Buddha's sword and your blood to revive this world. Naturally, we'll return to our original state. A crisp voice rang out, causing Su Yan's expression to change. Su Yan was even more pleasantly surprised. This beautiful yet sorrowful little girl actually still existed, which made him even more joyful. It's me. Brother, you can think of it this way. Me, Brother De Gang, and the people in the village are all the weapon spirits of the four-direction seal. The divine temple is the core of the seal. Now that everything has been restored, this is the best thing for us. Aya spoke once more. Brother Su Yan, as long as the four-direction seal still exists, we won't be destroyed. Right now, you've become the master of the four-direction seal. If you need it, you can even summon us to help you in battle, De Gang said. Of course, you need to expend Buddha's force to summon us. Even if you want to communicate with us, it's the same. I feel that you haven't cultivated the Buddha's force that truly belongs to you, so our connection is about to be severed. You just need to remember that the four-direction seal is the key to the 6th floor. Enter the 6th floor or perhaps the 7th floor and you'll be able to find the source of Buddha's force. De Gang's voice became fainter and fainter. Brother Su Yan, you must go to the 7th floor. Su Yan took a deep breath and digested the information he had just received. The sense of loss in his heart had already disappeared because everything that he thought had disappeared still existed. Although De Gang and Aya had only exchanged a few words, Su Yan had already figured out the gist of it. He held the four-direction seal in his hand. This golden seal was currently emitting a gentle golden radiance. Su Yan no longer hesitated and directly placed the four-direction seal on the door. As the four-direction seal was placed down, the door suddenly began to flicker with a glass-like radiance. Then, the door actually gradually turned into nothingness and finally dissipated. Su Yan had finally stepped into the 6th floor of the pagoda. When he stepped into the 6th floor, he immediately felt a sorrowful aura. The 6th floor of the pagoda was simply beyond his expectations because it was actually a graveyard. Wordless tombstones stood there for a long time, giving off an indescribable sense of sorrow. Su Yan only felt an indescribable sense of oppression at this moment. This kind of sorrow actually emanated from the depths of his soul. Are these the places where the seniors of the Buddha sect were buried? Since I, Su Yan, have already become the successor of the Buddha sect, I naturally have to kowtow to you. After Su Yan sighed in his heart, he knelt down and respectfully kowtowed 9 times in the direction of the graveyard. The moment Su Yan finished kowtowing, all the tombstones seemed to come to life at this moment. Every tombstone began to emit a golden radiance. As the golden radiance spread, Su Yan was immediately enveloped in it. Chapter 477. Su Yan already knew about what had happened back then. In order to resurrect the great Devil Heaven Master, the Crazy Devil sect did not hesitate to sacrifice the entire Qian territory. The Pagoda sect had fought with the Devil sect because of this. In the end, both sides suffered great losses and the Devil sect disappeared. It was only recently that they began to move again. The Pagoda sect, on the other hand, had suffered great losses. They could only leave their inheritance in this inconspicuous burial sword tomb until Su Yan, the fated person, arrived. The golden light was the Pagoda Qi. The golden light wrapped around Su Yan's body and gradually seeped into his skin. His strength was increasing little by little, and his entire body was becoming stronger. At this moment he suddenly felt like he was a King Kong. That's right. The invincible golden body is a powerful cultivation method for the cultivation of the body. With the nourishment of the Buddha golden Qi, my body will definitely become stronger. Su Yan's eyes shone with a golden light. His entire aura was rising. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. This kind of increase lasted for a moment, but suddenly there was a change. It turned out that the golden aura was flowing through Su Yan's body, but when it reached his heart and finger bones, it stopped. 2 powerful black auras suddenly erupted and directly resisted the golden aura. Su Yan was very clear about this black aura. It was the aura of the heavenly demon and the devil dragon's heart. In the world of the square seal, these 2 auras seemed to have disappeared. However, now that they had returned to reality, these 2 auras appeared again and directly exploded with an extremely powerful force, attacking Su Yan. Feeling the impact of this force, Su Yan immediately felt an extremely terrible pain, as if this force was going to tear him apart. This kind of pain was not something an ordinary person could endure. Good, although this aura is strong, it is very good for me. I can use this to cultivate the invincible golden body. Su Yan took a deep breath and suppressed the pain in his eyes. Instead, it was replaced by incomparable madness. The pain caused by the collision of devil chi and Buddha chi was simply indescribable. However, he was not blinded by the pain. Instead, his entire body was rejuvenated. Then he began to cultivate the invincible golden body. The invincible golden body was the Stupa sect's peerless body refining technique. At this moment, Su Yan was forcibly activating it. In the blink of an eye, the violent aura kept colliding and the pain was doubled. However, Su Yan had no intention of stopping. His body began to devour the two terrifying auras at the same time. Be it righteous or demonic, Su Yan will subdue them all. The two of you want to use my body as a battlefield, so how can you not pay your taxes? Su Yan grinned, looking extremely like a demon. After that, his eyes flashed as he immersed himself in his own will. Under the impact of this pain, Su Yan's heart actually became calmer and calmer. The pain did not make Su Yan crazy. Instead, it made him feel calmer. At this moment, Su Yan's entire body revealed a very special aura. It was hard to say whether it was righteous or evil, but this aura revealed an indescribable truth. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the tombstones. This voice sounded like the Buddhist chanting from Su Yan's previous life. When this voice entered Su Yan's ears, it made Su Yan's entire person become solemn. This was because Su Yan had heard the supreme incantation. Just now, Aya, who was in the square seal, told him that he must enter the 6th and 7th floor of the Stupa sect. At this moment, the importance of it was displayed. The 6th floor was imparting a technique, and it was the Stupa sect's most unfathomable Stupa boundless technique. This incantation was truly profound and unfathomable. Every word contained an unparalleled mystery. Among the techniques that Su Yan knew, other than the regal sword mantra, there was no other existence that could compete with it. Su Yan operated the invincible golden body and crazily devoured the heavenly demon aura and Stupa golden chi. At the same time, his mind began to absorb the power of the Stupa boundless technique. The Stupa boundless technique was chanted continuously. Su Yan's heart was like still water. After an unknown amount of time, the heart-wrenching pain finally disappeared. The aura from the heavenly demon finger bone and the power from the demonic dragon's heart dissipated at the same time. It seemed that the Stupa sect's power had won this battle. However, this was not strange. After all, this was the Stupa pagoda. If the heavenly demon finger bone and the demonic dragon's heart had won, then the Stupa sect was not worthy of being called a powerful sect that almost destroyed the devil sect. Su Yan woke up again. At this moment, there was a golden light shining in his eyes. His entire being was filled with an indescribable spirit. The 6th level of the Stupa pagoda has really given me a lot of benefits. He could not help but sigh. At this moment, his entire being's spirit was completely different. Not to mention other things, just the strength of his physical body had undergone an earth-shattering change. In fact, he even had the thought of directly contending with De Gang. De Gang was a powerhouse in the dragon realm. Moreover, he was an extremely powerful existence. However, Su Yan really felt that his physical body, which had been entangled by the aura of the righteous and demonic paths, was terrifyingly powerful. If the 100 Beasts Elder was still alive, Su Yan would not have had to rely on the power of the demonic dragon's heart to defeat him like last time. Su Yan thanked the tombstone once again. Seniors, disciple Su Yan has received your help to obtain the infinite Stupa pagoda technique. Although disciple is not talented, as long as I am alive, I will bring the Stupa sect back to life and let the glory of Stupa shine in this world once again. Su Yan's words were sincere. At this moment, as if it understood Su Yan's words, the golden light changed again. In the end, it actually turned into a door of nothingness. Su Yan was stunned at first. Then, he smiled in his heart and stepped in without any hesitation. He originally thought that if he wanted to enter the 7th level of the Stupa pagoda, he would definitely have to go through more difficult conditions. However, he did not expect that the door to the 7th level would open so easily in front of him. The key to enter the 6th level was the Four Corners seal. If Su Yan was not strong enough, he would not have been able to save Aya with De Gang and successfully restore the Four Corners seal. The key to the door to the 7th level was these tombstones. These heroic spirits who had already died in battle were the real gatekeepers. If Su Yan was not righteous, he would not have been able to find the door to the 7th level no matter what. If he had gained their approval, there would be no need to set up a life and death test. Therefore Su Yan stepped in easily. The moment Su Yan stepped through the door, a golden path immediately appeared under his feet. On the path there were hundreds of golden petals. These were all real works of art. They had unimaginable charm. However, although the golden petals were beautiful, Su Yan did not pay attention to them at all. His gaze was attracted by the golden light in front of him. It was a 9th-grade lotus platform. It was filled with a noble and sacred aura. When Su Yan's gaze landed on this lotus platform, the demonic dragon's heart in Su Yan's body started to beat wildly. It was as if it had encountered a terrifying heaven and earth. The heavenly demon finger bone also released an extremely dense demonic aura. When he was on the 6th level, the heavenly demon finger bone was clearly suppressed by the pagoda golden chi. However, at this moment, it released a powerful light again. At this moment, Su Yan took a step back. Countless rays of light bloomed in his eyes. At this moment, the golden lotus had already ascended and was flying towards his body. After trying hard to calm his heart, Su Yan gradually began to condense his power. Then, the pagoda infinite technique that he had obtained earlier began to slowly circulate. The 9th-grade lotus platform landed in front of Su Yan. Then it gradually shrank and drilled into Su Yan's body. This time Su Yan did not panic. Instead, he calmly waited for the golden light to arrive. After the 9th-grade lotus platform turned into Su Yan's body, it gathered towards Su Yan's heart without stopping. It was not the demonic dragon's heart, but his own heart. The lotus platform seemed to have completely fused with his own heart. The demonic dragon's heart felt threatened and wanted to go berserk. However, before the demonic dragon's heart could go berserk, the heart that had merged with the 9th-grade lotus platform released a ray of light that fell on the demonic dragon's heart. It was as if a layer of golden clothing had wrapped around this power. This process was extremely short. It was almost only a moment. Su Yan's face was solemn. He had finally received everything. The 6th level was the pagoda infinite technique, and the 7th level was the 9th-grade lotus platform. These two things were the peerless treasures of the pagoda sect. Obtaining them also meant that Su Yan had truly obtained the inheritance of the pagoda sect and became a disciple of the pagoda sect. At the same time, the problem of the demonic dragon's heart was temporarily solved. At least after being suppressed by the golden light, the demonic dragon's heart could not constantly transfer the demonic dragon's blood into his body. It's time to leave. Su Yan did not linger and was about to leave. However, at this moment the entire pagoda tower suddenly shook. As the pagoda tower shook, the surrounding mountains also began to shake. The entire Wuxia city felt the obvious tremors. Many people thought that there was an earthquake at this time, and for a moment they were frightened. Su Yan watched the changes in the pagoda tower. In just 5 breaths he left the pagoda tower. The pagoda tower shrank and finally entered Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Chapter 478. When Su Yan walked out again, the sword well had completely disappeared. Such a commotion naturally alarmed the people in the burial sword tomb. Many disciples had already arrived at this place. However, none of them noticed Su Yan's appearance. Not long after, Xianxia finally appeared. At this time he was fully deserving of being the eldest senior brother of the burial sword tomb. At this time, his brows were tightly furrowed. Looking at the collapsed sword well, he finally sighed. Sigh, what an eventful time. Although he didn't know why the sword well collapsed, its importance to the burial sword tomb was self-evident. However, the collapse of the sword well made his heart heavy. Coupled with the young man he met earlier, this made him even more worried. You all go back first. Don't spread this matter. Otherwise you will be punished for the crime of betrayal. His voice spread out among the disciples. The disciples were as silent as cicadas in winter and answered, yes. Just as Xianxia turned around, a familiar voice sounded, Senior brother Ouyang, long time no see. Senior brother Ouyang was almost scared out of his wits. Su Yan. When he saw Su Yan, Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. Seeing Xianxia like this, Su Yan couldn't help but be startled, then said, Senior brother Ouyang, did something happen? Xianxia had always been indifferent. If nothing happened he would never show such a state. Xianxia didn't beat around the bush and said directly, Su Yan, something did happen. A few days ago, a young man broke into the Su family and took away your cousin Su Tiantian. Hearing Xianxia's words, Su Yan frowned. Oh, senior brother Ouyang and that guy met? Su Yan asked. Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, yes, we did meet and even fought, but I was no match for him at all. Then Xianxia told Su Yan the situation at that time. Su Yan listened quietly and then asked, Senior brother Ouyang, according to what you said, This person is from the devil sect? Definitely, and he didn't deny it, Ouyang said firmly. Hearing this, Su Yan's eyes flickered. He wouldn't forget what the black demon said before he was killed. A very young but very terrifying devil sect powerhouse? Could it be the devil sect's crown prince? Su Yan's eyes flickered. To be honest, at this moment he was looking forward to meeting that person. He wanted to see how powerful the devil sect's crown prince was. Brother Ouyang, do you know where this person from the devil sect went? Su Yan asked directly. Ouyang shook his head and said, I don't know, but Su Yan, there's something I have to say. Although you are very powerful and far beyond my imagination, that person is too terrifying. I can't feel his limit at all. Ouyang eyes flickered with fear as he recalled the scene at that time. When I faced that person, I felt like I was facing an abyss. You have already left the Su family, and I don't think that person would hurt Su Tian. Su Yan sighed. He understood what Ouyang meant. At the same time, he also knew that with Ouyang character, he would definitely not exaggerate. Since he said that this person was extremely terrifying, then that must be the case. Otherwise, the always proud and arrogant Ouyang would not say such words. However, no matter how powerful that person was, Su Yan would still choose to face him. This wasn't just for Su Tian, but also for himself. Su Yan represented the Stupa sect, and the Stupa sect and the Devil sect were natural opposites. Therefore, even if that person didn't take Su Tian away as long as he appeared, Su Yan would still have to meet him. The only difference was that it would be sooner or later. Now that the other party had come knocking on his door, he had no reason to refuse. Senior Ouyang, I know what to do about this matter. Although I have already left the Su family, I still owe you a debt of gratitude. So, please take care of the Su family. As for Su Tian, I will bring her back. Su Yan said very seriously. Ouyang sighed. He knew his junior brother too well. He knew that once Su Yan had made a decision, it would be difficult to change it. Su Yan, that person said that he will wait for you at the mouth of the East Sea for 3 days. After 3 days, he will leave the 5 counties and head to the Jianghu continent. Su Yan, to be honest, I don't want you to meet him. You're already very powerful now. There's almost no one in the 5 counties who can be your match. As long as we don't provoke them, you'll definitely get better and better, right? Moreover, you should know how Sister Linglong feels about you. If something happens to you, she will be very sad. Ouyang sighed and finished speaking. When Ouyang mentioned Xiao Linglong, Su Yan was first stunned, then he smiled bitterly. What did I, Su Yan, do to make Sister Xiao Linglong fall in love with me? Brother Ouyang, I know you like Sister Linglong, so don't give up. I, Su Yan, have enough love debts. After he finished speaking, Su Yan's entire person had already disappeared without a trace. Ouyang still wanted to say something, but he could only be stunned. When Su Yan came, he didn't see it clearly. When Su Yan left, he still didn't notice it. I really didn't expect him to be so powerful now. Maybe he can survive in front of that person. Ouyang could only smile bitterly. At this moment, Su Yan had already stepped onto the sword dragon and was flying towards the mouth of the East Sea. At this moment, Su Yan was still at the level of the boundary and perimeter mountains. However, his combat strength was already extremely terrifying and could not be measured by common sense. Even if he was facing a Dragon Realm expert, Su Yan was confident that he could fight and even win. Of course, Su Yan wouldn't be arrogant because he knew that this person must be a terrifying person to be able to make Ouyang feel like he was as deep as the sea. If this person was really the Devil Sect's crown prince, then he would be even more powerful. But no matter what, he would only know after meeting him. If he didn't change after meeting him, then he would immediately retreat. This wasn't Su Yan's style. Su Yan's speed was extremely fast. Like a meteor, he cut across the sky. According to Ouyang, today was already the last day. If this guy took Su Tian away, then it would be troublesome. At the mouth of the East Sea, a huge battleship stopped by the shore. This huge battleship was extremely ferocious. It was like a terrifying sea beast, giving off an extremely dignified and oppressive aura. On the deck of the battleship, a young man in black stood. His gaze landed on the surface of the sea. His eyes were filled with a deep aura. Beside him was a young girl. It was the Su family Su Tian. Young Master Shangguan, are we really leaving? Su Tian asked softly. She turned around and looked towards the shore. Her eyes were filled with reluctance. Before that day she was practically carefree. She was the Su family's little princess. She worshipped Su Yan and wanted to become strong, but she had never thought of leaving home. However, the appearance of this man in front of her changed everything. He said that he wanted to take her away and she agreed. He said that he wanted to return to Jianghu. He asked her if she was willing to leave with him. She agreed without any hesitation. She was very sure that this man didn't do anything to her, let alone force her. But she still followed him here in a daze. Shengguanxing turned around and looked at Su Tian. Then he smiled and said, "Tian, you can't bear to leave?" Su Tian was slightly stunned. Then she nodded and said, "Yes, of course I can't bear to leave. After all, that's my home. Before you appeared, I never thought that I would leave home one day." Shengguanxing stood up and walked to the railing. Then he said, "It's hard to leave home. This is what you should do. It's just that everyone can't control their own fate. Wouldn't it be boring to stay at home for the rest of your life and never see the scenery outside? Look at the sea. If you stay in the Su family, I'm afraid you'll never have the chance to see such a magnificent sea." He shouted loudly. After hearing Shengguansheng's words, Su Tian suddenly felt that she didn't want to go home so much. "Young Master Shengguan, when did you leave home?" Su Tian asked. Her voice was still sweet and calm. She didn't have the slightest awareness of being a prisoner. In fact, Shengguanxing didn't treat her like a prisoner. "Meh. Your question is quite special. However, I've never had a home, so I don't know when I left." Shengguanxing stretched. At this moment he suddenly smiled faintly. "In the end it's still here. In the end? Who's here? Could it be?" Su Tian suddenly thought of someone. Shengguanxing said to Su Tian, "Yes, you guessed right. It's your brother Su Yan who's here. Tsk, he's really powerful. His entire body is filled with an extremely strong aura. He's indeed qualified to be my opponent." Su Tian looked at Shengguansheng's appearance and suddenly panicked. On one side was his brother, who was also the person he admired. On the other side, although it had nothing to do with her, she really didn't want anything to happen to the person in front of her. Shengguansheng smiled at Su Tian and said, "Don't worry, I won't hurt him." Chapter 479. Su Yan finally stopped in the air. The sword dragon floated in the air and he stood on top of it, looking at the person who had appeared in front of him. Shengguansheng grinned and said, "Su Yan? Haha, I've been waiting for you for a few days. I'm really happy to see you." Hearing this, Su Yan was startled at first. He was not used to meeting people like this. However, he then said, "Shengguansheng? Are you the Devil Sect's crown prince? Let Su Tian go. She's innocent. For someone like you to make things difficult for a little girl, it's not something to be proud of." Just like that, Su Yan and Shengguansheng stopped in midair and said these words. Beneath their feet was a turbulent sea. Looking at Su Yan, Shengguansheng suddenly laughed. "No, I'm not the crown prince you're talking about. That's just a dead person and I'm not." He continued, "Of course, I won't let you take Su Tian away. I like her very much, so I've decided to make her my maid. Of course, if you have the ability to defeat me, then I naturally won't stop you from taking her away." The moment Shengguansheng finished speaking, he immediately flew towards Su Yan with a burst of speed. The powerful force caused endless waves to splash. The waves immediately swallowed Su Yan and Shengguansheng. At this moment, Su Yan directly held his sword horizontally. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the scorching sun sword immediately shone with a blazing light. As the sword fell, the sword light circulated, and the powerful force seemed to be able to shock the world. The powerful light fell, and it was as if the clouds were flying within. The first confrontation between the two of them was completed at this moment. Su Yan's scorching sun sword had the most domineering and fierce power, but Shengguansheng only used his bare hands to block Su Yan's power. Although this attack seemed to be evenly matched, Su Yan knew in his heart that he had actually lost in this first confrontation. Even though he had lost, Su Yan did not panic at all. After this confrontation, the two of them did not make another move. When the seawater finally settled down, Su Yan said, "You're really strong." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "My friend said that the feeling you gave him could be described in 4 words, as deep as the sea." "Your friend? The one in the burial sword tomb?" He's too weak, that's why I have such a feeling. However, your strength really surprises me. Su Yan, you do indeed have the qualifications to be my opponent. However, now is not the time." Shengguansheng smiled again and said, "Although you are already very strong, if we were to fight to the death, I would be able to escape unscathed." "I don't doubt it." Su Yan nodded. The other party's words were extremely arrogant, but Su Yan didn't have any objections because he knew that the other party wasn't exaggerating. Right now he could indeed fight with him, but his true strength was not comparable to the other parties. However, if they were to fight to the death, it was hard to say who would win. After all, Su Yan had obtained the true inheritance of the Stupa sect. At the very least, he still had the heart of the demonic dragon and the heavenly demon finger bone. If these powers were to explode, the power would definitely be terrifying. Not to mention a dragon realm expert, Su Yin felt that he could even drag the other party down with him. However, this was not the time to fight to the death. Once he used these methods, Su Yin felt that he wouldn't have a chance to survive. Stop fighting, stop fighting. It's really boring. What's the point of fighting when you know the outcome? I still want to bring Su Tian back to the 9 continents. If you have enough confidence to defeat me one day, then come to the 9 continents to find me. If you can defeat me, then you can take her away. Alright, I also have a girl with me. Her name is Lu Lan. Sheng Wansheng's words caused Su Yan's expression to turn cold. Although Su Tian was his sister, they had barely known each other since they were young. However, the 2 words Lu Lan were too heavy for him. Lu Lan is in your hands. What did you do to her? Su Yan asked coldly. Sheng Wansheng did not care about Su Yan's killing intent. He only said, for the time being, Lu Lan is still very safe. At least for the next year and a half, she will be very safe. However, Su Yan, you don't have much time. If you still can't go to the 9 states in a year, then Lu Lan will be sacrificed to the heavenly demon lord. Sheng Wansheng's expression had become solemn. This time, I came to the 5 states to see what other qualities this man who is so valued by her has. Fortunately, you're not bad. If you were worse, I would have killed you directly and let Lu Lan give up. Sheng Wansheng's words were so aggressive. Previously, when he said that he could retreat in a life-and-death battle, Su Yin did not feel angry. He even felt that it was reasonable. However, at this time he was really angry. Lu Lan was the first woman in his life. When the devil's sect took her away, Su Yin could only watch but could not do anything. This unwillingness was something that no one could understand. He cultivated diligently and constantly experienced life-and-death situations. However, he never dared to forget that woman. This was because he was afraid that once he forgot, he would never be able to find her again. At this moment he finally heard news about Lu Lan. Well, Su Yin, I'm going to leave. Although you are very strong now, you are still not my opponent. I hope that when we meet again, the result will not be like this. Sheng Wansheng turned and left. Su Yin watched him leave but did not stop him. This was because he knew that even if he chased after him now, it would be useless. He could not defeat Sheng Wansheng, let alone take Su Tian away unscathed. The world of the 9 states, huh? I will definitely go. Su Yin watched as Sheng Wansheng returned to the battleship and disappeared into the vast sea. Su Yin did not return to the Su family. However, he instructed a disciple of the burial sword tomb to pass a message to the Su family, telling them that he would bring Su Tian back. Then, he went directly to the Heaven and Earth organization. Yun He's disappearance caused the entire Yunqian alliance to be in a state of panic. Although they had successfully defeated the Black Fiend Alliance and even killed the 100-Beast Demon because of Su Yin, people were still uneasy. Moreover, Su Yin had not appeared for a long time. Therefore, rumors began to spread. Some said that both Su Yin and the 100-Beast Demon were severely injured, so he went to treat his injuries. Some said that Su Yin was cultivating in seclusion. What was even worse was that some said that Su Yin was afraid of the battle and ran away, ignoring them. Although Lei Wanjun and Reverend Heavenly Sword had used thunderous methods to suppress these rumors, how could such rumors be so easily suppressed? Another day had passed, and the situation in the Heaven and Earth organization was getting worse and worse. Since the previous day, people had started to go missing. At first, it was only 1 or 2 disciples, so Lei Wanjun and Spiritual Master Heaven Sword thought that they were afraid of the war and secretly ran away. Although they were angry, there was nothing they could do. After all, although they had won a battle, the Yunqian Alliance's situation was not optimistic. However, the Black Fiend Alliance was different. There were rumors that there was an even more powerful expert in the Black Fiend Alliance who was about to be resurrected. As soon as this mysterious rumor appeared, it immediately caused everyone to be even more terrified. They had personally witnessed the 100-Beast Demon's terrifying prestige. Although the old demon was killed by Su Yan in the end, their deputy leader, Su Yan, also went missing. Moreover, the 100-Beast Demon had previously said in public that their leader, Yun He, had already betrayed them and joined the Black Fiend Alliance. As a result, there were disciples who secretly left the Yunqian Alliance. It was something that could not be helped. However, the next day nearly 20 people immediately went missing. Among these missing people, some were from the Sound of Thunder sect, some were from the Fengshen sect, and some were from the Heaven and Earth organization. Lei Wanjun couldn't hold himself back any longer. He even wanted to personally capture these deserters. In the end, he still managed to bring a few of them back. However, these people had already become corpses when they were brought back. Their life essence had been completely sucked dry, and their faces were filled with extreme fear. It was as if they had seen a ghost. In an instant, the Yunqian alliance, which was already in a state of panic, became even more chaotic. Another day came. Although the Yunqian alliance sent an order to increase their cultivation realm and also sent more people, there were still people who went missing. Even the Fengshen sect's Fangyuan realm elder was injured. It was also on that day that the Black Fiend alliance attacked again. Billowing black fog rushed towards the Heaven and Earth organization. The Thousand Cloud Universe Great Array was broken by the 100 Beast Demon last time and had yet to be repaired. The Black Fiend Alliance's attack was definitely a huge blow to the Yunqian Alliance. However, the Yunqian Alliance had no choice but to brace themselves and fight. After a great battle, the Yunqian Alliance naturally suffered heavy losses. However, the Black Fiend Alliance also paid a heavy price. In an instant, the foot of the Yunqian mountain was dyed with blood. Sky Sword, I keep feeling uneasy. Lei Wanjun stood in front of Sky Sword Spiritual Master and said worriedly. Sky Sword Spiritual Master sighed, then raised his head and said, How can you be the only one feeling uneasy? Who in the Yunqian Alliance isn't like this? Lei Wanjun's expression turned sluggish because he really couldn't refute Sky Sword Spiritual Master's words. However, he quickly continued, Sky Sword, you have always been meticulous. Can't you see that the Black Fiend Alliance's actions have been very strange recently? After these two great battles, everyone's losses were equal. Their losses were even more than ours, but they are still like this. Is there some secret in this? When Lei Wanjun said this, Sky Sword Spiritual Master immediately frowned. Chapter 480. Seeing Yun Wanqing enter, Lei Wanjun and Spiritual Master Heaven Sword's expressions became uneasy. That ominous premonition became even stronger. They knew Yun Wanqing the best. They deeply knew that this woman had inherited her father's calmness. If she didn't encounter something shocking, she would definitely not be like this. But now she was in such a hurry. From this, it could be seen that the current situation was extremely bad. Yun Wanqing couldn't be bothered to catch her breath. She then said, Seniors, things are not good. Those dead bodies that didn't have time to be burned have all stood up and turned into zombies. They are charging towards the Heavenly Cloud Mountain. As soon as Yun Wanqing's voice fell, Lei Wanjun and Spiritual Master Heaven Sword's expressions changed. There was no need to say how serious this matter was. Countless people had died in these few battles. Hundreds and thousands of corpses stood up and charged towards the Heaven and Earth organization. This was a huge crisis. For the disciples of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance, this was even more terrifying. One had to know that among these people not only were there their former enemies, but there were also their dead comrades and even brothers. However, at this time they had to attack their former comrades and kill them again. This in itself was a terrifying torture. And that wasn't all. After the resurrection, the corpses became extremely difficult to kill. If they couldn't kill their vital points, then they wouldn't stop advancing at all. In the past few days of fighting with the Black Fiend Alliance, they had already exhausted a huge amount of energy. But now they still had to face such a terrifying attack. This was simply a nightmare of nightmares. Lei Wanjun, Spiritual Master Heaven Sword, and the other experts from the surrounding area arrived at the battlefield. They saw countless corpses slowly charging up the mountain from the foot of the mountain, while the disciples of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance could only retreat again and again. The sword chi and wind blades had little effect on these fellows. Death chi, it's death chi. Those guys from the devil sect are really bold. They actually dare to use such a perverse method. Aren't they afraid of being punished by the heavens? Lei Wanjun shouted angrily. Then he directly flew into the sky. Disciples of the Sound of Thunder sect, listen to my command. Use lightning techniques to attack the death chi. After all, Lei Wanjun's eyes were sharp. He immediately saw that the death chi was the key. If the death chi did not dissipate, the dead would continue to revive. Disciples of the Profound Wind sect, listen to my orders. Use the Profound Wind to disperse this death aura. After hearing Lei Wanjun's words, the elders of the Profound Wind sect woke up and immediately called for the disciples. These disciples fought as they retreated. They were originally terrified, but now that they suddenly had a backbone, they finally pulled themselves together and immediately displayed their strength. With the rumbling of thunder and the blowing of the wind, the death chi quickly thinned out. The judgment of the two elders was not wrong. After the death chi dissipated, the movement speed of the undead slowed down, and their fighting strength was greatly reduced. Taking advantage of this short period of time, the disciples of the Qian Yun Alliance finally launched a counterattack and pushed the front line back. However, at this moment, the black aura that should have been dispersed suddenly began to condense. In the end it turned into a huge ghost face. The ghost face hovered in the sky as it stared coldly at everyone on Chen Cloud Mountain. Everyone in the Heaven and Earth organization quieted down. Their eyes were fixed on the ground below, and their brains were in a state of hypoxia. At this moment, the momentary joy had already disappeared. This was because the pressure brought by this terrifying ghost face was too strong. Pretending to be mysterious. Why would I, Lei Wanjun, be afraid of you? 10,000 elephant divine skill, unstoppable thunderbolt. Lei Wanjun roared angrily and soared into the sky. At this moment, the power in his hand erupted with infinite rumbles. The flickering lightning could almost compete with the spring thunder. The momentum was so heavy that it could tear people's eardrums. This momentum was already considered unstoppable. However, for some reason no one felt joy in their hearts. Instead they felt deeply uneasy. It was as if everyone had already known the outcome. At this moment Sage Heaven Sword also made his move. Sword whistling in the firmament. Sage Heaven Sword made his move and an immortal sword suddenly condensed. The sharp edge of the sword directly turned into a straight line and charged towards the pitch-black ghost face. The power of this sword was actually stronger than Lei Wanjun's. Sage Heaven Sword was indeed terrifying. The time he took to enter the perimeter state was much shorter than Lei Wanjun. However, at this moment, one could see that in this short period of time Sage Heaven Sword's power had actually increased again. His realm might have already surpassed Lei Wanjun's. This huge immortal sword was launched later but arrived first. It directly soared into the sky and ruthlessly pierced the terrifying black face. Then Lei Wanjun's thunderous rumbles finally arrived. In an instant, the radiance directly swallowed the darkness. The world was terrifyingly quiet. Only this terrifying rumbling sound was left. Everyone was waiting for the result. Only the rumbling sound of two powers was left in this world. After an unknown amount of time, the rumbling sound finally faded away. However, in the next moment, everyone was shocked. That was because Lei Wanjun and Sage Heaven Sword swords were actually unable to shatter that terrifying power. That huge black face still existed, but this time there was a huge hole. However, such an existence made the ghost face seem even more strange and terrifying. The ghost face's spectacles were still looking at Lei Wanjun and Sage Heaven Sword as if it was mocking their incompetence. This made the two of them even more unhappy. At this moment, their hearts were in a mess. At this moment, Sage Heaven Sword shouted, "Not good. Lei Wanjun, retreat quickly." Just as he shouted, the terrifying existence in the sky suddenly shot down a ray of light. The terrifying radiance fell straight down, attacking Lei Wanjun's body. What? Hearing Sage Heavenly Sword's shout, Lei Wanjun immediately woke up. However, it was at this moment that a terrifying black light descended from the sky. It wasn't until the black light was right in front of him that Lei Wanjun regained his senses. He immediately unleashed Thunderstorm in an attempt to block the terrifying power. However, it was already too late. Without any suspense, he was directly bombarded by the terrifying radiance and smashed into the ground. Boom! A huge rumbling sound was heard. Then the entire ground was directly stirred up by a large amount of dust. Senior Lei. Yun Wanqing hurriedly ran over. Fortunately, Lei Wanjun's cultivation was profound. He didn't die from such a terrifying attack. Yun Wanqing didn't dare to delay any longer. She immediately used the cloudy mist technique and began to heal Lei Wanjun. Under the treatment of the cloudy mist technique, Lei Wanjun's complexion finally improved. At this moment, Sage Heaven Sword had already used his sword technique and soared into the sky. Wanqing, take Lei Wanjun and leave. However, at this moment, another intense black light ruthlessly pierced down from the sky. Although Yun Wanqing's injuries were much better now, if she was hit by this black light, she would definitely die. Even Lei Wanjun would be directly killed by this terrifying power. Therefore, Sage Heaven Sword had no choice but to take action. His strength was extremely powerful. However, that black light was even more terrifying. The instant that black light descended, Sage Heaven Sword was already prepared for it. Sword Chi as a guide, Immortal Sword breaks the heavens. At this moment, the Immortal Sword technique appeared in his hand. That immortal sword could be said to be dazzling and incomparably vast. The dazzling sword light directly soared into the sky. Sage Heaven Sword's strength was indeed powerful. He was even more powerful than Lei Wanjun. However, it was a pity that this black light was even stronger. The power of the black light directly descended, pressuring Sage Heaven Sword to the point that he almost couldn't breathe. Quickly leave, quickly. This old man can't hold on any longer. Sage Heaven Sword roared anxiously. At this moment, when the other experts saw that even Sage Heaven's sword was in such a sorry state, fear appeared in their hearts. They didn't dare to step forward to help at all. Hee, Sage Heaven's sword, you really overestimate yourself. However, you killed my senior brother a while ago. Today is the day you die. This is probably retribution. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. This person was Sage Horned Goat's junior brother. His evil martial arts were also extremely powerful. However, during the previous attack, he didn't come to the Heaven and Earth organization. But now, seeing that Sage Heaven's sword was already struggling to hold on and would probably be killed in the next moment, he felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction in his heart. Today he could finally avenge his senior brother. Of course, at this time he still didn't dare to provoke Sage Heaven's sword. Although Sage Heaven's sword was already showing signs of exhaustion under the black light, he was still extremely fearful of Sage Heaven's sword. After all, even his senior brother had died in the hands of Sage Heaven's sword. Therefore his gaze fell on Yun Wanqing and Lei Wanjun. Lei Wanjun was also a famous expert. If he wasn't injured, Sage Horned Goat's junior brother really wouldn't dare to attack him. However, Lei Wanjun wasn't far from death. If he was still afraid in such a state, he wouldn't be a man. Hee, Lei Wanjun, I can see that you're suffering from living. Let me lend you a hand and send you to the Yellow Springs. It's just a pity for this delicate beauty. He sneered, and a black light fell from his hand. It directly rushed in the direction of Yun Wanqing and Lei Wanjun. Yun Wanqing was currently using the fog technique. Even if she wanted to escape, she couldn't. She could only watch as the black light fell and slashed towards her body. Chapter 481. Su Yin appeared directly in front of Yun Wanqing. Without seeing how he moved, he reached out his hand and grabbed the black light. In midair, when Taoist Master Jiaoyang's junior brother saw Su Yin make a move, his first thought was contempt. He despised this kid who didn't know anything. How could his illusory cloud light be so easy to deal with? Su Yin wanted to use his hand to catch it. This was simply courting death. However, in the next moment he suddenly thought of something, and a horrified light burst out from his eyes. He didn't wait to see what the result would be. He directly rose into the sky and wanted to leave far away. "Want to leave? Do you think you can?" Su Yan's hand finally grasped the illusory cloud light. This power only struggled for a moment in Su Yan's hand before dissipating. Then Su Yan's speed didn't decrease. He was like a cannonball rushing straight into the sky. Taoist Master Jiaoyang's junior brother was cunning. He wanted to escape at the first moment, but at this time he was shocked to find that Su Yan was already standing in front of him. He was also a square sphere realm expert, but at this time he didn't have the slightest desire to fight. That was because he had already guessed Su Yan's identity. "What? Weren't you very fierce just now? Why do you want to leave now? Don't you want to stay a little longer?" Su Yan asked directly and coldly. Feeling Su Yan's aura, that person only felt his whole body tremble. He had already begun to curse in his heart, secretly hating himself for making such an unnecessary move. "You're Su Yan? The deputy leader of the Chen Cloud Alliance, the one who killed Lord Hundred Beast Su Yan?" he asked with cold sweat dripping down. Su Yan grinned. "That's right, it's me. Now tell me, how do you want to die?" These words were truly overbearing, making this junior brother of Taoist Master Jiaoyang furious to the extreme. However, he was clear about one thing. His strength was not enough for him to release the anger in his heart. Therefore he only licked his lips and said, "Su Yan, there is no enmity between us. Now that you are facing a great enemy, you should consider the big picture. Don't worry, as long as you let me go this time, I will definitely not interfere in this matter again." He vowed solemnly. "No enmity? Humph, you attacked Wanqing earlier. This is your way of seeking death." After Su Yan finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to him and directly approached him. The expression of this junior brother of Taoist Master Jiaoyang changed, revealing endless resentment. Towards Su Yan he truly hated him to the extreme. This brat was really too arrogant. It was only because he was afraid of the other party's strength that he spoke nicely earlier. However, the other party didn't even think of giving him a chance. Since that was the case, they could only fight. What a young brat. Do you really think this old man is afraid of you? If you want to fight, then. His face was full of anger. Black light flowed on his palm and he planned to fight. However, before he could finish his words, a sword mark had already flashed past his neck, and he was directly beheaded. The scorching sun sword in Su Yan's hand was still swallowing and spitting out crimson light, but his expression was calm. "Don't you think you talk too much nonsense?" After speaking, he glanced at Yun Wanqing below. Yun Wanqing also happened to raise her head. She saw the concern in Su Yan's eyes, which made her happy. At that moment, Su Yan had already flown to the sky. In order to buy time for Yun Wanqing, Taoist Master Heaven Sword was confronting the black light. However, Taoist Master Heaven Sword was obviously not in a good state. Even his entire body seemed to be on the verge of collapse. It would not be long before he would be defeated. Sect leader, let me do it. At that moment, Su Yan had already flown to the sky. Thunder rumble. He shouted softly, and a powerful light immediately erupted. Terrifying thunder directly exploded, like the roar of the thunder god. As soon as the lightning appeared, it immediately blocked the black light. How dare a mere soul of the dead be so presumptuous here? Su Yan's voice directly spread out, as if he was a god descending from the sky. The light of the lightning defied the heavens and finally bombarded the terrifying ghost face. At that moment, the people of the Heaven and Earth Organization, who were fighting bitterly, suddenly heard Su Yan's voice, and immediately became excited. Deputy Leader, the Deputy Leader is back. Previously, when the Qianyun Alliance was in danger, the Thousand Cloud Universe formation was broken by the 100 Beasts Elder, and everyone was in danger. It was Su Yan who turned the tide and killed the 100 Beasts Elder, which caused the Black Fiend Alliance to completely collapse. Therefore, to them, Su Yan was like a god. Recently, because of Su Yan's disappearance, everyone was on tenterhooks. However, at that moment, Su Yan finally appeared, and directly destroyed that strange and terrifying ghost face in front of everyone's eyes. In an instant, Su Yan's momentum had reached its peak. The two words Su Yan seemed to have a strong magic power. Under the stimulation of such power, everyone directly erupted with their strongest power. At that moment, Su Yan walked in the clouds and then shouted again, "All brothers of the Qianyun Alliance, retreat." At that moment, Su Yan was continuing to exert his power in the air. His eyes flickered with light, and his aura also became unprecedentedly strong. The power of thunder surrounded his body. At that moment, Su Yan fully unleashed his power and could completely fight with a Dragon Realm expert. Even if Yunhe was here at that moment, Su Yan dared to directly fight with her. The disciples of the Qianyun Alliance were already in great pain from the battle with the corpses. At that moment, when they heard Su Yan's words, they immediately retreated. At that moment, the lightning in the sky finally struck down. Every time a bolt of lightning struck, it would cause a terrifying explosion. Then everything would dissipate. Not only that, but Su Yan's lightning also directly dispersed the black smoke. Just as Su Yan was showing off his invincible power in the sky, Lei Wanjun finally woke up with Yun Wanqing's help. Sage Heaven Sword landed and asked, "How is it? You won't die, right?" Hearing Sage Heaven Sword's words, Lei Wanjun shook his head and said, "I'm almost there. However, this kid is really a monster." Lei Wanjun didn't have time to care about his own injuries. Instead, his gaze landed on Su Yan. Sage Heaven Sword sighed and said, "When I first saw this kid, I knew that he would definitely not be ordinary. However, I didn't expect that he would have already reached such a level. How long has it been since we last met? He has already surpassed me." Although he was happy to see Su Yan's improvement, he still felt somewhat disappointed when he saw Su Yan surpass him so quickly. Tsk. Tian Sword, you old thing, you should admit defeat now." Lei Wanjun seemed to have forgotten that he was seriously injured and only chuckled. Sage Heaven Sword didn't say much to him and only said to Yun Wanqing, "Let's go back first. Wanqing, let the disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization heal the disciples of the various sections." Yun Wanqing nodded, "Don't worry. Leave these things to us." The lightning that filled the sky finally struck down, and the group of corpses that were continuously advancing fell down again. When the disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization saw this, they all cheered. This wasn't only because they had finally won, but also because of Su Yan's return. Unknowingly, Su Yan had become their spiritual pillar. When they couldn't see Su Yan before, everyone's hearts were on the verge of collapse. However, at this time, Su Yan's strong return gave them a lot of confidence. Not only Sage Heaven Sword and Lei Wanjun, but even the experts of the other sects were convinced of Su Yan's strength. This was because the strength he had displayed was simply too terrifying. Among the crowd, there was probably no one who could be his opponent. However, Su Yan's expression was still solemn in the sky. It was even more solemn than before. "Everyone enter the Heaven and Earth Organization and don't come out. Seniors of the Boundary Realm, please be sure to protect them." When Su Yan's voice fell, everyone was immediately shocked. They had already seen the strength that Su Yan had displayed before. However, at this moment, Su Yan's expression was actually like this. "Come out. What's the point of hiding? Su Yan's voice rippled again. However, this time his voice was filled with a majestic aura. At this moment, Sage Heaven Sword, Lei Wanjun, and the others were even more shocked. This vast majesty even made them feel frightened. Just as Su Yan's voice fell, a sneer suddenly sounded. Su Yan? Hee, interesting. The moment this voice fell, the entire mountain immediately began to tremble. Although the trembling was very slight, it made people feel as if the mountain was about to collapse. This kind of fear quickly spread and it made people feel even more terrified. Kala. A loud sound was heard again and then the ground directly cracked. In the next moment, a huge palm directly extended from the ground and grabbed at the sky. The appearance of this huge rock palm gave people an extremely terrifying visual impact. They only felt that they were so small as if they would be killed at any time. However, Su Yan, who was facing the attack of the huge palm, did not panic. He just watched as the terrifying rock palm kept getting closer and closer. Then he sneered and said, "Humph, you're using such a method to deal with my mother? You're looking down on me, Su Yan." When the palm finally arrived in front of him, the scorching sun sword suddenly bloomed with a terrifying light. Dancing Fish Dragon Sword. The first move of the Regal Sword Codex suddenly erupted. In both his previous and current lives, he had swung this sword more than 10,000 times. However, this time the sword was the most powerful and terrifying. This was because the current Su Yan was stronger than ever before. Chapter 482. Although it was only formed by the sword Qi, the ichthyosaur was simply malevolent and terrifying. Vaguely, one could even hear the hissing of the ichthyosaur. Such a terrifying scene shocked too many people. The ichthyosaur was unstoppable. That huge rock palm was so terrifying, but it was still directly torn to pieces. You can only summon such a toy? The dignified devil sect has become so timid. How laughable. Su Yan shouted again. Just as Su Yan finished speaking, someone suddenly said, "You do have some ability. No wonder you can be so arrogant." When the voice sounded, Su Yan suddenly raised his head and saw that there was an additional person not far in front of him. This person was standing in front of Su Yan, but Su Yan felt that it was so unreal. Su Yan was familiar with this feeling because whether it was the Black Demon Ancestor or the Ghost Flame Ancestor, they both had this feeling. That was because they were spiritual bodies. The so-called spiritual body was a spiritual body, an existence without a real body. Obviously, this person in front of him was the same. However, the feeling he gave Su Yan was different. This heaviness was obviously much more terrifying. Devil Sect's Crown Prince? Thinking of the Black Demon Ancestor's words before he died, Su Yan immediately determined the identity of the other party. At the same time, he became more cautious. That person nodded and said, "That's right, it's me. I really didn't expect that after countless years, I could actually be resurrected. This beautiful world is really nostalgic." As he spoke, Su Yan realized that the black aura on his body had become denser. At this moment, Sage Heaven Sword's anxious voice directly sounded, "Su Yan, this guy is condensing the death aura. Quickly stop him." Sage Heaven Sword finally understood why the Black Demon Alliance had launched attacks without any regard for the past few days, even if the price they paid was too heavy and the number of deaths was far more than the Cloud Alliance. It was because these people from the Cloud Alliance were simply chess pieces. The mastermind had sent them over just to send them to their deaths. His ultimate goal was to use the aura of death to revive this guy. A few days ago, a disciple of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance went missing and turned into a dried corpse. It was most likely related to this fellow. Hee, old man, you're smart, but it's too late. You can't stop me. I'll give you a chance now. Submit to me and I'll bestow you with unparalleled power. Otherwise, only death awaits. The Crown Prince's voice was soft, causing people to shudder. Su Yan spun the scorching sun sword in his hand and stared straight at the other party. Too many people have said the same thing to me, but I'm still alive and well. So there's no need to say such nonsense. If you want to kill me, then let's see if you have the ability to do so. How ruthless. He clenched his fist and a beam of dark light shot toward Su Yan. Even with Su Yan's eyesight, he couldn't see the trajectory of the light. It was as if the light had teleported. If it was the previous Su Yan, he probably wouldn't have been able to react in time. However, Su Yan had obtained the true inheritance in the pagoda, and it was directly channeled by the power of the divine temple. Although it didn't allow his power to rise to the next level, it made his combat power more profound. At this moment, he instinctively held his sword in front of his chest and shouted, "Settle the universe with one sword." Against such extreme speed, it was best to use the Regal Sword Cannon to deal with it. This was because among Su Yan's many techniques, only the Regal Sword Cannon was the fastest. Almost at the moment when the light arrived, Su Yan had already made his move with his sword. The power to settle the universe with one sword burst forth. The sword aura burned directly, causing an extremely irregular rhythm to appear in the void. The light seemed to have paused for a moment at this moment. Then Su Yan's sword slashed across and cut it in half. Such power could be said to be domineering. Su Yan's gaze once again landed on his opponent. Demon Sect Crown Prince, let me see just how powerful you are. The scorching sun sword drew a crimson trajectory in the air. Then Su Yan was already in front of the Demon Sect Crown Prince. The blade slashed down and the trajectory of the blade was like a stream of blood. However, at this moment, the Demon Sect Crown Prince still had a cold gaze and was unmoved. It was as if he hadn't reacted at all. However, the more this was the case, the more Su Yan didn't dare to be careless. He deeply understood that the Demon Sect Crown Prince was definitely not easy to deal with. However, he still wanted to see how the Demon Sect Crown Prince would deal with his sword. Ding! An ear-piercing rumble resounded. Su Yan only felt his soul trembling. At this moment he was truly shocked, because his opponent had actually blocked his sword so easily. He didn't use any weapon but only 2 fingers. He blocked the scorching sun sword with just 2 fingers. How powerful was this fellow exactly? He was actually able to do this? Are you surprised? Why are you so surprised that I managed to block your attack? If that's the case, then you've disappointed me. The soft yet cold voice once again entered Su Yan's ears. This voice seemed to carry with it a kind of spiritual pressure. Su Yan calmed down and then channeled the solar-colored glaze sword sutra. The blazing sword chi rushed directly to the sword blade. Then he turned the sword blade and a red light immediately appeared. As if sensing the strength of this power, the Demon Sect Crown Prince released his sword. Without hesitation he let go of his sword. He stared straight at Su Yan, then suddenly smiled and said, "Interesting. This seems to be the Buddha sword sect's ability. You must be the successor of the Buddha sect. I sense a familiar aura on you. I didn't think that this damn sect would still have a successor." Although the Demon Sect Crown Prince still had a smile on his face, Su Yan knew that the murderous intent in his eyes had become heavier and more obvious. If you can come back from the dead, why can't the Buddha sect's legacy continue? He and the Demon Sect Crown Prince were only separated by a sword. They were destined to be enemies, but they didn't attack at this moment because they were wary of each other. The previous sword attack had shown them the difference in strength. Su Yan deeply understood how terrifying this Demon Sect Crown Prince was. There were thousands of death auras on his body. Of course, these death auras weren't formed in the past few days. Most of them were accumulated by the Black Fiend Alliance over the years. However, he wasn't going to let the Demon Sect Crown Prince leave because he had the Soul Sealing Seal and the 4 Cardinal Seal. These were great killing weapons that could restrain the Demon Sect Crown Prince. However, the Demon Sect Crown Prince was so strong that it would be difficult to defeat him. The Demon Sect Crown Prince also knew that it would be difficult to kill Su Yan, who couldn't be judged by common sense. "Do you want to leave me here, successor of the Buddha sect?" The Demon Sect Crown Prince asked again. Su Yan nodded and said directly, "Of course. I can sense how terrifying and dangerous you are. Of course, I have to kill someone like you." The Demon Sect Crown Prince was able to make the Black Fiend Alliance pay such a price to revive him. He must be a very dangerous existence. Although he was very powerful now, Su Yan believed that as long as he didn't care about the cost, he could still kill the Demon Sect Crown Prince. However, it would be hard to say if he waited until the future. Su Yan was confident, but he didn't dare to take the risk. After all, this was a monster that had been revived for thousands of years. As long as there was a chance, the Demon Sect Crown Prince could return to his peak. The Crown Prince shook his head when he saw how serious Su Yan was. He said, "Su Yan, I'll be honest with you. The reason why I've come here today is not because I want to fight to the death with you. Instead, I want you to help me with something." Su Yan found it hard to imagine what the Demon Sect Crown Prince would say. He even felt that it was a bit funny. "Haha, don't you think that it's too absurd for you to say such words? You want me to help? Let's not talk about our positions just based on your identity. Do you think it's possible?" Su Yan asked with a cold smile. "No, I think you'll agree to this. Although I've just been revived, I've had people investigate you. I know that you have a friend who was taken to the Jianghu continent. Don't you want to save her?" The Demon Sect Crown Prince said calmly. "What?" Hearing this, Su Yan was shocked. The Demon Sect Crown Prince actually knew about Lu Lan. What's there to be surprised about? After all, I'm the Demon Sect Crown Prince and I used to be a powerhouse. It's easy for me to know something. The Demon Sect Crown Prince continued, "Su Yan, I think you must think that you can save her with your own strength, right? Unfortunately, your thinking is too simple. The monster palace has the bloodline of the great ancient monster. Therefore, the demon sect crown prince took away the most outstanding powerhouses of the monster palace to extract their bloodline and let them give birth to a new demon child. I can say with certainty that even if you reach the venerable realm, you won't be able to save her. Hearing the demon sect crown prince's words, Su Yan's face turned cold. The two of them were talking in the sky. The people below had no idea what was going on. What is a demon child? Su Yan asked directly. The crown prince of the devil sect smiled faintly and said, the son of the devil is someone who possesses the heavenly devil bloodline. If his strength evolves, he can even transform into a new heavenly devil. Of course, there are differences in strength between the son of the devil of each generation. Chapter 483. What does this have to do with the monster palace? Su Yan asked calmly. The crown prince of the devil sect smiled and said, if it was in my era, it wouldn't have mattered because the people of my generation wanted to revive the great heavenly demon lord. Unfortunately, we failed in the end. The demon crown prince's voice sounded a little disappointed when he said this. However, this trace of disappointment was quickly concealed. Ever since we left that area, the devil sect that was struggling at death's door gradually recovered. Then they began to search for a new power, and this new power is related to the demon clan. The great celestial demon lord's power failed, so it was denied. They wanted to create an existence that surpassed the great celestial demon lord. They called it the demon race. In fact, this plan was very simple. They wanted to find a demon race woman with the strongest bloodline. Then they would marry the demon son and give birth to the next generation. The demon crown prince's words made Su Yan's eyes flash with killing intent. He would never let Lulan suffer such a fate. Su Yan's anger and killing intent were directly captured by this crown prince of the devil sect. He laughed and said, hee, from your eyes she seems to be very important to you. Hence, you can't watch her suffer such a fate. Su Yan took a deep breath and finally made a decision. He said, what do you want me to help you with? Ah, good. I like to deal with people like you. The crown prince of the devil sect laughed for a while and then said, don't look down on me just because I'm the crown prince of the devil sect. Those people paid a huge price to revive me, but I'm just a tool. They need my devil soul to make this generation's son of devil's bloodline purer. At this point, the demon crown prince's eyes were very cold, showing a strong killing intent. Su Yan sighed. This fellow used to be an extremely powerful existence and was hailed as the crown prince of the devil sect. However, the times were different now. A few thousand years had passed. Even if he was reborn, he could only become a tool for others. Since you've agreed to help me, then let's be friends. My name is Duanmu Longhu. The crown prince looked at Su Yan and continued, this time, it's all thanks to you killing the 100 Beasts Elder and the Black Demon Lord. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to break free from this predicament. It turned out that the 100 Beasts Old Demon and the Black Demon Lord were in charge of this plan. Aside from dealing with the Qian Cloud Alliance, another important matter was the revival of Duanmu Longhu. If the two of them were still alive, then Duanmu Longhu's fate would have been sealed. Once he was resurrected, he would be brought to the 9 continents. However, in the battle with Su Yan, the two of them were killed one by Su Yan. Therefore, Duanmu Longhu had a chance. Although he had just been resurrected and was extremely weak, he was still an expert in the past. His strength had already reached the level of a venerable. He easily found an opportunity and used his powerful spirit to control a person in charge of the Black Fiend Alliance. After that, he directly launched an attack on the Heavenly Cloud sect. With the help of the deaths caused by the attack, he absorbed the powerful life energy and finally achieved the goal of revival. I believe that those fellows from the 9 continents devil sect must already know that I have escaped from their control. Therefore, very soon there will be experts coming to kill me. Therefore, I need you to help me block off the power that is chasing after me. Duanmu Longhu directly said. As long as you help me get through this and let me recover my strength, I will help you save your woman. Duanmu Longhu said directly. However, Su Yan shook his head and said directly, I don't trust you. Brother Su Yan, I knew you would say that. Duanmu Longhu gave a faint smile. Then he suddenly produced a symbol from his bosom. Brother Su Yan, you can sense it? As he said that, he directly threw the mark to Su Yan. Su Yan was surprised. Then he directly probed with his power. When Su Yan probed with his power, he immediately raised his head in surprise. Your soul. It was no wonder that Su Yan was so surprised. This person actually put his soul into the mark and entrusted it to Su Yan. That's right, this is one of my soul marks. As long as Brother Su Yan has this soul mark, you don't have to be afraid of me. To put it bluntly, my life is in the hands of Brother Su Yan. As for Brother Su Yan's lover, I will definitely have some means to save her. Duanmu Longhu said directly. According to common sense, what Duanmu Long said was indeed true. The soul was the foundation of a person. For people like them, even if they died, as long as their soul still existed, there would always be a chance for them to come back to life. Whether it was him, Venerable Guiyan, or the Black Demon Venerable, it was the same. However, once one's soul was under someone else's control, it meant that one's life was truly in the hands of another. For an expert from the devil sect like Duanmu Longhu to make such a decision, it was indeed beyond Su Yan's expectations. Brother Su Yan, you don't have to worry. This is my own choice. Moreover, I trust Brother Su Yan. With this mark in hand, I can contact Brother Su Yan when necessary. Su Yan held the soul mark and stared straight ahead. He wanted to see something from the eyes of the devil sect's crown prince. Unfortunately, Duanmu Longhu's body was shrouded in death aura. Su Yan could not see any clues at all. By the way, according to what I know, there seems to be an immemorial demon tree in the monster palace. To enter it, you'll need the ancient spring and autumn wood, mysterious ice-cold iron, Buddha's golden silkworm, and the Milky Way tortoise shell. I happen to know the whereabouts of the Buddha's golden silkworm. He smiled and threw another item over. Su Yan caught the item and looked at it. It was a map. I found this map in the Black Demon Alliance. I took it because it might be useful to Brother Su Yan. Whether or not Brother Su Yan agrees to my request, I'll give it to Brother Su Yan, he said with a smile. Duanmu Longhu's actions did not have any demeanor of a devil sect expert. He was simply a gentleman. However, it was because of this that Su Yan was even more afraid. He knew that this guy was definitely an extremely difficult person to deal with. If he had a choice, Su Yan would probably directly make a move and kill this future great enemy. However, he did not have a choice now. Duanmu Longhu was right. If he only relied on his own strength, it would be a dream to rescue Lu Lan. He had already fought with the devil sect many times. Although he had won every time, he knew very well. This was only because the true experts of the devil sect had not arrived. The strength of the Jianghu continent was stronger than the 5 counties. There was no doubt about this. However, the Jianghu continent seemed to have some kind of agreement that did not allow the experts of the Jianghu continent to enter the 5 counties without restraint. Therefore, the devil sect did not invade. He could make a name for himself in the 5 counties, but once he entered the Jianghu continent and still wanted to be enemies with the devil sect, he was afraid that he would hit a wall everywhere. He might even be seeking his own death, not to mention rescuing Lu Lan. Moreover, Chulinger was also in the Jianghu continent. Su Yan sighed and finally said, "Okay, I promise you." Although this was like asking a tiger for its skin, he had no other choice at this time. Duanmu Longhu laughed and said, "Good, I like people like Brother Su Yan. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first." After he finished speaking, he suddenly struck out with his palm, directly attacking Su Yan. Su Yan was shocked. He did not expect the Duanmu Longhu to attack directly at this time. Moreover, he did not show any mercy when he attacked. It was obvious that he wanted to kill him. However, after the initial shock, Su Yan directly wielded the long sword in his hand and fiercely slashed out a sword light. The sword light exploded and suddenly rushed towards his opponent. In an instant, the sword light and the palm collided, and an extremely terrifying energy wave exploded. It even blew away the layers of clouds in the sky. After being hit by this energy wave, Su Yan was directly sent flying. At this time, the Duanmu Longhu laughed loudly and said, "Su Yan, it's hard to tell who's stronger today. We'll see tomorrow." Duanmu Longhu disappeared, but Su Yan's heart became heavier. He descended from the sky and Yun Wanqing immediately ran over. "Su Yan, are you okay?" She was really worried. Although Su Yan and the Duanmu Longhu did not fight most of the time, the beginning and the end of the fight were earth-shattering. While the two of them were talking, the Duanmu Longhu also stirred up a black fog that shrouded the two of them. Looking at Yun Wanqing, who was so concerned about him, Su Yan suddenly felt a little guilty. He caressed Yun Wanqing's cheek and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. But Wanqing, it's really hard on you." Yun Wanqing saw the gentleness in Su Yan's eyes, and then said with a smile, "I didn't do anything. I was just waiting for you to come back. The one who's really tired is you." Yun Wanqing's words made Su Yan sigh. At this time, Spiritual Master Heaven Sword walked over. "Su Yan, could this person be the Devil Sect's crown prince? Also, what's your current situation?" Su Yan said to Spiritual Master Heaven Sword, "Sect Master, this person is indeed the Devil Sect's crown prince. However, we don't have to worry about him now because he should be busy taking care of himself now. Spiritual Master Heavensword was puzzled. Why is that? Chapter 484. After hearing Su Yan's words, Spiritual Master Heavensword's expression turned solemn. Finally, he looked at Su Yan and said, "In that case, you've agreed to his request?" Su Yan nodded and said, "I have no choice but to agree to his request." At this moment, his gaze landed on Yun Wanqing with an apologetic look in his eyes. Yun Wanqing was such a good girl by his side, but he had to cooperate with the Duanmu Longhu in order to save another girl. This kind of guilt filled Su Yan's heart. Yun Wanqing naturally saw Su Yan's guilt. She also knew about the relationship between Lu Lan and Su Yan. Therefore she said softly, "Su Yan, I support your decision. However, you must be careful. After all, I feel that this Duanmu Longhu is definitely a terrifying existence." Spiritual Master Heavensword also said, "Su Yan, you must be careful when you ask a tiger for its skin." Su Yan nodded and said, "Don't worry, Sect Master. I naturally know the importance of this matter." "Su Yan, what do you plan to do next?" Yun Wanqing asked. "Naturally, I'll first go and get the Buddha Golden Silkworm. Then I'll look for the Frigid Ice Mysterious Iron. After that, I'll head to the Primordial Divine Tree, hoping to become stronger." Su Yan said solemnly. Although his current cultivation could be said to be the best in the 5 counties, the enemies he would have to face would also become stronger. Soon he would even have to set foot on the 9 provinces continent. At that time he would have to face even stronger experts. Therefore he had to become stronger. Su Yan took out the map and consulted it with Spiritual Master Heavensword and Lei Wanjun. Although Su Yan's strength had surpassed them in terms of experience, he was far from comparable to them. 3 days later, Spiritual Master Heavensword came to look for Su Yan again. "Su Yan, Lei Wanjun and I have studied this map thoroughly." Hearing Reverend Heavensword's words, Su Yan immediately felt pleasantly surprised. He then asked, "Sect Master, where exactly is this Buddha Golden Silkworm?" When Su Yan saw Reverend Heavensword's expression, he knew that this place shouldn't be a good place. However, after hearing Reverend Heavensword's words, he still felt apprehensive. "Su Yan, this is the most dangerous place in the 5 counties, the Netherworld Cave." After Reverend Heavensword finished speaking, he was silent for a moment before he said, "Su Yan, there are many ways to increase your strength. You don't necessarily have to rely on the Primordial Divine Tree. That Nether Cave is truly too dangerous. I'm only afraid that your life will be in danger." Taoist Heavenly Sword said bluntly. It was no wonder that Reverend Heavenly Sword would act in such a manner. After all, the Netherworld Cave was simply a forbidden place. Moreover, it had been like this since ancient times. During the era when the 5 counties had yet to decline, experts had emerged. It was absolutely incomparable to the current era. However, even so, no one had been able to come out of the Netherworld Cave alive. From this, one could see how dangerous it was. Although Su Yan's current strength was already very powerful, Reverend Heavensword wasn't optimistic about him. Su Yan held the map in his hand. There were many markings on the map that would be of great help to Su Yan. Su Yan looked at the map and finally sighed. He then said, "Sect Master, no matter what, I must go to the Netherworld Cave." What the Sect Master said was very reasonable. Everyone knew how dangerous the Netherworld Cave was. However, Su Yan had a reason to go. Because he was very clear that according to the current situation, it was no longer possible for him to take things slowly. Although the mysterious devil sect Shangguan Sheng had told him that he could guarantee Lu Lan's safety for a year, he was still not at ease. Lu Lan's matter had sped up. Moreover, the devil sect's pursuit of Duanmu Longhu was probably coming soon. At that time it would be a huge test for him. Since a person like Duanmu Longhu could survive from ancient times, he must have his own means. How could it be simple to cooperate with such a dangerous person? Yun Wanqing understood Su Yan's concerns. Although she was very unwilling, she still said softly, "Su Yan, you must be careful no matter what." Yun Wanqing's gentleness moved Su Yan even more. "Wanqing, don't worry. Su Yan will treat you well in this life." The current Su Yan suddenly felt helpless. At this time he couldn't do anything but make such a promise. Another 2 days passed. In these 2 days, Su Yan personally took action and directly defeated the Black Fiend Alliance. Who knew how many evil cultivators died in Su Yan's hands? Such a series of massacres also finally made Su Yan's reputation known. As long as the members of the Black Fiend Alliance heard of Su Yan's name, they were all scared out of their wits. It was as if they had seen an evil spirit. In a moment, the Black Fiend Alliance disappeared without a trace and didn't dare to appear again. After that, Su Yin left and headed towards the legendary Netherworld Cave. The Netherworld Cave was located in the extreme north of the cold sky. It was the most remote place in the 5 counties. Even if Su Yin rode the sword dragon at half the speed of sound, it still took more than half a month to reach the extreme north. Just as he stepped into the extreme north, a dense cold wind blew. This place was indeed the most dangerous place in the 5 counties. Even a spiritual sea realm expert's spirit chi would be frozen here. If the spiritual sea realm expert's spirit chi was slightly lower, even a person would be sealed in ice. This was not an exaggeration at all. Su Yin could clearly feel the coldness in the air. The moment he landed from the sword dragon, a terrifying chill directly wrapped around his legs. In just a short while, solid ice had already appeared on his feet. Ordinary people probably wouldn't even be able to move at this time. However, Su Yin directly stomped his feet, and then a powerful force exploded. Under the sudden tremor of this force, the ice directly shattered. Su Yin thought about the direction recorded on the map. Then, without stopping, he circulated his true chi and ran inside. The Buddha's golden silkworm was an extremely unique silkworm. It was similar to the sky silkworms recorded in the novels in Su Yan's previous world. This golden silkworm's body had Buddha's light, so it was not afraid of the cold. Moreover, their food was actually ghosts and evil spirits. The reason why the Netherworld Cave was called the mortal world's most dangerous place was because it was rumored that this place was connected to the 9 nether underworld. The reason why this place was so cold was also because the cold air here drifted out from the illusory region. The fierce wind swept, and Su Yin walked in the cold wind like this. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly stopped in place. Only this time, his body was not frozen by the ice because he circulated his true chi to protect his whole body. The reason why he stopped in place was because he heard movement. There was an inexplicable movement. In such a world of ice and snow, there was actually movement. If it was in other places, Su Yin might not be so concerned. However, it was different here. This was the legendary most dangerous place. There was unimaginable danger. As if they had sensed Su Yan's vigilance, the commotion also stopped. Su Yin frowned. He walked forward for a while, and at the same time he secretly paid attention. Sure enough, the movement appeared again, but this time, Su Yin had already begun to pay attention from the beginning. Therefore, the moment this movement appeared, Su Yin had already locked on to the direction. "You sneaky thing, come out." The sword in Su Yan's hand suddenly stabbed into the ground. The sword chi directly shot along the ground, and with a violent force, an extremely terrifying force immediately erupted. Rumble. A loud sound rang out, and then the ground actually cracked open layer by layer. Then a huge figure appeared. It was a huge ice snake. According to common sense, snakes would not appear in such a place at all, because snakes were most afraid of the cold. During winter, snakes would enter hibernation. However, the ice snake in front of him had already exceeded ordinary understanding. After this ice snake was blasted out of the ground by Su Yin, its huge body swayed in the sky, and at this time, it suddenly spat out a white mist from its mouth. It was clearly a mist that seemed to be able to disperse with a blow, but it flew towards Su Yin at an extremely fast speed. Su Yin was shocked and immediately knew that he was in trouble. Damned beast. His body suddenly retreated, narrowly avoiding the white fog. At the same time, the scorching sun sword appeared in his hand. Then, with a sudden burst, his entire body flew forward. The speed was so fast that it was simply inconceivable. Su Yan's sudden attack was too fast. Perhaps this ice snake had never seen such a fast prey. In just an instant, Su Yan's sword directly pierced through its body. The ice snake's body fell to the ground with a loud bang, and then a burst of green smoke appeared. This place was so cold, but this burst of green smoke was still floating in the air. In just a few breaths of time, Su Yan's perception sensed that many existences were flying toward this place. Damn it, I've really poked a hornet's nest. Su Yin cursed in his heart and then quickly ran away. This place was so cold that the circulation of spiritual power was greatly restricted. Therefore, Su Yin did not dare to be too presumptuous and directly chose the most primitive way of running. His speed was extremely fast, but at this moment he suddenly felt that something in front of him was crashing toward him. Su Yin was shocked and jumped up. Only at this moment did he see that it was actually a snow-white bat that appeared here. Su Yin was absolutely afraid of bats. In the world of the square seal, these bats had brought him a lot of trouble. Among them, there was also a monster bat king that was even more terrifying, making him unable to fight back. Therefore, when he saw this white bat at this time, his first reaction was to directly raise the sword in his hand and then slash down fiercely. Chapter 485. When the flame first started burning, Suyin did not think much of it and thought that it was just a normal flame. But in the next moment he was shocked because he realized that his protective spiritual energy was actually burning. This shock was absolutely no small matter. One must know that his protective spiritual energy was so strong that even a normal Dragon Realm expert would need to expend some effort to break through it. However, after the little bat died, the flames that appeared had actually started to burn away his protective spiritual energy. To Suyin, this little bit of flame was nothing. In a short while, Suyin would be able to extinguish the flame. However, this already showed how strong and terrifying the flame was. After the initial shock, Suyin extinguished the flame. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, a zhi sound came from in front of him. Suyin immediately stopped and cursed under his breath, "Damn it!" In front of him, there was a dense group of bats. If it was just one or two bats, he would naturally not care. But even if it was just a group of bats, he could still use the Scorching Sun Sword and use the Torrential Pear Blossom Sword Chi to kill them all. But at this moment, Suyin felt a strong sense of danger behind him. It must be an extremely terrifying existence. Even Suyin did not have the confidence to win against it. If this was not the extreme north, Suyin might be interested in fighting with this fellow to train himself. But obviously this was not the place. This place was too terrifying. Who knew what kind of terrifying demon was waiting in the dark? Suyin was not arrogant. He did not want to die. So he changed his direction and went to the other side. At the same time, to avoid these damned fellows, he did not care about the consumption of his spiritual energy and directly summoned the flying sword dragon. In his body, the blazing spiritual energy of the great sun-colored glass sword manual was constantly circulating, dissolving the cold that wanted to invade his body. The speed of the bat group was not fast. Hence, they quickly disappeared without a trace. Furthermore, this time, Suyin had also shaken off that mysterious existence after using swift travel. Suyin sighed and landed back on the ground. In such a short period of time, he had already experienced such a hair-raising matter. It could be imagined that the road ahead would be even more difficult. He identified the map, found the right direction and set off again. With the lesson from the last time, he did not dare to be careless. He had almost completely restrained his aura. In the process of moving forward, he felt extremely terrifying auras in several places. All of them were above the Dragon Realm. Suyin couldn't help but be speechless. If these guys leave the northern ice field, I'm afraid the entire 5 counties will be destroyed by them. Suyin did not doubt this at all, because the auras in a few places were so deep that even his breathing rate had decreased. Although he had taken a detour, Suyin still managed to pass through most of the places without any mishaps. At this time he looked at the map and finally realized that he had passed more than half of the place. According to the map, I should be able to reach my destination in about 20 kilometers. Suyin took out a piece of jerky from his space and ate it fiercely. In such a place, Suyin did not dare to use spiritual energy to fly. Other than the most basic spiritual energy to resist the cold, he did not even dare to move at high speed. A journey of 20 kilometers in such a cold and snowy environment, even he would need to spend half a day. After he finished the jerky, he continued to move forward. Just like that, after walking for another 6 kilometers in the cold wind, Suyin finally stopped. His gaze was not looking forward but to the side. There was an extremely deep and cold aura coming from that side. Such an aura made him palpitate. Cold yet sharp. Could this be the legendary mysterious ice-cold iron? Although it was only a guess, Suyin was still very happy. This was because if his perception was right, this trip was really worth it. But should I get the Buddha Golden Silkworm or the mysterious ice-cold iron first? This was another problem, but after thinking for a while, Suyin made a decision. The mysterious ice-cold iron is a dead object after all, but the Buddha Golden Silkworm is alive. According to the records on this map, the Buddha Golden Silkworm will only appear at sunrise every day, then it will absorb the essence of the scorching sun and consume the spirits that it devours at night. There's still a long time before the next sunrise, so I should go to the mysterious ice-cold iron first. After thinking about it, he made a decision and directly headed in the direction of the mysterious ice-cold iron that he sensed. The mysterious ice-cold iron was one of the rarest metals recorded so far. The formation of this metal was extremely harsh. It was a meteorite that fell into an extremely cold place, then it was continuously baptized by the cold air for hundreds of thousands of years. If the mysterious ice-cold iron was used to forge weapons, it would definitely be a powerful weapon. During a battle, as long as the weapon came into contact with the mysterious ice-cold iron, it would immediately be contaminated by a layer of coldness. If the weapon was not strong enough, it would probably be frozen directly. However, this was only a legend. In the known history of the 5 counties, no one had ever been able to use the mysterious ice-cold iron to forge a sword. This time, Su Yan came to the extreme north for the Buddha golden silkworm in the Netherworld cave, but he did not expect to feel the unique aura of the mysterious ice-cold iron at this time. Although he did not know if his perception was correct, it was worth the risk. Su Yan finally stepped into the place shrouded by the aura. The closer he got, the more certain he was that his perception was not wrong. Because at this time, the aura had become exceptionally obvious. Kacha kacha. The sound of footsteps on the snow could be heard continuously. At this moment Su Yan stopped. A snow mountain that was not tall appeared in front of him. On the peak of the mountain there was a sparkling light. Under the illumination of the sun, it looked extremely mysterious and beautiful. Su Yan was overjoyed. He immediately knew that this was the mysterious ice-cold iron. Compared to the outside world, the temperature here was terrifyingly low. Su Yan had to speed up the circulation of his spirit qi to resist the cold. He knew that he had to speed up. Otherwise, in less than 2 hours, his entire body would be frozen. At that time, it would be terrible. Su Yan walked to the foot of the mountain. Although the mountain wall was not high, it was very steep. In addition, it was full of ice. It was almost impossible to climb up without using spirit qi. Let's end this quickly. Although the mountain wall made him feel very excited, Su Yan's heart was not at peace at this time. He knew that any place with treasures would not be peaceful. There would even be extremely terrifying demonic beasts guarding it. Although he did not feel a powerful aura here, ever since he entered this place he did not even feel the aura of a demonic beast. This was too strange. The cold air here was so strong. For some demonic beasts, this place was simply heaven. However, there were no demonic beasts occupying this place. This was extremely unusual. In this way there was only one possibility. There was an extremely terrifying existence here. Moreover, it was a powerful existence at the sovereign level. It was precisely because of this that no other demonic beasts dared to approach this place. Sword Dragon. Su Yan's thought moved. The sword dragon appeared and flew towards the mountain peak. Su Yan leaped high and then directly stepped on the sword dragon. The sword dragon flew quickly. In just a few breaths, it had already reached the peak of the mountain. Scorching Sun Sword. Su Yan grabbed with his hand. The Scorching Sun Sword had already appeared in his hand from the scarlet parting sword case. The sword light swept directly and immediately slashed at the peak of the mountain. The black iron was naturally incomparably hard, but Su Yan could easily cut open the ice below the black iron. The blazing sword light flashed and the ice was cut open. Su Yan was overjoyed. He immediately used his power to store the cold ice black iron into the scarlet parting sword case. However, at this moment the mountain range split open. Ka 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 ka. The sound continued. Then, in an instant, the entire mountain peak was completely shattered. The moment the mountain peak shattered, Su Yan's heart jumped. An extremely strong sense of danger rose in his heart. Then he saw a ferocious face. Just this face alone was enough to make Su Yan's heart palpitate. Dragon. Su Yan was sure that the big guy in front of him was a dragon. Su Yan had seen dragon souls before, but he had never seen a living dragon. He originally thought that in this era, such ancient and powerful demonic beasts had already gone extinct. However, Su Yan found out that he was wrong. In fact, he was very wrong. At this moment, this powerful dragon appeared in front of him. In the next moment, this terrifying monster opened its eyes. Then, a cold breath was exhaled from its nose. Although Su Yan tried his best to hold the mountain wall, his other hand, which was not holding the sword, was still contaminated by this aura. The moment it was contaminated, his hand was immediately frozen. So strong. Su Yan's heart beat wildly, but he did not panic in the face of danger. Scarlet parting sword case. He directly shouted. Under his control, the scarlet parting sword case directly swallowed the cold ice black iron. At the same time, the sword dragon suddenly soared into the sky. What a strong power. Just the cold air from its breath actually froze my hand. Even though he was already high in the sky, he still did not feel safe at all. Chapter 486. Su Yan had already experienced many sonic attacks, but this roar was the most powerful. This angry roar almost made him lose his balance. Damn it, this guy is coming. Su Yan looked down and saw that the ferocious and terrifying guy had completely unfolded. It was a dark blue dragon that was more than 30 meters long. There was a pair of terrifying wings on its back that were fully spread out. Each wing was 15 meters long. At this moment, this big guy spread its wings and its huge body flew into the sky. So fast. Su Yan's heart was beating wildly. He no longer cared about the ice in his hand. Then he activated his entire body and flew forward. Damn it, no wonder there are no demonic beasts around here. It's because there's a terrifying guy here. Compared to him, the aura that I felt before was just trash. Although Su Yan could fight with experts of the dragon realm, he did not even have the courage to face the frost dragon that was chasing after him. The difference between the two was too big. Frost Colossal Dragon. This must be the legendary Frost Colossal Dragon. It's too powerful. Frost dragons were the legendary dragon clan in this world. They had the noblest bloodline and the strongest power. Even among the dragon clan they were considered to be royalty. Su Yan did not expect that in this day and age where the dragon clan was almost extinct, he would still be able to see such a terrifying frost dragon. He could not help but curse his bad luck. However, at this moment he did not dare to stop at all. Otherwise he would be digging his own grave. Su Yan's speed exploded. At this moment he did not care about alerting other powerful beings. If he did not move faster, he would be swallowed whole by this frost dragon. Lowly human, leave the frigid ice mystical iron to me. A huge thought was transmitted directly, causing Su Yan to be even more terrified. Frost dragons are indeed the most powerful beings. They can actually emit a human's consciousness. He felt bitter in his heart. Facing such an extremely powerful creature with extraordinary intelligence was simply a nightmare. However, as a member of the immortal clan, he had already fallen into this nightmare and was unable to extricate himself. If this continued, he would definitely die. Although the Stegosaurus was fast, the Frost WRM's speed was too terrifying. Furthermore, the extreme north was definitely the home ground of the Frost Dragon. The cold air here would restrain Su Yan's power flow. However, it was nothing to the Frost WRM. In fact, it was of great help to it. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the Frost WRM caught up to Su Yan. Su Yan didn't think that this terrifying Frost Dragon would forgive him. The Black Frost Iron must have been his private property, but he had stolen it. How could such a tyrannical creature like the Frost Dragon tolerate such a thing? At this moment, his speed was already extremely fast, and the distance between them was constantly closing. Su Yan turned his head to look. He could already see that ferocious and furious face, and felt that terrifying cold aura. No, I can't go on like this. Otherwise I'll die sooner or later. The Frost Dragon was simply too powerful. Along the way they passed by the territories of many powerful astral beasts. These powerful existences were originally eager to make a move. However, after sensing the Frost Dragon's aura, they all chose to remain dormant. They hid all of their auras, not daring to show themselves. They were deeply afraid of being noticed by the angry Frost WRM. It could be seen that this Frost WRM was at least a supreme existence. Let's take a gamble. Su Yan controlled the Stegosaurus to suddenly change its direction and then directly charged in the direction of the Netherworld cave. Su Yan couldn't escape and he couldn't win in a fight. If this continued, Su Yan would definitely die. The only way to survive was the Netherworld cave. This was because according to the Heavenly Sword Sage, the Netherworld cave was the most terrifying existence in the entire extreme north. It had a supreme taboo existence. According to the Heavenly Sword Sage, a supreme expert had barged into the Netherworld cave and died there in the end. This was also the reason why the Heavenly Sword Sage stopped Su Yan from going there. Even a supreme expert had died there. What qualifications did Su Yan have to survive there? At present, although there were many powerful beings in the extreme north, according to Su Yan's understanding, the only place that could deal with this terrifying Frost WRM was the Netherworld cave. As soon as he thought of this, he was already heading there. Lowly human, you've offended the dignity of the Frost WRM. You'll have to pay the price. The Frost WRM's voice entered Su Yan's ears again, and Su Yan's entire body shook. Dragon's oppression. Su Yan was terrified. There was an inexplicable dignity in the dragon realm, which was called Dragon's Aura. However, how could this Dragon's Aura be compared to a real Frost WRM? The Frost WRM's body emitted an aura that could be called terrifying. The powerful energy caused one's mind to be shaken, and one would feel as if one's soul was about to split apart. Su Yan gritted his teeth and recovered a little. Then he immediately shouted, "Soul-subduing seal, soul-subduing." The soul-subduing seal exploded, and a golden light shone in his sea of consciousness. In the next moment, the terrifying dragon's aura was suppressed. Without the oppression of the dragon's aura, his speed finally recovered, and at the same time his speed increased again. However, after the previous delay, the distance between him and the Frost WRM closed again. He could even feel the Frost WRM's cold breath. At this moment, the Frost WRM's terrifying voice sounded again. "You're actually able to dissolve my dragon's aura. What an amazing kid. Even so, you still have to die." The Frost WRM flapped its wings again, stirring up a boundless storm. In the next moment its speed increased again. The Frost WRM indeed had extraordinary intelligence. It quickly discovered Su Yan's goal and released its thoughts again. "Human, do you want to enter the Netherworld cave? You're simply courting death." Su Yan ignored its roar. In fact, how could he not know that he was courting death? However, at this moment if he stopped he would die even faster. He had no choice but to seek survival in death. After another minute, the Frost WRM's voice sounded again. "Stop. As long as you hand over the Frost Meteoric Iron, I'll spare your life." At this moment, the distance between him and Su Yan was even closer. However, Su Yan was also very close to the Netherworld cave. According to his estimation, it was impossible to stop Su Yan before he entered the range of the Netherworld cave. Therefore he asked to spare Su Yan's life. However, Su Yan had no intention of stopping at all. He did not even slow down. This was because he deeply understood that the Frost WRM behind him was too terrifying. As long as it caught up, he would not have the strength to resist at all. As for the Frost WRM's words, he had never taken them to heart. Could it be that you expect a Frost WRM to reason with you? This was simply naive. Su Yan was very sure that as long as he slowed down, he would definitely die. He directly transmitted his thoughts and shouted, "Frost WRM, do you take me for a fool? If I stop, I'm afraid I'll be killed immediately. Do you want the Frost Meteoric Iron? Then come." After hearing Su Yan's words, the Frost WRM's anger completely erupted. "You ignorant and despicable thing. In that case, go to hell." It was still flying at an extremely fast speed, but at the same time, it had already opened its huge mouth. Then, an extremely terrifying aura appeared in front of him. The moment this aura appeared, Su Yan felt extremely cold. He looked back and was completely stunned. "Damn it, that's dragon breath." This thought flashed through his mind, and it was at this moment that the ice-cold chill had already closed in on him. Dragon breath was one of the most powerful and terrifying attack methods of the giant dragon. If he was contaminated by this dragon breath, Su Yan was certain that he would die without a doubt. At this moment he could not care less. In his body, two hearts were beating at the same time. Under the stimulation of danger, the demonic dragon's heart had also begun to beat. Su Yan's heart was wrapped in the 9th grade lotus platform, which could already be called a Buddha's heart, and the demonic dragon's heart was also suppressed by this golden light. However, at this moment, it had reached an extremely dangerous point. Under the stimulation of a strong crisis, his heart beat at the same time, and his blood suddenly flowed faster. Su Yan only felt that his entire body had reached an extremely excited state. At the same time, the spirit energy in his body also circulated wildly. At this moment, his speed suddenly increased, and then his entire body rose rapidly. At this critical moment, he narrowly avoided the impact of this terrifying power. The corner of Su Yan's clothes touched the outermost edge of the dragon breath and immediately disappeared. This made Su Yan break out in a cold sweat. If the demonic dragon's heart and Buddha's heart had not gone berserk at the same time, he would have died under this dragon breath. He would not have been able to survive at all. At this moment, the frost dragon was shocked. It obviously did not expect Su Yan to be able to avoid its dragon breath. However, what surprised it even more was that it felt a familiar yet hateful aura. The aura of the demonic dragon. "Lowly human, you actually have the aura of the demonic dragon on you." The frost dragon's angry roar resounded throughout the land of frost. For the entire dragon clan, the demonic dragon was regarded as a taboo clan. Once discovered, they would be killed at all costs. Su Yan actually had the aura of the demonic dragon on him, which made the frost dragon even more determined to kill him. Chapter 487. "Damn it, you damn reptile. You've got a really loud voice." Su Yan cursed. At the same time, his body quickly fell to the ground. Thanks to the simultaneous outburst of both hearts, he entered an unprecedentedly excited state. His current speed was even faster than before. At this moment, he already knew that he had entered the range of the legendary and extremely terrifying Netherworld cave. However, he could not care less. This Frost WRM had clearly gone crazy. It did not care at all and directly chased after him. It looked like it would not rest until one of them was dead. If he stopped, he would not be able to survive at all. However, although his speed had become faster, the Frost WRM's speed seemed to have begun to increase due to its anger. The sound of his flapping wings produced a burst of sound effects. Wherever he passed, the mountains directly collapsed. Damn it, this frost WRM is so crazy. Why didn't it cause any reaction from the Netherworld cave? Isn't this supposed to be a forbidden place? Su Yan was secretly resentful. The reason he came here was because he hoped that there would be some terrifying existence that could stop this frost WRM. However, until now the frost WRM still did not stop. This caused his plan to fail. In this case he could only die. However, Su Yan might have really been blessed by the heavens. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a gust of extremely strong cold wind suddenly blew. The violent cold wind swept and covered the sky. It was like a landslide or a tsunami. Su Yan's body was hit by the strong wind. He was unable to stabilize himself at all, and his entire body crashed heavily into a glacier. Invincible golden body, dragon blood ice fire shield. Su Yan was shocked. This power was great. However, at this time he did not panic. Instead, he directly activated his power. The moment he crashed into the glacier, it finally appeared and then protected him. Even so, he was still injured. He directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yan's body was so abnormal. He also activated the power of the invincible golden body and dragon blood ice fire shield. However, this was still the result. One could imagine that if it were an ordinary powerhouse, they would definitely be dead after enduring such power. After this gale, an extremely terrifying thought was transmitted. Frost Colossal Dragon, you've crossed the line. It was an old voice. The voice turned into shackles, binding the Frost Dragon. Su Yan nestled in the cave that was smashed out and looked straight at the sky. He was extremely shocked because at this moment he saw a golden chain actually appear on the body of the powerful Frost WRM, and then it firmly bound its entire body. Seeing such a scene, Su Yan was simply dumbfounded. He only felt that his brain was not enough to comprehend it. What kind of power is this? That Ice Blast WRM should be at least at the level of a venerable. This power actually managed to bind it. There was actually such a terrifying powerhouse in the Netherworld cave. It was no wonder that this place had been a dangerous place since ancient times. It was truly terrifying. Roar, old geezer, I didn't mean to offend you today. It's just that there's a human thief that I want to kill with my own hands. If you let me kill this lowly reptile, I'll owe you a favor today. If not, then I'd like to see how strong you are. After the Frost Colossal Dragon finished speaking, its huge dragon wings flapped again. Then a blue brilliance flashed on its huge body. As the blue brilliance shone, the binding power was immediately broken. The golden chain turned into specks of brilliance and disappeared. You're dreaming if you think you can bind me with this little trick of yours. The Frost Colossal Dragon snorted coldly. Then its gaze fell directly on Su Yan, who was embedded in the glacier. Lowly reptile, I'd like to see how you're going to escape now. Under the gaze of the Frost Colossal Dragon, Su Yan only felt a chill all over his body. His whole body began to tremble. It was not that he was afraid, but that the pressure of the powerful pressure made his whole body begin to tremble. He only felt that his entire soul was about to be torn apart at this moment. Not good. At this time, Su Yan did not care about his previous injuries and directly jumped up. However, the moment he jumped up, his whole body was abruptly fixed in place. Lowly reptile, in front of the great Frost Colossal Dragon, you still want to escape? Die for me. The Frost Colossal Dragons will roar again. Su Yan's whole body was trembling. It was not because he was afraid but because he was violently struggling. After feeling the terrifying threat of these few people, his two hearts began to beat. The demon dragon's heart and Buddha's heart beat at the same time. His whole body's power became extremely violent. On the surface of his body there were even changes. There was black demonic aura and golden aura constantly flowing. On the surface of his skin, fine lines even began to appear. These were dragon scales. Even dragon wings were beginning to appear on his back. When the Frost Colossal Dragon saw this scene, its eyes were filled with anger. It really is the aura of the demon dragon. You lowly reptile, you deserve to die. Endless cold light burst out from the Frost Colossal Dragon's huge eyes, and then it flew directly towards Su Yan. A huge shadow shrouded Su Yan, making his whole heart beat faster. He knew that he had fallen into a huge crisis at this time. If this Frost Colossal Dragon landed, he would definitely die. Damn it, power quickly burst out for me. Regal Sword Mantra, Great Sun-Colored Glaze Sword Mantra, Buddha's Boundless Technique, all of them circulate for me. At this moment, Su Yan did not care much and began to circulate all of his power at the same time. With all of his power circulating, his meridians were immediately overloaded. His whole body was in terrible pain, but at this time he still did not care and just continued to circulate. Compared to death, what was the severe pain? It was just that there was always a time when a person's strength was exhausted. At this time, the Frost Colossal Dragon's huge figure had landed in front of Su Yan. Die. Offending the great Frost Colossal Dragon, death is the price you have to pay. Then a terrifying sharp claw came down. As soon as the sharp claw was raised, Su Yan felt a wave of pain. It was as if his body was about to be torn apart. Ah, get out of my way, reptile! Su Yan let out a crazy roar, and his whole body was exuding an extremely terrifying aura. He did not seem like a human at all. Su Yan's power was constantly rising at this time, which made the Frost Colossal Dragon's eyes even colder. Humph! A mere human, you think you can escape from my control just because you have the power of the fallen demon dragon? Now die. At this moment, the dragon claw had already landed in front of Su Yan. If Su Yan had not circulated the invincible golden body and was surrounded by the demon dragon's aura, his whole body would have been torn apart. However, even so, at this time he was bleeding all over and was almost dead. This was one of the Frost Colossal Dragon's special powers, tearing. Not only did its dragon claw have powerful strength, but it also had a terrifying tearing attribute that could easily tear its target apart. As the dragon claw got closer, the tearing force became stronger. Su Yan had already sensed that his body was no longer able to resist this terrifying tearing force. This time he finally lost the gamble with his life. In the face of death he was helpless. However, at this moment the powerful tearing force suddenly stopped. The Frost Colossal Dragon's terrifying dragon claw froze on the spot. In the Frost Colossal Dragon's eyes, a look of extreme unwillingness flashed. Do you want to fight with me? The existence of the Netherworld Cave. He shouted coldly. Although he did not want to offend the mysterious existence of the Netherworld Cave, he had to kill Su Yan. This was not only because he had stolen the Frost Meteoric Iron, but also because he had the aura of the demon dragon on him. Any dragon would kill the demon dragon in a frenzy when facing it. This was a hatred that originated from the bloodline and soul, and no one could change it at all. In order to kill Su Yan, he did not hesitate to offend the existence of the Netherworld Cave. So what if I fight with you? Frost Colossal Dragon, do you really think that you're invincible? Since you've stepped into this place, then you'll have to fall here. Although this voice was calm, it was full of supreme dominance. This extremely powerful Frost Colossal Dragon was not in his eyes at all, hiding the head and showing the tail. At this moment, the Frost Colossal Dragon suddenly roared, then directly spat out a dragon's breath, which directly rushed toward the mysterious Netherworld Cave. The icy blue light pillar painted an extremely bright light. The powerful force seemed to want to destroy everything. Since you want to interfere, then die. At this moment, Su Yan looked at this terrifying dragon's breath and felt the majesty of the dragon's breath at such a close distance. Only then did he truly feel the strength of this Frost Colossal Dragon. He was very lucky to be able to avoid such an attack earlier. You want me to die? You think you can do that? The dragon's breath was so mighty, but the calm voice was still so clear. Then suddenly a gray light directly exploded. The moment this dusky radiance erupted, Su Yan felt as if a volcano that had been dormant for a long time had finally erupted. The overbearing and insufferably arrogant dragon's breath was actually suppressed in an instant. Su Yan simply did not dare to believe such a berserk power. He finally understood why the Netherworld Cave was called a forbidden place. This force was so terrifying that even the Frost Colossal Dragon could not withstand it. The violent force directly shattered the dragon's breath, then rushed toward the Frost Colossal Dragon. Chapter 488. Roar. The Frost Dragon's painful wails resounded between heaven and earth. The terrifying and intense roar shook the ground continuously. It was simply terrifying. The hysterical roar shattered everything in the surroundings. This kind of terrifying screeching sound was truly incomparably shocking. All the surrounding Bingshan walls shattered at the same time. The terrifying power destroyed everything. The Frost Dragon was still flying in the sky. One of its wings was still intact, but the other wing had been destroyed. Large amounts of blood were dripping from its wing. As the most powerful life form in this world, even in such a cold world, its blood was still boiling like magma. That terrifying and frightening power fell bit by bit, landing on the ice field. The blood did not coagulate because of the cold. Instead, it melted the surrounding snow. What a terrifying power. Su Yan's heart trembled when he saw this scene. He was deeply in awe of this terrifying power. If he were to stand in a world of ice and snow, his body would gradually freeze as long as his spirit energy stopped circulating. The blood in his blood vessels would also slowly dry up. However, the power of this frost wyrm was actually so strong. The frost dragon's gaze was so gloomy and cold. It was much colder than the 10,000-year-old ice. However, he did not make a move in the end because he knew very well that the existence in the Netherworld cave was really too powerful. He had suffered a great defeat in just one confrontation. Although this had something to do with his own carelessness, it still showed how powerful this mysterious existence was. His only thought now was to turn around and leave. His body slowly rose into the sky. As he left this area, he looked at the Netherworld cave solemnly, afraid that the mysterious existence would attack again. Damn it, the great frost dragon will definitely come back for revenge. Finally, when he was sure that the mysterious existence in the Netherworld cave would not attack again, he turned around and left. This time, it was simply a great humiliation to him. Not only did he lose the frost meteoric iron that he had been waiting for countless years, but he also suffered such a heavy blow. The price of losing half a wing was too heavy. It was impossible for him to recover quickly. It wasn't until the frost wyrm was far away that Su Yen fell from the sky to the ground. The frost dragon was severely injured and so was he. If not for that mysterious existence's sudden attack, Su Yen would have been torn apart and killed by the Ice Blast wyrm. The power of the Ice Blast wyrm was beyond his imagination. Su Yen struggled to get up from the ground. Although the Ice Blast wyrm had already left, he didn't feel safe at all. That was because the mysterious existence in the Netherworld cave was even more powerful than the Frost Dragon. He had no ability to resist in front of the Frost Dragon, and it was even more so in front of this mysterious existence. He was probably not much better than a clay doll. Su Yen didn't dare to make any movements. He was waiting for the mysterious expert's judgment. After a while, the voice of the mysterious being was finally heard. "Come in." These three plain words finally eased Su Yan's nerves a little. At least the other party did not kill him immediately. He deeply understood that if this person really wanted to kill him, he would not have any power to resist at all. He would be killed at any time. Since the mysterious existence had allowed him to enter, his life would not be in much danger for the time being. Su Yan's feet stepped across the ice. A series of cracking sounds came from the ice. Finally, a cave appeared in front of Su Yan. This cave was at the foot of a majestic mountain. Su Yan raised his head but he could not see the peak of the mountain at all. Perhaps he could not even see halfway up the mountain. In Su Yan's map, this mountain was named Sky Pillar Mountain. Probably because this mountain was too tall, it was simply a pillar that supported the sky. That was how it got its name. When Su Yan was being chased by the Frost Dragon, he had directly headed in the direction of this mountain. He only paused for a moment before walking into the cave. As for the thought of running away, Su Yan did not even think about it. He had seen clearly how powerful the mysterious existence was. He was afraid that with just a thought he would be crushed to death. Su Yan did not dare to go against the will of a powerhouse of this level. Perhaps it was because he was injured or perhaps he was too nervous. Su Yan was trembling slightly at this moment. He walked into the cave and respectfully said, "Senior Junior Su Yan has been nagging for a long time." A faint nasal sound came from within the cave, which could be considered as a response to him. The moment Su Yan stepped into the cave, he felt that he had entered another world. This was because this place was simply too vast. Su Yan looked into the distance but he could not see the edge of the opposite side. When he raised his head, he only felt that the top of his head was filled with darkness. He could not see anything, not even the mountain walls. This cave was not cold. On the contrary, it was somewhat warm. The inside and outside of the cave were two completely different worlds. However, in this huge space, there was an extremely uncomfortable aura. Just as he stepped into this place, Su Yan felt that his palm that was not covered by clothes seemed to be a little wet. Su Yan glanced at his palm lightly and realized that the water droplets condensed on his palm were actually a faint red color. He did not think that this was the color of blood. It was said that the Netherworld's cave was the strangest and most evil place in the 5 regions. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. The air here was filled with such a thick smell of blood. One could imagine how many lives had fallen here. Su Yan frowned and then stepped in step by step. As he moved forward, he was also looking around. There were all kinds of corpses and bones around this place. It was very frightening. Of course, if it was just some corpses and bones, Su Yan would not be afraid. After all, it was not like he had never seen such a scene before. Whether it was under the Heaven and Earth Organization's Divine Dragon's Abyss or the Square Seal Temple ruins, he had seen similar scenes. However, there was one thing that Su Yan was very sure of. Whether it was in the temple or the divine dragon's abyss, those places could not be compared to this place. This was because those buried here were definitely extremely powerful creatures. The skeletons here, regardless of whether they were in human or beast form, were all surrounded by spiritual energy. Some of the corpses had not even been completely corroded and there was a force entwined above them. The most terrifying thing was that Su Yan even saw a capricious monster. Its body was still intact as if it had not suffered any damage from the passage of time. On the surface of its body, there was even an extremely powerful spiritual energy flowing. Su Yan was sure that if this person was alive, he would definitely be an expert above the venerable realm. This was because even at this moment, the spiritual energy in his body was still above the dragon realm. Even such a person had fallen here. The giant frost dragon was indeed powerful, but compared to these dead creatures, it was not much more powerful. In fact, many of them were even stronger than him. The more Su Yan walked, the more frightened he became. It was said that the 5 counties could not be compared to the Jianghu continent as there were no top experts. However, looking at this place, this was clearly not the case. In the 5 counties, there were indeed powerful individuals who could make decisions for themselves. However, these powerful individuals were all dead. This was such a terrifying thing. The Netherworld Cave was indeed the most dangerous place in the 5 counties. As he went deeper, Su Yan already felt that his flesh was beginning to hurt. On one hand, it was because the previous injuries had finally begun to erupt. On the other hand, there seemed to be an undetectable strong aura floating in the air. This aura was like a blade. With just a light touch, it could directly cut off a person's skin and flesh. It was truly terrifying to the extreme. However, Su Yan activated the invincible golden body at this moment, which dissolved most of the power. After walking for a long time, Su Yan finally stopped. This was because he finally saw the existence that spoke. In front of Su Yan there was a huge stone pillar. This stone pillar was at least 10 meters in diameter. As for its height, there was no need to mention it. It was impossible to see the top of its head. And this person was on top of this pillar. To be more precise, he was tied to this huge pillar. His hands and feet were bound by chains that looked like pythons and he was just hanging on top of them. This was a human, not a demonic beast. However, his entire body was covered with a dense and terrifying aura, to the extent that Su Yan could not see his appearance clearly. However, he was very sure that the one who had defeated the giant frost dragon in one move was this powerful existence in front of him. This person's arm lightly shook, and the heavy iron chains let out clanking sounds. The iron chains were full of cold light. This cold light was an extremely extreme power. Not to mention Su Yan, even the giant frost dragon would not have a good ending if it was contaminated by this extreme power. However, this person was bound by this terrifying power. Even after half a minute, Su Yan still could not believe his eyes. How could anyone withstand such a terrifying power? However, he forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and said, "Su Yan, thanks Senior for saving me." Su Yan braced himself and tried to calm himself down. At this moment, the old man spoke, "Junior, what are you afraid of? If I wanted to kill you, do you think you can still live?" Chapter 489. Su Yan was absolutely not exaggerating when he said that. He really admired the mysterious person in front of him. He had personally experienced the power of the Ice Blast WRM. However, this mysterious old man directly destroyed the Ice Blast WRM's dragon breath with just one blow. At the same time, he also destroyed half of its wing. At this moment, Su Yan really saw this old man, only to find that he was actually imprisoned in this place. One could imagine the horror in his heart. If such a terrifying character was imprisoned here, then how terrifying would the person who imprisoned him be? Su Yan's heart was like a huge wave, but he became more and more respectful. "Su Yan, thank you for saving my life, Senior." This was a life-saving grace and Su Yan would never dare to forget it. That person looked at Su Yan and suddenly laughed, then said, "There's no need to say these words. This old man doesn't care about these things." His voice was calm, but there was a sense of majesty in it. "I just don't like this Ice Blast WRM. Saving your life is just a matter of convenience." That person did not care about Su Yan's gratitude at all. Perhaps it was really as he said. The reason why he named Su Yan was just a matter of convenience and there was no other meaning at all. However, even if he did not take it to heart, Su Yan could not do the same. "To you it's just a small matter, but to me it's a life-saving grace. Su Yan will remember it in my heart. Since you called me in, there must be something you want me to do. Senior, just say it." "As long as Su Yan can do it, I'll do it," Su Yan said sincerely. Although it was just a short conversation, it was enough to let Su Yan put down the fear in his heart. Although this senior looked very scary, he was actually very kind. He did not have any malicious intentions towards him. The black qi on that person's body gradually dissipated, then an old face was revealed. Su Yin took a closer look. If it wasn't for his thick beard and hair, and if he wasn't so old, this person would definitely be a handsome figure. Even though he was in such dire straits right now, he still had his own demeanor. He looked at Su Yin and asked, "When you were fighting the frost dragon, I saw the demon dragon's aura on you. But there was also the pagoda golden qi. Tell me what's going on." Su Yin was slightly taken aback. He never thought that this senior would actually ask such a question. This matter was indeed an extremely important secret to Su Yin, but for some reason he didn't want to hide anything from this old man who had saved his life. So he told him in detail, reporting to Senior, "The reason why this junior has the aura of the demon dragon is because this junior has the heart of a great demon dragon in his body. As for the pagoda golden qi, it is because I am the successor of the pagoda sect." After Su Yin finished speaking, he looked straight at this person, waiting for his reaction. Although it was only a few short sentences, it was actually an extremely shocking secret. Whether it was the inheritance of the pagoda sect or the power of the great demon dragon's heart, they were both abnormally terrifying things. According to what Su Yin knew, the great demon dragon's power was extremely strong. It could be said to be the most terrifying and powerful existence in this world. Therefore, its heart was naturally incomparably precious. If this old man in front of him wanted to take away the great demon dragon's heart, or if he coveted the treasures of the pagoda sect, then it would be difficult for him to stop him. Pagoda sect, pagoda sect. You really are the successor of the pagoda sect. Haha, you really are the successor of the pagoda sect. Hearing the three words pagoda sect, the old man actually let out a long sigh. Su Yin could see that this was a kind of joy, a joy that came from the bottom of his heart. Su Yin did not speak. He waited quietly for a long time before the old man calmed down. He looked at Su Yin, then said something that surprised Su Yin. "Su Yin, do you know that this old man is also a member of the pagoda sect?" These words caused Su Yin's heart to shake violently. He had originally thought that in this world, he was the only true successor of the pagoda sect. How lonely and desolate he had been. Although Lu Fei's family was considered the protector family of the pagoda sect, they were not the true successors of the pagoda sect. But now, this old man in front of him was telling him that he was also a successor of the pagoda sect. Su Yin did not have any doubts about the old man's words. He was very surprised that this powerful old man was actually a member of the pagoda sect. Su Yin sighed in his heart and immediately knelt down to pay his respects. Junior Su Yin pays his respects to the senior of the pagoda sect. This bow was sincere. He knew that the pagoda sect had fought to the death to resist the devil sect. In the end, the entire sect was almost destroyed. Everyone in the pagoda sect was noble. Seeing Su Yin kneel so sincerely, the old man laughed heartily. Good, this is wonderful. I Xianxia did not think that I Xianxia would be able to meet a successor of the pagoda sect in my lifetime. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Amidst the laughter, the old man suddenly sighed. Su Yin, tell me how the pagoda sect is doing now. As he spoke, there was a hint of depression in his voice. Clearly, he had guessed that the pagoda sect situation was not very good. Su Yin also sighed and said, reporting to Senior, I'm afraid that I'm the only successor left in the entire pagoda sect. At least, I haven't seen any other disciples of the pagoda sect. After saying that, Su Yin told Senior Xianxia everything that he knew in full detail. This Senior Xianxia was truly an extraordinary person. Hearing Su Yin's words, he suddenly felt a myriad of emotions. It's been 8,000 years. Who would have thought that the pagoda sect would be reduced to such a state? Xianxia lifted his head and said to Su Yin, back then the pagoda sect sacrificed everything for the sake of the common people. Who would have thought that we would end up like this today? I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. As soon as he finished speaking, a bloody light flashed in Xianxia's eyes. An extremely terrifying and ruthless aura rose from his body. Beside him, a terrifying blood-red whirlwind appeared. At this moment, a powerful force erupted. Su Yin felt an extremely strong force coming towards him. Senior. After calling out, Su Yin didn't dare to speak again. This force was simply too strong. He immediately activated the invincible golden body and activated the dragon blood ice fire shield to protect himself. He had just finished doing all this when the powerful force arrived in front of him. He only felt a strong force hit him, and then his entire body was sent flying. He had already been injured by the frost dragon. It wasn't easy for him to recover from his injuries. But after this collision, the wounds all over his body opened up again. Fortunately, this terrifying attack wasn't aimed at him. Otherwise, Su Yan had no doubt that he would be crushed and disappear from this world. Ah, kill, kill, kill. All of you die. Yang Tai continued to roar. As he roared, a sinister wind rose. In an instant, this place had become a land of death. The blood-red aura became even thicker, and the sinister wind flickered in the empty space. Oh no, Senior Yang Tai must have gone crazy. Su Yan was shocked. He knew that he couldn't get close to Yang Tai at this time, because once he got close, it would be difficult for him to escape the fate of being killed. The gap between him and Yang Tai was like heaven and earth. How could he be a match for him? What Su Yan wanted the most right now was for Senior Yang Tai to forget about his existence when he was in a frenzy. Therefore he didn't dare to act rashly right now. He was deeply afraid that he would be discovered and killed by Yang Tai. Unfortunately, the more Su Yan was afraid of something, the more it came. At this moment, Yang Tai seemed to have sensed the aura of life. His gaze fell directly on Su Yan. Under the gaze of this pair of scarlet eyes, Su Yan felt that he couldn't even move. Even his thoughts had slowed down by half a beat. Yang Tai's gaze was even more terrifying than the frost dragon's dragon might. Die for me. Although Yang Tai's hand was bound by the terrifying iron chain, he still directly raised it and grabbed at Su Yan. Su Yan's body couldn't help but fly directly toward Yang Tai. In the next moment, his neck was already in Yang Tai's hand. Damn it, all of you deserve to die. Yang Tai's mouth was filled with crazy words, and the power in his hand was slowly increasing. Su Yan's invincible golden body was nothing in front of him. At this moment, it was already very difficult for him to even breathe. His eyes had already turned white. But at this time, Su Yan still didn't give up hope of survival. The soul-suppressing seal appeared in his hand. He poured spiritual energy into it with difficulty, then raised his hand with all his might and finally let the soul-suppressing seal fall into Yang Tai's hand. Senior, wake up. Su Yan was already at his wit's end. He could only take a risk and try. Fortunately, the god of fate was once again on his side. The moment the soul-suppressing seal touched his body, an extremely dazzling golden light immediately appeared. The golden light flickered, appearing extremely dazzling. And within the golden light, there was a faint sound of Buddhist chanting. The golden light covered Yang Tai's body. Yang Tai's eyes immediately froze and at the same time, his hand also moved away. Su Yan's whole body fell from the sky, heavily crashing onto the ground. At this time, the scarlet gale had already stopped, leaving only Su Yan's powerless and painful gasps. Chapter 490. Hearing Yang Tai's voice again, Su Yan felt like crying. He crawled up and said, Senior, don't worry. I won't die yet. Yang Tai suddenly laughed and said, You're a good man. But this time, it's fortunate that you have a treasure like the soul-suppressing seal. Otherwise, I don't know how long this madness of mine would last. Su Yan was surprised by Yang Tai's words. However, Yang Tai did not pay any attention to Su Yan. Instead, he continued, Who do you think tied me up with the chains made from the netherworld's black iron? I might as well tell you that I locked myself up. Otherwise, who do you think has the qualifications and strength to do so in the entire Gan territory? Yang Tai spoke calmly, but there was a hint of arrogance in his tone. Su Yan didn't doubt his words at all. Even the powerful Frost WRM could not withstand a single blow from him. Who else would be able to fight him? Senior, how did you end up like this? At this moment, Su Yan finally asked after pondering for a while. Indeed, since he was so powerful, how did he end up in such a state? If he really wanted to fight, there was probably no one in the world who could stop him. If this senior could leave this place, then even if he entered the 9 regions, no one would be able to disobey him. How did I end up in such a state? It's a long story. Yang Tai sighed and said to Su Yan, Back then those bastards from the devil sect wanted to sacrifice the entire Gan territory to revive the great devil heavenly lord. However, they didn't succeed in the end. However, even though they didn't succeed in their mission, they did trigger another disaster. This is the true reason why our Stupa sect has fallen from grace. After hearing Yang Tai's words, Su Yan became alert. He ignored the pain on his body and listened to Yang Tai seriously. After hearing Yang Tai's words, he finally understood some things. One had to know that the strength of the Stupa sect was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. No matter how strong the devil sect was, it was impossible for them to beat the Stupa sect to such a state. At this time, Su Yan was the only disciple. It turned out that the devil sect had set up the Great Earth Fiend formation back then, wanting to borrow the power of the Gan territory's Earth Vein to directly trigger a terrifying calamity, wiping out the entire Gan territory. From there, they would use the incomparably terrifying blood chi to trigger the devil soul of the great heavenly devil master, allowing this great heavenly devil master to return. However, the Stupa sect's interference had ultimately failed. However, although the plan failed, it triggered another terrifying disaster, and that was the Arctic North. According to legend, the reason why the Arctic North was so cold was because the cold air here came from the Nine Serenities hell. This had always been a baseless rumor. However, the Buddha sect realized that this was not just a rumor, it was real. Although the Great Earthen Fiend formation was successfully stopped, it still triggered a change in the earth veins. And the place that was most seriously affected was the cold land of the extreme north. The terrifying Nine Serenities hell had been directly opened. A powerful force had opened up this legendary gap, allowing that legendary path to open up. And this path was the Netherworld Cave. When the Netherworld Cave's passage opened, mysterious creatures from hell immediately appeared. These creatures from hell could actually ignore the frightening cold of this place, and began slaughtering all life in their vicinity. In the beginning, the Stupa sect and the Devil sect were locked in a fierce battle. Under the Stupa sect's immense power, the Devil sect had been suppressed to the point where they could barely breathe. However, the Stupa sect finally learned of the calamity in the Arctic North. The seniors of the Stupa sect couldn't bear to see the lives of innocent bystanders go to waste, so they decided to split their forces into two groups. A portion of the outstanding disciples led the troops to fight the remaining Devil sect members, while the stronger seniors came to battle the terrifying devils from the Netherworld Cave. This was a war, a truly tragic war. In the end, almost all of the seniors from the Stupa sect who came here were severely injured, and the passageway from hell was sealed off. Although the Stupa sect had paid a heavy price, they had finally succeeded. If the story had ended here, it would still be acceptable no matter how tragic it was. However, the truly terrifying battle had only just begun. Although the Devil sect was suppressed to the point of barely surviving, when they heard the news, a genius elder of the Devil sect took the risk to sneak into this place and open the newly sealed door again. At the same time, he attracted a sneak attack from the Devil sect's experts. Only the most powerful elder of the Pagoda sect had managed to survive. Although Yang Tai survived, he developed an inner demon, and his entire person alternated between madness and normality. After that battle, many people came here, but these people didn't have good lives. They all died at Yang Tai's hands. Among these people there might be people from the righteous Tao or perhaps people from the Devil sect, but Yang Tai couldn't tell. When he killed, he was terrifyingly crazy and he didn't care about anything else. But when he calmed down, he was filled with grief and self-blame for the slaughter. He wanted to end it all with death, but after the Devil sect elder's sneak attack, cracks had appeared in the Netherworld Cave, and creatures of hell would still emerge from within. In the end, his mission still prevailed over the idea of suicide. However, in order to prevent himself from completely turning into a devil one day and then rushing out of this cold land of the far north to randomly kill people, he took advantage of the time when he was sober to find a powerful iron chain made of black iron and bound himself to this sky pillar. In the blink of an eye, several thousand years had passed. Su Yen couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions after hearing the entire story. Firstly, he was furious at the Devil sect's despicable and shameless acts. Secondly, he sighed at the Stupa sect's greatness, and lastly, he was shocked at Yang Tai's strength. Although it was only a few sentences, Su Yen could already hear the horror of the war. But Yang Tai was able to survive the war, and this in itself was enough to show his great strength. Not to mention, after more than 8,000 years, Yang Tai was still so powerful even though he was trapped on this stone pillar. He defeated the giant frost dragon with one blow. "Senior, may I ask what level your strength has reached?" This was the question that Su Yen was dying to know. Yang Di glanced at Su Yen and said, "Level? I can't say for sure. Maybe I'm an emperor, maybe a Tao master, but I'm not a holy master." His words made Su Yan's heart beat wildly. Even if he was an emperor, this level was something that Su Yan yearned for but couldn't reach. Su Yan's eyes flashed with brilliance, filled with a desire for power. "Senior?" Su Yan had just opened his mouth but he didn't know what to say next. Actually, he wanted to ask Yang Tai how he could help him, but unfortunately, he hadn't even reached the dragon realm, so what right did he have to say such a thing? "Su Yan, you're here for the Buddha Golden Silkworm, right?" Yang Tai asked. Without waiting for Su Yen to nod, he continued, "You have the aura of cold ice profound iron on your body. That frost dragon is extremely precious to him. He has been nourishing it with his boundless cold energy and dragon chi. In just 100 years he will be able to melt this profound iron and fuse it with his dragon chi. At that time he will be able to break through to the Emperor realm. You're quite lucky to be able to steal it from him. No, spring and autumn ancient wood Milky Way tortoise shell, you have a lot of good things on you. If you add this Buddha golden silkworm, you'll have 4 divine items. Are you going to enter the 10,000 demon ancient tree? Yang Tei was indeed terrifying. These treasures were all stored in Su Yan's space. So far, no matter how powerful Su Yan met people, he couldn't find any clues. However, this person was able to see through all of his facades with a single glance. This was a true expert. Su Yan said, I dare not deceive Senior. That's right. Junior is about to go to the 9 provinces continent and needs to become stronger. Therefore, I want to enter the 10,000 demon ancient tree. Don't worry. Since you're my junior, I'll take care of the Buddha golden silkworm. However, Su Yan, this old master has something to ask you for help with. He suddenly sighed. Senior, please tell me. If Yang Tai wanted his help, Su Yan would definitely not refuse. Not to mention his life-saving grace, he would not refuse Master Futo. Yang Di looked at Su Yan and smiled faintly. Finally he said slowly, one day if you have enough strength, come and kill me. After hearing this, Su Yan was shocked. His body was even trembling slightly. Senior, please don't be like this. Su Yan will definitely think of a way to cure you. Su Yan knew that the reason why Yang Tai said those words was because he would occasionally go insane. If possible, who would want to die? Yang Tai smiled again and said, life and death at my level, I've already seen through it. Forget it, let's not talk about this topic. The Buddha golden silkworm comes out at sunrise every day. Now there's still some time. Take a rest and meditate for a while. Also, if there's anything you don't understand about cultivation, quickly ask. Yang Tai said directly. Su Yan was overjoyed. With the guidance of Yang Tai, who might be a Tao master expert, this was definitely a great opportunity. He no longer hesitated. Then he held his breath and began to cultivate. Chapter 491. At this moment, Su Yan felt as if his body was burning with fire. The rolling spirit energy moved and circulated in his meridians. The spirit energy had circulated in his body countless times, but it had never been as thorough as it was now. It was as if the spirit energy had nourished every pore in his body. With just one circulation, Su Yan felt that his injuries had recovered significantly. This was simply miraculous. Su Yan naturally understood that this was all thanks to his senior. He wanted to thank him, but at this moment Yang Tai's voice sounded. Calm your mind and don't be distracted. I really didn't expect that although your realm is low, your spirit energy would be so dense. You are indeed worthy of being the successor of my Stupa sect. However, although the spirit energy is dense, it can't be fully utilized. Today I will lend you a hand. As Yang Tai's voice fell, the majestic energy became even more intense. Under the influence of this energy, Su Yan's spirit energy began to circulate. Before this, Su Yan had thought that he had already utilized 10% of his spirit energy. However, he now realized that this was far from the truth. Although he was powerful in his previous battles, he had not been able to fully utilize his strength. Every time he faced an enemy, he had lost the initiative. However, it was completely different now. At this moment, his strength was already at its strongest. As the spirit energy continued to circulate, he even felt that his entire body's condition was constantly improving. Even his realm was loosening a little at this moment. Stupa as vast as the sea, limitless and boundless. These words were fixed in Su Yan's mind. These words were like an opportunity. The infinite stupa technique that Su Yan had obtained in the stupa pagoda suddenly began to circulate. As soon as Su Yan's spirit energy moved, everything in his body began to be affected. Especially the stupa's heart, which was beating even more deeply. To be able to obtain the stupa golden lotus, you are indeed the chosen one of my stupa sect. Yang Di was even more surprised. At this moment, the only reason that supported his survival in this world was the stupa sect. Now that he had confirmed the existence of the pagoda golden lotus, the depression that had been accumulating in his heart for many years had eased up a lot. While the Buddha's heart was throbbing, the demon dragon's heart was also throbbing. The demon dragon's heart stirred and the demon dragon's blood immediately flowed into Su Yan's blood vessels. The demon dragon's aura also entered Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan had already completely entered a meditative state and was unaware of all this. However, Yang Tai saw everything clearly. The heart of the great demon dragon? You are indeed terrifying, but this is the descendant of my Buddha sect. How can I let you turn him into a demonic dragon? Humph, since you have entered his body and met me, you are asking for trouble. Maybe I will refine you for real. Yang Tai was really domineering. One had to know that the power of the great demon dragon in Su Yan's body was extremely powerful. Every time the power of the great demon dragon's heart erupted, Yang Tai couldn't suppress it. Later on, he had to rely on the Stupa Golden Lotus to seal it a little. However, during the battle with the Ice Blast Dragon, Su Yan already knew that this seal wasn't a true seal. As long as the great demon dragon's heart really wanted to thump, the demon dragon's blood and aura would still seep into his body. For example, when he faced the Ice Blast Dragon this time, the power of the demon dragon's heart still throbbed. Every time the battle reached a critical point, he simply couldn't control it. However, when Yang Tai discovered the great demon dragon's heart, he wanted to completely seal it and assimilate it into Su Yan's body. This was really inconceivable. At this moment, a stream of light began to flicker in his eyes. Then, a stream of power erupted directly at this moment. Su Yan's body was like an energy furnace, and a powerful force was constantly jumping around. The great demon dragon's heart indeed had its own judgment. When Yang Tai's power directly suppressed it, it immediately began to riot. This time, the riot was much more powerful and terrifying than any of the previous ones. Obviously, it felt the danger and knew that if it was really sealed, it would completely sink into oblivion, and there would be no chance for it to turn the tables. Therefore, at this moment, the demon dragon's aura madly emerged and directly confronted his power. The confrontation between the two forces was simply a disaster for Su Yan. The powerful impact almost tore his meridians apart. Yang Tai said directly, "Su Yan, don't act rashly. Endure it. Only by enduring this can you solve your worries." Su Yan's character was incomparably tenacious. What's more, this power was indeed a huge disaster for him. Therefore, at this moment, Su Yan could only grit his teeth and continue to circulate the power in his body at the same time. As it continued to flow, his aura continued to grow stronger. In the end, his face was terrifyingly ferocious, but he forcibly endured it. Yang Tai's power was really strong. Even the great demon dragon's heart could not contend against him. Yang Di sneered and then said, "Humph, great demon dragon, if you were complete, I wouldn't dare to anger you at all. But now you're only left with a heart. What right do you have to be arrogant?" As soon as he finished speaking, another burst of power erupted. The powerful force fiercely urged and then firmly suppressed him. After an unknown amount of time, the blood and aura of the great demon dragon's heart were forcibly reversed by his power, and then merged with Su Yan's aura. At this moment, Yang Tai shouted again, "Su Yan, use this power to break through to the next realm. Don't hesitate. Hurry." Hearing Yang Tai's voice, Su Yan did not dare to be careless anymore. In fact, he had already felt that the power in his body had accumulated to the extreme, enough to break through to a new height. The 3 mountains of Radius opened for me. The Radius realm had a total of 6 spiritual chi mountains. As for Su Yan, he had already reached the 2nd mountain realm. It was just that the accumulation in his body was too strong. The reason why he was still at the 2 mountains realm was because although his power was strong, he could not fully utilize the spiritual chi. Now, under Yang Tai's guidance, his power had finally reached the extreme. Yang Tai directly refined the demonic dragon's aura, and then completely assimilated it with his genuine chi. In this way, everything naturally flowed and he succeeded in breaking through in an instant. Su Yan only felt the spiritual chi in his body churning wildly, and then an unstoppable aura appeared. In the end, he succeeded in breaking through in an instant. At this moment, he immediately understood that he was no longer a powerhouse of the 2 mountains of Radius, but the 3 mountains. His power was very strong to begin with. At this moment, with the impact of this power, it was even more incredible. With the explosion of his power, his aura rose steadily. Under his body, the spiritual chi exploded, and immediately tore everything apart. This terrifying aura had actually forcefully shaken the surrounding ground, creating a crater. One had to know that the ground here was soaked in the blood and remnant souls of powerhouses, and it was incomparably hard. The aura emitted from his body had reached a certain level of strength. If a cultivator saw this scene, they would definitely not think that Su Yan's cultivation was only at the Radius realm, but that he had already reached the strength of the dragon realm. Yang Tai withdrew his spirit. He who was bound on the iron chain, saw Su Yan's aura rise steadily, and the corner of his mouth revealed a smile. Good, this kid is really not bad. His strength can reach this level, which is really beyond my expectations. It seems that I have to live. I want to see how far this kid can go. At this moment, he no longer had the thought of dying in his heart. At this moment, Su Yan's aura had completely stabilized at the Radius 3 Mountains realm. However, the aura on his body did not stop flowing, but instead became more turbulent. At this point, he still hasn't stopped. Could it be that he wants to use this power to break through to a higher realm? Even Yang Tai was somewhat shocked at this moment. He helped Su Yin suppress the devil dragon's heart, and at the same time he dissolved the devil dragon's aura and the accumulated spiritual qi in his body. He let the spiritual qi surge, which allowed Su Yan's realm to reach the radius 3 mountains realm. However, at this moment, Su Yin did not have the slightest intention of stopping. Instead, he continued to circulate the spiritual qi. Yang Di was surprised for a moment, but then he laughed. "Ha, good, you have courage. Yang Tai, want to see if you can continue to break through and directly reach the radius 4 mountains realm." Speaking of which, he also admired Su Yin very much. He was able to live until now because he was also a genius in the past. When he was in this realm, he was naturally very powerful, far surpassing those in the same realm. However, he secretly calculated before. If he was in the radius 2 mountains realm, no, even the radius 3 mountains realm, he would not have much of a chance of winning against the current Su Yan. This was what was truly terrifying. Su Yan's strength was really too strong. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes suddenly burst out of flame, and then this flame spread directly, enveloping his body in an instant. It was just a flame burning, but it did not hurt him at all. This is the red spirit fire. How many good things does this kid have on him? Yang Ti exclaimed. However, he was happy in his heart. The more powerful Su Yan was, the happier he would be. However, at this moment, a dark aura suddenly rose from Su Yan's body, and then a strong will appeared. Chapter 492. At this moment, Yang Tai's heart skipped a beat. There was no way he would mistake this aura. The fall of the Stupa sect back then was inextricably linked to this name. Back then, he had participated in the great battle to stop the Earth Demon Great Formation. He had personally felt that majestic and powerful aura. Even though more than 8,000 years had passed, he would never forget it. However, he did not expect that his aura would appear in Su Yan's body. Then, he narrowed his eyes and realized that there was a black jade-like luster shining in Su Yan's left hand. What a cunning thing. I didn't notice you just now. Yang Tai was furious. The heavenly demon finger bone was too cunning. While he was fighting with the great demon dragon's heart, he had hidden himself. In addition, Su Yin had forgotten to mention this to him. Therefore, Yang Di did not expect that there was such a thing hidden in Su Yan's body besides the great demon dragon's heart. At this moment he could no longer care about anything else. His entire body erupted with power. A powerful force once again pressed down on Su Yan's body. Unfortunately, his aura had already retreated from Su Yan's body. This time, it was extremely difficult for him to merge his aura into Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was surging like the sea, charging towards the boundary of the 4 mountains. If he forcefully sent his aura into Su Yan's body, it would be equivalent to killing him. Su Yan was the last successor of the Stupa sect. Yang Tai did not dare to act rashly. If something happened to Su Yan, he would become a sinner of the Stupa sect. Therefore, he could only watch as Su Yan's body changed. He did not dare to act rashly. Damn it, great heavenly demon lord, you're really despicable. He loathed the great heavenly demon lord to the extreme. His eyes flickered with endless cold light. Unfortunately, he could do nothing about it. At this moment he suddenly felt a throbbing. He understood that this was a sign that he was about to turn into a demon. This won't do. I have to control myself no matter what. If I go mad at this moment, then Su Yan will be dead for sure. Thinking of this, Yang Tai forcibly suppressed the demonic thoughts in his heart. At this moment, the battle within Su Yan's body gradually began. In his sea of consciousness, a shadow slowly appeared. This shadow was not very tall. He stood in front of Su Yan and stared straight at Su Yan. Su Yan looked at him, but his heart was shocked to the extreme. Heavenly demon. Back then, he had faintly sensed this shadow, and now the real person was standing in front of him. How could he not be frightened? At this moment, his entire heart began to tremble. Damn it, this heavenly devil actually appeared in my sea of consciousness. That's right, when Senior Yang Ti entered my sea of consciousness, he did not find this damn thing. This guy is really cunning. Su Yan was shocked, but in the blink of an eye, he had already understood that this was the other party's scheme. Yang Tai's power entered his body to help him refine spiritual energy, and at the same time, to suppress the great heavenly demon dragon's power. However, he did not expect that this guy was actually cunning to this extent. When Su Yan's pagoda art's power attacked his body earlier, he actually went into hibernation without the slightest movement. Even Su Yan felt that this heavenly demon finger bone was not like the great heavenly demon dragon's heart, which had its own will. In the previous battle, every time Su Yan's life was in danger, the great heavenly demon dragon's heart would directly awaken to help him fight. However, this heavenly demon finger bone never had any reaction, as if it was always a dead object. It was also because of this that although Su Yan was afraid of it, he did not attach as much importance to it as he did to the great heavenly demon dragon's heart. However, he did not expect that at this time, the heavenly demon finger bone would suddenly be in trouble and directly burst out with a powerful force. This was simply damnable. The heavenly demon looked at him like this, and under the cold gaze of his eyes, Su Yan's sea of consciousness actually directly rolled with waves, and then directly swept towards him. This was Su Yan's sea of consciousness, but at this time the heavenly demon's mind directly controlled this place. The power in the sea of consciousness hung upside down, and soon swept towards Su Yan. "Get out of my way!" Su Yan directly roared in a low voice. Naturally, he could not sit still and wait for death, so he directly channeled his power. At this time, the powerful force rolled back and forth, and a powerful and terrifying fluctuation directly swept up. It was like a coiling dragon. The two forces directly met and directly engaged in a confrontation. The result of this confrontation was that Su Yan's body kept retreating. He did not have the power of the heavenly demon at all. At this time, the shadow of the heavenly demon suddenly began to step. The sound of his feet stepping on the water came, and the sound of the water waves was so ear-piercing. In just a few steps, he had already arrived in front of Su Yan, and then directly stretched out his palm to grab Su Yan's neck. Su Yan suddenly roared in a low voice, soul-suppressing. At this time he had already seen the situation clearly. Although his power had increased, it was still impossible to compare with the heavenly demon's shadow in front of him. This heavenly demon's shadow was really too powerful. Therefore, if he wanted to defeat him, or to say if he wanted to protect himself, he could only rely on external objects. The soul-suppressing seal directly appeared, and immediately began to release a golden light. The golden light flashed, and immediately everything was fixed. The entire sea of consciousness had already calmed down in an instant. The soul-suppressing seal directly suppressed the heavenly demon's shadow, but the heavenly demon's shadow only smiled faintly, and then gently waved his hand. The soul-suppressing seal could no longer descend. What? The soul-suppressing seal was almost always successful against souls. Back then he was able to defeat the black demon Venerable directly by relying on this item. However, at this time the soul-suppressing seal actually returned without any effect, which made him extremely surprised. However, at this time there was a disdainful snort. Su Yan was very sure that the snort came from the shadow in front of him. However, Su Yan originally thought that this was just a guy without consciousness, but he did not expect that he actually had his own consciousness. The light of the soul-suppressing seal was suppressed bit by bit, and at this time, a voice appeared in Su Yan's heart. Su Yan used the Four Corners seal. This was De Gang's voice. Su Yan did not hesitate and directly used the Four Corners seal. At this time, the Four Corners seal appeared, but it did not directly suppress the opponent like the soul-suppressing seal. Instead, it directly flashed a ray of light. Then the shadow of a huge demonic bat appeared. This was the demonic bat king that Su Yan encountered in the Four Corners world. Then an iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, a huge pillar, and a terrifying white bone dragon appeared. As soon as these four existences appeared, they immediately charged towards the heavenly demon shadow. At this time, De Gang also appeared. He stood beside Su Yan and then said to Su Yan, "De Gang, this is the ancient great heavenly demon lord." Su Yan was not surprised that De Gang knew the identity of the other party. Because De Gang was the artifact soul of the Four Corners seal, he must have experienced more things than him. Perhaps the destruction of the Four Corners seal back then was related to the Devil sect. Su Yan, although this is only a shadow, it is still no small matter. However, now that it has entered the sea of consciousness, we will directly swallow its power, humph. At this time, De Gang was not the De Gang that Su Yan had met. The current him was a true artifact soul. Just as they were talking, the four powerful demonic beasts were defeated by the demonic shadow. Rays of light appeared from the demonic shadow's body and directly pierced the bodies of the four demonic beasts. These four demonic beasts each had the strength of a dragon realm cultivator. Of course, at this time they were in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Their strength was limited, but they were still considered powerful. However, they were killed by the demonic shadow in the blink of an eye. From this, it could be seen how powerful the demonic shadow was. Su Yan used the soul-suppressing seal. After De Gang finished speaking, he rushed towards the demonic shadow. The two immediately began to fight. Su Yan did not dare to be negligent and directly used his power to activate the soul-suppressing seal. The power of the soul-suppressing seal directly exploded. As the two of them fought, the demonic shadow immediately became sluggish. If not for De Gang, he would not have cared about the soul-suppressing seal. However, at this time he had to consider the influence of the soul-suppressing seal. As the artifact soul of the four-direction seal, De Gang was indeed powerful. However, the terror of the demonic shadow was not to be underestimated. With the help of the soul-suppressing seal, the two of them were barely evenly matched. At this time, a terrifying aura erupted from the finger bone. This aura was actually heading towards the demonic dragon's heart. The great heavenly demon lord's finger bone was actually connecting with the great demonic dragon's heart and then subverting the suppression of Buddha's power. Sensing this change, Su Yen immediately knew that things were not good. If this power succeeded, then Su Yen was afraid that he would immediately die. However, at this time a clear voice sounded, "Big brother Su Yen, prepare to break through the four directions mountain range realm." It was still a clear voice, but at this time, it was filled with extremely strong confidence. He did not know why, but at this critical moment, Su Yen did not hesitate. He did not pay attention to the demonic chi that was rushing towards the demonic dragon's heart. He only circulated his power and then began to attack the four directions mountain range realm. When this terrifying demonic chi neared Su Yan's demonic dragon heart, Su Yen immediately opened his eyes. Then he let out a cry of surprise as a shocking power erupted. The power trembled like rolling thunder that filled the sky. Chapter 493. Good lad, you're really bold. Xianxia exclaimed in surprise. At this moment he had already seen through Su Yan's actions clearly. At this moment, a powerful aura began to circulate in Su Yan's body and even directly attacked Su Yan's heart. However, Su Yan did not directly suppress this aura. Instead, he allowed it to circulate freely. At the same time, he used this aura to directly attack the surrounding four mountains. Xianxia had previously helped Su Yan sort out his own strength. Therefore he was very clear about Su Yan's strength. Su Yan's spirit aura was extremely strong. Even after breaking through the surrounding three mountains, there was still a lot of energy left. However, Xianxia did not help Su Yan break through because the spirit aura was in an awkward state. Furthermore, Su Yan's accumulation was strong, so it would be even more difficult for him to advance. He did not have absolute confidence that he could help Su Yan smoothly advance. Because of this, he did not help. At this moment, Su Yan actually used this energy to directly start breaking through. This was really bold to the extreme. This was equivalent to a gamble. If Su Yan won, it would naturally be a good thing. He could use this opportunity to directly attack the surrounding four mountains and improve his strength. However, if he lost, there was no need to say anything. The heavenly demon was not a benevolent person. Even Xianxia was already breaking out in cold sweat for Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan had completely focused his mind. Like De Gang, Aya was also the weapon spirit of the square seal. Moreover, Aya was the most powerful weapon spirit. At this moment she directly attacked. Just as the demonic aura was about to attack his heart, her clear voice sounded again. The four directions formless, celestial phenomenon collapse. As soon as her voice sounded, the entire world began to change and circulate. Gradually, the heavenly demon's power was directly reversed and instead helped Su Yan start breaking through. Su Yan's heart stirred. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and he wasn't willing to give it up. With the help of this violent energy, he began to condense the fourth mountain within his body. In the sea of consciousness, the heavenly demon shadow suddenly snorted coldly. Obviously, he had already noticed the change at this moment. The heavenly demon shadow possessed the most cunning intelligence, and its thoughts were simply unimaginable. Since he had already noticed the change, he would not allow it to continue developing. At this time, his whole body began to become thin, and he actually wanted to withdraw from Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Obviously, he had sensed danger at this moment. However, as one of the artifact spirits, De Gang had appeared to prevent him from retreating from his knowledge sea after sensing the changes. How could he let him leave so easily? Stay here. He grabbed at the air and his pitchfork immediately appeared in his hand. Then he viciously stabbed at the demonic figure. However, at this moment, the heavenly demon shadow let out a cold snort again. Then a powerful and violent energy burst out. He calmly pointed his finger and immediately, a powerful and violent energy rushed directly toward Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was filled with cold sweat. Damn it. He knew that at this time he definitely couldn't continue to face it. Otherwise he was afraid that he would die an ugly death. What was even more terrifying was that De Gang's block was actually useless. Su Yan felt that no matter how he resisted, he would be directly killed by such a finger. He had no way to retreat. Su Yan. De Gang and Aya's expressions changed at the same time. When they attacked, they were very confident that they could directly kill the heavenly demon shadow. However, at this time, the heavenly demon shadow suddenly erupted. This powerful energy was beyond their imagination. A mere artifact spirit dares to scheme against me. You don't know what's good for you. The heavenly demon shadow actually spoke at this time. These indifferent words were extremely arrogant. At this time, the power of the soul-suppressing seal could not be blocked, and the four-direction seal could not stop it. Even so, the powerful heavenly demon shadow was already directly approaching. If it took a little longer, Su Yan would definitely die. However, at this time, a sword light suddenly flashed in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. It was the Regal Sword Soul. Regal Sword Codex, sword seals the universe. At this most dangerous time, the Regal Sword Soul finally appeared. For Su Yan, even the most powerful Buddha's infinite technique was not his foundation. His true reliance was the Regal Sword Codex. His rebirth was thanks to the Regal Sword Codex. At this critical time, the Regal Sword Soul naturally became his last resort. This finger was really too terrifying. The powerful energy was simply about to tear Su Yan's soul apart and pierce through his sea of consciousness. The soul-suppressing seal and the four-direction seal were unable to stop it at this time. Even De Gang, Aya, and the few monsters that had appeared previously had all returned to the four-direction seal. They had underestimated the heavenly demon too much. At this moment, the only one left to face the heavenly demon was Su Yan himself. However, the closer it was to this moment, the calmer Su Yan's heart became. In his sea of consciousness, he had already grasped the Regal Sword Soul in his hand. The strange thing was that his opponent was clearly a powerful heavenly demon, but at this moment he was not afraid at all. This was because he knew that he was very strong at this time. The Regal Sword Soul and he were one. His will was the will of the Regal Sword Soul and vice versa. At this moment, his power skyrocketed and a cold light burst out from his eyes. At this time, the heavenly demon also stopped and looked at Su Yan. After a moment of silence, fight. A word appeared and then his body disappeared. Su Yan held the Regal Sword Soul in his hand and directly fought with the heavenly demon shadow. The combat power of the heavenly demon shadow was really too terrifying. With a sudden exchange of blows, Su Yan was suppressed to the point that he could not breathe. He finally understood why someone as powerful as De Gang, with the help of the soul-suppressing seal, could not defeat the person in front of him. It was because the strength of this person had reached an unimaginable level. Every move and style of his had an unfathomable artistic conception. At this moment, his powerful strength skyrocketed. Moreover, his attacks were like monstrous waves. After the first attack was blocked, the second attack came. This is the heaven-breaking 10 slashes. As they exchanged blows, the heavenly demon's voice sounded again. At the same time, the first attack had already arrived. A solemn expression flashed across Su Yan's eyes. He knew that the attack in front of him had already reached a terrifying level. If he wasn't careful, he would immediately die. Su Yan endured the 10 attacks. When the 10th attack was over, even he himself could not believe that he had actually blocked all 10 attacks. Very good. Next, the deity vanquishing sword. In the heavenly demon shadow's hand, a black shadow flashed and a long sword immediately appeared. After the long sword appeared, he directly slashed at Su Yan. Su Yan used the Regal Sword Soul to activate the Regal Sword technique to counter the attack. Whether it was in this world or the world in his previous life, the Regal Sword Codex was the ultimate sword technique. However, at this moment, the deity vanquishing sword that the heavenly demon used seemed to have a vast and mighty power. As Su Yan fought with the heavenly demon shadow, he memorized the deity vanquishing sword in his heart. The battle between the two continued. Just like before, the heavenly demon kept suppressing Su Yan. However, at this moment, Su Yan was no longer as battered and exhausted as before. At the same time, he was able to counterattack. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the heavenly demon is teaching me sword techniques? This thought was ridiculous. However, whether it was the deity vanquishing sword or the heaven-crushing 10 slashes, they were all extremely powerful techniques. Thinking back carefully, if the heavenly demon shadow had used them faster and with more power, he might not have been able to block them. Was the heavenly demon shadow unable to do so? No, that was definitely not the case. He knew very well that if this heavenly demon wanted to kill him, he could definitely do it. However, he did not, and at this critical juncture. Therefore, Su Yan guessed that he was teaching him. Although this was really unbelievable at this moment, Su Yan chose to believe it. Have you memorized it? This emotionless voice was heard once again. When this sentence came out, Su Yan no longer had any doubts. This must be it. The heavenly demon was actually teaching him. However, shouldn't the heavenly demon and the pagoda sect be enemies? Su Yan could not understand. Just as he was puzzled, the heavenly demon shadow dissipated bit by bit, and finally disappeared. At this moment, the spiritual qi in Su Yan's body had reached an unimaginable critical point. In the end, it broke through all barriers and finally reached the realm of the Four Mountains. At this moment, Su Yan's consciousness returned from the spirit sea to his body. Not bad, not bad. You actually succeeded. Good lad, even I admire you a little. You actually succeeded. You're really amazing. Up until now, Su Yan was still puzzled. He actually succeeded. However, at this moment he did not have any joy. Instead, he was puzzled. This was a very strange thing. Senior, to be honest, even now I'm still puzzled. Su Yan smiled bitterly. Yang Di thought that he was too happy and did not know what to say. Therefore he said, "Why are you so wishy-washy? To be able to reach the realm of the Four Mountains and defeat the heavenly demon at the same time is already very impressive." Even a powerhouse like Yang Tai was very wary of the heavenly demon. The fact that Su Yan was able to obtain victory at this moment had already exceeded his expectations. Su Yan smiled bitterly again and said, "Senior, I did not defeat the heavenly demon at all. Instead, it was the heavenly demon who taught me a lot." After that, Su Yan told him everything in detail. Chapter 494. Until now, Yang Tai's expression was still ugly. His brows were tightly knitted together and he looked extremely solemn. The great heavenly demon master was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Otherwise, the devil sect would not have paid such a huge price to resurrect him. They had involved the entire Gan territory and were almost completely destroyed in the end. If it were not for the disaster that happened in the 5 counties, the devil sect would no longer exist in this world. Such a person must have a motive for everything he did. According to what Su Yan had said, the heavenly demon shadow had the chance to kill Su Yan in his sea of consciousness. However, he did not do so. Instead, he let go of this opportunity. Not only that, but he also taught Su Yan a battle technique. Whether it was the heaven-crushing 10 slashes or the deity-vanquishing sword, they were extremely powerful and terrifying ultimate moves. Only the higher-ups of the devil sect could cultivate such powerful moves. Back then, Yang Ti had fought with an extremely powerful existence from the devil sect. That battle was truly earth-shattering. Ordinary people could not imagine how tragic that battle was. The heaven-crushing 10 slashes were unleashed by him. Each strike was stronger than the last, and each strike was filled with boundless determination. Back then, Yang Tai was already an outstanding figure in the Stupa sect. However, when faced with such an opponent, he almost could not block it. Moreover, the devil sect disciple that he fought with had a lower cultivation level than him. Back then he had won by a hair's breadth. If he did not have an advantage in terms of cultivation level, Yang Tai felt that he would have lost. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the heaven-crushing 10 slashes was. Moreover, the devil sect disciple had only used the first 6 slashes. Now, the heavenly demon shadow had taught Su Yan such a powerful heaven-crushing 10 slashes. Not only that, but he had also taught him the deity-vanquishing sword. If Su Yan was the successor of the devil sect, this might be understandable. However, Su Yan was the successor of the Stupa sect. His entire body was covered in Stupa golden chi. His heart was wrapped in the 9th grade golden lotus and turned into Stupa's heart. What was the great heavenly demon master trying to do? Was he trying to snatch a disciple from the Stupa sect? Isn't this too laughable? After half a day he finally sighed and gave up on thinking. After all, an existence like the great heavenly demon master was already a super expert above the holy venerate level. Even Yang Tai could not see through their schemes. He turned to Su Yan and said, "Su Yan, you must always pay attention to the phalanx of your left hand. It seems that it is far more dangerous than the demon dragon's heart. Although the heaven-breaking 10 slashes and God-vanquishing sword are both extremely powerful combat skills, this old man feels that it is best if you don't use them." Su Yan nodded and said, "Senior, don't worry. This junior naturally understands this principle." The heavenly demon shadow gave him the feeling that it was intentional. If he could avoid provoking such a powerful existence, he definitely wouldn't want to touch it. However, there were many things that didn't go according to his wishes. "Su Yan, you don't have to worry. You already have the 9th grade golden lotus in your heart. That is the supreme treasure of our Stupa sect. Even if the heavenly demon finger bone wants to do anything, it won't be that easy. This powerful combat skill might be a life-saving trump card when your life is in danger." Yang Tai, He clearly saw through Su Yan's worries and comforted him. However, this was also the truth. When one's life was in danger, who would care about the consequences? Even if it was the demon dragon's heart, Su Yan would not hesitate to use it. In terms of dominance, the demon dragon's heart was even more powerful than the heavenly demon finger bone. At this moment, seeing that Su Yan was finally relieved, Yang Tai nodded and said to Su Yan, "The sunrise is coming and the Buddha golden silkworm will appear soon. In a while, I will help you subdue a Buddha golden silkworm and let you take it away." At this point, Su Yan also quieted down. In just one day, Su Yan's manager was simply unimaginable. First, he met the frost dragon, then he met this sect senior. At this moment, his cultivation had directly advanced to the second peak. In terms of cultivation, he had already surpassed Immortal Heaven Sword, Lei Wanjun, and everyone in the Chen Cloud Alliance. If they knew about the speed of breaking through to the second peak in one night, they would probably feel that it was unbelievable. How was this still cultivation? This was simply cheating. Su Yan, you are indeed a peerless genius. This old man doesn't want to die anymore. I want to see how far you can go. Yang Tai suddenly said. The reason why Yang Tai wanted to die was that in the Great War thousands of years ago, he was attacked by the demonic aura of hell. In the midst of the slaughter, he gave birth to inner demons. Once he entered the demonic state, he would kill wantonly. Secondly, because his companions and comrades from back then had all died, he already had no more attachments to life. Therefore, he only tied himself up here. On one hand, he could prevent himself from indiscriminately killing the innocent. On the other hand, he could suppress the creatures from hell. If he died one day, it would be a worthy death. However, at this moment he suddenly felt that he already had a reason to live. Su Yan said very firmly, "Senior, I will definitely cure you and free you from these chains." Yang Tai smiled and then said, "Su Yan, if you can cultivate this boundless Buddha technique to the Mahayana realm one day and use the boundless Buddha to purify my soul, I might really be able to get rid of my inner demons one day. However, the black iron on my body can only be cut off by a divine sword. It's just that in this world, a divine sword is extremely difficult to find." Just as Yang Tai finished speaking, Su Yan said, "Senior, I already have a divine sword, a real divine sword." After saying that, he directly opened the red fire sword case. After the red fire sword case was opened, it split open and an extremely sharp and ferocious aura was released. When this terrifying aura appeared, the temperature in the entire cave instantly dropped by a lot. This sword was the one Su Yan had obtained from the very beginning, but he did not dare to use it even once. Yang Di, after a moment of silence, he said, "It seems that you are indeed the destined person of our Stupa sect. You even have such a divine sword. However, you must remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not use this sword. Otherwise you will immediately be killed." Divine swords had spirits, and the Godslayer sword was a top existence among divine swords. Its will was unparalleled. If Su Yan used it now, not to mention the covetous eyes of other experts, just the sword alone could directly kill Su Yan. Using the weak to control the strong was simply courting death. Su Yan nodded and said, "Senior, don't worry. Naturally, I know that from the moment I obtained this sword until now, I have not even dared to touch it. What I usually use is the Scorching Sun sword." Su Yan took out the Scorching Sun sword. Yang Di looked at it and said, "I don't know why your luck is so heaven-defying. Although this sword has no spirit, its body has barely reached the standard of a divine sword. With your current strength, you can just barely control it." Time passed bit by bit, and Su Yan and Yang Di continued to talk. Perhaps it was because they had not talked for too long, but Yang Tai and Su Yan talked about many things. Unknowingly, dawn was about to arrive. In the dark netherworld cave, rays of golden light began to appear. Su Yan immediately knew that this was the Buddha golden silkworm. Each golden silkworm was only the thickness and length of a finger. After the golden silkworm appeared, it immediately went to the entrance of the cave and began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At this moment, the moonlight had not yet set, and the sun was gradually rising. It was time to gather the essence of the sun and the moon. This thing is the Buddha golden silkworm. Don't think that it is unremarkable. In fact, it is a first-class murderer. It can devour the essence of the sun and the moon, and can also devour the ghosts of hell. It has a very powerful and terrifying power in the Tao of Souls. Yang Tai said to Su Yan. If it were not for Yang Tai's reminder, Su Yan would probably not have noticed this. It was because the appearance of this golden silkworm was too good at disguising itself. Other than the golden light that was released from its body, it seemed to be no different from an ordinary silkworm. If Su Yan did not know what was good for him and directly went to catch it, he would probably be attacked immediately. Su Yen kid, I'll catch one for you now. Watch carefully. After Yang Tai finished speaking, he immediately activated his mind, and then a powerful mind drifted over. When the mind fell on the golden silkworm, the previously very gentle golden silkworm immediately went berserk. Within its body, an extremely obvious and terrifying soul shadow appeared. This soul shadow exuded an extremely terrifying power. Su Yen sensed that this soul shadow revealed a powerful majesty similar to the might of a dragon. Not only that, this soul shadow had a very strong killing power to the soul. So powerful. Su Yen was frightened. Yang Tai chuckled and then said, "This is the passage between the underworld and the human world. How can something that can survive here be simple?" At this moment, under the power of Yang Tai's mind, the soul shadow was suddenly strangled by an invisible force, and its body began to tremble violently. "However, in front of me, no matter how powerful you are, you'd better behave. Otherwise I'll kill you. Moreover, I won't hurt you. Instead, I'll give you a great opportunity." Yang Tai said softly. The golden silkworm was actually intelligent. After hearing Yang Tai's words, it immediately stopped moving, and the soul shadow also disappeared. Yang Tai had existed here for thousands of years. These little things probably had a deep reverence for him from the depths of their souls. After comprehending his will, they no longer struggled. Chapter 495. After Su Yen kept the Buddha golden silkworm, he was overjoyed. This time he had come for the Buddha golden silkworm. Now the Buddha golden silkworm was finally in his pocket. Not only did he obtain the Buddha golden silkworm, but he also obtained the icy mystical iron. At this moment he had collected all 4 divine objects. This time he was confident that he could open the 10,000 demons ancient tree and enter it. According to the records of the Monster Palace, the 10,000 demons ancient tree contained the most powerful inheritance of the Monster Palace. During this trip to the Netherworld cave, his cultivation had already reached the level of the 4 mountains. He did not know what level his cultivation would reach after this trip to the 10,000 demons ancient tree. However, the experience this time was also a close shave with death. In particular, stealing the frigid ice mystic iron had been extremely dangerous. He had almost been killed by the frost dragon. Yang Di looked at Su Yen and said, "Su Yen kid, now that you have everything you want, you should leave this place as soon as possible." Su Yen turned around and said to Yang Di, "Senior, Su Yen was able to have such a fortuitous encounter because of you. I will work hard to cultivate and help you get out of this predicament." Getting out of this predicament was not only about cutting the chain, but also about purifying the inner demons. Neither of these things were easy, but in comparison, cutting the chain was easier. However, even cutting the chain was not easy. Su Yen was still far from being able to activate the Godslayer sword. However, now was the time to say goodbye. Yang Di said, "Let's go. Leave this place, Su Yen. Don't embarrass the Stupa sect." Su Yen nodded solemnly and left. After today he would embark on a new journey. However, no matter what, he would never forget what happened today. If there was a day when he had the ability, he would definitely come and rescue this senior. Su Yan's figure finally disappeared from the Netherworld cave. Yang Tai looked at Su Yan's departure with a smile on his face. Finally he said, "It's good to be young." His laughter echoed in the cold Netherworld cave. It was also at this moment that a gale arose in the Netherworld cave, and terrifying shadows appeared one after another. Every shadow possessed extremely powerful and terrifying power. After they appeared in the Netherworld cave, they directly pounced towards Yang Tai. Yang Tai smiled as he watched them appear before him, as if he didn't care at all. When these shadows finally gathered in front of him, Yang Tai's body immediately released an extremely powerful force. The force was like an invisible hand that grabbed the shadows and swallowed them whole. Following the devouring of these spirits, Yang Tai's face began to glow with an extremely strange red light. After Su Yen left the Netherworld cave, he didn't dare to stay any longer and directly flew forward on his sword. After all, he had an extremely terrifying enemy in this place. That was the Frost W-Arm. In the Netherworld cave, the Frost W-Arm naturally didn't dare to be presumptuous because of Yang Tai. This was because he had already paid a sufficient price for his actions. However, it was precisely because of this that this Frost W-Arm hated Su Yen to the extreme. Now that Su Yen was detected by him, this Frost W-Arm would definitely spare no effort to hunt him down and wouldn't rest until he was dead. Therefore, after Su Yen left the Netherworld cave, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He immediately concealed his aura and left at the fastest speed possible. However, Su Yen didn't know that the moment he left in a distant place, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. The ferocious gaze was filled with the purest killing intent. At this moment, the enormous intent of this person was completely ignited. When he opened his eyes, countless powerful existences in the ice field began to tremble, not daring to make any movements. This was because the owner of this pair of eyes was none other than the powerful Frost Wurm. Even though half of his wings had been chopped off as a powerful Frost Wurm, his aura still caused all the creatures in the ice field to feel shocked and tremble. However, just as he was about to spread his wings and fly toward Su Yan, his entire body suddenly froze. This was because there was an additional figure in front of him. Seeing this figure approaching, his enormous body began to tremble. Roritsu. You're the mysterious existence of the Netherworld cave. The powerful Frost Wurm actually began to tremble. However, he couldn't help but feel afraid. This was because he had personally experienced the power of this existence. In front of this existence, the dragon's aura that he was so proud of was so weak. His body, which he boasted of being strong, was also so weak. After being injured, he did not return to his original territory at all. Instead, he went to the edge of the cold land of the far north. On one hand, he was extremely fearful of this powerful existence. On the other hand, he was waiting for Su Yan to leave. When that time came, he would accumulate enough pent-up energy to deal a fatal blow to Su Yan. Previously, he had already sensed Su Yan's aura leaving the Netherworld cave. Therefore, he was prepared to directly end Su Yan's reputation. However, at this moment, he was shocked to find that this powerful and terrifying existence was already in front of him. Damn it, weren't you unable to leave the Netherworld cave? You evil demon. After letting out a low roar, the Frost Wurm directly raised his head and released a powerful dragon's aura. He did not expect the dragon's aura to hurt this human in front of him. He only hoped that the dragon's aura could buy him some time so that he could leave this place. The Frost Wurm had made up his mind. He must leave the cold land of the far north. He flew high in the sky, but his heart was filled with lingering fear. He never thought that he would actually become neighbors with such a terrifying person. He regretted even more that he had actually impulsively barged into this person's territory. The Frost Wurm flapped his wings and thought to himself at the same time, "Damned fellow, when I become a divine dragon one day, I'll definitely kill you." However, at this moment, a voice rang out above his head. "You pitiful reptile, you still want to become a divine dragon? Hee, since you want to kill me, I'll let you die now." Hearing this voice, the powerful Frost Wurm's huge body trembled. Then, a painful dragon's roar resounded throughout the cold land of the far north. At this moment, Su Yan was rapidly leaving. At this moment, the terrifying dragon's roar was heard. This roar was filled with pain and anger. Su Yan was terrified, as expected of the legendary Frost Wurm. He's really too powerful. Even if I were to face him now, I'm afraid I wouldn't have any hope. I wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Su Yan didn't know what kind of torture this powerful holy dragon was going through at this moment. However, he no longer had any intention of staying here. Based on the roar, he knew that he was far enough away from the divine dragon. Hence, he immediately summoned his sword dragon and flew away. Flying like this, he was completely unrestrained. Naturally, he had barged into the territories of many powerful beasts. However, he was now a powerful cultivator of the Four Mountains. His battle powers were unparalleled. Furthermore, this was a relatively outer region. The Beast King would not be too powerful. If these demonic beasts did not have eyes and dared to provoke him, Su Yan would not show them any mercy and would directly kill them. Then he would collect the demonic beast's demonic crystals. Su Yan continued to travel at top speed. After a long time, he finally left the cold land of the far north. He turned back to look and realized that he still did not see the shadow of the Frost Wurm. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Looks like the Frost Wurm really didn't chase after me. I'm lucky. If he insisted on coming, I'm afraid I would be in danger this time. Su Yan jumped down from the sword dragon. Then he took out a piece of jerky and ate it. After eating, he immediately began to circulate his qi and cultivate. The power of the Four Mountains was already very strong. Furthermore, because his blood contained some of the demonic dragon's blood, even though he had not reached the dragon realm, his body could still emit a faint dragon's aura. Ordinary beasts would not dare to come near him. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt the soul imprint that Duanmu Longhu had accumulated in him ring. Not only could this soul imprint allow one to surpass Su Duanmu and Longhu, it could also allow them to communicate over 1,000 miles. It was very convenient. Su Yan inserted his spirit qi and immediately activated the soul imprint. Then Duanmu Longhu's face appeared in front of Su Yan. After seeing Su Yan, Duanmu Longhu immediately asked with a smile, "Brother Su Yan, it's been a long time. With Brother Su Yan's ability, you must have obtained the Buddha Golden Silkworm, right?" At this moment, Su Yan was also sizing up this guy. At this moment, Duanmu Longhu's body was still bleeding. His face was very pale and there was a deep scar on his cheek. It was obvious that he had just experienced a battle. Su Yan asked directly, "What's wrong? Is the demonic sex pursued here?" Duanmu Longhu nodded, then said with some elegance, "That's right. Brother Su Yan, you guessed right. The demonic sex pursuers have arrived. Moreover, they have already fought with me. The first batch of pursuers is all dead. However, the second batch of pursuers will be here soon. The one who is coming is an expert with 3 dragons and above in the dragon realm. Therefore, I am here to seek Brother Su Yan's protection." Su Yan lightly sneered. He did not doubt Duanmu Longhu's words. However, he did not believe the latter part about seeking protection. Chapter 496. At this moment, if Su Yan really wanted to fight with someone in the dragon realm, even if it was someone with 3 dragons like Yunhe, he wouldn't have any fear. After all, ever since he entered the 4 mountains, his battle strength had become much more tyrannical. However, facing the crown prince of the devil sect, he had no intention of revealing his strength. He only spoke calmly. The crown prince seemed to have expected Su Yan to say this and didn't seem to care at all. He only smiled and said, "Brother Su Yan is too modest. I have absolute confidence in your battle strength. Also, I just fought with the pursuers and don't have enough strength right now. I hope Brother Su Yan can come quickly. If I accidentally meet someone at the peak of the dragon realm, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape. Of course, I won't regret my death. However, Brother Su Yan will have to go to the devil sect alone to save people." Duanmu Longhu was still very calm, as if he didn't care about his own life or death. However, Su Yan inwardly cursed at Duanmu Longhu's shamelessness. He was clearly threatening him. However, there was nothing Su Yan could do about it because he was right. If he didn't help, it would be too difficult for him to go to the devil sect alone. For Lu Lan, he had no choice but to help this guy. Su Yan thought for a while and said, "Don't worry, I, Su Yan, will keep my word. However, I'm still in the frigid north, so please delay for as long as possible. I'll rush over as soon as possible." After saying this, Su Yan didn't wait for the other party to react and immediately retracted his spiritual energy. Without the support of spiritual energy, the communication was cut off. However, Su Yan didn't immediately go. Instead, he sat down cross-legged to meditate. He would naturally go to help Duanmu Longhu, but he wasn't stupid. He couldn't let Duanmu Longhu play like a monkey and be his hired thug. He didn't believe that Duanmu Longhu didn't have any tricks up his sleeves. If he was so useless, he wouldn't have been able to revive after thousands of years. Moreover, although he and Duanmu Longhu were cooperating, he believed that as long as there was a chance, Duanmu Longhu would do anything to kill him. Another 13 days had passed since the last time he communicated with Su Yan. Duanmu Longhu was sitting beside a huge puddle of water. This was a desolate place. Of course, because it was desolate, naturally it was very secretive. He was Duanmu Chen's wounds. Using countless amounts of death chi to revive, he was not in a good state. And this time, the person who came to capture him. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have taken such a person seriously. However, he couldn't do so now. He had already fought with this person 3 times. Each time he narrowly escaped. This time he was even more injured. 13 days had passed and Su Yan still hadn't arrived. However, he still didn't show any signs of panic on his face. Everyone was not stupid, so of course he could also understand Su Yan's thoughts. Because in reality, it was just as Su Yan had expected. He did indeed have such thoughts. At this moment the wind started to blow. As soon as the wind blew, large patches of wild grass fell as if they were cut off by someone. His hair danced in the wind, but his eyes flickered with a flickering light. At this moment his heart suddenly jolted, and a dangerous aura came over. What a powerful fellow. A light smile appeared on his face. It was an excited smile. If he could sense the other party, then the other party must have also discovered his existence. At this time a thin figure appeared. Not only was he thin but he was also very short. Just by standing there he gave people a very cold feeling as if they were facing a poisonous snake. Duanmu Longhu, I advise you to give up resisting. For the sake of my devil sect's great cause, I hope you won't make things difficult for me. Haha, the devil sect's great cause? You want my devil soul? Don't talk nonsense. My life is right here. If you have the ability, come and take it. Duanmu Longhu stood up. When he sat down before, his whole person seemed to be calm as if he had merged with the world. But at this moment he stood up, and a powerful aura immediately appeared. That strong and terrifying aura caused people's hearts to tremble, and directly rushed towards the thin and short pursuer. Your Highness Crown Prince, you have already escaped from me, Hydralisk, 3 times. I have to say you are indeed very strong. If you were given some time to recover, you would be even stronger. I might not even be your opponent. Unfortunately, I won't give you any more time. I also won't let you escape a 4th time. Hydralisk looked at Duanmu Longhu and said. Duanmu Longhu shook his head, then smiled and said, First of all, you shouldn't call me your Highness Crown Prince. After all, that was a matter of thousands of years ago. Since I've been resurrected, it means that my life has been reborn. Second, I don't feel that escaping from you 3 times is something to be proud of. Also, I don't feel that I need to escape a 4th time. Third, I don't need you to give me time. On the contrary, this time I want your life. Duanmu Longhu finished speaking word by word. Hydralisk, an assassin from the 9 regions demon sect, also listened attentively. I think it's about time. At this moment, Duanmu Longhu added. Hydralisk shook his head and said, I'm going to make my move. As his voice fell, his entire body had already rushed out. He really looked like a poisonous snake. In the 9 regions, Hydralisk's name was very famous. This was because he was recognized as one of the most terrifying assassins in the demon sect. Who knows how many experts from the sect had died in his hands. Hydralisk was most proficient in 2 types of power. One was speed and the other was poison. Any one of these 2 skills was an extremely terrifying skill, and when these 2 skills were concentrated on a single person who also possessed an extremely frightening speed, it was even more terrifying. In the 9 regions, who knows how many experts had died in his hands. And this time, Duanmu Longhu had broken free from the demon sect's control. After the demon sect discovered it, they actually sent this killing god over. The 9 regions continent was indeed stronger than the 5 regions continent. However, a dragon realm expert was still a powerful task for a sect leader. Using his strength at the peak of the dragon realm to deal with Duanmu Longhu, it was enough to see how much the demon sect valued and feared Duanmu Longhu. In a short time, Hydralisk had already rushed in front of Duanmu Longhu. Duanmu Longhu naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. The 2 of them directly exchanged blows. In a short time, the 2 of them had already exchanged blows no less than 100 times. Hydralisk's expression was solemn. For him to be able to become such a powerful assassin, he naturally had extraordinary skills. In fact, as long as he made a move, he would definitely not be careless. As the saying goes, even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Every time he would subdue his opponent in the shortest amount of time. However, this was already the 4th time he had exchanged blows with Duanmu Longhu. He still couldn't do anything to this demon sect's crown prince. Furthermore, he had a vague feeling that this Duanmu Longhu didn't use his power every time he made a move. Although he didn't want to believe it, this feeling was getting clearer and clearer. Thus, when he made a move this time, he directly used his strongest strength. No, this strength was already exceeding his usual strength. He wanted to ensure that he could directly defeat Duanmu Longhu and then capture him. If he couldn't capture him alive, then he would kill him. As long as he could bring his soul back, his mission would be completed. Facing his opponent's crazy attacks, Duanmu Longhu used all his strength to deal with it. The fight between the 2 of them grew more and more intense. Finally, after another fierce clash, Duanmu Longhu's entire body retreated backwards. Hydralisk looked at Duanmu Longhu and said, Your Highness Crown Prince, we've already reached this point. If you still want to hide your strength, then you're looking down on me, Hydralisk. At this moment, he directly released his aura. It was like a powerful poisonous dragon coldly staring at Duanmu Longhu. In the next moment, he directly stepped forward and once again pierced through. Poisonous dragon hunting technique. At this moment, Hydralisk's aura had also reached its peak. Feeling this terrifying attack, Duanmu Longhu could only continuously retreat. This attack was truly terrifying. However, even though he started to retreat, he was still locked onto by this powerful attack. Your Highness Crown Prince, if you don't use your full strength, then I'll end your life. Hydralisk was very sure that Duanmu Longhu was hiding his strength. At the very least, he still had a powerful trump card that he hadn't used. However, even at this point, he still didn't have any intention of using this trump card. At this moment, Duanmu Longhu did something that shocked Hydralisk. Seeing that there was no way to escape, he actually directly shouted, Brother Su Yen, save me. The dignified demon sect's crown prince, an expert from thousands of years ago, was actually so shameless as to directly shout. Hearing this, Hydralisk's expression suddenly changed. Because right at this moment, a figure had suddenly dashed out. That person's speed was so fast that even Hydralisk felt that it was fast. Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan finally made his move. Hydralisk saw that Duanmu Longhu was holding back. Naturally, he also saw it. He originally wanted to see Duanmu Longhu's trump card. However, this Duanmu Longhu was really cunning. He actually discovered him and ignored Hydralisk's desperate attack. Su Yan naturally understood that this guy was using his life to threaten Su Yan. Chapter 497. Hydralisk's venomous dragon hunting technique suddenly changed its direction and bombarded Su Yan. Su Yan's speed was too fast. Hydralisk felt threatened, so he changed his target. However, he didn't expect that although Su Yan came quickly, he retreated even faster. Hydralisk's venomous dragon hunting technique didn't even touch Su Yan's body. Su Yan had already retreated. Duanmu Longhu used his own life to carry out an open scheme, wanting to force Su Yan to show himself. Su Yan had no choice but to show himself. However, he wasn't stupid enough to risk his life and resist the venomous dragon hunting technique. Thus, when the venomous dragon changed its target to him, he immediately retreated. At this moment he stood on the other side of Duanmu Longhu. The two of them surrounded Hydralisk. Hydralisk's gaze fell on Su Yan. Finally he said, "So your highness was waiting for your helper. However, your highness, do you really think that your helper has enough strength to deal with me?" Hydralisk said without any trace of politeness. It wasn't arrogance but self-confidence. Hydralisk had assassinated countless people. He had reached the point where he could see through his target's cultivation with a single glance. When Su Yan made his move earlier, he knew that Su Yan was definitely a ruthless character. He wasn't easy to deal with. However, no matter what, his cultivation realm was still there. He was only in the perimeter realm. At this moment he had already made up his mind. That was to forcefully kill Duanmu Longhu. As long as he defeated the powerful Duanmu Longhu, then it would be much easier to deal with Su Yan. Of course, he also thought that if he wasn't a match for these two people, then he would immediately run away. Just from his current actions, he had already analyzed that Su Yan and Duanmu Longhu weren't on the same side. Since that was the case, it was impossible for Su Yan and Duanmu Longhu to be together forever. He was a Hydralisk, he was the most patient. If he failed this time, then he would hide in the shadows and wait for an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. At this moment, Duanmu Longhu opened his mouth and said, "Brother Su Yan, it's great that you were able to arrive in time. Let me introduce you. According to what I know, this one is a famous Hydralisk in the 9 regions. He's an expert in assassination. Therefore, if we let him escape this time, I think that Brother Su Yan and I will be in trouble." Duanmu Longhu's thoughts were truly meticulous. In just an instant he had seen through Hydralisk's plan. The Hydralisk's eyes flashed with a cold light. He already knew that his previous plan would not be so easily realized. However, even so, he was not afraid. Even if these two people wanted to kill him, he was not a soft persimmon. "Brother Su Yan, I'll make the first move. You have to support me." Duanmu Longhu suddenly made his move. At this moment his momentum had risen to the peak. Then his hands changed and an extremely powerful attack suddenly fell. The powerful force fiercely slapped down. Su Yan's heart began to beat at this moment. He could clearly see that this was the heaven-breaking 10 slashes. In his mind, the movement technique displayed by the demon shadow appeared again. It was so clear. He knew that the devil sect of Duanmu Longhu's era had a fanatical worship of the great heaven demon lord. Therefore, most of the achievements at that time came from that person's inheritance. As the crown prince of the devil sect, Duanmu Longhu had indeed mastered such a powerful and terrifying martial skill. Countless rays of light flashed in Hydralisk's eyes and finally focused on one point. He immediately knew that the powerful attack of the former crown prince of the devil sect had arrived. This was already his 4th fight with Duanmu Longhu. He deeply understood how powerful this crown prince of the devil sect was. However, previously he did not seem to be willing to fight to the death with him, so he had always had the upper hand. However, just from the previous words he knew that Duanmu Longhu wanted to take his life this time. Boom. He had just endured this attack, and his entire body was directly sent flying. Hydralisk was shocked. Compared to the previous 3 fights, Duanmu Longhu's strength did not become stronger. However, this battle record was completely different. Although he had long known that the devil sect's crown prince must have mastered an extremely powerful battle skill, the display of this battle skill at this moment was a little too heaven-defying. This was simply multiplying his strength by several times. Hydralisk quickly retreated, but at this moment, Duanmu Longhu's figure appeared in front of him again. His gaze fell on Hydralisk's body, his eyes seemed to be filled with ridicule. Hydralisk was not angry. Even if he had many reasons, he would not be angry. Because he knew very well that the most important thing at this time was to protect his heart. If his heart was in chaos, how could he continue to fight? He gathered his strength and condensed it in front of him. This strength was like a shield protecting his body. He didn't know if it was a coincidence, but the moment he finished condensing his strength, a powerful and violent force suddenly smashed down on him. An extremely heavy force suddenly slammed into his body. Boom! A burst of energy shockwaves sounded. Hydralisk only felt extreme pain in his body. This kind of pain was unbearable for him. I can't continue like this. Hydralisk had already determined that this set of battle skills was definitely linked together. Each attack would be more powerful than the last. If his strength reached its peak, how could he survive? So this is the trump card of the former crown prince of the Devil sect. This kind of power was really very strong. At this moment, Hydralisk had already made up his mind to retreat. Snake pupil. At this moment his glasses changed. His eyes were like the pupils of a snake, shocking and frightening people. This was an extremely frightening strength. Then a black light shot out from his eyes. If Duanmu Longhu were to be struck by such a force, he would definitely not feel good. However, Duanmu Longhu didn't retreat at all. Instead, he directly charged towards Hydralisk. Su Yin still didn't make a move. He could clearly see that this was the third strike of the 10 heavens slashes. This strength had already reached an extremely frightening level. Hydralisk definitely couldn't block this strength. Sure enough, Hydralisk's attack was instantly destroyed. Moreover, the Crown Prince's speed didn't even decrease in the slightest. However, Su Yen suddenly discovered that under such circumstances, the Hydralisk's expression didn't change at all. This guy still has a trump card. Su Yen immediately understood. At this moment, Duanmu Longhu suddenly roared, "Snake Venom!" This snake pupil attack not only contained an extremely powerful strength, it also contained an intense venom. This powerful and intense venom was what Hydralisk relied on. Seeing Duanmu Longhu being injured by the venom, he didn't act rashly and wanted to kill Duanmu Longhu. Instead, he directly turned around and left. This Hydralisk was truly a ruthless character. He made a prompt decision and didn't hesitate in the slightest. He directly left without hesitation. However, at this moment Su Yen suddenly made a move. Because he understood that Duanmu Longhu wasn't wrong. Hydralisk was an extremely frightening opponent. If he allowed him to escape, it would be a huge threat to him. If such a powerful and frightening assassin suddenly attacked him, he didn't have 100% confidence that he could block it. Moreover, if he attacked his friend, it would be even more frightening. Therefore Hydralisk must die today. Su Yan's figure flashed and blocked Hydralisk's path of retreat. Then he grabbed the air and the Scorching Sun Sword appeared in his hand. With a light twist of the Scorching Sun Sword, a crimson-red sword light erupted and slashed towards Hydralisk. If Hydralisk wholeheartedly wanted to leave, then he would definitely be injured by this sword. Hydralisk clenched his teeth. The sinister viper sword in his hand suddenly shot out and welcomed the sword light. He understood that he had to leave as soon as possible. If he waited until Duanmu Longhu struggled free from his venom, then he would have no chance at all. Therefore, even if he acted hastily, he still unsheathed his sword. Of course, subconsciously, he didn't think that Su Yan's sword would be able to hurt him. After all, Su Yan was a Radius Realm powerhouse. But in the next moment he immediately regretted it. Because the power of this sword was much more frightening than he imagined. That crimson-red sword light suddenly transformed into the shape of an ichthyosaur. The ichthyosaur was incomparably ferocious. Its dense aura directly rushed towards his body. His viper sword almost broke under the impact of this sword chi. The Scorching Sun Sword was a semi-artifact after all. Its innate sharpness was unparalleled. Coupled with a terrifying killing move like the Zenith Sword technique, its might was even more powerful and frightening. Damn it, how can a Radius Realm kid be so powerful? His heart trembled. But at this moment he had no choice but to descend. Su Yan's sword cut off his path of retreat. At this moment Hydralisk's heart began to panic. He knew that he had misjudged. Although Su Yan's realm was Radius Realm, his battle strength had far exceeded his estimation. Coupled with Duanmu Longhu, he was afraid that he would die today. Good. As expected of the Demon Sect's Crown Prince. It seems that I, Hydralisk, will have to kill you here today. His gaze swept back and forth between Su Yan and Duanmu Longhu. At this moment, Duanmu Longhu had already escaped from his venom. He walked towards him with a smile. Chapter 498. Su Yan's eyes narrowed. Killing intent surged in his heart. He hadn't expected that Duanmu Longhu would actually have the intention to make him surrender. Duanmu Longhu alone was already terrifying enough. If he had a hydralisk, it would be even more terrifying. Although Su Yan was cooperating with Duanmu Longhu in the depths of his heart, he didn't want Duanmu Longhu to become stronger. Because if Duanmu Longhu's strength increased to a certain extent, he might become a threat to himself. This was definitely not good news. But in the end, Su Yan restrained himself. Right now, Hydralisk didn't agree, but if he directly attacked, he might force Hydralisk to lean towards Duanmu Longhu. This was something he had to consider. Of course, he was already on guard because he couldn't guarantee that Duanmu Longhu wouldn't directly kill him after the Hydralisk statue. Although he had Duanmu Longhu's soul imprint, he didn't believe that Duanmu Longhu wouldn't have a backup plan and be restricted by the soul imprint. Hydralisk stared at Duanmu Longhu. He never thought that Duanmu Longhu would persuade him to surrender at this time. This really surprised him. Moreover, Duanmu Longhu's words did indeed move his heart a little. An ancient battle technique. He had already personally witnessed how terrifying this battle technique was. This kind of power was simply terrifying. If he could obtain this battle technique, his battle strength would immediately increase by leaps and bounds. Duanmu Longhu saw the hesitation in Hydralisk's eyes. He knew that this expert in front of him was already moved by his proposal, so he continued, "What I displayed before was only the first 3 strikes. The power of this, heaven-crushing 10 strikes, is stronger than the previous. I believe that Brother Hydralisk is already moved. Of course, in addition to the heaven-crushing 10 strikes, there's also the soul-extinguishing finger. I won't hold back anything." Hydralisk finally opened his mouth. "You're right, I'm indeed moved, but I can't agree to it." When he said this, even Hydralisk felt that it was a pity. After all, the temptation of an ancient battle technique was too strong. However, although the ancient battle technique was powerful, his life was more important. Since he had joined the demon sect, how could he just leave? However, Duanmu Longhu seemed to know what he was thinking. He smiled and said, "Brother Hydralisk, are you afraid of the demonic soul oath?" The soul oath was a method of the demon sect too. The disciples who joined the demon sect had to use their own blood to swear to the demonic soul oath. If they betrayed this oath, then their fate would be miserable and they would be better off dead. There had always been many traitors in the demon sect, but none of them could escape from the soul oath. Therefore Hydralisk didn't dare and didn't want to try. However, Duanmu Longhu's next words shocked him. "Brother Hydralisk, how can I, Duanmu Longhu, not know what you're worried about? Don't worry, I was once the crown prince of the demon sect. I can remove your soul oath." Looking at Duanmu Longhu's confident expression, Hydralisk hesitated. If he could really remove the soul oath, then it would be for the best. He would have less restrictions on his body, and he would be able to learn the ancient battle technique. However, what if Duanmu Longhu couldn't do it? Wouldn't that be a waste of his life? This was a matter of life and death. He definitely couldn't try it. However, Duanmu Longhu continued, "This generation of the demon sect vainly attempted to create a supreme demon and thus betrayed the great heavenly demon lord. However, the target of the soul oath is still the great heavenly demon lord. I am the crown prince of the demon sect. I was once bestowed with a mark by the great heavenly demon lord. Therefore I can definitely remove the soul oath. Moreover, I won't harm you, Brother Hydralisk." As Duanmu Longhu spoke, he had already walked towards Hydralisk. He casually walked over, completely unguarded against Hydralisk's sudden attack. This was because he had already guessed that Hydralisk's heart would be moved. "Brother Su Yan, I don't think you mind if we have another powerful ally, right?" Duanmu Longhu glanced at Su Yan. Su Yan sneered in his heart, but he didn't express it. He only said, "Duanmu Longhu, since you're no longer in danger and you have a powerful ally, then Su will take his leave." Duanmu Longhu said, "Good. Brother Su Yan, be careful. I'll contact you again in the future. At that time we'll head to 9 regions together." Su Yan nodded and left. In any case, Su Yan leaving at this time was the wisest choice. As soon as Su Yan left, Duanmu Longhu chuckled and said, "What a smart person. It's really interesting to deal with such a guy." He had to admit that Su Yan leaving at this time was really wise to the extreme. Because Su Yan had left, Duanmu Longhu wouldn't be able to do anything to him even if he wanted to. Because he had to pull out the Hydralisk's demonic soul oath, he couldn't free himself. Since the demonic soul oath hadn't been pulled out, Hydralisk wouldn't be of the same mind as him. It would be extremely difficult for them to kill Su Yan. Secondly, if Su Yan was still here, it would incite conflict. This was because it would give Duanmu Longhu and Hydralisk a dangerous signal. Hydralisk nodded and said, "Indeed, not only is he smart, he's also very dangerous." This was what Hydralisk relied on for Su Yan. Dangerous, it referred to Su Yan's extraordinary strength. Duanmu Longhu smiled faintly and said, "At least for now he's our ally. To an ally, the stronger and smarter the better. All right, Brother Hydralisk, I'll help you clear the demonic soul oath." After Su Yan left, he returned to the Qian Cloud Alliance without stopping. He didn't pay any attention to the two people behind him because he knew that it was meaningless. There was one reason that he couldn't avoid, and that was that he needed the strength of these two people. After spending another 10 days, Su Yan finally returned to the Qian Cloud Alliance. At this time, many sects in the Qian Cloud Alliance had already left. The Heaven and Earth organization was also unprecedentedly peaceful. After all, before Su Yan went to the Arctic North, he had directly wiped out the Black Fiend Alliance. The Black Fiend Alliance didn't have any top-notch experts, and Duanmu Longhu didn't pay any attention to them. Naturally, they couldn't fight against Su Yan. After Su Yan returned, the first person he went to see was Yun Wanqing. He knew that this beautiful woman must have been worried about him during this time. To Su Yan this was a kind of guilt. Yun Wanqing didn't notice Su Yan's arrival. After a period of recuperation, her injuries had clearly healed. Under the sunlight, her face was so beautiful. However, there was a faint trace of worry between her eyebrows. She just looked at the sky quietly, probably hoping to see Su Yan's shadow in the sky. At this moment, Su Yan only wanted to personally brush away the worry in her eyes. Wanqing. When Su Yan's voice sounded, Yun Wanqing immediately turned around in surprise. When she saw Su Yan standing not far away from her, she still couldn't believe it. Su Yan smiled and said, "Wanqing, I'm back." These calm words were simply the most beautiful sound in the world to Yun Wanqing. She could no longer control her body and ran directly towards Su Yan. Without any hesitation, she was already attached to Su Yan's body. Su Yan opened his hands and hugged this beautiful woman into his arms, using his chest to warm her heart. The two of them didn't say anything and just enjoyed the quiet moment. After an unknown amount of time, Yun Wanqing looked up at Su Yan and said, "It's good that you came back safely." She missed him countless times, but at this moment, there was only such a simple sentence left. Su Yan was moved in his heart. Looking at Yun Wanqing's beautiful face, he lowered his head and kissed her. The two people were so immersed in love as if they were going to forget the whole world. Many disciples of the burial sword tomb had already returned, but Master Heaven's sword still hadn't returned. This was because he was worried about Su Yan. As for the matters in the sect, the various elders were responsible for it. One must know that the Black Fiend Alliance had already been beaten so badly by Su Yan that they couldn't raise their heads. It was impossible for them to continue provoking the people of the righteous Dao, so he had nothing to worry about. Of course, Lei Wanjun was the same as Master Heaven's sword. He was also worried about Su Yan's safety. Now that Su Yan had finally returned, a huge stone was lifted from their hearts. However, when they saw Su Yan, their hearts were filled with shock. This was because at this moment, they could no longer sense how powerful Su Yan's aura was. Lei Wanjun looked at Su Yan walking toward him and only stuttered, "Kid, could it be that you've already reached the dragon realm?" Thinking back to when he looked down on Su Yan directly retorted, "Don't bully a young man for being poor." Looking at the current Su Yan, he probably wouldn't forget this sentence for the rest of his life. Su Yan smiled and said, "Brother Lei, how am I so abnormal? Right now, I'm still in the circumference realm, circumference 4 mountains." Master Heaven's sword glanced at him unhappily and said, "Isn't this abnormal? Circumference 4 mountains, how long have you cultivated? You've already surpassed the two of us old men. Sigh, comparisons are odious." Master Heaven's sword sighed. At the same time, he admired his own foresight. When he first saw Su Yan, he had a premonition that Su Yan would soar to the heavens. However, he didn't expect that it would be so fierce. However, this time, Su Yan was able to return safely from the Netherworld cave, and his strength had improved greatly. This made him pleasantly surprised. After all, before Su Yan set off, he didn't have much hope. It seemed like he couldn't use normal thinking to understand Su Yan. Chapter 499. Su Yan finally returned to the Monster Palace. As the palace master of the Monster Palace, Su Yan was almost never in the Monster Palace. When Su Yan stepped into the Monster Palace, there were even some disciples who didn't recognize Su Yan. After Su Yan slightly revealed his aura, these disciples thought that some powerful figure came to the Monster Palace to cause trouble, scaring them into hurriedly informing the experts in the Monster Palace. The first to come out were the brothers Rat Sang and Rat Li. Rat Li was worthy of being one of the top 10 experts of the Eastern Palace. At this time, his cultivation had already reached the end of the spiritual ocean realm. With an opportunity, he could directly break through and become a powerful warrior of the area. Although Rat Sang was much weaker, it could be seen that Ratli was extremely strict with his cultivation. At this time he had already reached the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. When they saw Su Yan they were extremely surprised and immediately greeted Su Yan. Then, under the stunned gazes of several disciples, they welcomed Su Yan in. Su Yan entered the monster palace. Soon Mu Lu Shui and his old friends came one after another. Dong Qinghao also came. Back in the Divine Dragon's abyss, Dong Qinghao narrowly escaped death and almost became the flesh shell of the white bone demon Venerable. However, he survived in the end, and at this moment his cultivation soared rapidly, becoming a powerful warrior of the area. He played an important role in the monster palace, suppressing the universe. As for Mu Lu Shui, his cultivation was slightly weaker, but he was also at the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. What Su Yan didn't expect was that Lu Fei was also in the monster palace. However, it wasn't strange. The demonic beast bloodline in his body was already very strong. Strictly speaking, he was the same as the disciples of the monster palace here, possessing a demonic beast bloodline. There was nothing in the burial sword tomb that was worth staying in. It was better to bring the blood giant to live in the monster palace. Su Yan, come. Let's compete. Lu Fei's first reaction after seeing Su Yan was to compete with Su Yan. It was probably because the density of his bloodline had increased once again, causing his strength to become even more powerful. Thus, he was filled with confidence. Su Yan just smiled and looked at Lu Fei, who was rushing towards him. His body suddenly disappeared, and the next time he appeared, he was already behind Lu Fei. At the same time, he placed a hand on Lu Fei's shoulder. Lu Fei shuddered violently. The powerful strength bestowed upon him by the bloodline of the blood-sucking scourge burst forth. However, his powerful aura, which had already reached the realm of circumference, did not even have time to activate it before it was suppressed by Su Yan and directly dissipated. In front of Su Yan he couldn't even use his true strength. With Su Yan's gentle pressure, countless spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground under his feet and then spread out into the distance. With just a light display of his hand, Su Yan had already displayed his formidable strength. When everyone saw this scene, their hearts were filled with horror. Lu Fei shouted again and again, "Don't do it, don't do it. You must be shameless." Regarding Lu Fei's nonsense, no one was surprised. Su Yan glanced at Mu Lu Shui and then asked, "How is it? Is everything okay in the monster palace?" Mu Lu Shui nodded gently and then said, "With the 3 puppets you left behind and Dong Qinghao and the others returning one after another, there naturally won't be any trouble in the monster palace, but..." Mu Lu Shui wanted to say something but stopped. Su Yan narrowed his eyes, and then he immediately guessed what was going on. Is it the celestial pig monster king and Luo Yaofeng? At this time, everyone in the monster palace had arrived, but these 2 people did not appear. Su Yan roughly guessed the reason. Although these 2 people had chosen to submit, they had no choice but to submit under the powerful pressure of the 3 puppets. At this time Lu Fei said, "These 2 old things are very arrogant. A few days ago, their cultivation had broken through to the realm of circumference 2 mountains, so they did not put Xiao Shui, the acting palace master, in their eyes." When Mu Lu Shui heard Lu Fei call him Xiao Shui, he directly rolled his eyes. However, he also knew that Lu Fei liked to give people nicknames the most. Compared to Little Rat, Little Mouse and so on, this was already giving him a lot of face. Dong Qinghao also said at this time, "Su Yan, this is indeed the case. These 2 guys' monster beast bloodlines were originally powerful. At this time, after reaching the realm of circumference 2 mountains, they are even more powerful. Although they can't do anything to us, we can't suppress them either. Now they have the intention to rebuild their own palace." After Su Yan heard this, he smiled coldly and said, "Build their own palace? These 2 guys really came up with it, but since they are so noisy, I want to see what they are capable of." After Su Yan finished speaking, he directly closed his eyes and released his divine sense. In just a moment he had already detected the location of these 2 old guys. We'll go and take a look. If these 2 fellows don't know what's good for them, we can only send them to the afterlife." Su Yan's voice was extremely cold. Hearing those words, everyone was a little apprehensive. Firstly, it was because of Su Yan's murderous intent. Secondly, it was because of Su Yan's confidence. He already knew that Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Jiaofeng had reached the realm of circumference 2 mountains, but he still said such words. This meant that Su Yan's strength was far beyond them, and he didn't put them in his eyes at all. At this moment, Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Jiaofeng were gathered together to discuss something. "Zhu Tian, I think you have also received the news that Su Yan has returned. Isn't it a little bad if we don't go and see him?" Luo Jiaofeng asked Zhu Tian Demon King. Su Yan's return made him feel a little uneasy. However, Zhu Tian Demon King said, "Humph, see him? Is that necessary? Right now, both our cultivations have been greatly improved. Moreover, if you give me a few more days, my cultivation will be able to rise to the next level and directly reach the boundary of the three mountains. I'm sure you're the same. Right now, I still don't have the confidence to directly defeat those guys and the three puppets. As long as you and I reach the realm of circumference 2 mountains, this monster palace will still be ours." Zhu Tian Demon King sneered, then continued, "As for Su Yan, it's fine if he doesn't provoke us today. He's still the palace master of Monster Palace. Let him enjoy himself for a while. If he dares to provoke us today, then we'll go our separate ways." At this moment, the door of their palace was directly broken open, and then Su Yan's laughter came directly, "Go our separate ways? Aha, you stupid pig, you think too highly of yourself." Before he finished speaking, Su Yan was already standing in front of Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Yaofeng. "You two old things, I gave you a chance back then, but I didn't expect you to still want to make trouble for me. In that case you can go to hell." Su Yan's voice was cold and he didn't care about them at all. The Celestial Pig Demon King was immediately enraged because Su Yan's words were simply too arrogant. They were already at the realm of circumference 2 mountains, but Su Yan was still so rude to them. He jumped up, then pointed at Su Yan's nose and scolded with a smile, "Kid, I think you're crazy. You want us to die? What? Is it the 3 puppets or this bunch of kids?" At that moment, his fat body was lightly trembling. Evidently he was extremely furious. Then, his eyes began to flicker with light. Those were streaks of killing intent. "I said earlier that you'd better not provoke me, but you still came. In that case you can go to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly attacked. A strong demonic aura burst out, and the terrifying demonic aura suddenly rushed towards Su Yan. This kind of power was already extremely terrifying. Following the activation of his power, a whirlwind blew in the palace. Luo Yaofeng originally didn't want to make a move, but since Zhu Tian Demon King had already made a move, he naturally wouldn't hold back. His figure quickly flew out, and his entire body turned into a stream of light. In terms of speed, Zhu Tian Demon King was far inferior to him. The 2 powerhouses of circumference 2 mountains made a move, and the power was even stronger. Shu Sang, Rat Li, and the others who hadn't reached circumference 2 mountains couldn't even stand and were directly blown away. Although Lu Fei, Dong Qinghao, and the others were still standing in place, they also swayed a little. The gap between the 1 mountain realm and the 2 mountain realm was fully displayed at this moment. However, Su Yan smiled coldly, then said, "You're a wild wolf, but unfortunately you don't have the ability to do so." Luo Yaofeng had already arrived in front of him, and then an extremely powerful demonic blade suddenly slashed toward him. The power of the demonic blade combined with his speed was really an extremely terrifying killing move. An ordinary person would have probably been killed directly. However, the moment the demonic blade was about to land on Su Yan directly reached out and grabbed the demonic blade. He didn't care about the demonic aura on the demonic blade. Boring. Su Yan lifted his leg and kicked Luo Yaofeng's abdomen. With a painful cry, Luo Yaofeng's entire body was sent flying at an even faster speed, and then he crashed heavily into the wall. At this moment, Su Yan didn't stop at all, and he directly blasted out a punch. Zhu Tian Demon King's punch had already gathered his momentum and stimulated his powerful bloodline power. However, the moment Su Yan punched out, an extremely powerful and dense aura immediately appeared. The moment this aura appeared, he felt as if he was facing a huge dragon. That was dragon's might. He was shocked, but before he could react, Su Yan's fist had already arrived. The 2 fists met directly. Chapter 500. Spare me. In the end, all that was left was these 2 words. He was begging for mercy because he was already afraid. The power that Su Yan displayed was so strong that it directly swept him away. In the face of such power, there was no room for luck. In the beginning he was fearless and did not take Su Yan seriously at all. This was because he thought that he was strong enough to be lawless after reaching the boundary of the Boundary and Boundary Mountains. He could turn a blind eye to everything. He even thought that when he advanced further, he would directly take revenge and beat Su Yan to a pulp. He would regret what he had done in the past. However, at this moment, Su Yan directly displayed his absolute strength and directly crushed him and Luo Jiaofeng with his own strength. This had already shaken him to the core. Although he had long counted the increase in Su Yan's strength, he had never thought that the increase in his strength would actually be so abnormal. How could they fight such a battle? The last time Su Yan appeared, he had to rely on the power of the 3 great puppets to force them to compromise. However, at this moment, Su Yin had single-handedly defeated them in an instant. They knew that there was no longer any chance for them to survive. The only thing he could do was to kneel and beg for mercy. It seemed that this was the only way to give him a sense of security. Su Yan's eyes were cold as he looked straight at the two of them. Su Yan, no, Palace Master, please be magnanimous and don't bother with us. From now on we will definitely do our best and never be disloyal. Please spare me. The celestial boar monster king no longer had his previous arrogance at this moment. At this moment he had completely turned into a grandson, kneeling on the ground pitifully. Luo Jiaofeng was not much better. At this moment she was also trembling, hoping that Su Yan would spare her life. She panicked and said, Palace Master, please be magnanimous and let us go this time. We won't dare to do it again. As long as you give us another chance, we will do our best and serve you like dogs and horses. We won't dare to have any second thoughts. These two people were already at the boundary of the two mountains. Even in the entire Chen Cloud Alliance, there were only a few people who could firmly suppress them. In the entire 5 counties they were already top-notch experts. However, in order to survive, they no longer had the slightest bit of dignity. They knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. However, there was no change in Su Yan's eyes. He just sneered and said, It's too late to beg for mercy now. As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped down with his palm. Although the celestial pig demon king was begging for mercy, he clearly didn't want to sit still and wait for death. When Su Yan directly attacked, his eyes were filled with shock and fear. However, when Su Yan's palm came down, he couldn't care less anymore. He directly used his most powerful strength and fiercely clashed with Su Yan's palm again. Under the will to live, even if the bones in one of his arms were shattered, he couldn't care less and directly attacked with all his might. However, he wasn't a match for Su Yan before, so how could he be a match for him now? Before his palm could even get close to Su Yan's palm, he was already blown away by an extremely terrifying gust of wind. Su Yan's eyes didn't change as he stared straight at him. Celestial pig Luo Jiaofeng, I don't have the time to play these games with you now. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish so that you won't cause trouble behind my back. His eyes were even colder and his killing intent was even stronger. At this moment, not only Luo Jiaofeng and the celestial pig demon king, but also everyone else felt afraid. Su Yan was acquainted with everyone. Although he was never a sloppy person, he had never displayed such a dense murderous aura. This Su Yan made them feel fear and respect. In their hearts, they knew that this was what a real monster palace master should be like. At this moment he was even stronger than the princess of Chu back then. The fear in Luo Jiaofeng and the celestial pig demon king's eyes had completely disappeared and was replaced by determination. At this moment they had become desperados. Fight! The two of them roared almost at the same time. However, the moment they were about to attack, a scarlet sword light directly swept past in front of them. At the same time a cold voice sounded, One sword to settle the universe. With Su Yan's current realm, it was unknown how terrifying a powerful sword move like one sword to settle the universe was. Not to mention them, even ordinary powerhouses in the dragon realm would find it difficult to resist. They only felt that their movements seemed to have been frozen. It was also as if the time around them had directly stopped at this moment. When they came back to their senses, they were shocked to find that there was a streak of blood on their necks. A scorching pain was released from this blood-red color and then quickly spread throughout the heavenly demon's body. In the end, the two of them finally lost consciousness. Plop. Plop. 2 sounds were heard. The 2 monster palace masters who were once insufferably arrogant, died just like that. There was not even a trace of breath left. This battle had started so suddenly and ended so suddenly as well. Everyone who saw this scene was incomparably shocked. Lu Fei in particular had wanted to directly challenge Su Yan to show off his rapid improvement during this period of time. However, at this moment, it seemed that the distance between him and Su Yan had not only not narrowed, but was also getting farther and farther. Pervert Su Yan, you are simply a pervert, Lu Fei said helplessly. However, this was not just his thought. At this moment, Su Yan had truly shown his unparalleled side. At this point, everyone was afraid of Su Yan to the extreme. Mu Lushui arranged for people to deal with these 2 people. In addition, directly eliminate the forces that belonged to them. Su Yan said lightly. His words were still very polite, but at this moment Mu Lushui felt a sense of reverence from the bottom of his heart. This was because the current Su Yan was simply too powerful. He was so powerful that he was simply unparalleled. Facing such a Su Yan, he did not dare to say anything to refute. He only said, Yes, Palace Master, I will take care of everything. Naturally, Su Yan could see that Mu Lushui was in awe of him, but he did not say anything because he knew very well in his heart. The gap in strength between the two of them had been completely widened, so their status had quietly changed. Moreover, as time passed, this gap would only grow bigger and bigger. It was meaningless to try to bridge this gap. Therefore, he did not say much and continued to say to everyone, "This time I returned to the Monster Palace mainly for the ancient divine tree." As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Qinghao immediately asked in surprise, "Palace Master, have you already obtained the other two divine items?" In the Monster Palace, the real Holy Land was actually the ancient divine tree. According to ancient legends, the most important inheritance of the supreme demon lineage was in the ancient divine tree. However, until now, the four divine items were difficult to find. It had been several generations since anyone had been able to enter the Monster Palace. But he did not expect that Su Yan actually found these four great divine objects. Su Yan nodded and then said, "This time, I have indeed found the Buddha golden silkworm and the frost mysterious iron. In addition to the Milky Way tortoise shell from Murong Fu and the spring and autumn tree that I originally obtained, the four divine items have finally been gathered. I will go in and explore first. If I confirm that it is safe, then I will let you in." Regarding this, no one had any objections. If it was in the past, everyone would be worried about Su Yan's safety and want to go in with Su Yan. However, as Su Yan displayed such powerful strength, everyone already knew that the gap between them and Su Yan was already unimaginable. If even Su Yan was in any danger, then they would not be of any use if they entered. On the contrary, they would only be a burden. Therefore, they had no objections to Su Yan's words at all. "All of you can leave first. I want to be alone for a while." Looking at Su Yan's solemn face, everyone left. Su Yan sighed. He walked out of the Monster Palace and then went to the place where he first met Chu Linger. The scene of him meeting Chu Linger was still vivid in his mind, but at this moment Chu Linger had disappeared. She had been taken away by the beauty of love. Su Yan knew nothing about this mysterious beauty of love, but he knew that he had to bring Chu Linger back. If he remembered correctly, they seemed to be in the 9 states. Lu Lan, Chu Linger, and now his cousin Su Tian. It seemed that he had to go to the 9 states. However, the 9 states was far more dangerous than here. This was because there were more experts there. According to what Su Yan knew, the spiritual energy between the 9 states and the 5 counties could not be compared. Therefore, the 9 states had more experts than the 5 counties. He could not forget the scene of that guy from the Devil Sect breaking into the Monster Palace and taking Lu Lan away. If he met that guy this time, Su Yan would definitely not show mercy. He would directly kill him. At this moment, the light in his eyes flickered again. He finally put away all his thoughts and then headed towards the ancient god tree. In the secret realm deep in the mountains of the Monster Palace, the ancient god tree was quietly growing. This ancient god tree did not seem to be any different from an ordinary ancient tree. However, Su Yan knew that this ancient god tree hid a great secret. It was the most fundamental existence of the supreme demon lineage. Chapter 501. As Su Yan's spirit chi seeped in, the ordinary 10,000 demons ancient tree began to emit an extremely weak glow. Within this weak glow, one could vaguely see 4 patterns. It was obvious that these were the grooves that contained the 4 great divine items. Each of these 4 items was extremely precious. Putting everything else aside, just the frost meteoric iron alone was enough to catch the eye of the frost worm. She wanted to extract the ancient frost aura from it to increase her cultivation by 1 level. That alone was enough to show how precious this item was. The Buddha golden silkworm that devoured souls and bathed in the light of the sun and moon was even more precious. There was also the milky tortoise shell and the spring-autumn ancient tree, which had their own precious points. Not to mention 4 of them, even one of them would be extremely precious. However, at this moment, Su Yan finally gathered all 4 divine items after paying a huge price. He took out the 4 divine items one by one. Among them, the most special one was the frost meteoric iron. Su Yan placed the frost meteoric iron in the red parting sword case. If not for the fact that the red parting sword case was extremely warm and burning like a flame, it would have been very difficult for Su Yan to bring it back. One could imagine how cold it was to catch the eye of the frost dragon. At this moment, the frost meteoric iron left the red parting sword case, and the powerful cold was immediately suppressed. In an instant, cold air spread. The cold air drifted, and even Su Yan felt a chill. However, at this moment, a ray of light was suddenly released from the 10,000 demons ancient tree. This ray of brilliance was like a piece of clothing, wrapping around the profound ice-cold iron. Even the red parting sword case could only suppress the cold air with its blazing power. However, the appearance of this ray of light stopped the cold air from dissipating. At the same time, another 3 rays of light appeared. Just like before, they wrapped around the 3 great divine items. The 4 divine items were supported by the light emitted by the 10,000 demons' ancient tree. At that very moment, the brilliance within grew stronger and stronger. In the end, it actually directly soared into the sky, engulfing everything in its path. Su Yan was directly enveloped by this ray of light. However, at this time Su Yan did not move at all. He just quietly watched the light become stronger and stronger. In the end, the light completely engulfed Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's figure suddenly shrunk, and then he actually vanished into thin air. This was simply unimaginable. As for the person involved, Su Yan didn't even know what was happening at this time. He just watched the changes. When he came back to his senses, Su Yan immediately realized that he was no longer in the same place. He looked around and found himself in an extremely mysterious place. This place was like a cave but also like a tree hole. This tree hole was very large, almost the size of a stadium. Moreover, this tree hole did not have the slightest bit of a gloomy, damp, or cold feeling. Instead, it was filled with a green luster. In the tree hole, the sound of flowing water could even be heard. Su Yan looked in the direction of the sound and finally found that the green luster was actually emitted from the water. This spring water was unknown, but it emitted a strange fragrance. Just by smelling it, Su Yan felt that his whole body was floating, and it was indescribably comfortable. Su Yan walked in front of the spirit spring and then wanted to drink this magical spring water. Then, at this moment, a dense light gathered directly in the spring water, as if countless fireflies had gathered directly. This kind of hazy beauty was intoxicating. In the end, this beautiful flame actually turned into a human figure. After so many years, someone has finally found these 4 divine objects. That figure actually opened his mouth to speak. Her voice was very beautiful. When her voice entered one's ears, one would not hesitate to believe that this was the most beautiful voice one had ever heard in one's life. Su Yan did not act rashly. He stayed where he was and asked, "What kind of existence are you? Why are you here?" The person looked at Su Yan and was silent for a while. Finally, she sighed and said, "Me? I'm the tree spirit of the 10,000 demons' ancient tree. From the moment I was born, I appeared in this 10,000 demons' ancient tree. It's just that due to the battle a long time ago, the 10,000 demons' ancient tree's foundation was damaged and can directly become an ordinary sapling to survive. Fortunately, you found the 4 divine items. With these 4 divine items, the 10,000 demons' ancient tree can gradually recover." Her beautiful voice fell, making people feel very reluctant to part with her. However, Su Yan's determination had become extremely firm. He would not be lost in these words. He asked directly, "What is the significance of the 10,000 demons' ancient tree to the monster palace? Is it because of this spirit spring? Why has the monster palace always treated the 10,000 demons' ancient tree as a sacred tree?" This was what Su Yan did not understand. The monster palace had been passed down from generation to generation. The 10,000 demons' ancient tree was very important to the monster palace. Almost everyone in the monster palace treated this tree as their religion. Su Yan had secretly studied it before. This was not a belief that was instilled. It was as if this belief had been imprinted in the souls of these disciples since they were born. The beautiful elf said, "You should know that the supreme demons have the bloodline of monsters, but they have the bodies of humans. Therefore, strictly speaking, they are not humans, nor can they be considered monsters. It is precisely because of this that the supreme demons were not tolerated by humans and monsters in ancient times. It was the 10,000 demons' ancient tree that protected them." The elf's short sentence had already explained Su Yan's doubts clearly. However, Su Yan frowned and did not say anything. The elf continued, "The 10,000 demons' ancient tree should be called the supreme demon ancient tree. Back then, it was one of the most powerful existences in this world, on par with the great celestial devil lord and the others. However, in order to protect these people, it died in battle. Then its body turned into an ancient tree. The people it protected were grateful for its kindness and called themselves the supreme demons from then on. Later on, more and more people believed in it. The supreme demon ancient tree was already known as the protection of all demons. Therefore, it was unknown when it was called the 10,000 demons ancient tree." Su Yan listened quietly and said, "I see. However, the 10,000 demons ancient tree is not just a matter of belief for the supreme demons, right?" The elf nodded and said, "You're right. Belief is one part of it. The other part is power. Under the protection of the 10,000 demons ancient tree, the supreme demons can completely awaken their bloodline and become peerless experts. The monster palace was extremely powerful back then. Unfortunately, the 10,000 demons ancient tree was heavily damaged, so the bloodline awakening power disappeared. I can feel that the people in the monster palace are not very strong now. Of course you're an exception. Perhaps you're not from the supreme demon's ancient tree. I see. The fairy nodded and said, you should have seen the green liquid. This is a kind of spirit spring. In ancient times, the supreme demon clan called it the demon summoning spring. It can gradually awaken the bloodline power in the supreme demon clan, but it won't trigger the demon nature. This green liquid is the life essence of the 10,000 demons ancient tree. When its life force was still very strong, it used its roots to penetrate the earth and nourish the supreme demon's ancient tree. Su Yin thought for a moment and asked, so you're saying that this liquid can awaken the bloodline power? The elf said with certainty, of course. However, this spirit liquid is very domineering. Those who aren't very talented and don't have high cultivation can't directly be baptized by this spirit liquid. They still need to accept it subtly. That's the best way. Su Yin nodded. This was normal. If one could directly use this spirit liquid to grow, then wouldn't everyone in the supreme demon's ancient tree become an expert in an instant? However, Su Yin grasped the point in her words and asked, Elf, if I want to increase my strength in a short time, do you think it's possible? The elf sighed and said, your bloodline and talent are already very strong. You don't need to do this at all. As long as you do it step by step, you will definitely become an extremely powerful figure. Since she was an elf born from the 10,000 demons ancient tree, her vision was naturally extraordinary. She could see Su Yan's strength at a glance. Su Yan shook his head and said, I don't have the right time. Therefore, I need to become stronger in a short time. If it was only in the 5 counties, his strength was about the same. However, the 5 counties was just a cage that was separated. The experts here could not compete with the people in the 9 provinces. Last time, Su Yan fought with Sheng who took Su Tian away. Although they did not fight, Sheng's words, in a battle of life and death, I can escape unscathed still remained in Su Yan's mind. Sheng was very strong. Even at this moment he didn't feel that he had absolute confidence in defeating him. Moreover, whether it was Hydralisk or Duanmu Longhu, both of them were threatening characters. And now that they had joined forces, they were even more terrifying. Cooperating with such a person was definitely like asking a tiger for its skin. If he did not have enough strength, he might not even know how he died. Therefore, until now, Su Yan's thirst for strength had reached an extremely strong level. Chapter 502. With regards to this point, Su Yan was naturally aware of it. The demonic beast blood in his body was naturally powerful. After all, it was the demonic dragon blood created from the great demonic dragon's heart. Every time the demonic dragon blood flared up, it would erupt with extremely powerful energy. At the same time, it would be terrifyingly invasive. If he didn't have the pagoda golden lotus, he probably wouldn't try it no matter how desperate he was for strength. After all, it was simply a matter of playing with his life. But now he had the ability to fight. Su Yan didn't hesitate for long and directly said, I know what I'm doing. Naturally, there's some hope for me to make such a choice. The female elf didn't stop him and instead said, you're the one who awakened the myriad demon ancient tree. Don't worry, I'll do my best to control the power of the demon summoning spring and help you not be controlled by the demonic blood in your body. Su Yan nodded and said, all right, let's begin. The female elf said, first take off your clothes and then step into the spring. Su Yan was startled at first, but then he couldn't care about anything else and directly took off all his clothes in front of the female elf. The female elf wasn't human, so she turned a blind eye to all of this. She continued, the first step after stepping into the demon summoning spring is the most important, and that's to remember that you're a human and not a demon. I don't mind telling you that according to my memories, there was once a genius from the supreme demon clan who entered the demon summoning spring for the sake of a great war. Unfortunately, he failed and became a ferocious demonic beast before he was killed in the end. The female elf solemnly reminded him. Su Yan nodded his head and stepped into the emerald green spirit spring. The water of the spirit spring was very clear, revealing a slight chill. Soon, Su Yan's entire body sank into the demon summoning spring. At this moment, the demon summoning spring shone brightly. Su Yan immediately felt the change. He could feel as if there was a flame burning in his body. Gradually, he heard a series of roaring sounds coming from beside his ears. It was the roar of a dragon. The demonic dragon's bloodline had been awakened. His expression was solemn, and his entire person became incomparably cold. The power of the demonic dragon bloodline was far beyond his imagination. Such power was terrifying. These countless dragon roars seemed to be calling for him to quickly transform into a demonic dragon. Su Yan finally understood why the female elf had told him to remember that he was a human. That's right, if he didn't stick to his heart at the very beginning, then when the dragon roar burst out, his emotions might be affected and he would forget that he was a human. However, it was not that easy for these dragon roars to influence Su Yan's mind. After all, it wasn't as if Su Yan hadn't experienced the demon dragon's heart's rampage and the dragon blood flooding his body. Therefore, he immediately activated the regal sword mantra and the Buddha's boundless technique at this moment. These two incantations were both top-notch and powerful, and at the same time, they were hidden in his soul. The Buddha's boundless technique was the most powerful incantation of the Buddha sect in the past. It used the Buddha's will to suppress the soul. The regal sword mantra was even more mysterious. Not only did it bring his soul through the world, allowing him to come back from the dead, but it also repeatedly displayed its miraculous power, allowing him to escape from death. At this moment, the two incantations were activated at the same time. Immediately, an unbelievable light appeared around his body. His entire person looked incomparably divine. The female elf looked at Su Yan's current appearance and was incomparably shocked. Then she said, "This person is amazing. He actually has such a mysterious and unfathomable power. Perhaps he can really suppress the ferocious nature of his bloodline and succeed." Previously, there was something she didn't say to Su Yan. That was, no one from the supreme demon lineage could withstand the direct impact of the demon summoning spring. Of course, she didn't mean to harm Su Yan. It was because she saw the determination in Su Yan's eyes. She knew that even if she said it, it would be useless. That was why she said that she would use her power to help Su Yan. However, at this moment, it seemed that Su Yan didn't need her help for the time being. At this moment, a red light gradually flickered in Su Yan's body. Vaguely, a terrifying dragon's roar started to sound. Previously, it was only a voice that appeared in Su Yan's mind. However, at this moment, this dragon's roar was already real. Following the dragon's roar, the demon summoning spring started to boil. The female elf stood on the surface of the water. Her beautiful and elegant jade-like feet tapped lightly, and a ripple spread out directly. As this ripple spread out, it quickly calmed down the turbulent demon summoning spring. The dragon's blood has finally started to erupt. She knew that Su Yan had already survived the first stage. However, an even more difficult test was about to come. The red light that had just appeared suddenly exploded at this moment. Even the demon summoning spring was directly pushed away. Then that powerful force rolled and boiled. In the end, even the female elf couldn't stand on the water surface. She retreated far away and then looked at Su Yan warily. This force was really too powerful. She was worried that Su Yan couldn't hold on anymore. As long as Su Yan made any strange movements, she would attack. If she could suppress the bloodline power, then so be it. If she couldn't, then she could only kill him. At this moment, as the red light grew stronger, a terrifying dragon shadow appeared. In fact, the dragon shadow itself wasn't very strong. The entire dragon shadow was less than half a meter long. If one only looked at its appearance, then not only was this little dragon not ferocious, it was even a little cute. However, the demonic aura emanating from its body was really too powerful. That kind of terrifying aura was simply frightening. The female elf immediately exclaimed, "The great demonic dragon, it's actually the great demonic dragon." The female elf was born after the ancient powerhouse Supreme Yao died and turned into an ancient tree. She knew a lot of things. Of course, she knew about powerhouses like the great demonic dragon. It was a powerful existence that even Supreme Yao found difficult to deal with when he was alive. It should even be said that he was an ancient taboo. From the beginning, she faintly sensed that the demonic beast blood in Su Yan's body was very powerful and even terrifying. However, she didn't expect it to be the blood of the great demonic dragon. At this moment, she no longer had any confidence that Su Yan could suppress the great demonic dragon. Not for anything else, but just the name of the great demonic dragon could be said to be invincible. At this moment, she gently waved her hand. In this tree hole, countless wandering green lights began to gather toward her palm. In the end, it turned into a green spear. On this spear, there were very exquisite carvings. These carvings weren't just for beauty but for more powerful power. These mysterious carvings could gather powerful spiritual power. When the spear attacked, it would directly explode with terrifying power, directly increasing its power. However, although she had the spear in her hand, she still didn't directly attack. Although the name of the great demonic dragon made her feel afraid, for some reason, she still had hope for Su Yan. Perhaps it was because Su Yan had found and gathered the 4 divine items, allowing the ancient tree of 10,000 demons to be rejuvenated. At the same time she also woke up. Or perhaps it was because the light that shone outside Su Yan's body at the beginning was too powerful and mysterious. In short, she was still willing to give Su Yan a chance. Gradually, the power in Su Yan's body became stronger and stronger. The battle between the two divine lights and the blood-colored light that appeared earlier also became more terrifying. The mini blood-colored dragon seemed to have been completely enraged. It kept dancing wildly, and at the same time, a great dragon's aura spread out. The powerful force directly filled the entire tree hole of the dragon sword. Su Yan's body had become extremely hot at this time. Any liquid that approached would instantly evaporate. A powerful aura vortex kept sweeping around him, as if it was going to shatter everything. The power of his bloodline had become even stronger. His body was originally muscular, but at this moment, it had become even more powerful and terrifying. If one looked carefully, there were clearly very fine scales on his skin, just like the scales of a snake. The female elf saw it clearly. She finally sighed and said, "Finally, you can't hold on anymore. Are you going to turn into a demonic dragon?" The geniuses in the past were also like this. They couldn't suppress the power of demonic beasts, and their bodies began to turn into demonic beasts. When they finally woke up, they directly became demonic beasts and completely lost themselves. Seeing Su Yan at this time, she sighed, knowing that her hope had been dashed in the end. That's right. No matter how powerful a person is, how can they fight against the great demonic dragon? Since that's the case, instead of letting you turn into a demonic beast, it's better to let me end you. I'm sure you won't hate me because of this. The patterns on this spear flickered directly, and then an extremely powerful and terrifying aura suddenly surged. The terrifying power rose like a bolt of lightning. Die. After saying those two words helplessly, the long spear was thrown out. The power of this spear was enough to penetrate a dragon realm powerhouse. However, at this moment, Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes. In his eyes there was a scarlet light. The green light shuttled through like lightning, but he directly stretched out his hand. It was also at that moment that the powerful aura once again exploded. The spear that could easily penetrate a dragon realm powerhouse was actually directly caught by Su Yan with his bare hands. Impossible. The female elf's heart was filled with fear, and she was extremely wary of Su Yan. No, it should be said that she was extremely wary of the great demonic dragon. Walala. Su Yan stood up naked from the demon summoning spring. Chapter 503. The female elf stared at Su Yan dumbfounded. She didn't know what to do. Because she couldn't be sure whether Su Yan was infected by the great demonic dragon's blood or not. If he was, then why did he say such words? If he wasn't, then how could his strength be so strong? This was beyond common sense. Su Yan was still in deep thought. He was recalling everything he had experienced before. It was indeed very dangerous just now. The demonic dragon's blood went berserk, and a powerful force fiercely attacked his body. The powerful force almost completely drowned him. However, his initial thoughts weren't wrong. He directly operated the regal sword scripture and Buddha's boundless technique. The two mysterious techniques directly suppressed his soul, preventing any changes to it. The power of the great demonic dragon's blood was indeed very strong, but it couldn't break through the suppression of these two powers. Later, Su Yan even awakened the soul-subduing seal and the mysterious ninth-grade golden lotus in his body. Under the suppression of such power, even the demonic dragon's blood was finally suppressed, and was finally subdued by Su Yan. This time, subduing the demonic dragon's blood not only allowed his strength to rapidly increase, but also allowed him to obtain many combat skills hidden in the blood. For example, demonic dragon wings. It was a method to directly transform one's aura into a pair of wings, allowing one to fly at high speed. Su Yan's sword dragon was indeed powerful. It allowed Su Yan to travel long distances and save his strength. However, as his strength increased, the sword dragon's role in battle became smaller and smaller. Perhaps if he fought against a powerhouse like Hydralisk now, the sword dragon would become a burden. However, the demonic dragon wings was different. In actual combat, Su Yan could not only obtain terrifying speed. At the same time, it also had extremely powerful mobility, allowing it to control its own body at will. More importantly, the demonic dragon's wings possessed a terrifying killing power. It was a godly skill in a battle. Of course, the battle skills he had obtained were not limited to this. For example, the demonic dragon's scales, the death dragon's claw, and so on. These would require him to properly comprehend and seriously study them in his free time. The power of these battle skills was definitely not below the two great battle skills imparted by the heavenly demon. However, it was interesting to think about it. He was clearly the successor of the Buddha sect and had cultivated the Buddha's boundless technique, but he had not obtained the powerful battle techniques of the Buddha sect. Of course, Su Yin did not take it to heart. At this moment, the female elf's voice sounded, "Did you succeed or not? Or are you saying that you're already a monster now?" Her words were filled with incomparable solemnity. At the same time, the spear appeared in her hand once again. Vaguely, the spear was already aimed at Su Yin. Once Su Yin made the slightest move, the spear would come for him again. Furthermore, the power gathered this time was even stronger than the previous attack. After being interrupted by this voice, Su Yin turned around and said, "Don't do it. I'm Su Yin, not the demonic dragon." The demonic dragon battle skill was so powerful that he actually forgot about being attacked by the female elf. He placed the spear in his hand on the ground and exhaled lightly. At this moment, the layer of fine dragon scales on his body disappeared. He knew the source of the female elf's misunderstanding, so he said, "Don't worry, I've already endured it. The dragon scales just now were just a battle skill I obtained from my bloodline." Su Yin explained to the female elf. The female elf's gaze was fixed on Su Yin. This was because even if Su Yin did not show any abnormalities, she was still worried. This was because the strength of the great demonic dragon was deeply ingrained in people's hearts. With such powerful strength, such a taboo existence, it would not be too much to ask for any abnormalities. Su Yin could understand, so he said, "Since you know about the great demonic dragon, you should have heard of the Stupa sect. Not only am I the palace master of the monster palace, but I'm also the successor of the Stupa sect. My body contains the Stupa sect's treasure that suppresses the demonic dragon's bloodline." After Su Yin finished speaking, he released the Stupa golden chi. The Stupa golden chi was neutral, which was the complete opposite of the demonic dragon's aura. If Su Yin had been controlled by the great demonic dragon's bloodline, he definitely would not have been able to release such pure Stupa golden chi. Of course, it was fortunate that the female elf knew about the Stupa sect. She heaved a sigh of relief, then dispersed the spear in her hand and finally said, "I didn't expect you to have obtained the Stupa sect's inheritance and possess such pure Stupa golden chi. No wonder you have the confidence to enter the demon summoning spring." At this moment, Su Yin had already retracted his strength. At this moment, after activating the demonic dragon's bloodline power and successfully suppressing it, Su Yin became even more reserved. If the female elf had not seen Su Yin's extremely powerful and terrifying strength with her own eyes, she definitely would not have believed that Su Yin was someone who could easily kill a dragon realm powerhouse. The female elf then said, "Looks like you're really a man of destiny to be able to create such a miracle. Now that the 10,000 demon ancient tree has absorbed the 4 divine items, it has regained its vitality. As time passes, within the range of its roots, the supreme demon bloodline will gradually awaken. Of course, if there are strong seedlings, you can also give them the demon summoning spring spiritual liquid." As she spoke, the female elf extended her hand. There were already a few sparkling water droplets in her hand. However, these water droplets had already condensed into pearls, which turned into dark green pearls. This is the crystallization of the demon summoning spring. It can also activate and awaken bloodline power, but it's much gentler. As long as one's strength and realm are enough, there's almost no danger. Of course, the effect is definitely not comparable to directly stepping into the demon summoning spring. The female elf handed this item to Su Yin. Su Yin said, "Okay, I'll pass this on to the outstanding disciples of the Monster Palace." The female elf nodded and continued, "Right now, I've only just woken up and you've borrowed the power of the demon summoning spring, so I'll fall into a short slumber again. You should leave first. Don't worry, as long as nothing big happens, the Monster Palace will definitely become stronger and stronger." Su Yin thanked her and then left the 10,000 demon ancient tree. The light flashed again and in the next moment he had already appeared in the outside world. At this moment, a gust of wind blew over, and the entire 10,000 demon ancient tree began to shake. Su Yin looked at this seemingly ordinary ancient tree and smiled softly. At this moment, the 10,000 demon ancient tree clearly had an additional aura of life. He knew that the female elf was right. The 10,000 demon ancient tree would definitely regain its vitality and drive the development of the Monster Palace. Back then, he had taken over this heavy responsibility from the Princess of Chu. Although he had not retreated or compromised due to his youthful ambition, he still had no confidence in the end. However, now he seemed to have finally seen the dawn of the Monster Palace's glory. Su Yin returned to the main hall and gathered Mu Lushui and the others at the same time. He told everyone the news of the 10,000 demon ancient tree's revival. Upon hearing this news, everyone was shocked. After all, the true rise of the supreme demon lineage definitely did not rely on a single person, but on the strength of the entire race. Everyone was like a dragon and this world was difficult to bully. Now, Su Yin had finally found this hope for them, allowing them to see a beautiful tomorrow. Su Yin looked around at everyone and then said, "No one can leak this news. Otherwise, it will bring unnecessary trouble to the Monster Palace. I think everyone knows this in their hearts." The people here were all people that Su Yin trusted. Hence, he directly informed everyone of this news. However, he understood that once this news was leaked, it would definitely cause some people to have strange thoughts. Not to mention other things, the devil sect would probably be the first to be unable to sit still. Now that Su Yin was about to set off to the 9 provinces, he did not want to have an unforeseen event. Then Su Yin said again, "I obtained some crystals from the 10,000 demon ancient tree. They are formed from precious spiritual liquid. They are enough to stimulate and improve your bloodline power, and your cultivation will improve. I'm about to set off to the 9 provinces. Whether I can return safely is uncertain. Therefore the Monster Palace will rely on you in the future." Seeing how solemn Su Yin was, everyone's mood was solemn. Mu Lushui said, "Su Yin, don't worry. Although I, Mu Lushui, am not a genius on the path of cultivation, I will definitely take care of the Monster Palace." Su Yin nodded and smiled. He knew Mu Liushui's ability, and his cultivation was actually not bad. In fact, Su Yin knew that compared to himself, Mu Lushui was more suitable to be the palace master of the Monster Palace. "Senior brother Mu Lushui, I know your ability. From today onwards, you are the palace master of the Monster Palace. Don't refuse. First of all, your ability is obvious to everyone. Second of all, I have my own reasons." Su Yin organized Mu Liushui's words, and then he looked at everyone. "Senior brothers, you are all the elders of the Monster Palace. It's all up to you here." Dong Qinghao said with a smile, "Don't worry. As long as we are alive, we won't let anything happen to the Monster Palace. It's just that Princess Chu's vision was really sharp. Her courage is really admirable." Dong Qinghao wanted to compete for the position of the Monster Palace's palace master. After learning that Princess Chu had passed the position of palace master to Su Yin, he even thought that she was crazy. After all, Su Yan's cultivation at that time was really not enough. However, things were unpredictable. Who would have thought that Su Yan's strength would increase so quickly? He was simply a peerless monster. Everyone smiled bitterly. At this moment, Lu Fei suddenly laughed and said, "Su Yan, if you want to go to the 9 provinces, why don't you take me with you? Don't worry, I will definitely become your golden fighter." Chapter 504. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but not long after Su Yin finished explaining everything, Duanmu Longhu sent him a message through the soul imprint. Su Yin directly inserted his spiritual energy, and Duanmu Longhu's image appeared in front of him. Just by looking at his complexion, Duanmu Longhu's condition had probably improved a lot during this period of time. It seemed that while Su Yin was thinking of ways to improve himself, Duanmu Longhu wasn't idle either. Of course, Su Yin had already expected this result. If Duanmu Longhu was wasting his time, Su Yin would find it very strange. After seeing Su Yin, Duanmu Longhu laughed, "Hee brother Su Yin, your complexion looks good. You must have had a good time." Su Yin didn't care about Duanmu Longhu's opening. He only said indifferently, "Duanmu Longhu, there's no need to waste time talking nonsense. Why did you contact me this time? With the help of the Hydralisks, there shouldn't be any trouble with the devil sect for the time being. Could it be that we can leave for the 9 regions?" Duanmu Longhu nodded, then said, "Brother Su Yin is indeed wise. That's right, it's time to leave for the 9 regions. There's a huge strait between the 5 regions and the 9 regions. Even venerables can't easily cross it. We must have a huge warship. It's just that with the current strength of the 5 regions, there isn't a single faction that has the ability to create such a huge warship. Thus, the 9 regions has always held the initiative between the 5 regions and the 9 regions. This time the Hydralisks told me that a huge warship is about to arrive. When the time comes, we can ride on this huge warship and return." Su Yin quietly listened to Duanmu Longhu, then asked, "Why is it the Devil Sect's warship?" Duanmu Longhu shook his head, then said, "Wrong, it's not the Devil Sect's warship. It's the Taihang Sword Faction's warship. I think that brother Su Yin might have heard of this name." Hearing this name, Su Yin sneered in his heart. Not only had he heard of it, he even had a history with it. Su Yin would never forget the name Wang Han. Wang Han almost killed him. If it wasn't for Yun He's appearance, Su Yan's name. Of course, the Qilin's account was also had to be remembered. But he didn't reveal his thoughts. He said, the Taihang sword factions? I've never met them before. But how should we get on the ship? I don't think it's easy to get on a warship like this, right? Duanmu Longhu smiled and said, Brother Su Yan, don't worry. I've already arranged everything. When the time comes, you and I just need to get on the ship. Alright, there's still about 10 days before they depart. But in order to avoid any mishaps, it's better for Brother Su Yan to come early. Soon the two sides finished communicating. Su Yan's eyes flashed. His heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. Were they finally going to leave for the 9 regions? Even he at this moment was trembling slightly. Of course, this wasn't a fear of living but a yearning in his heart. He wanted to see what kind of outstanding people the 9 regions had. Of course, the most important thing for him was to rescue Lu Lan and find Chu Linger. But at this moment he still had a lot of regrets in his heart. For example, Lin Hualo. There were still 10 days before the ship left. But counting the earlier time, there was still about 7 days left. Duanmu Longhu was also a good schemer. Even if Su Yan wanted to get to the estuary, it would take 6 or 7 days. Even if he wanted to make any preparations, it would probably be too late. In this way, Su Yan could only rely on Duanmu Longhu for many things. Su Yan didn't delay any longer. He directly summoned the sword dragon and flew into the distance. The demonic dragon wings were naturally powerful. It could display a terrifying power in battle. But if it was used to travel, it would be too extravagant. After all, the consumption of spiritual energy had reached a terrifying level. 7 days later, Su Yan once again appeared at the estuary of the East Sea. Not long ago Su Yan came here. At that time, Shengguan Sheng of the Devil Sect took Su Tian away. But Su Yan couldn't do anything because he didn't have the slightest confidence that he could take Su Tian away safely. However, things were different now. If he were to encounter Shengguan Sheng again this time, it would be hard to say who would win and who would lose. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was still at the 2nd layer mountain range. After being strengthened by the dragon blood, his control of his own aura had reached an extremely powerful level. He was confident that even Duanmu Longhu wouldn't be able to sense his true cultivation. Duanmu Longhu came as promised. Behind him was a shadow. It was the Hydralisk. The Hydralisk's gaze fell on Su Yan. Its eyes flickered with a dangerous light. Obviously, this person had a strong killing intent towards Su Yan. If there was a suitable opportunity, he would make a move and kill Su Yan. However, Su Yan wasn't afraid of him. Moreover, even if the Hydralisk was powerful, he was now following Duanmu Longhu. Su Yan didn't need to talk to him. Duanmu Longhu was the first to break the silence. Brother Su Yan is indeed a trustworthy person. Fortunately, Brother Su Yan is here today. Otherwise we would be in a mess. Su Yan asked, why is that? Duanmu Longhu said, according to what I said, the Taihang sword faction came to the 5 regions to search for a rare material to forge a sword. It seems that they have already found it, so they have to hurry back to the sect. Alright, Brother Su Yan, this time I arranged for you to be an errand boy. This is the only way to sneak in. I'll have to trouble Brother Su Yan. Su Yan sneered in his heart, then said, that's fine. The next day the 3 of them finally stepped into the huge warship. This was Su Yan's first time riding on a warship in this world. He had to admit that this world of spiritual energy was really mysterious. This warship was huge. Although it couldn't be compared to the aircraft carriers in his previous world, it was still huge. The hull was covered with a layer of iron. This iron was obviously not ordinary iron, but an extremely special metal. It was extremely tough and light. This huge warship belonged to the Taihang sword faction. On the mast, the Taihang sword faction's flag fluttered high. Since Su Yan was an errand boy, he naturally had to carry goods. However, these were all small matters, so Su Yan didn't care. He obediently carried out his duties as an errand boy. In the warship's loft, Duanmu Longhu sat in a private room. Looking at the busy Su Yan, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. At this time, Hydralisk finally opened his mouth. Young master, although this Su Yan's battle strength is tyrannical, in the end, he's only in the boundary. How can he help you? Why did young master even give your soul imprint to him? He had been holding back this question for a long time. Today he finally couldn't hold it back anymore and directly asked. Duanmu Longhu smiled, then said, Hydralisk, I know that you're naturally incomparably strong, but you shouldn't underestimate this ally of ours. He was able to rise up from nothing and then walk step by step to where he is today. How can he be incompetent? Speaking until here, he paused for a moment, then continued, Moreover, how do you know that this is his full strength? Hydralisk narrowed his eyes, then said, Hydralisk, don't talk about other things, but I still have a good eye for people. If he's hiding his strength, I'm afraid he won't be able to hide it from my glasses. Hydralisk was indeed qualified to say such words. He was able to become a famous assassin in the world of the 9 provinces. If he didn't have a good eye for people, then it wouldn't be right. However, Duanmu Longhu just smiled, but he didn't say anything else. Right, did you find out what the Taihang sword faction is transporting this time? Duanmu Longhu asked. Hydralisk nodded, then said, don't worry, I've already confirmed it. It's indeed the mysterious fire meteoric iron. I really didn't expect to find such a thing in the 5 counties. With this thing, the Taihang sword faction will be able to forge an absolutely powerful divine sword. For a powerful swordsman, having a divine sword was a dream come true. A long sword would not only allow him to better display his battle strength, but it would also be of great help to his cultivation. Take Su Yan for example. He was currently using the Scorching Sun sword. When he was using the sword, his spiritual energy would fuse with the sword. During this process, even if he was using his spiritual energy to control the sword, wasn't the sword refining his body? The Taihang sword faction was a powerful force in the world of the 9 provinces. Even the devil sect wouldn't dare to touch it. This was because the Taihang sword faction had the powerful sword Venerable as its leader. Right now, if the sword Venerable had a divine sword in his hands, the Taihang sword faction's strength would be incomparably strong. However, Duanmu Longhu's words clearly indicated that he had his eyes on this item. However, he did have some tricks up his sleeves. He was actually able to step into the cabin of the warship openly. Under the cabin of the huge warship, a huge formation was shining with a crimson light. In the middle of the formation, a crimson piece of mysterious fire meteoric iron floated quietly. This piece of mysterious fire meteoric iron had an astonishing temperature. If it wasn't for the formation suppression, the bottom of the warship would have been burned through by it. This was the Taihang sword faction's biggest gain this time. As for the precious ores that were transported by the odd job workers on the warship, they were just a cover. Quick, quick, quick. Everyone get on the warship. The warship is about to set sail. At this moment, a loud and clear voice rang out. Everyone quickened their steps and boarded the warship. Chapter 505. Duanmu Longhu doesn't seem like a person who would get up early without any benefits. I don't believe that he wouldn't have his own motives for targeting this ship. Su Yan's heart was clear. Although he didn't have much contact with Duanmu Longhu, he knew that Duanmu Longhu wasn't a kind person. Moreover, he was good at scheming. Since he had joined the Taihang sword faction on this ship, he must have his own motives. However, Su Yan still didn't know what his motives were. However, it didn't matter. The fox would always give himself away. Since Duanmu Longhu was interested in this ship, he would definitely make a move. However, Su Yan knew that he had to be careful. He couldn't be used by the other party. While Su Yan was deep in thought, someone suddenly walked up to Su Yan. It was a very tall and muscular man. He was almost 2 meters tall, and his entire body was filled with solid muscles. When he walked over, Su Yan felt that the light in front of him had dimmed. He walked up to Su Yan and said, "Kid, you're quite brave. Everyone is working in the cabin, but you dare to slack off here." As he spoke, his gaze wandered over Su Yan's body. Su Yan raised his head lazily and said, "You're not working either, right?" When he heard Su Yan's question, the muscular man laughed. "Haha, I'm not working because someone else is working for me." As he spoke, he walked towards Su Yan. Su Yan didn't move. He only said, "Are you saying that you want me to work for you?" As he spoke, Su Yan shook his head slightly and walked towards the muscular man. The muscular man was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, "Not bad, not bad. You're quite smart. That's exactly what I mean. Don't worry, as long as you work for me, I'll protect you. I won't let you suffer." He looked at Su Yan, who was already in front of him, and suddenly felt uneasy. At this time, Su Yan shook his head and said, "No matter where I go, I can meet a fool like you. But you came at the right time, so help me work." When the burly man heard this, he immediately became furious and said, "Brat, you really don't know what's good for you. If that's the case then, ugh." Before the burly man could finish his words, he suddenly knelt down. Of course, it wasn't because he worshipped Su Yan so much that he chose to kneel. It was because of the pain. It turned out that while he was speaking, Su Yan had already thrown a punch at him. A simple and clean punch landed on his abdomen. The burly man couldn't block it at all and fell to his knees on the ground. Su Yan looked at him and said directly, "Do you remember what I said? Help me finish my work. Otherwise I'll kill you directly." His voice was very calm, as if he was talking to a stranger politely. However, at this moment, the burly man was trembling all over. Because of the pain but also because of fear. At this time he was regretting to the extreme. He actually came to provoke this guy. He sweated profusely and said, "Yes, yes, sir. Don't worry, I'll help you finish your work." The burly man used the most sincere oath to express his determination. Su Yin ignored him and just smiled, then said, "Well, since everyone is below the cabin, let's go." After Su Yin finished speaking, he walked directly to the cabin. Damn it. The burly man cursed in his heart, but he still ignored the intense pain in his abdomen and followed Su Yan's footsteps. Step by step they walked into the cabin. The handymen were working, either carrying things or doing all kinds of miscellaneous things. Of course Su Yin would not do such a thing. He scanned the room with his eyes. At the same time he released his spiritual sense. Of course he did not dare to be too unrestrained. If there was really a precious treasure on this ship, it would definitely be guarded by a powerhouse. Moreover, they were in the vast sea at the moment. Even a venerable one might not be able to cross such a sea, let alone Su Yin. If one got lost in the vast sea, one would be in a dilemma of life and death. Soon, Su Yan's spiritual sense gave him the answer. It turned out that there was a huge space at the core of the cabin. An extremely hot aura was sealed in the Kongjenian. When he felt this aura, a desire actually emerged in his heart. What a scorching power. If I can integrate this into the Scorching Sun Sword, although it still can't turn the Scorching Sun Sword into a divine sword, it can make the Scorching Sun Sword sharper and stronger. At this moment Su Yin thought to himself. After that, with the burly man helping him, he naturally relaxed and stayed at the side. Of course he was not doing nothing. Instead he asked the people around him. Although these people did not know everything, after piecing together the information, Su Yin finally understood the general idea. There was indeed a precious treasure hidden in this cabin. As for that treasure, it was none other than an extremely precious piece of meteoric iron. Su Yin did not know what this meteorite was used for by the Taihang sword faction. However, he was sure that Duanmu Longhu was interested in it. He was sure that Duanmu Longhu would definitely make a move on this thing. Of course, it was not only Duanmu Longhu who wanted to make a move on this thing. Even Su Yin was tempted. He wanted to obtain this piece of meteorite and then refine it into his Scorching Sun Sword. Su Yin still remembered Uncle Chao's wish. With this piece of meteorite, although he still could not achieve this wish, he could at least improve. Moreover, it would be a great improvement for Su Yin himself. The giant ship rode the wind and waves on the sea. This gigantic battleship was truly terrifying, breaking through the waves at an extremely fast speed. The giant warship passed by, stirring up boundless waves. Just like that, the days passed one by one. On the 10th day, the entire battleship actually began to shake. Then a loud sound was heard. At this moment, Su Yin opened his eyes. His first reaction was that Duanmu Longhu was going to make a move. At this moment, the people on the giant ship had already started to panic. Everyone was panicking. After all, this was the vast sea. If the giant ship were to crash here, the consequences would be dire. Those with a higher cultivation level might have a chance of survival. However, these low-level workers would most likely die. Everyone started to panic. In an instant, the entire giant ship was in chaos. At this moment, a scolding voice was heard. "Damn trash. Why are you panicking? How could the ship of the Taihang sword faction capsize so easily? A bunch of trash. All you did was hit by a sea beast." The owner of this voice was not weak. There was a faint sense of majesty in this voice. It was like the might of a dragon. At this moment, everyone immediately quietened down. No one dared to say anything else. Su Yin had already taken advantage of the chaos to get to the deck. At this moment he finally saw the appearance of the sea beast. This was a gigantic snake. Its body was terrifyingly long, and its entire terrifying body was floating in the sky just like that. His eyes coldly stared at the ground below, his huge eyes overflowing with scarlet light. Under the gaze of this light, everyone felt as if they were about to suffocate. It was as if they would be swallowed by this terrifying power in the next moment. At this moment, the burly man had already arrived beside Su Yin. He then said to Su Yin, "This is the sea beast, the winged serpent. This is going to be troublesome." For the past few days he had been helping Su Yin. This was something that could not be helped. After all, Su Yin had displayed extremely powerful and terrifying strength. There was no way he could fight back. "You seem to be very familiar with it." Su Yin looked at him and said. The burly man chuckled and said, "I have been following the sect on the sea for many years. Naturally, I know some things. This winged serpent is not simple. When this guy goes berserk, even a Dragon Realm expert would not be able to contend against him. Sir, if anything happens, please protect me. Rest assured, I will definitely repay you." The burly man hesitated for a moment before finally saying what he wanted to say. Su Yin looked at him but did not say anything. He knew that it was normal for the burly man to have such thoughts. After all, someone like him who only had brute strength but not much cultivation would only become delicious food for the sea beasts if he fell into the sea. Su Yin did not comment. He only looked at the nine-winged winged serpent. Just as the burly man had said, the nine-winged winged serpent had an extremely terrifying aura. This was already similar to the might of a dragon. From this, one could see that its strength was extremely terrifying. Moreover, this was the sea. This was its home ground. Although a human dragon realm expert was powerful, it would not be easy to deal with this big guy. If they were not careful, their lives would be in danger and they would directly lose their lives. At this time, streaks of light began to flash in the sky. Those were streaks of lightning. This nine-winged winged serpent had actually reached the level where it could activate the power of celestial phenomenon and directly summon lightning. This was even more dangerous for the people of the Taihang sword faction. At this time, many disciples of the Taihang sword faction had already flown into the sky. At the same time, they controlled their swords and wanted to attack this beast. Unfortunately, their strength was nothing in front of this nine-winged winged serpent. When the lightning fell, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction were thrown off their feet. Chapter 506. Su Yin wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. Duanmu Longhu and Hydralisk were the same. The two of them stood by the window and looked at the gigantic nine-winged winged serpent with eyes full of ridicule and anticipation. As for the group of flustered idiots, they didn't care about them at all. At this moment, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction flew into the air and shot out streaks of sword chi towards the nine-winged winged serpent's scales. There were a total of 21 disciples who flew into the air. They formed a group of 3 and formed a 7-star formation. They attacked the nine-winged winged serpent fiercely. Su Yin watched as they attacked. Su Yin had to admit that the disciples of the Taihang sword faction were indeed stronger than the disciples of the burial sword tomb. At least, their average cultivation was higher than the disciples of the burial sword tomb. Of course, Su Yin knew that there was nothing he could do about it. After all, the world of the 9 states had an innate advantage. The spiritual energy there was denser. The 7-star formation was indeed powerful. When the 21 streaks of sword chi exploded at the same time, it displayed an extremely shocking power. When the sword chi landed on the nine-winged winged serpent's body, it exploded into streaks of sparks. However, the nine-winged winged serpent was indeed a powerful creature. Although the sword chi was sharp, it couldn't cut through its scales at all. Everything was useless against it. It was like scratching an itch. This was because it was simply too powerful. It was so powerful that it made people despair. Of course, although the sword chi couldn't cut through its defenses, it still angered it. The nine-winged winged serpent suddenly roared and raised its head. Immediately, an extremely powerful breath burst out. It was similar to a dragon's breath. Under this powerful light, the 21 disciples were finally unable to withstand it. Fortunately, they were protected by extremely powerful armors. Otherwise, they would have been completely killed by this attack. Su Yan's gaze didn't change. He continued to watch quietly. Why aren't you coming out? These disciples are all going to die. Su Yan thought to himself. Although the armor had saved their lives, the powerful armor could only withstand the attack once. If they were to endure such a terrifying blow again, they would immediately vanish into thin air. All of a sudden, huge cannons appeared on the battleship, much to the surprise of Su Yan. Quick, the spirit stone cannons are ready. Fire. This was because this was the first time he had seen such a weapon in this world. Of course, this was not the same as the previous world's firearms. Even though they were also firing in the form of cannons, their foundation was still spirit stones. Su Yan's spiritual force quickly figured out what was going on. This was the process of using a small array to rapidly burn the spirit stones and unleash an extremely powerful attack. The more powerful the array was, the more terrifying the energy stored in the spirit stones would be, and the more powerful it would be. Such a cannon was already equivalent to the attack of a spiritual Sea Realm warrior. At this moment, there were dozens of giant cannons directly appearing. It turned out that although the 21 disciples of the Taihang sword faction weren't able to cause any harm to the winged serpent, they still managed to buy enough time for the battleship. Dozens of cannons were fired. That was the full power of dozens of territorial Sea Realm warriors attacking. This power couldn't be underestimated. Even the nine-winged serpent was forced to retreat. Roar! This huge creature was finally enraged. The terrifying wings on its back slowly spread open. The nine-winged serpent actually only had 4 pairs of wings. The last pair of wings was actually the snake crown on its head. At this moment, its wings were spread open, and the snake crown was flashing with energy. As the energy kept flashing, the sea began to churn. This terrifying existence not only attracted lightning, but could also set off huge waves. Moreover, it directly flew up from the sea. As a result, the spirit stone cannons lost their effect. This was because the entire battleship began to churn under the waves. Moreover, this huge winged serpent had already flown into the sky. It was a joke for the spirit stone cannons to hit it. Su Yan still didn't move. He was waiting for the powerful warrior to make a move. Of course, at this moment he finally understood why firearms were not popular in this world. The situation in front of him had already explained everything. In this world, powerful warriors were just too unbelievable. Seeing that the Taihang sword faction was at a disadvantage in the battle against this huge serpent, everyone was even more shocked. After all, they were really too weak in the face of such a terrifying existence like the nine-winged serpent. Even the strong man beside Su Yan was very nervous. He trembled as he asked, "Sir, will we die?" Ever since he was easily taught a lesson by Su Yan, he seemed to have recognized Su Yan. His intuition told him that Su Yan was an extremely powerful existence. Su Yan glanced at him then said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen. If the Taihang sword faction's battleship was so easily wrecked, it would be too laughable. Thinking about it, after so long, that powerful warrior should finally make a move." Just as Su Yan finished speaking, an angry roar came from the huge battleship. "Bastard, die." This was the voice of an extremely strong middle-aged man. His roar was so loud that it overshadowed the thunder in the sky. Like Su Yan, Duanmu Longhu's gaze was also fixed on the sky. At this moment, when the angry roar came, Duanmu Longhu's expression did not change. He only said, "A Dragon Realm warrior? TSK, if it's just a Dragon Realm warrior, it doesn't seem interesting at all." Hydralisk said, "Don't worry, young master. That old thing will make a move sooner or later." At this moment, a figure shot into the sky. It was a middle-aged man. His entire body was also extremely tall and sturdy. Even the muscular man beside Su Yan was slightly weaker than him. More importantly, at this moment, an extremely strong power was flowing through his body. There was also an extremely powerful aura. That was the aura of a dragon realm warrior. Moreover, it was a super warrior above the three dragons realm. The nine-winged creature flying in the sky had already sensed the threat. His gaze shot towards this place, and then he directly spat out a huge and strong cold light from his mouth. This breath was much thicker than the one before, and it carried an extremely cold power. This warrior was not afraid at all. He only roared, "You're courting death." Suddenly, a sword aura exploded from his palm. The powerful sword aura turned into a huge sword shadow. The sword shadow was indomitable, as if it could cut through everything. At this moment, this sword shadow came down horizontally. It was simply incomparably terrifying. Between heaven and earth, everything started to tremble at this moment. This extremely strong light affected everyone's heart and soul. At this moment they no longer felt any despair. Their hearts of worship towards the Taihang sword faction were directly ignited. Haha, as expected of the Taihang sword faction. I must join the Taihang sword faction and cultivate supreme sword techniques. I must soar into the sky in anger and slay a dragon with one sword. This is the style that a cultivator of my generation should have. At this moment, there were already people who had begun to swear that they would join the Taihang sword faction. There were many people who had such thoughts. The muscular man beside Su Yan was also extremely excited. However, he suddenly heard Su Yan say, "I'm afraid the Three Dragons realm is still not enough. Is this old guy really so lazy that he's not willing to make a move even now?" Hearing Su Yan's words, the muscular man was extremely shocked. "Sir, is that warrior unable to deal with that beast?" Su Yan did not answer him. However, he already knew the answer when he saw the smile on Su Yan's face. However, how could this be? The power displayed by that big shot was already so terrifying. Even the dragon's breath was being broken by him layer by layer. How could he not be able to deal with that beast? However, at this moment, the lightning in the sky suddenly seemed to be attracted. In an instant, all of them charged towards the Dragon Realm warrior. An extremely terrifying power gathered. It was incomparably frightening. In the next moment, all of the power finally gathered and then came crashing down. The sword chi of the Taihang sword faction warrior was directly shattered by the lightning. At the same time, the huge Dragon Realm warrior also pounced towards them. At the same time, he opened his huge mouth and bit towards the Dragon Realm warrior. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. This beast was too terrifying. At this moment an extremely powerful aura appeared between heaven and earth. Su Yan's heart suddenly trembled. It's here. At this moment his attention was raised to the extreme. This was because he knew that the real big shot had finally made his move. Without any words, a huge sword light suddenly appeared in the sky. The sword light extended continuously and was actually about 30 meters long. The terrifying sword light silently rolled and then slashed down. At this moment, the nine-winged serpent had already sensed an extremely powerful threat. Its huge body suddenly swayed, wanting to avoid this sword light. However, all of its efforts were in vain. This sword light seemed to have already locked onto it. No matter how it dodged, it was useless. Beast, since you dare to find trouble with the Taihang sword faction, then die. As the calm voice sounded, the long sword slashed horizontally. Then an extremely shrill cry pierced through the sky, followed by an extremely thick rain of blood. Bright red raindrops continued to fall. Most of them fell into the sea while some fell onto the ship. Chapter 507. Su Yan returned to his resting room and sighed, 7 dragons, that's really powerful. He was only at the 3 dragons realm, and the Hydralisk was also at the same realm. Although his battle prowess had rapidly increased to the level of the 5 mountains, and because of his many fortuitous encounters, he was able to erupt with extremely powerful battle prowess, enough to challenge a 5 dragons expert, it was still impossible for him to fight against a 7 dragons expert. The Taihang sword faction actually had such an expert overseeing it. It was indeed worthy of being a major power in the world of the 9 provinces. However, this person's strength was obvious to all, so how could this Duanmu Longhu snatch the food from the tiger's mouth and snatch that piece of meteoric iron? Or could it be that his conjecture was wrong from the start, and Duanmu Longhu didn't come for the meteoric iron at all? Unknowingly, a slight feeling of sleepiness came over him. Su Yan closed his eyes and ignored these messy matters. Just like that, they sailed for another 5 days. In these 5 days the sea was calm and there weren't any major changes. Su Yan continued to stay in his own resting room to cultivate, while the brawny man would help him complete all his tasks. It was worth mentioning that after the brawny man was baptized by the snake's blood, he became even stronger. At this moment he had actually become a decent cultivator and had reached the peak of the spirit realm. In the sects of the 5 provinces, a person with the peak of the spirit realm would be treated as a disciple with great potential to be nurtured. However, in this place he could only be reduced to a boatman. Thinking about the disparity, even Su Yan couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, the mental state of all the crew members had improved a lot. This was because there were only 2 more days of sailing before this trip came to an end. For these crew members, every time they safely made it through a voyage, it was an extremely fortunate thing. After all, although the warships that could sail were very powerful, the dangers of the sea were unimaginable. Under the boundless sea, who knew how many ships had been buried, and who knew how many people had become food for the fishes and shrimps in the sea? On this day, Su Yan suddenly received a transmission from Duanmu Longhu. Although he and Duanmu Longhu were on the same ship, they didn't have any contact at all. This Duanmu Longhu had been hiding in his cabin all day, and who knew what he was doing? Su Yan accepted the transmission. Duanmu Longhu's image appeared once again. What's the matter? Su Yan directly asked. He believed that Duanmu Longhu would not come looking for him for anything good. Hearing Su Yan's words, Duanmu Longhu. He naturally wouldn't take such a small matter to heart. He only smiled and said, Brother Su Yan, I just have a small matter that I need your help with. Su Yan only laughed coldly in his heart. Small matter? If stealing from the hands of a dragon realm expert with 7 dragons was considered a small matter, then what would be considered a big matter? However, Su Yan did not say this out loud. Instead, he calmly replied, You can tell me about it first. However, as a member of the Earth Committee, I don't know if I can help. Hearing Su Yan's reply, Duanmu Longhu wasn't surprised. He smiled and said, I think that Brother Su Yan will definitely agree. I'm sure that Brother Su Yan has already sensed the blazing hot meteoric metal in the cabin. If Brother Su Yan helps me, I'll give this meteoric metal to Brother Su Yan. Seeing the smile on Duanmu Longhu's face, Su Yan's heart was already on high alert. This fellow was not a simple character. His calculations were indeed powerful. He had actually taken into account Su Yan's attitude towards this piece of meteoric iron. However, this time Su Yan shook his head and said, I refuse. The risk is too great. Su Yan very calmly chose to refuse. It was just as he said. The risk was too great. Of course, the risk that Su Yan was worried about wasn't from the dragon realm expert with 7 dragons. It was from Duanmu Longhu. This was an extremely dangerous man. Su Yin had no choice but to cooperate with him. He didn't believe that this man would be so kind as to give him such a good opportunity. If there's nothing else, I still need to rest. Su Yin directly cut off the connection and closed his eyes to rest. Was Su Yin really not tempted by the meteoric metal? No, that was absolutely impossible. At this moment, Su Yin should be very tempted by the meteoric metal. However, he didn't choose to make a move. He didn't even listen to Duanmu Longhu's next words and directly cut off the connection. Hydralisk slammed his palm on the table, almost shattering it. Fortunately, Duanmu Longhu released a burst of energy at that moment and directly protected the table. Hydralisk, you need to remain calm, Duanmu Longhu said with a smile. Hydralisk coldly snorted and said, Young master, this Su Yin really doesn't know how to respect us. Who does he think he is? This time we'll kill him. Young master, don't worry. I've already mastered the second strike of the 10 slashes of the heavens. Killing him definitely won't be a difficult matter. It's not a good thing for your soul imprint to remain on him. Hydralisk had already removed the demonic soul oath. Now he was completely loyal to Duanmu Longhu. At this moment, Su Yin actually directly refused to cooperate. This made Hydralisk very angry. This man really doesn't know how to respect us. Moreover, from the moment Hydralisk saw Su Yin, he was already filled with killing intent towards Su Yin. If possible, he even wanted to kill Su Yin immediately. Even he himself didn't know the reason for this. Perhaps it was because when they first met, Su Yin attacked him, or because Su Yin gave him an extremely strong pressure. Therefore he was filled with killing intent towards Su Yin. Duanmu Longhu said, Hydralisk, don't be impatient. Su Yin won't be able to stay out of this matter. I don't believe that he won't be moved by the meteoric iron. If he obtains the meteoric iron, his scorching sun sword may become even stronger. Duanmu Longhu spoke slowly. It was as if he had already grasped everything in his hands. Hydralisk, get ready. We'll go kill that 3-dragon realm guy first. A dragon realm martial artist with 3 dragons was already very powerful. In the 5 counties, the alliance master of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance, Yunhe, was only at this level. However, in the eyes of Duanmu Longhu, he was no different from a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Hearing Duanmu Longhu's words, Hydralisk's eyes suddenly lit up. He likes to kill, especially strong experts. Hydralisk coldly smiled and said, Young master, don't worry. I definitely won't disappoint you. After saying this, he walked out of the door. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks sounded. Xueqing frowned and said, What's the matter? Didn't I already say that if there's nothing, don't disturb me? Xueqing was a 3-dragon realm expert. In the battle with the 9-winged serpent, he was still injured. Although the injury wasn't serious and wouldn't affect him in the future, it still made him extremely unhappy. As a result, his temper had become very bad these few days. He had already ordered that without his command, no one was to disturb him. However, there were still people who didn't open their eyes and came to disturb him. Xueqing had already made up his mind. If there wasn't enough reason, then he would kill someone to vent his anger. Elder Xue, it's Elder Wang. He wants to see Elder Xue. The person outside the door said with extreme fear. Hearing this, Xueqing finally let out a cold snort and cursed in a low voice, That damned old thing. That day, if that Elder Wang had acted earlier, he would not have suffered such injuries. He knew that the old thing did it on purpose. He purposely waited for him to be injured before making a move. Within the Taihang sword faction, everyone knew that the Xue family and the Wang family didn't get along. It was just that for this mission the Wang family had fought for the initiative. Hence they sent that old thing over. Elder Wang's cultivation level was higher than his, which made him extremely angry. Of course, if the old thing from the Wang family asked him to go, then he would go. How could there be such a good thing? Therefore he said, Go and tell Elder Wang that I'm injured and can't move around. If there's something important, then I won't go. The person outside the door pondered for a while and said, Elder Xue, Elder Wang said that it's very important to discuss the item that's being transported this time. He wants you to go. The person's voice was filled with fear. Xueqing could tell this, but Xueqing didn't care. Why would he care about the feelings of an insignificant person? However, he had to pay attention to what Elder Wang said. This time, the Taihang sword faction came all the way to the 5 prefectures. Although they said that it was for minerals, they were actually transporting a piece of meteoric iron. This piece of meteoric iron was naturally very precious. It was enough to forge a divine sword. However, only he and Old Man Wang knew that this piece of meteoric iron that could be used to forge a divine sword was actually just a cover. The real thing was far more precious than this. This was because they found an innate divine fire in the 5 prefectures. The innate divine fire was a miracle in this world. Its power was incomparably great. Although the divine iron was precious, it could still be found. However, the innate divine fire was something that could only be found by chance. In the Jianghu continent, there hadn't been an innate divine fire for hundreds of years. Not only was the innate divine fire powerful, but it could also be integrated into one's body and fused with one's spiritual energy. This would greatly improve the cultivation level of the person who fused with it. When facing an enemy, one's every move would carry the power of the innate divine fire. It could be said to be extremely terrifying. Chapter 508. Alright, I got it. He finally stood up and pushed open the door. At this moment, an extremely dangerous feeling suddenly enveloped him. Xueqing was also someone who had been on the battlefield for a long time. He immediately understood that someone was attacking him. Could it be that the old bastard wants to take the divine fire for himself, so he wants to get rid of me as soon as possible? At this moment, a thought flashed through his mind. However, he had no time to think about this at this point. His survival instincts made him retreat abruptly. At the same time, a long sword appeared in his hand. For the person who suddenly attacked him to make him feel such a sense of danger, his strength was definitely not to be underestimated. At this moment he only saw a thin black line rushing towards his body. Although it was only a thin black line, he understood that such an inconspicuous thing was the most dangerous. Who is this scoundrel? You're courting death. At this moment he let out an angry roar, and his thunderous roar immediately spread throughout the giant ship. Xueqing was also smart. He knew that even if Old Wang wanted to attack him, he had to be wary of the people on the ship. At the same time, a bright sword light was released from his hand. The sword light sank and directly cut the black line. You bastard, how dare you try to kill me? He roared again. At the same time, the long sword in his hand exploded with an extremely strong sword intent. Taking sinks into sand slash. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword energy rushed forward. This sword was an extremely powerful battle technique of the Taihang sword faction. When the sword energy exploded, it was like a huge wave washing away the sand. It was extremely terrifying. However, the figure did not directly attack. Instead, he snorted disdainfully. Then, his entire body turned slightly and directly dodged the light. What's so difficult about killing you? Snake pupil. The voice was eerie like that of a poisonous snake. As soon as the voice finished speaking, a dark gaze immediately looked towards Xueqing. At this moment, Xueqing's body trembled. He suddenly retreated and cried out, Snake pupil? You're that hydralisk. Hydralisks were really famous in the Jianghu continent. When this move was revealed, Xueqing immediately knew his identity. At the same time he became even more vigilant in his heart. Facing the attack of the snake eyes, he no longer dared to underestimate it. Because he deeply understood that anyone who underestimated the hydralisks was already dead. At a time like this, how could he dare to underestimate and be careless? At this moment, the long sword in his hand directly burst out with an extremely strong light. Then, he lifted the long sword and suddenly burst out with fierce cold light. This sword strike suddenly struck Snake Pupil down. Hydralisk, you're just a 3-dragon realm expert. It won't be easy for you to kill me. At this moment he suddenly roared and at the same time, raised the sword intent all over his body. The Taihang sword intent was extremely powerful. Even the Hydralisk's venomous snake was directly cut in half. If it was in the past, the Hydralisks wouldn't have many tricks up their sleeves. But now it was completely different. After he followed Duanmu Longhu had already imparted the Devil Sect's secret techniques to him. Seeing that Snake Pupil was struck down, he didn't care at all. He only chuckled, then said, You're very lucky because you can see my next move, Sword of Slaughter. The Hydralisk laughed sinisterly. Then he closed his palms, and his entire arm seemed to have turned into a sword blade. Then an extremely terrifying murderous aura rushed towards Xueqing. At this moment, Xueqing suddenly realized that his surroundings were completely dark. The thick murderous aura was like a chain that directly trapped him. In the next moment he suddenly felt a gust of wind. His survival instincts kicked in, and his entire body flashed backward. Although his movements were swift, a line of blood still appeared on his throat. However, although he escaped this sure-kill attack, he didn't feel the slightest bit of joy in his heart. Since he knew that the opponent was a Hydralisk, he understood that one of the opponent's most terrifying methods was poison. At this moment his wound was already bleeding. He was afraid that he was doomed. But in the end he still had a thought. At this moment he didn't care anymore and directly jumped out of the window. Xueqing was really decisive. It should be known that if he fell into the sea, it would be difficult for him to escape death. However, there was still a slight chance of survival. If he didn't jump into the sea, he would definitely die. Seeing Xueqing's actions, the hydralisk sneered. You're so stupid. You want to escape from me? Of course he couldn't let Xueqing escape. Even if Xueqing was going to die, he wanted him to die in his own hands. This was his habit for many years. He immediately jumped out of the window. Although Xueqing's movements were fast, he wasn't slow either. No, it should be said that he was even faster. In a flash, he had already turned into a shadow. Then a cold light appeared in his palm and he was about to kill Xueqing. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. The hydralisk couldn't see the person's appearance clearly, but he could sense that this person was also in the dragonization realm. He directly sent a palm strike towards him. Seeing this palm, the hydralisk was shocked. This was because he recognized that this was the heaven-breaking 10 slashes. At this moment he couldn't care less about Xueqing who had fallen into the water. He gathered all his strength to the extreme and suddenly sent out a palm. This palm strike had already used up all of his strength. In the sudden exchange of blows, he felt as if a mountain was crashing towards him. Then his entire body swayed and he quickly retreated. In just a short while, the mysterious man had already disappeared. Damn it! The hydralisk was furious. However, at this moment, with such a huge commotion, there were already people rushing over. The hydralisk's body swayed and disappeared from the room. Not good, Elder Xueqing was assassinated. The battleship quickly became chaotic. Elder Wang Yuan personally presided over it. No one would have thought that just as the battle was about to end, such a commotion would suddenly occur. Moreover, the one who was assassinated was a 3-dragon realm expert. Thinking that the assassin was definitely still on the ship, everyone was shocked. In the room, Duanmu Longhu frowned. He looked at the hydralisk and asked again, "You said that the person who attacked used the heaven-breaking 10 slashes. And a dragon realm expert. If it was something else, it wouldn't be a big deal." However, the heaven-breaking 10 slashes was the inheritance of the Devil's sect. Other than the Devil's son, who else could cultivate it? Moreover, according to Duanmu Longhu's speculation, after thousands of years, the heaven-breaking 10 slashes might have already been lost. Yes, young master, I wouldn't have seen wrongly. Moreover, this person used the heaven-breaking 10 slashes very skillfully. His strength is simply unimaginable. The hydralisk still had some lingering fear. Duanmu Longhu suddenly asked, "Do you think it was Su Yan who did it?" Hearing Duanmu Longhu's words, the hydralisk was stunned for a moment. Then he said with certainty, "No, it's impossible. That kid's battle strength is indeed strong, but his realm is only at the origin realm. However, the person who attacked had an extremely strong dragon's aura. It was impossible for someone at the origin realm to have dragon's aura. Moreover, that kid is proficient in the sword Dao. However, this person used the heaven-breaking 10 slashes, so it can't be him." The hydralisk said with absolute certainty. Duanmu Longhu sighed in his heart. It was originally a good thing, but now an accident had occurred, making him feel helpless. What gave him the most headache was that he didn't even know who the opponent was. Then, did the Taihang sword faction's Wang family only contact you? Duanmu Longhu asked again. The hydralisk said with certainty, "I'm sure." This time, when the Taihang sword faction found the innate godly fire in the 5 regions, Wang Yuan of the Wang family did indeed have the intention of monopolizing it. Therefore he went to the Devil's sect and made this deal. The hydralisk came to the 5 regions for Duanmu Longhu and for this business deal. It was also because of this that Duanmu Longhu was able to enter the ship so easily and even made arrangements for Su Yan. Of course he didn't come here just to have fun. In fact, his goal was the innate godly fire. He was different from the white-bone demon ancestor and the others. He had truly come back from the dead and his body was his. However, although he had come back from the dead, his body was filled with death energy. Not only would this death energy affect his cultivation, it would also be a great threat to his life. Something went wrong, he would probably die again. However, the innate godly fire could refine the death energy. Therefore he was determined to get the innate godly fire. Getting rid of Xueqing was only the first step. After that, it would be Wang Yuan. However, Wang Yuan was too terrifying. He had the strength of 7 dragons in the dragon realm, which made them wary. If Xueqing was also there, it would be difficult to deal with him. "Young master, don't worry. Xueqing was injured by me. My poison must have already entered his blood vessels. I believe that he is already a dead man," the hydralisk said directly. However, Duanmu Longhu didn't say anything. In the end he said, "Let's go and take a look." After saying that, he walked out of the ship's cabin. At this moment, the giant ship had already stopped. Anyone who could swim jumped into the sea and began to search for Xue Cheng's corpse. At this moment, Wang Yuan, who was in the dragon realm, walked over. The Hydralisk is indeed a famous assassin in the 9 regions. You are very powerful, he said with a smile. The Hydralisk didn't smile. However, Duanmu Longhu said, Elder, this time you have gotten rid of a big problem in your heart. I must congratulate you. Wang Yuan glanced at Duanmu Longhu, then smiled and walked into his room. Chapter 509. Below the cabin. Zhuo Feng looked at the person lying there nervously. He felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Of course, he recognized the person in front of him. When the 9-winged serpent appeared, this person had attacked. Although he did not win against the 9-winged serpent, he still displayed his great strength. A Dragon Realm expert. He knew that this person was one of the 2 Dragon Realm experts from the Taihang Sword faction, Xue Cheng. When the news of Xue Cheng being assassinated spread, he felt that it was unbelievable. Someone actually dared to assassinate someone as powerful as Xue Cheng. This was simply courting death. He was also sent into the water to search for Xue Cheng's body. However, he knew that Xue Cheng's body would not be found. He went down to deal with the situation. However, he did not expect that when he returned to the cabin, he would find Xue Cheng lying on his bed. To him, this was simply a disaster. If someone saw this, it would be a disaster for him. Although he was not smart, he was not stupid either. He deeply understood that he could not get involved with such a person. Naturally, Xue Cheng was not saved by him. Therefore, there was no doubt about the person who did it. Oh my God, what kind of person did I offend? Could it be that he was the one who injured Elder Xue? Zhuo Feng began to wail in his heart. At this moment, Su Yan walked in. At this moment, Su Yan's face was calm. He walked to Zhuo Feng's side and said to him, Take care of him. Call me when he wakes up. If you believe me, after this there will be opportunities for you. After Su Yan finished speaking, he left. Zhuo Feng naturally did not dare to say anything to the mysterious Su Yan. Su Yan had his own reasons for choosing to take action. Firstly, he did not like the feeling of being led by the nose. That Duanmu Longhu was too cunning. If everything went according to his plan, he would be in a passive position. Moreover, no matter how he looked at it, he was the weaker one. Therefore, he had to create some opportunities. From Zhuo Feng's words, Su Yan already knew some things between Xue Cheng and Wang Yuan. Although these were all very vague, as long as one made a little deduction, it was enough. In Su Yan's opinion, Xue Cheng would be a good helper, so he made a move. Of course, in order to prevent the Hydralisks from recognizing him, he specially activated the powerful, draconic aura within his bloodline. In the past, he had a majestic aura similar to that of a dragon, but it could not be compared to a Dragon Realm expert. But this time, after activating his bloodline, he could freely unleash his dragon might. Moreover, the power of the dragon's might was simply unimaginable. No wonder the Hydralisks couldn't tell. In fact, it would be strange if he could see through it. Moreover, he had used the heaven-crushing 10 slashes. Of course, Su Yan had purposely used this move to create an illusion for Duanmu Longhu. He believed that even Duanmu Longhu would have countless thoughts in his mind. After another half a day, Xue Cheng finally opened his eyes. A dim light was imprinted in his eyes. Zhuo Feng had not been idle for half a day. Now that he saw this big boss wake up, he was immediately overjoyed. He's awake, great, he's awake. He directly notified Su Yan. Xue Cheng's consciousness gradually woke up. He subconsciously wanted to grab Zhuo Feng, but Su Yan had already appeared in front of him and said coldly, Elder, if you don't want to die, you should know your place. After a while, Zhuo Feng finally understood his situation, so he asked, You saved me? Su Yan nodded and said, Yes, I saved you and cured you of the poison. Although the Hydralisk's poison was powerful, Su Yan's fog cloud directly removed the poison. Of course, a part of the poison still remained in his body and needed him to slowly dissolve it. Xue Cheng was silent for a while, then he said, Thank you. Xue Cheng was a smart person. After thanking Su Yan, he became silent and did not ask who he was. He knew that the more he knew, the worse it would be for him. At this time, Su Yan finally asked, Elder Xue, I think you have some guesses. Can you tell me what you know? Don't worry, I don't have any enmity towards you, and I don't want to make things difficult for you. Xue Cheng did not immediately answer. After thinking for a while, he finally said, Since you saved my life, there's no harm in telling you these things. Then he told Su Yan the Taihang Sword faction's true goal this time, as well as Wang Yuan's scheme. Su Yan listened quietly to Duanmu Longhu's explanation. Then he fell into deep thought. Finally he said, Duanmu Longhu, it seems like you are eyeing the innate divine fire. But how are you going to do it? Elder Shui, it's not good for you to show yourself now. Just stay here for a while. Su Yin said to Xueqing. Xueqing naturally understood this. This was a matter of life and death, so he did not put on airs. He directly said, "Don't worry, I understand. After all, this is a matter of life and death. Brother Su Yin, since you saved me, then from today onwards you are my good friend." Xueqing said this sentence with great sincerity. There's still half a day before we reach the shore. I think Duanmu Longhu should be making his move by now. Su Yin looked out of the window. At this moment, huge waves suddenly surged on the originally calm sea surface. The originally clear sky actually turned gloomy in an instant. Day and night were reversed. This was simply terrifying. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately knew that this had something to do with Duanmu Longhu. Although he did not know how he did it, Su Yan firmly believed in this point. Zhuofeng, take good care of Elder Shui. After saying this, he suddenly walked out. At this moment, pillars of water rose from the sea. An extremely terrifying force surrounded the entire warship. Duanmu Longhu stood in the middle of the room with a brilliant smile. Hydralisk looked at Duanmu Longhu and asked in shock, "Young master, could this be your doing?" He was completely shocked. Duanmu Longhu shook his head and said, "Of course I don't have such a method. I just found a suitable opponent for that old man, he." Hydralisk looked at Duanmu Longhu. He was now even more respectful towards him. This was definitely a terrifying person. Let's go and see just how powerful this elder is. A huge sea monster appeared once again. This sea monster was even more ferocious and terrifying than the nine-winged serpent. Wang Yuan floated in the sky. His face was extremely gloomy. His entire being was filled with rage. They had already arrived at this place, yet such a powerful sea monster still appeared. This was simply illogical. At this moment, the huge sea monster charged towards him. Damn it! Demon-slaying sword. He suddenly pointed his finger. The powerful seven-dragon strength began to circulate. At this moment he was like a real dragon. As his sword pointed downwards, an extremely terrifying sword tip flew towards the huge serpent. The two finally began to fight. The clash between a man and a beast had triggered a huge tsunami. Fortunately, the battleship of Taixing Sword Sect was extremely sturdy and could withstand the impact. Otherwise, any ordinary battleship would have been smashed into pieces by such a terrifying force. At this moment, Hydralisk and Duanmu Longhu had already arrived at the bottom of the warship. Hihi, innate godly fire. It seems that you still belong to me in the end. Looking at the burning red light in front of him, Duanmu Longhu was extremely happy. At this moment, Wang Yuan was fighting the sea monster. Xueqing was ambushed and was probably eaten by the fishes and shrimps. There was no one who could stop him. That huge sea monster was summoned by him using a secret technique. However, to use that secret technique, it consumed too much of his soul power. This caused the death aura in his body to become even heavier. Of course, all of this was worth it. As long as he obtained the godly fire, his strength would become even stronger. Hydralisk, go. Break open the formation and take the godly fire. Even Duanmu Longhu was trembling at this moment. Hydralisk chuckled, then walked towards the array formation. However, at this moment a voice sounded, "Duanmu Longhu, your methods are truly admirable." It's Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan actually appeared here. Duanmu Longhu smiled and said, "Brother Su Yan, I knew that you would definitely come." He wasn't surprised by Su Yan's appearance at all. Su Yan smiled and didn't say much. He only asked, "Are you so sure?" Duanmu Longhu nodded. "Brother Su Yan, you don't seem like a person who knows his place. From the looks of it, Xueqing shouldn't be dead. The person who saved Xueqing should be you," Duanmu Longhu said with certainty. If Su Yan had not appeared here, Duanmu Longhu naturally would not have made such a guess. However, now that Su Yan had appeared, Duanmu Longhu was certain that the mysterious person was Su Yan despite the fact that the mysterious person had displayed extraordinary means. Su Yan nodded and said, "Duanmu Longhu, you are truly terrifying. Nothing can be hidden from you." Duanmu Longhu's intelligence was truly monstrous. Duanmu Longhu smiled and said, "I should be the one admiring you. I didn't think that you would remember it after I used the heaven-breaking 10 slashes in front of brother Su Yan." Duanmu Longhu naturally didn't think that Su Yan's heaven-breaking 10 slashes was personally taught by the heavenly demon. He thought that Su Yan had a photographic memory and directly remembered that move. Su Yan didn't explain. Duanmu Longhu asked, "Brother Su Yan, are you going to stop me?" Chapter 510. Su Yan didn't say anything at first, then he indifferently said, "I'm not stopping you, but I want it too." As soon as he said this, Hydralisk's killing intent surged. Last time he was toyed with by Su Yan, and now Su Yan actually dared to say such words. This enraged him to the extreme. But at this time, Duanmu Longhu pressed his shoulder and said, "Good, this is an innate divine fire. It's extremely powerful. I think that with Brother Su Yan's character, you will definitely be tempted after knowing about it. It's just that this thing is extremely important to me. If I don't have it, I won't be able to live long. At that time, even if I want to help Brother Su Yan, I'm afraid I won't be able to." Duanmu Longhu pondered for a while, then said, "Brother Su Yan, how about this? I have a netherworld ice spirit. This netherworld ice spirit is also an innate divine fire. Its value is not below this innate divine fire. I will give this to Brother Su Yan, and Brother Su Yan will give me the innate divine fire. What do you think?" Su Yan was stunned at first. He thought that Duanmu Longhu would definitely make a move at this time, because the current battle strength was already unbalanced. Just a single Hydralisk was already an absolutely powerful enemy. Coupled with Duanmu Longhu, even Su Yan wouldn't be able to gain an advantage if the two of them attacked together. He didn't come here to stop Duanmu Longhu, but to create some trouble for him. But he really didn't expect that Duanmu Longhu would actually make such a request. As if he was afraid that Su Yan wouldn't believe him, he directly took out the netherworld ice spirit. As soon as the spirit ice appeared, a very cold aura immediately appeared. Even in this hot cabin, it showed that it was hot enough. It was indeed very attractive, but Su Yan didn't let it get to his head. He said calmly, "Duanmu Longhu, aren't you afraid that Wang Yuan will come after you for stealing the innate godly fire? I know that you are indeed powerful. You must have some powerful methods. Why don't you tell me?" Su Yan looked straight at Duanmu Longhu and suddenly added, "You can't be thinking of using me as a sacrifice, right?" His smile was meaningful, but he had enough reasons to say so. From the arrangement of boarding the ship, one could see that there was something fishy going on. Su Yan believed that if this Duanmu Longhu had the intention to arrange, he could have arranged for him to be with them. However, he was arranged to be in this cabin. If the innate godly fire was stolen, then a person close to the innate godly fire, with a mysterious origin and sufficient strength, would naturally be the best suspect. Su Yan had already asked around. Wang Yuan's methods were vicious, and more importantly, he was extremely vicious. He wasn't the kind of person who would listen to explanations. In his anger, he would naturally kill Su Yan. Regardless of whether Su Yan could escape from Wang Yuan's hands, Duanmu Longhu and Hydralisk had enough time to leave this ship. Don't forget, there was less than a day left before they reached the shore. At this time, with the strength of these two people, they had at least a 70% chance of surviving. This was enough for them to make a gamble. Duanmu Longhu chuckled. He had indeed thought of this before. After being directly exposed by Su Yan, he didn't explain himself. He only said, "Brother Su Yan, there's no point in saying this now. Because no matter what I say, you will only believe what you say. So, the most important thing is what we should do next, right?" Su Yan smiled, then said, "Continue. I think it won't be long before that old man Wang Yuan returns." Duanmu Longhu wasn't in a hurry. He continued, "Brother Su Yan, you're wrong. Hydralisk and I have already made some arrangements. If that old man wants to return, I'm afraid it will take some time. But Brother Su Yan is right. We don't have much time. Since that's the case, Brother Su Yan, how about this? I will directly give this nether spiritual ice to Brother Su Yan, and you can choose to leave now. What do you think?" Duanmu Longhu's suggestion moved Su Yan's heart. Because thinking about it carefully, this was indeed a good idea. First of all, the value of this nether spiritual ice was probably not below that of an innate divine flame. If Su Yan took it and left, it would definitely not be a loss. Just as he thought, they were less than a day away from the mainland. As long as they followed the direction of the battleship, they would be able to survive. Su Yan sighed, then said, "That's good." Duanmu Longhu smiled faintly and directly threw the nether spiritual ice over. When the nether spiritual ice arrived in front of Su Yan directly stored it in the scarlet parting sword box. Duanmu Longhu was stunned, then said, "I didn't expect Brother Su Yan to have such a spatial treasure. It's really enviable." Su Yan said, "Enough of this nonsense. Duanmu Longhu, I believe you also have such a treasure." After saying this, he turned around and left, no longer paying attention to Duanmu Longhu and Hydralisk. At this moment he looked coldly at Su Yan. It was obvious that he wanted to directly kill Su Yan. However, it wasn't the right time to do so. Otherwise he wouldn't have given Su Yan any chance. "Young master, are we really going to let Su Yan leave like this?" He'd always been brooding over the nether spiritual ice because he was able to discern that the nether spiritual ice was truly a treasure that was hard to come by. Duanmu Longhu didn't care, then said, "Don't worry, Duanmu Longhu, definitely won't be so easy to take." Duanmu Longhu smiled. His smile was radiant and he looked just like a fox. Since Duanmu Longhu said so, Hydralisk didn't have any more questions and could only helplessly nod. Without Su Yan's obstruction, the item was already in their bag. This array was indeed powerful, but it couldn't stop Duanmu Longhu's footsteps. He walked over step by step and finally settled everything. When he stood in front of the innate divine fire, his whole body was filled with throbbing. It was as if the death aura in his body was trembling because of it. "Hydralisk, get ready, we're going to escape now," Duanmu Longhu said. At this time Hydralisk was already prepared to sink the ship. The true purpose of this warship was to transport the innate divine fire. Since the innate divine fire disappeared, there was no point in keeping the ship. As for the life and death of the people on the ship, what does it have to do with Duanmu Longhu? Hydralisk said, "Okay." He let out a sinister laugh and dropped an item onto the ground. This item is called Demonic Shadow Lightning. It's the product of an extremely powerful and evil energy. As long as it's activated, it can instantly erupt with an extremely huge movement. Of course, the sinking of the ship has nothing to do with them, it's all the sea monster's good deed. Su Yin quickly returned to the cabin, then directly said to Zhuofeng and Xueqing, "Quick, we have to abandon the ship immediately and leave." He only said these few words. Zhuofeng wanted to say more, but Xueqing directly said, "Okay, let's go now." Such a huge battleship would naturally have backup lifeboats and other small boats. When Zhuofeng carried Xueqing to the lifeboat, a huge tremor suddenly came. Although the battleship was constantly shaking because of the sea monsters, but this time was different, the shaking was obviously much stronger than the previous one. "We can't delay any longer, let's go." The three of them directly boarded the lifeboat. At this time the waves were breaking and there were many sea monsters around, so it was a stupid choice to take a lifeboat. At least, the warship was protected by people from the Taihang sword faction. Of course, this was under normal circumstances. But now it's obviously not the case because Su Yin already guessed that Duanmu Longhu would definitely do something to the ship. He's not a saint, he can't care about other people's lives. "Sir, why are we abandoning the warship?" Zhuofeng still didn't understand. However, Xueqing's face was terrifyingly gloomy, and then he said, "Look at the warship." Xueqing was originally a very arrogant person. After all, he was an elder of the Taihang sword faction, so he naturally didn't care about people like Zhuofeng. However, during this period Zhuofeng had been taking care of him carefully, so he was naturally grateful to Zhuofeng. Zhuofeng turned around and suddenly found that the huge warship seemed to be lower than before. At this time he finally understood the reason, but his whole body was still trembling, and finally he said, "The ship is going to sink." He had always been a sailor and a handyman on the warship of the Taixing Sword School. He had been at sea for a few years and had seen countless storms and sea beasts, but he had never thought that there would be a day when the ship would sink. Xueqing ignored Zhuofeng's shock and looked directly at Su Yin, then said, "Young man, you are not from the Taihang sword faction. Although you saved my life, I don't want to be a fool, can you tell me what you know?" Xueqing's eyes were gloomy. After all, he was from the Taihang sword faction, and this time the Taihang sword faction's losses were too great. However, now he was like a clay Buddha crossing a river, and he couldn't even protect himself. He could only rely on Su Yin. Otherwise he would definitely try his best to save this warship. Su Yin said, "I do know a lot about this matter. Since that's the case, I'll tell you everything." Su Yin pondered for a while and then told Xueqing some things. Chapter 511. I know that the Taihang sword faction's real goal this time is to obtain the innate divine fire. However, Wang Yuan was greedy for the innate divine fire. Since he couldn't deal with you personally, he invited the Hydralisk over. Xueqing nodded. He had already deduced this point. Su Yin continued, however, he didn't expect that he would be inviting a wolf into his house. There was another powerful person with the Hydralisk. His name is Duanmu Longhu. He was once the crown prince of the devil sect and was resurrected from the ancient times. When Xueqing heard this, he was shocked. What? An ancient person was resurrected? This was unbelievable. If it was an ordinary person, their first reaction would be disbelief. However, who was he? Naturally, he knew that many unbelievable things happened in this world every day. Moreover, the devil sect had always been strange. Resurrecting a dead person wasn't a big deal. You're saying that this is all the doing of that guy from the devil sect? He asked directly. Su Yin nodded and said, I don't know what kind of strange methods this guy has, but I'm sure that the appearance of these two sea beasts is his doing. The first winged serpent was to test your and Wang Yuan's true strength. Now, this unknown sea beast is to restrain or even kill Wang Yuan, so that he can seize the opportunity to seize the innate divine fire. I can tell you frankly that I saw them, but I couldn't stop them. Therefore I was forced to make a deal and chose to leave. This time, Su Yan didn't hide anything and revealed everything. Xue Cheng's eyes were filled with hatred. His entire body was filled with an extremely strong murderous aura. Duomu Longhu? That's an ancient name. However, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction won't die in vain. Su Yan didn't say anything. Instead he continued, Su Yan, you've treated me with sincerity. Naturally I won't bully you. Don't worry, as long as I can return to the sect alive, I will do my best to help you, he vowed. Su Yan nodded and said, I saw Elder Xue's loyalty and courage, so I saved you. With Zhuo Feng, a sailor who was always on the ship, the three of them finally stepped onto the ground safely. At this moment, Zhuo Feng's entire body was paralyzed. For his short lifespan this was extremely dangerous. Although he survived in the end. At this moment he couldn't help but thank himself for overestimating himself in the beginning. If it weren't for Su Yan and helping him for so long in vain, he was afraid that he would have been buried at sea like most of the crew. After all, once the boat entered the sea, the most dangerous thing was not the waves, but the sea beasts. The sea in this world was not like the one in Su Yan's previous world. This world was filled with all kinds of dangerous sea beasts. This kind of small boat could not withstand the impact of the sea beasts at all. It would be destroyed in a few hits. Ever since they got off the battleship, there had been a lot of sea beasts attacking them, but they were all dealt with by Su Yan. If it wasn't for Su Yan, who knew how many times he would have died. Of course, Su Yan didn't care about all this. This was all for his own survival. When they finally stepped onto the 9 provinces continent, the rich spiritual qi directly pressed against them. Su Yan felt that all the pores on his body opened up, which was an extremely comfortable feeling. At this moment he directly activated his cultivation method and began to devour the spiritual qi. Xueqing glanced at Su Yan, and his eyes were filled with surprise. This was because he realized that Su Yan's speed of devouring the spiritual qi was not inferior to his at all. He understood what this meant. This meant that Su Yan's strength was so strong that it even surpassed his own. After spending a few days with Su Yan always gave him a mysterious feeling. He was so young and he came from the 5 counties continent. However, his cultivation was not simple. In terms of realm, he seemed to be in the square circle realm. Such a young square circle realm was nothing special. In his Taihang sword faction there were a few geniuses. Some of the most outstanding ones had even broken through to the dragon realm. However, he felt an extremely dangerous aura from Su Yan's body. In his heart, he was even calculating his chances of survival if he fought with Su Yan. In the end, he helplessly realized that if he really fought with Su Yan, his chances of survival were less than 50%. It was not a victory but a chance of survival. How strong was Su Yan? Therefore he became more and more friendly towards Su Yan. He was a smart person and knew that Su Yan wanted to work with him. Since that was the case, he was more than happy to do so. Brother Su Yan, why don't you follow me back to the Taihang sword faction first? Don't worry, as long as I, Xueqing, am alive, no, even if I die, the Xue family will repay your kindness. Su Yan smiled and said, of course I believe in Elder Xue. However, there is one thing that I need to make clear to you. That is, I have some conflicts with the Taihang sword faction. The person who has conflicts with me is called Wang Han. Xueqing was stunned for a moment, then said, I know Wang Han. He is quite talented and can be considered a genius in the Taihang sword faction. I remember that he came to the 5 counties not long ago. This guy is arrogant, so it's not surprising that he offended brother Su Yan. However, I'll tell you the truth. This guy is from the Wang family, that old bastard Wang Yuan's grandson. If brother Su Yan accidentally kills him, we won't mind, but the Wang family will definitely take revenge. Su Yan naturally understood what the Xue family elder meant. This old bastard wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. However, the fact that he said this in advance showed that he really wanted to make friends with Su Yan. After all, he was already advising Su Yan to be careful. After 10 days, the remaining poison in Xueqing's body was finally cleared, and his injuries were completely healed. Under Xueqing's lead, they finally arrived at the Taihang sword faction. The Taihang sword faction was indeed one of the largest factions in the Jianghu continent. The size of the faction was shockingly large, and the number of disciples was even more terrifying. At the foot of the mountain, countless disciples were practicing the way of the sword. Su Yen roughly looked around and saw that almost all of the disciples here were at Spirit Realm level 9. In the Taihang Sword faction, if a disciple had not reached the Life Soul Realm, he would not be qualified to become an outer disciple. He would only be an in-name disciple. The difference between the two factions was immediately apparent. In the 5 counties, the Burial Sword Mound was already a relatively high-ranking faction. However, compared to this place it was still a far cry. Before Xueqing returned, he had directly contacted the Xue family. At this moment, a disciple of the Xue family had already come to welcome him. The Xue family placed great importance on Xueqing's return. This was because Wang Yuan had returned not long ago. However, he did not bring back the innate divine fire. He only brought back the piece of blazing meteoric metal. The loss of the innate divine fire was a huge matter. The faction would naturally ask about it. Wang Yuan directly pushed the blame to Xueqing, claiming that Xueqing had stolen the innate divine fire while he was fighting the sea monster. The Xue family and the Wang family were both long-established families in the faction. At this moment, they were immediately enraged by Wang Yuan's accusation. However, as the saying goes, the dead tell no tales. Wang Yuan appeared here, but Xueqing did not return. This was thought-provoking. Therefore, the Xue family had suffered some losses during this period of time. At this moment, Xueqing finally returned. After Xueqing returned, he did not rest. Instead, he brought Su Yen and Zhuofeng to see the family head. In the hall, the family head was already sitting upright, waiting for Xueqing's arrival. Su Yen and Zhuofeng were left outside the door, while Xueqing walked in directly and bowed to the family head. The conversation inside lasted for a full quarter of an hour before the patriarch summoned Su Yen in. The Xue family's hall was truly magnificent, and the degree of its extravagance was also shocking. Nevertheless, Su Yen turned a blind eye to this. He glanced at the clan leader and his heart was incomparably shocked. He was sure that the old man sitting at the top was a venerable one. His aura was restrained as if he was an ordinary rich old man, but Su Yen sensed a terrifying danger from the old man. This kind of danger naturally couldn't be compared to Yang Tai, but to Su Yen, it was still like a huge mountain. He looked at Su Yen and smiled gently, asking, "You're Su Yen?" Su Yen was neither servile nor overbearing. He nodded and said, "That's right." The old man was expressionless and one could not tell if he was happy or sad. He then said, "Xueqing has told me about you and I believe that you won't lie to him. Our Xue family will owe you a favor for this." The old man suddenly paused, then said, "How about joining the Taihang Sword faction?" Everyone was surprised when they heard that. They never thought that the old man would say something like that. Join the Taihang Sword faction. I know that you have a grudge against the Devil sect. The Xue family of the Taihang Sword faction will accept this matter for you. Su Yen was still surprised. He finally said, "I'd like to know why you invited me like this." This was indeed what he wanted to know. He did not think that he was qualified to be chosen by the old man. After all, no matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to fight against a venerable one. The old man of the Xue family only smiled faintly and said, "You saved Xiaoqing's life. That's one of the reasons. As for the other reason, just treat it as an investment for me." Not long after, Xueqing left with Su Yen. Chapter 512. In the hall. "Great ancestor, what's so special about this young fella that you directly invited him to join our family?" A middle-aged man asked. He was Xue Kaishan, who was from the same generation as Xueqing. However, his strength was extremely terrifying as he had also become a venerable one. Of course, as compared to the old man in front of him, his cultivation base was still much weaker, but it could be seen that he was powerful and unordinary. It was also because of this that he could become the Xue family's patriarch. He could tell that Su Yen was unordinary, but he felt that it was not to the extent that the great ancestor valued him so much. At this moment, the Xue family's great ancestor sighed and said, "Kaishan, your cultivation base is not bad, but you're still too young, so there are many things that you can't see." Following that, he pondered for a while and continued, "I'm old and I don't know how long I can live. My family seems to be glorious, but that's not the case. The Wang family's younger generation's geniuses have fallen, but our family doesn't have many that can be put on the table. Now that I'm still alive, the Wang family naturally won't dare to do anything, but once I die, you alone won't be able to suppress the Xue family." His voice was somewhat dispirited, but it was mostly filled with helplessness. For someone like him, perhaps there was nothing more helpless in the world than this. He watched as the family that he had painstakingly built did not have a qualified successor and was about to decline. How could an ordinary person understand this helplessness? Among the older generation, his existence was enough to make people fear him, and they did not even dare to have any thoughts about him. As for the middle-aged generation, Shui Kaishan was powerful enough, but among the younger generation, there was no one who could shoulder the burden. If he could continue to live peacefully, it would not be too much of a problem. If he waited patiently, perhaps there would be someone with outstanding talent. Unfortunately, he did not have much lifespan left and could no longer support him to live peacefully. If he really died, the Shui family would definitely be suppressed. After all, while Shui Kaishan was a venerable one, he had only just entered this boundary. This was also the reason why he was worried. Moreover, he saw something in Su Yan. It was also because of these things that he made up his mind to take a gamble while he was still alive and the Shui family could still afford to gamble. Shui Kaishan naturally knew his ancestor's vision. Thus, he humbly asked for guidance. "Ancestor, can you give me a clear indication?" The ancestor of the Shui family said, "Photo." Shui Qing brought Su Yan back to the small courtyard. Shui Qing was an elder of the Taihang sword faction and held a high position in the Shui family. Many of the younger generation greeted him respectfully. "Greetings, 13th uncle." These youths were curious about the young man who could walk together with their 13th uncle. Su Yan was also sizing up these young people. To be honest, these people were not weak. Almost all of them were in the spiritual ocean realm, and there were even some young elites in the square circle realm. If this was in the 5 counties, it would be very impressive. A young Feng Yuan expert. How many could there be in the 5 counties? At this moment, a beautiful girl ran over. When she ran over, Su Yan couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. This girl's face was naturally very delicate and pretty. Of course, this wasn't the reason why Su Yan took a few more glances at her. It was because of her cultivation. Her cultivation was undoubtedly the strongest among the group of people that Su Yan had seen. 5 Mountain Circle Realm. This was already comparable to Su Yan's cultivation. Although there were some very powerful youths among the people that he had seen before, none of them had reached the 3 Mountain Circle Realm. "Father." This girl was so surprised that she rushed into Shui Qing's arms. Shui Qing hugged her. His resolute face was full of kindness. This time he almost didn't make it back. He wasn't afraid of his own death, but he was worried about his daughter. "Father, it's great that you can come back." This beautiful girl was already sobbing as she spoke. These few days there was bad news about her father and she was worried sick. "Xianxia, don't cry. Father is back, isn't he? Isn't he back?" After a long time this girl finally calmed down. Then he said to his daughter, "Xianxia, this is big brother Su Yan. If it wasn't for him, your father really wouldn't have been able to come back this time." Unknowingly, Su Yan had already stayed in the Taihang sword faction's Shui family for 3 days. These 3 days were very comfortable for him and he didn't have much to do. Under Shui Cheng's arrangement, the strong man, Zhuo Feng, finally became a disciple of the Taihang sword faction. Perhaps because Su Yan saved Shui Cheng, Shui Xianxia took care of Su Yan very much. She often came to look for Su Yan and showed him many things about the Taihang sword faction. As for Shui Cheng himself, he hadn't shown up for a few days. Big brother Su Yan. Early in the morning, Shui Xianxia ran to Su Yan's small courtyard. "Big brother Su Yan, let's go to Sword Forging Peak today." This was what Shui Xianxia told Su Yan yesterday. As the top sword sect in the Jianghu continent, the Taihang sword faction naturally had its own Sword Forging Peak. For the Taihang sword faction, Sword Forging Peak was simply a holy land. When the young disciples had some success in their cultivation, they would almost always go to Sword Forging Peak to search for swords. And today it was said that a sword forging master would personally forge a sword. This was definitely a grand occasion. Therefore, Sword Forging Peak was destined to be very lively today. After a few days of interacting with each other, Su Yan also knew that Shui Xianxia was someone who couldn't stay still and liked to be lively. "Okay." Su Yan agreed and the two of them went to Sword Forging Peak. At this time, there were already countless disciples at the foot of Sword Forging Peak. Of course, most of the disciples at the foot of the mountain didn't have high cultivation, so they didn't have the qualifications to go to higher places, let alone personally see a sword forging master forge a sword. However, the Shui family's position in the Taihang sword faction was extraordinary. They were one of the 3 great families of the Taihang sword faction, so naturally they could go to the top. The two of them walked together. Shui Xianxia was originally beautiful, and with her extraordinary talent she was very popular. Along the way, there were already many young and outstanding disciples who came to greet her. Among them there was no lack of people who admired her. "Little sister, I told you that you would definitely come to today's sword forging summit. Sure enough, I've been waiting for you." At this time, a somewhat gentle voice sounded. When this voice fell into Su Yan's ears, Su Yan immediately laughed coldly. This was because he had already recognized the owner of this voice, Wang Han. The person who had forced him and the little Qilin into a desperate situation. The person who had almost turned Su Yan into a cripple forever, Wang Han of the Taihang sword faction. Su Yan would never forget the hatred from back then, but he didn't expect that he would really meet him today. This was really a case of enraged enemies meeting. It had been 1 or 2 years since the last time they met. Wang Han's appearance hadn't changed much, but his cultivation had deepened by a lot. The current him was probably at the peak of the square boundary realm. Back then he was also at the square boundary realm, but his cultivation was higher than everyone present. Su Yan and the others were simply not his match. In the end it was Yun He who had appeared and forced him away. He jogged over but he didn't even look at Su Yan. In his eyes there was only Xianxia. Wang Han. Why are you waiting for me? Xianxia didn't have a good expression towards Wang Han. She knew that her father almost couldn't come back this time because of Wang Yuan of the Wang family, so how could she be nice to him? Wang Han's skin was very thick. When he saw Xianxia's slightly disgusted expression, he didn't care at all. Then he said, "Xinhua, aren't I worried about you?" Fortunately, Uncle Shui came back safely, he said with great concern. However, at this time Su Yan suddenly sneered. Hearing this disdainful sneer, Wang Han's gaze fell on Su Yan. When he saw Su Yan he suddenly felt that he had seen Su Yan somewhere before. Then he said, "Brother, you look very familiar. Have we met somewhere before?" Su Yan looked at him and then smiled gently. "Wang Han, you are really forgetful. When you were in the 5 commanderies you were very powerful. I almost died in your hands." Hearing Su Yan's words, Wang Han thought for a moment and immediately remembered. He said with great surprise, "Hee, I remember now. So it's you, wild dog. I really didn't expect that you not only survived, but also came to the Taihang sword faction today. You were lucky that year, and that old guy Yin He was indeed powerful. I was no match for him. But today you appear in front of me again. Don't even think about surviving." Wang Han was originally a lawless person. Now that he was facing Su Yan, he was even more unscrupulous and directly revealed his killing intent. Su Yan smiled faintly, looking at him as if he was looking at a monkey. The killing intent in Wang Han's eyes grew stronger. Although Su Yan didn't say anything, his silence spoke louder than words at this moment. Those slightly smiling eyes made his entire being furious to the extreme. "I remember that your name is Su Yan, right? Back then I let you live. Let's see how you're going to survive today." After he finished speaking he was about to attack and kill Su Yan immediately. However, at this time Xianxia directly shouted, "Wang Han, how dare you kill in the faction?" Xianxia's voice finally calmed Wang Han down. He glanced coldly at Su Yan and then at Xianxia. He said, "Sister Xianxia, this guy is a wild dog from the 5 commanderies. He is really a lowly person. Why are you with him?"
Chapter 29:13. Corpse flames soaring into the sky. Boom. Zlala. Crack. Just as Yi Xian's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened without any warning, an invisible energy shockwave strangely rippled out from his eyes. It was extremely fast, and with a strange power that surged through the void, it actually shot to the edge of the skeletal island beneath him in the blink of an eye. It arrived in an instant. Almost at the same time, at the edge of the skeletal island, a small purple lightning ball suddenly exploded without any warning. Weak purple lightning arcs instantly scattered in all directions, emitting a dense sizzling sound that made one's scalp tingle. This egg-sized purple lightning ball, as well as the spider web of purple lightning that appeared after the lightning ball exploded, was the result of Yi Xian's first small attempt after he completely comprehended this spiritual lightning technique. It had to be said that Yi Xian was very satisfied with the effect of this small attempt. Although the dark purple ball of lightning that exploded was very small, like the size of an egg, and the pearl net purple lightning that burst forth after the ball of lightning exploded only covered an area of about 10 feet in radius. As for the actual lethality of this lightning ball and the spider web of purple lightning, it was even more insignificant. However, to Yi Xian, he was already very satisfied to be able to achieve such an effect in a short period of time. Not to mention that he'd only used a small amount of his spiritual energy to condense this lightning ball. If it was necessary, once Yi Xian used his full strength and didn't care about the consumption of his spiritual energy, with his current strength and foundation in terms of spiritual energy, he would be able to condense a rather large ball of lightning. Once it exploded, the power would be far from what he'd experienced for the first time. It could be said that if Yi Xian were to really go all out and use this kind of spiritual lightning technique with all his strength, Even if he was only at the second level of the meteor realm, the instantaneous attack power he would be able to display would still be quite impressive. It could be said that in an instant, Yi Xian's overall combat strength had increased by a level. However, these thoughts only appeared briefly in his mind before they were quickly thrown to the back of his mind. In fact, the real reason why Yi Xian was so anxious to master this spiritual lightning technique immediately had nothing to do with increasing his combat strength. His goal was this vast and boundless black corpse pool. To be precise, it was the countless corpses of primordial creatures that floated in this boundless corpse pool. Everything that had happened before had already allowed Yi Xian to have a certain understanding of this corpse pool. At the very least, Yi Xian already knew how the multi-eyed thought crystals were formed, what kind of incentives were needed to cause the corpse flower to appear, and how the multi-eyed thought crystals were born. Although Yi Xian was unable to understand the specific principle, it did not affect his next plan. Obviously, as long as the corpse flower appeared, then the multi-pupil thought crystals that Yi Xian needed would be in his hands. As for the trigger for the corpse flower to appear, it was obviously the endless corpse gas that filled the air above the corpse pool. After it was ignited by the corpse lightning that burst forth after the corpse lightning exploded, it formed a corpse flame. However, although this strange corpse pool could be said to be vast and boundless, the probability of the corpse lightning bursting forth was obviously not very high. If he were to sit there and wait, he was afraid that he might not be able to see the next corpse lightning bursting forth even after a month of training. Yi Xian naturally could not sit there and do nothing. That was not his usual style at all. Since the probability of the corpse lightning bursting forth could not be predicted and could not be controlled at will, then, at the very most, he could change his method of thinking and use the lightning to ignite the corpse gas that filled the air above the corpse pool. Wasn't it just a matter of lighting a fire? If this corpse pool was not so vast, and Yi Xian had to obtain as many multi-pupil thought crystals as possible within this short period of less than a month, this would not be a problem at all. The reason why there was an almost negligible amount of corpse gas at the edge of the 100-mile radius area where the corpse flame raged was because before the corpse lightning burst forth from the corpse pool below, there was a gust of wind that swept the corpse gas in the air above the pool. When the corpse lightning burst forth from the corpse pool below, it was so strong that the corpse gas was blown away by the sudden rise of the corpse flame. With a gleam in his eyes, Yi Xian rose into the air from the skeleton island. As he rushed back the way he came, he muttered to himself and deduced all the details of the entire plan. Right now, I am using the spiritual lightning technique to ignite the corpse gas. Before the lightning ball explodes and the lightning bursts forth, there is absolutely no precursor effect. In this case, I only need to start from the center of the corpse pool that faces the crater above. Then, the corpse flame will burn in the center of the pool and quickly spread in all directions. What I need to do is wait for the corpse flame in the center to extinguish because of the consumption of the corpse gas. Then, I will descend and start to collect the multi-pupil thought crystals from the center. As the corpse flame in the surrounding areas extinguishes, I will gradually go deeper into the corpse pool. In terms of manpower, I obviously can't take care of this vast pool of corpses by myself. When the time comes, I'll just summon the Black Wind and the Dongshu shuttle and let Gue Hai Yi Dao lead the entire army of fiend slaves to harvest the corpses. Anyway, no matter what, this time, I have to take as many multi-pupil thought crystals as possible. After all, even if I have another chance to enter the Saint Devil Forbidden Land in the future, it will be at least 100 years later. If I don't have enough multi-pupil thought crystals, I'm afraid I won't be able to wait that long even if I give the Star Superbrain fragment away. As Yi Xian kept muttering to himself, he sped all the way. Soon, he finally returned to the area facing the crater above the corpse pool. Almost 4 days have passed since the 1-month deadline. I can't waste any more time. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment as he stood in the air above the pool. In the end, he clenched his teeth and threw away the last bit of misgivings in his heart. As he muttered to himself, he clenched his teeth and waved his hand towards the corpse pool below. Rumble! Crack! Zzz! On the way back, more than a dozen spiritual energy lightning balls that were condensed from quite a bit of spiritual energy origin energy shot out from Yi Xian's hands. In the blink of an eye, they reached the height of the pool where the corpse aura was the densest, and immediately exploded without any suspense, releasing streaks of dark purple electric nets that emitted a mysterious aura. In a few breaths of time, the large amount of corpse aura that filled the pool below was instantly ignited. Chapter 29:14. The fruit picker has arrived. Yi Xian originally thought that the black corpse gas floating above the corpse pond would start to burn from the center of the ring-shaped mountain pass. Then, the fire would slowly spread out in all directions. However, The reality was far beyond Yi Xian's expectations. As he threw down more than a dozen spiritual power thunderballs, they exploded and burst into a dark purple electric net. As a result, a large area of corpse gas was ignited in an instant. Just the range of Yi Xian's perception was already more than 1,000 miles away. It was impossible to estimate how far the corpse pond had been ignited. It was very likely that the black corpse gas that filled the entire vast corpse pool had been ignited in an instant. The fire below him instantly ignited. Yi Xian was shocked. He quickly increased his speed and rushed out of the ring-shaped mountain pass at the first moment. Boom! Almost in the next instant, a huge pillar of fire with a diameter of more than 1,000 miles gushed out of the ring-shaped mountain pass like it was biting its tail. It soared into the sky at least 1,000 miles away, almost turning half of the sky red. However, this red was obviously strange. After all, it was ignited by corpse gas. Within the red, there was a touch of gray and black. Clearly, the fire was soaring into the sky, but what hit him was a cold aura. This should be because it was burning corpse gas, and the quantity was extremely large. Yi Xian subconsciously retreated a distance before stopping. His expression was already somewhat sluggish as he stared blankly at the gigantic pillar of flames in front of him. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he nervously muttered to himself, "This commotion seems to be a bit big. Could something have happened?" Obviously, no one could answer this question. The only thing Yi Xian could do now was to wait. If he didn't wait for this level of fire to be extinguished before continuing, even if he hid in the Dongshu shuttle and sneaked into the ring-shaped mountain pass, he estimated that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long before he had to retreat. There are only 20 days left in the month. This fire shouldn't be burning for too long, right? Realizing this problem, Yi Xian immediately became even more nervous. After a while, he faintly sighed and comforted himself. At the very least, the corpse chi in the central area of the corpse pond below the ring-shaped mountain pass should be exhausted soon. After all, there is an open ring-shaped mountain pass above, and the corpse aura is slowly leaking out, so the concentration of the corpse aura is not very high. If one were to climb to an endless height from the enormous crater Yi Xian was currently in, and finally look down, the scene one would see was actually not a celestial body. Instead, it was a broken continent. This continent was like a complete vessel that had been smashed to the ground, breaking into countless pieces of varying sizes. Some of these large and small fragments were connected to each other, while some were isolated and did not come into contact with any other fragments. However, the gaps between the large and small fragments were not oceans, but the void, a chaotic void filled with turbulent turbulence. In addition, this entire continent formed by fragments was surrounded by a layer of void filled with turbulent turbulence. Like an isolation belt, the entire continent was separated from the boundless void of the Milky Way outside. It was like being exiled, imprisoned. This was a land of exile, a land that had been completely smashed, fragmented, and separated from the original boundless void of the Milky Way. The fragment that Yi Xian was in happened to be located in the central area of this vast continent. It was the largest of all the fragments that made up this continent. And that crater was located in the center of this largest fragment. At this moment, if one looked carefully, even at such a height, one could see that in the center of this largest fragment, there seemed to be a small red that suddenly appeared. This red dot was the pillar of corpse chi that rose into the sky from the crater of the crater. Such a huge pillar of corpse chi, even at such a terrifying height, could be seen as a small red. Then, in this mysterious continent formed by countless fragments below, it was naturally more eye-catching. Although there were very few living creatures in this mysterious continent, it was not that there were none. At this moment, as this huge pillar of red flame rose into the sky, there were some existences in all directions of the crater. In an instant, they were attracted, and one by one, they cast their eyes over. Some of them quickly retracted their aura again, as if they were not very interested in this, but a small number of them, one after another, all rushed towards the area where the huge pillar of flame was located. Some of them were extremely far away, and between the largest fragment where the huge crater was located, there was more than a chaotic void filled with space-time turbulence between them and the largest fragment where the huge crater was located. They could only go around time and time again. Obviously, it was impossible to reach their destination in a short time, and it was even possible that they would never reach their destination. However, there were also a few figures who were destined to arrive at the ring-shaped mountain region. This was because they were all on the same fragment. Although the distance between them varied, as long as they didn't give up, they would definitely arrive at the ring-shaped mountain region of the Grand Junction region of this fragment after speeding all the way. In the entire fragment, there were nearly 100 living creatures who paid attention when the huge pillar of flame rose into the sky, but at this moment, because of the interest, there were only a dozen or so that were rushing over here. Most of them were at the edge of the fragment. With the vastness of this fragment, no matter how fast they were, it would take them a certain amount of time to reach the crater, at least 10 days. And the other half, a total of 3 existences, were not too far away from the crater, and the nearest one could reach within half a day. This was a 4 seasons jade-eyed tiger. In terms of size, compared to ordinary tiger beasts, it only had 2 extra pairs of fleshy horns on its back. In addition, its eyes were also green, with a cold light. Apart from that, it was the proportion. This 4 seasons jade-eyed tiger was nearly 10 meters long, and could not be compared to ordinary tiger beasts at all. As the saying goes, it is like a tiger with extra wings, but this ferocious beast not only had wings, but also 2 pairs. In addition to its huge body of nearly 10 meters, there was no doubt that its degree of ferocity was extraordinary. At this moment, this 4 seasons jade-eyed tiger was flapping the 2 pairs of huge wings on its back, spreading out its extreme speed. It had identified the area in front of it where the red pillar of flame rose into the sky, and was rushing over in the void. Its speed was extremely frightening, so fast that its whole body seemed to have turned into a dim flowing arrow. Every moment, it was greatly reducing the distance between it and the flame pillar area in front of it. If there were no accidents, this 4 seasons jade-eyed tiger would reach the edge of the huge crater where Xianxia was located in at most half a day. Xianxia was completely unaware of all this. Chapter 29:15. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Who's afraid of you? Ding! Discovered a large number of multi-pupil sense crystals. Do you want to absorb the power of the sense crystals immediately? As Xianxia took out all the multi-pupil sense crystals except for the 8-pupil silver crystal and 9-pupil gold crystal from his undying world and threw them to the engulfing system, a notification rang in Xianxia's head. Without the slightest hesitation, Xianxia directly gave an affirmative response. However, he emphasized that he had the devouring system transfer all of the energy absorbed from the multi-eyed thought crystals to the immortal superbrain fragment that was the center of his personal star communication system. The so-called power of the sense crystals was similar to the power of the origin of spirit, but there were some differences. When Xianxia collected the perfect 9-pupil gold crystal, the engulfing system had absorbed a more complex composition of energy. 90% of it was the power of the origin of spirit, while the remaining 10% consisted of a few different types of energy. Other multi-pupil sense crystals and even the lower-grade demonic sense star crystals had different levels of energy, but they were all in the same ratio. It was like this kind of sense crystal. If there were no different types of energy gathered in the same ratio, it would not be able to truly form. As for that immortal-level starry sky superbrain fragment, it just so happened to need this kind of consciousness crystal. Xianxia had tried to give it a star core crystal or a devil cultivator's brain to absorb, but it didn't even sniff it. In order to allow this piece of the star brain to grow as quickly as possible, Xianxia had always been throwing ordinary demonic sense star crystals at it. He used a large amount, but it didn't have any obvious effect. This time, there were more than 100 high-grade perception crystals, which were multi-pupil perception crystals, and all of them were thrown in. In Xianxia's opinion, that immortal-level starbrain fragment would at least have some meaning and grow a little stronger. If the situation was the same as before when he threw out a large amount of normal-grade magic astral crystals, Xianxia would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood on the spot. As for the dozen or so 8-eyed silver crystals and 9-eyed golden crystals in his hands, it wasn't that Xianxia didn't plan to give them to this immortal-level starbrain fragment to absorb. However, considering that this fellow was only a small fragment right now, it was obvious that he still had a long way to go if he wanted to grow into a complete immortal-level superbrain. Therefore, from the very beginning, it was not appropriate to give him such top-notch goods with 8 or 9 pupils. It would spoil the child and cause him to become picky. It would be troublesome in the future. After doing all of this, Xianxia moved closer to the huge ring-shaped mountain in front of him and looked at the intensity of the fire. Although the pillar of flames that soared into the sky seemed to be a little small, it still existed. From the looks of it, it wouldn't be extinguished for a while. Frustrated, Xianxia could only turn around and return. However, waiting was not a solution. He might as well take advantage of this time to look around. As this thought popped up in his mind, he could not help but think of how Feng Feng, Zuolicheng, and the other 9 Black Mosquito Tribe prospective saints He wondered where they were now. The others were not important, but the key was Wuliqing. Yi Xian was still very concerned about him. On one hand, he wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of him. After all, if Yi Xian was not so lucky, he would have died in the black hole area. If he did not take revenge for this, how could he cultivate and defy the heavens? In addition, Yi Xian had always kept Mo Qigong's secret instructions to Wuliqing in mind. He always felt that this matter must be related to him. He did not know what tricks Mo Qigong was playing. If he could meet Wuliqing, he would have to force this matter out of him before he killed him. However, looking at the vastness of this mysterious world, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a specific person without any clues. Yi Xian did not have high expectations. With a wave of his hand, the void shuttle was summoned from the undying world within his body. Yi Xian immediately stepped in, and with a thought, he directly activated the shuttle to transform into a wisp of light that pierced through the air and sped away. With the extreme speed of the Dongshu shuttle, the distance behind them was already very far in just a short 2 hours. However, as they sped over, the environment that Yi Xian saw through the warship's porthole didn't change at all. It was similar to the surroundings of the enormous ring-shaped mountain range. They were all boundless mountains that rose and fell continuously. It exuded a boundless sense of ancientness, but not a single lynx or bird could be seen. Clearly, the mountains were green and exuded a dense aura of life, but it also seemed like a true land of death, where all living beings had already gone extinct. Just as Yi Xian was feeling very disappointed, in the void in front of him, there was suddenly a rumbling sound of thunder. It seemed that there was something, and it was rushing in this direction at an extreme speed. And the other party was obviously very arrogant. It did not hide its aura at all. It was because of this that when it came at such an extreme speed, such an intense rumbling sound of thunder could be heard from so far away. This was clearly caused by the aura emitted from the other party's body, which was rushing into the void at an extreme speed. All of this had happened too suddenly. Either they couldn't see a single kitten or puppy for a long time, or they could see such a terrifying existence. The contrast was too great. Caught off guard, Yi Xian was stunned. Fortunately, the other party was still far away. At least from where Yi Xian was at the moment, he could not see any figure in the void at all. Only the sound of rolling thunder could be heard. But this also showed how terrifying and powerful the other party was. Before the person arrived, the rumbling sound of thunder caused by the rapidly spreading aura had already traveled such a long distance. Perhaps even a black hole stage 9th perfection expert would not be able to do this. What was worse was that the other party was obviously coming in this direction. It was most likely because he saw the huge pillar of corpse chi behind them. In other words, this guy was here to pick the fruit. He had met a villain. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was immediately angry. The endless corpse aura in the huge crater was ignited by him. In that case, the countless beautiful corpse flowers blooming on the deep lake in the mountain belly at this moment were actually the result of his hard work. This incomparably arrogant guy in front of him actually wanted to reap without sowing. Simply shameless. Does he really think I am easy to bully? Previously, in the demon domain, he had to be cautious and keep a low profile. But now, in this sealed world, there was no need to be afraid of exposing his identity. If a fight really broke out, who knows who was afraid of who? Ba Chai, go out immediately, hide yourself and rush forward. See if you can sense the other party's cultivation. Once you have a result, come back immediately. Chapter 29:16. All troops prepare for battle. As soon as Ba Chai left, Yi Xian stepped out of the void hole shuttle and put it away with a wave of his hand. He immediately deployed the Black Mosquito and Black Wind. At the same time, he activated a concealment array. As soon as the two enormous bastions appeared, they immediately concealed themselves and disappeared into thin air. The reason why Yi Xian took out the two space fortresses, the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind, was to allow the concealed Black Mosquito and the Black Wind to participate in the upcoming battle. Of course, they would be on the periphery, using the bastion's unique star-obliterating cannons to provide long-range suppressive fire. Yi Xian couldn't wait any longer when he thought of the fiery battle that would ensue. In truth, he'd had this idea for a long time. After all, anyone who suddenly got a super-powerful toy like a bastion would want to test its power at the first opportunity. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't have the chance to do so from beginning to end. When he was in the graveyard domain of the third universe, he was apprehensive of the other bastions of the Demunkin scouts. He was afraid that they would leak the news of the Black Mosquito's fall. When he got the Black Wind, he immediately fell into a wormhole. After that, when he arrived in the first universe where the Demonkin's ancestral land was, Xian didn't dare to rashly try. After all, a bastion's superstar obliterating cannons would cause a huge commotion. Moreover, when they investigated the energy fluctuations left behind in the void, they could immediately determine that it was the energy left behind by a bastion's superstar obliterating cannons. In the Demonkin domain, bastions were not like private warships. In fact, the same was true for human technology. Therefore, the final result of the investigation would be that a bastion of unknown origin had appeared in the Demonkin domain. This was no small matter. If it was reported, the Celestial clan would be alarmed. After all, if the Celestial clan could send Demonkin scouts to the third universe's wormhole to gather information, then the humans of the third universe could do the same. Under such circumstances, the entire Demonkin domain would be plunged into chaos. Even if Xian had the mental strength unique to the Demonkin, there was still a chance that he would be exposed in the Celestial clan's investigation. Because of this, although Xian had obtained the Black Mosquito and Black Wind for a long time now, he had never had the opportunity to test the power of the superstar obliterating cannons. Today, however, he had a rare encounter with a villain in this relatively safe sealed void. Xian couldn't let such a golden opportunity slip away. Black Wind, and the superstar obliterating cannons of the ship's Black Wind. Immediately, Black Wind and the Black Mosquito, the Black and the Black Mosquito, Black Wind and the Black Mosquito for Black Wind and the Black Mosquitoes to begin charging the bastion, as possible. Just as he finished explaining all of this, Ba Chai's figure appeared in the air in front of the Black Mosquito ship. Xian immediately opened the Black Mosquito ship's light screen and let Ba Chai enter. Master, the enemy is very strong. He should be around origin rank 4. As soon as Xian emerged from the spatial door at the top of the Black Mosquito, Ba Chai immediately reported the results of his investigation. Moreover, with his speed, he'll be here in 3 minutes. What? Xian was caught off guard when he heard this, and his expression immediately changed. Origin rank 4. That was the middle stage of the Origin realm. Although Xian had 2 supreme existences at the Origin realm under his command, one was the Mosquito Beast Emperor, Shui Ben, and the other was the 8-star King Ladle that he had brought out from the Black Hole of Life not long ago. The Mosquito Prince, Shui Hui, was only Origin rank 1. As for the 8-star Wang Ladle, due to the fact that the Void Soldier Ladle was an existence between life and non-life, there was no way to determine their strength with the universal realm of the starry sky. Therefore, the 8-star Wang Ladle was at the Origin realm. Not to mention Xian, even it didn't know. However, it was certain that it was stronger than the Mosquito Prince. As for how much stronger, there was no way to know. If it was Origin rank 2, there's no time to consider. If we let him roar away, the countless multi-pupil perception crystals in the corpse pool will be completely wasted. When he thought about the large amount of multi-eyed perception crystals behind him, Xian clenched his teeth and instantly made a decision. His figure flashed as he rushed out of the Black Mosquito ship and summoned the Mosquito Beast Prince with a wave of his hand. Then, he raised his hand and waved his hand, shooting 2 spiritual imprints at the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind. 2 black light veil channels immediately appeared on the 2 spaceships. Then, 1,000 Black Mosquito demonic beasts rushed out of the black light veil channel at the bottom of the Black Mosquito ship. All of them were at the Black Hole realm. Xian had brought 5,000 mosquito beasts of this level out of the 10 million mosquito beasts he had brought out from the Mosquito Planet. This time, he had only mobilized 1/5 of them. On the other side, 1,000 figures rushed out from the bottom of the Black Wind. They were 1,000 2-meter-tall void ladles, and all of them were Black Hole Realm 7-star ladles. Among the 100,000 void ladles Xian had brought out from the Black Hole Realm, there were also 5,000 6-star and 7-star Black Hole Realm ladles. However, there were more 6-star ladles at the Galaxy Realm, 3,000 at the 6-star ladles, while only 2,000 at the 7-star ladles at the Black Hole Realm. This time, he had mobilized half of them. Leading the 1,700 7-star General Ladles was the Origin Realm Wang Ladle, an 8-star General Ladle who was much stronger than the Mosquito Emperor Shui Ben. Soon, all the troops Xian had dispatched to participate in the battle appeared. The black light veil passageways in the bottom of the 2 bastions quickly closed and disappeared into the void again. At this moment, 2 large square formations were arranged neatly in front of Xian. the 1,000 mosquito beasts on the left and the 1,000 ladles on the right. All of them were at the black hole realm. Just these two large phalanxes alone would be able to sweep through a starry sky nation once they returned to the third world's human race's technological base. However, Yixian didn't have the slightest bit of confidence as to whether or not they would be able to kill the middle stage origin stage existence in the void in front of them. The 2,000 black hole realm mosquito beasts and ladles could only play a supporting role in this battle. The key to determining the outcome of this battle still lay with the Mosquito Prince Shui Ben and the 8-star Royal Ladle. Of course, the two Bastion's superstar obliterating cannons were also an important factor, but that alone was not enough. At this moment, Yixian suddenly remembered the skyfall bow he had just obtained. Chapter 29:17. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin Superstar Destroyer Cannon. After finding out that the existence in front of him was actually a supreme existence with a terrifying cultivation of the 4th level of the origin realm, Yixian immediately began a series of preparations for battle. No matter what, he definitely wouldn't give up the countless multi-pupil perception crystals in the underground corpse pool behind him. In fact, even though Yixian had made a lot of preparations, it was the most representative of what he had, even though it wasn't all that he had. If the Origin Realm Mosquito Prince Shui Ben and the 8-star Wanghua were to join forces, and if the 2,000 Black Hole Realm Mosquito Beasts in Jianghu were to join forces, and if the Black Mosquito Ship and the Black Wind Ship were to launch a sneak attack from afar with the Superstar Destroyer cannons, and if the Heaven Fallen Bow, which he had just obtained from the Primordial Era, were to be added into the mix, if he was unable to suppress the other party like this, then even if Yixian were to release the 100,000 Void Soldiers and 10 million Mosquito Beasts from the Black Wind and the Black Mosquito Ship, in the end, even if he could win, it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. The reason why he dared to take this gamble was not only because he still had 100,000 soldiers and 10 million mosquito beasts in his hands. Any existence below the Grotto Heaven realm, regardless of the casualties, could easily exhaust the existence that was charging towards him. The more important reason was his anticipation for the heaven-falling bow and his confidence in the weeping soul bloodhorn that he couldn't find in his undying world. The 9-star Ladle Empress was a Grotto Heaven realm existence, but she was still crushed and killed by the weeping soul bloodhorn without any suspense. If that was the case, then what did the Origin 4th level cultivators that were charging toward them count for? If his life was in danger, Yixian believed that the weeping soul bloodhorn hidden in some corner of his undying world would definitely take action. No matter what it was scheming by staying in Yixian's body, one thing was for certain. It definitely didn't want to see Yixian die. Once Yixian died, its scheme would be for naught. From this point of view, before Yixian truly matured, having such a mysterious and incomparably powerful existence within his body didn't seem to be completely without benefits. Yixian immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly when he realized this. He couldn't express his feelings in words. At this moment, the powerful 4th level origin realm existence that was rumbling toward him finally appeared at the end of the void. Roar! An earth-shattering roar of a tiger assaulted his face. The formless sound wave seemed to have transformed into an incomparably fierce and mighty attack. Everywhere it passed, the void trembled, and a buzzing sound covered the heavens and the earth like a tide. Accompanied by this incomparably powerful tiger's roar, a light blue arrow rushed over at an extremely fast speed from the end of the void in front of him. Perhaps it was because of the sudden appearance of the 2,000 mosquito beasts and the army of generals. The other party clearly slowed down at this moment. The light blue arrow gradually solidified, and a gigantic 4 trigrams jade-eyed tiger that was more than 10 meters long appeared in the distant void in front of his line of sight. Its eyes were filled with ridicule and disdain, and its body had completely stopped. As if it was taking a leisurely stroll, it stepped on the void, lazily and slowly approaching step by step. It seemed slow, but with every step it took, it was clearly approaching at a rapid speed. In the blink of an eye, it was already 1,000 miles away. Screech! The frenzied Mosquito Prince was the first to act up. It must have felt the provocation from the other party's mocking and disdainful gaze. At this moment, it let out a mournful howl towards the sky, and the blood light around its body instantly intensified. The wings on its back flapped wildly, and with a surging killing intent, it instantly flew into the distance. Wang! Almost at the same time, a large number of rapid buzzing sounds suddenly rang out. The 1,000 Black Hole Realm Mosquito Beast elites that had been summoned by Yixian to participate in this battle also quickly turned into afterimages and rushed away. As for the 1,000 Black Hole Realm Void Generals, under the leadership of the 8-star Wang Jiao, they did not make any sound, but their speed seemed to be 30% faster than the previous 1,000 mosquito beasts. Before Yi Xian could react, they had already turned into a black light and appeared behind the mosquito prince Shui Ben in the blink of an eye, quietly facing the 4 trigrams jade-eyed tiger. At the same time, although Yi Xian's figure stayed in place without any unusual movements, he had even activated the perfect vibration before, completely hiding his figure and aura. But it was not that he did not do anything. While his figure was quietly standing there, his mind had already started to work rapidly. He was rapidly comprehending the golden ball of energy in his sea of consciousness. Inside it was the profundity of the heaven-falling bow that Yi Xian had inherited from the 9-eyed golden crystal. As his mind and consciousness focused on this matter to the greatest extent, the mysterious golden ball of energy in his sea of consciousness was constantly releasing a large amount of cryptic rune information. It fused with Yi Xian's primordial spirit consciousness and rapidly deduced. Roar! At the end of the void in front, a second tiger roar rang out at this time. The mosquito prince Shui Ben and the 8-star Wang Jiao, who were the fastest, finally faced the 4 trigrams jade-eyed tiger head-on at this time. The situation of the battle had been desperate from the very beginning. The strength of the 4 trigrams jade-eyed tiger was shocking. Although as a ferocious beast, this tiger did not have any remarkable abilities, the strength of its physical body seemed to have evolved to a certain extent. As the second tiger roar rang out, the mosquito prince Shui Ben and the 8-star Wang Jiao were unsurprisingly pushed back by the tiger's claw and instantly blasted away. Although they did not seem to be seriously injured, just this round of confrontation had clearly shown the great disparity in strength between the two sides. If they could not even withstand the power of a casual swipe of the tiger's claw, how could they suppress and kill? Seeing this scene from afar, Yi Xian's heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. He fiercely clenched his teeth, and his eyes were already bloodshot. This was a sign that his mind had been pushed to the limit. The boundless and obscure rune information within the golden ball of light in his sea of consciousness was being rapidly comprehended and deduced by him at an extremely fast speed, regardless of the exhaustion of his mind. Screech! Hiss! The mosquito prince and the 8-star Wang Jiao, who had been sent flying by the tiger's claw as soon as they met, were completely enraged. They let out a shrill hiss at the same time, and their auras suddenly surged as they pounced forward again. Following closely behind were the 2,000 black hole stage mosquito beasts and the 7-star Wang Jiao who had just arrived. Superstar destroyer cannon. Blast! As his eyes were about to split open, Yi Xian, who'd concealed his figure and aura, instantly dispelled the perfect vibration. At the same time his figure appeared, he let out a furious roar. 2 orders of spiritual imprints shot out from his hands in the blink of an eye, entering the bodies of the 2 space fortresses, the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind, that were hidden in the void. Buzz. Chapter 29:18. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Unstoppable hum. A buzzing sound rang out. Although the sound was weak, the frequency of the trembling seemed to have reached an extreme, even surpassing the effect of the spatial oscillator after it was activated. In the instant the sound was transmitted, Yi Xian even felt as if his primordial spirit was about to be shattered into countless tiny cosmic particles. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before he came back to his senses, the terrifying humming sound that had reached a certain extreme frequency was replaced by 2 low sounds of breaking through the air. In the void far to his right, where the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind were, 2 scorching light pillars with a diameter of about 10 meters suddenly shot out. As soon as they appeared, they had already reached the end of the void and instantly reached the place where the bloody battle was taking place. Yes, the 2 scorching pillars of light were only 10 meters in diameter. Even the energy pillars of the star cannons of 1,000-meter-long planetary-level warships were 10 meters in diameter, and the energy pillars of the star cannons of a 3,000-meter-long planetary-level warships were 50 meters in diameter. In that case, the superstar cannons fired by the bastion with a diameter of 10,000 meters should not only be 10 meters in diameter, but at least 100 meters in diameter. In fact, the superstar cannons on the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind could reach a maximum diameter of 300 meters once they fired. The smallest diameter was 10 meters. The diameter of the energy pillars of the bastion's superstar cannons could be controlled. If the cannon was fired with a maximum diameter of 300 meters, it would be fun to watch, but the 2,000 mosquito beasts and General Biao around it would obviously be killed in one shot as well, except for the Four Seasons Biao tiger. It was precisely because of this that Barker's order was to attack with the smallest condensed energy diameter. The energy pillars of the superstar cannons were so fast that they even exceeded the speed of light. At this moment, the two pillars of energy shot forth at almost the same time. Even though the Four Seasons Beaching Tiger was a fourth-stage origin realm being, it was caught off guard and managed to evade one of the pillars of energy by a hair's breadth. However, the other pillar of energy still struck its body in the end. Even though it had only brushed past it, it still instantly took away one of the four wings on its back without any suspense. Under the immense pain, an earth-shattering third tiger roar rang out at this moment, carrying with it the boundless fury of killing the heavens and controlling the earth. Roar! Although the energy pillars of the Bastion's superstar cannons were terrifying, the Four Seasons Biao Tiger was a fourth-level origin realm warrior. The two energy pillars had no chance of hitting it at all. All of this happened too suddenly, causing it to be caught off guard and fall into a trap. Because of that, the Four Seasons Biao Tiger's translation: when the Four Seasons Biao Tiger, one of its wings Biao Tigers, because of the terrifying temperature Biao Tiger, its ferocity was finally completely provoked. Roar! 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 Furious tiger roars rang out one after another. The furious Four Seasons Biao Tiger went completely berserk, and the domineering and ferocious intent in its body was extremely fierce. With just a few casual swipes of its claws, the Mosquito Emperor King Shui Ben and the 8 Stars General Biao were sent flying again without any suspense, and they retreated rapidly. This time, it was clearly injured, and it seemed to be quite serious. Its rapidly retreating figure was sent flying for dozens of miles, but it still could not stabilize itself. Roar! After sending the Mosquito Emperor Shui Ben and the 8 Stars General Biao flying with its claws, the enraged Four Seasons Biao Tiger was clearly not satisfied. It roared angrily again and swept its claws. More than 100 mosquito beasts and the 7 Stars General Biao that were closest to it were instantly killed by this swipe. The fleshly bodies of the mosquito beasts turned into dust and completely disappeared. Only a faint blood mist appeared in their original place, but it was also dissipating instantly with the raging energy of the battle. As for the other dozens of 7 Stars General Biao, their crystal bodies were extremely tough, so even if they were crushed by supreme existence at the middle stage of the origin stage, their bodies were basically intact, with only a little damage and cracks. However, the consciousness in their sturdy crystal bodies had undoubtedly been completely wiped out. Dozens of slightly damaged black crystal bodies fell to the ground below like dead objects without any suspense. In the blink of an eye, they had already fallen to the ground. In just an instant, 2 supreme existences at the origin stage were sent flying again. In addition, more than 100 black hole stage mosquito beasts fell one after another. Its terrifying battle strength could be said to be unstoppable. With such a degree of damage, even Yi Xian could not help but tremble in fear. The strength of this Four Seasons Biao Qing tiger had clearly exceeded his previous expectations. The situation had deteriorated to the extreme in an instant. Although the superstar obliterating cannons of the 2 bastions, Black Wind and Black Mosquito, could pose a threat to it, the other party was already on guard. While the superstar obliterating cannons were known to surpass the speed of light, they were clearly useless against the terrifying reaction speed of an origin stage powerhouse. They could not be counted on at all. In addition, the fact that the Mosquito Prince, Shui Ben, and that 8 Stars General Biao had joined forces and clashed head-on with each other had proven to be meaningless. The higher the cultivation realm, the greater the difference between a small stage would be. When a first-stage astral core realm faced a second-stage astral core realm, it was possible to fight to the death and drag the other party into the abyss as well. However, when a first-stage origin realm faced a second-stage origin realm, it was impossible to fight to the death. The only outcome was to be crushed. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian's only choice seemed to be to mobilize his 100,000 soldiers and 10 million mosquito beasts. They would suffer heavy losses and rely on their overwhelming advantage in numbers to forcefully exhaust the other party to death. However, the final result was clearly unacceptable. Even if this Four Seasons Biao Qing tiger could not escape death, it would be a miracle if half of Yi Xian's 100,000 soldiers and 10 million mosquito beasts could survive. It's just a puny origin celestial tiger. I refuse to believe that I can't crush it today. This kind of tragic outcome that was close to total annihilation was clearly unacceptable to Yi Xian. As such, the idea of mobilizing 100,000 soldiers and 10 million mosquito beasts was immediately abandoned without hesitation as soon as it appeared in his mind. Yi Xian's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he let out a loud roar. The 3 spirit source cores and the void essence crystal suspended in 3 different positions in his knowledge, as well as the small ancient golden bow, suddenly began to rotate rapidly without warning. As the rotation grew faster and faster, A large amount of thread-like energy was clearly being extracted from Yixian's spirit source core and the void essence crystal at a terrifying speed. It was rapidly flowing into the ancient golden bow that was suspended in midair on the other side of his knowledge. Chapter 29:19. Drawing the bow to shoot the heavenly tiger boom. In that instant, all the changes in his sea of consciousness merged together and turned into a huge boom, causing Yixian's consciousness to become hazy. In a daze, he raised his left arm almost subconsciously. In the next instant, the originally empty palm of his left hand suddenly shone with a golden light, and a golden bow in the form of energy appeared in his left hand. The shape of the bow was simple and ferocious. In the middle of his palm was a two-headed exotic beast. In the mouth of the ferocious beast facing up and down were the legs of two humanoid creatures. These two humanoid creatures also opened their mouths wide and seemed to be roaring. A bowstring that was clearly made up of countless fine golden threads twisted together was connected to the wide mouths of the two humanoid creatures. Then, a golden energy arrow appeared on the bowstring. At that moment, a strange golden light burst forth from Yixian's eyes. He reached out with his right hand and directly pinched the bowstring of the giant energy bow in his left hand. Holding the energy arrow, he slowly pulled the bowstring. 1. The buzzing sound of energy vibrating to the extreme suddenly rang out. In that instant, the space around Yixian seemed to ripple with an invisible wave. It was as if this arrow was only in the bowstring state, but the aura it emitted had already affected the space around it. Roar! At the same time, in the bloody battlefield in front of him, the Four Seasons jade-eyed tiger that was originally wreaking havoc and killing in all directions suddenly seemed to sense a strong sense of danger at this moment. A chill penetrated to the bone, causing its body to tremble. It subconsciously twisted its huge head and looked in the direction of Yixian from afar. At the instant the enormous golden bow entered its field of vision, the Four Seasons azure tiger's body shook violently, and it once again emitted a world-shaking tiger roar. However, the aura it emitted was different from the furious roar from before, and it clearly revealed a dense sense of despair. It was as if just by seeing this golden arrow that was about to shoot towards it from afar, this powerful Four Seasons jade-eyed tiger had completely lost all hope of survival, as if it was certain that it would fall this time. Swish! An extremely sharp sound pierced through the air. At this moment, Yixian let go of his right hand that was holding the golden energy arrow. The energy arrow, which was already filled to the brim with energy, instantly shot out. Even the void was torn apart. As the golden arrow shot out, a trail of black flames appeared behind it. It was a sign that the void was being torn apart. In that instant, the brilliant golden light in Yixian's eyes suddenly dimmed, and all the energy in his body seemed to have been sucked away. The power of the origin of spirit, the power of the soul consciousness, and even the mysterious aura of the void marrow crystal in his sea of consciousness transformed into the surging power of this arrow, leaving his body and whistling away. The huge golden energy bow that was originally held in his left hand also quietly dissipated at this moment, turning back into a small golden bow the size of a thumb, suspended in his sea of consciousness. Yixian's consciousness also completely recovered at this moment, but he immediately blacked out and fell into a state of unconsciousness due to exhaustion. He fell from the sky with a loud bang, smashing into the boundless earth below. Screech! Almost at the same time, the golden arrow whistled through the air at an extremely fast speed, as if it had directly ignored the distance of space. Even the Four Seasons jade-eyed tiger with the supreme cultivation of the origin Fourth Order could not dodge. Its huge body, which was nearly 10 meters long, was directly hit by the golden arrow without any suspense. It let out a roar that was no longer fierce and angry, but filled with endless sorrow. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the huge body of the Four Seasons jade-eyed tiger instantly exploded as if it had self-destructed. Not even a piece of flesh the size of a finger was left behind. Its huge body turned into a cloud of blood mist, and as the golden arrow exploded, it instantly collapsed and turned into nothingness. It was as if it had never existed or appeared before. Only the murderous and sorrowful intent that still lingered in the air was recounting the tragedy of this scene, recalling the might of this Four Seasons azure jade tiger's roar in the mountains and forests. Wang! As the battle ended in an instant, the figure of the 8-star Wang ladle, who had a supreme cultivation at the origin stage, trembled. It suddenly appeared with a trembling sound in the air, coincidentally supporting Yixian's unconscious body that had fallen to the ground due to exhaustion. At the same time, the mosquito prince Shui Ben and the 1,000 or so black hole realm mosquito beasts and the 7 stars Wang Biao all turned around and gathered around Yixian's falling body. They vigilantly watched everything around them and protected him. Although that arrow just now was far from the strongest power of this divine ability that had been passed down from the primordial era, the heavenly fallen bow. In fact, it could only barely be considered a beginner, but the price Yi Xian had paid was truly too great. All the power in his body, including the power of his mind origin, the power of his soul, and even the power derived from the mysterious aura of the void marrow crystal, had been drained in an instant. The small golden bow, which had been the size of a thumb before it had been activated, was like a real bottomless pit. The moment it was activated and used to launch an attack, the amount of energy required to activate it was simply too shocking. This time, if it wasn't for the fact that Yi Xian's body had the devouring system as the monitoring center of everything in his body, even Yi Xian's flesh and blood and life force would have been sucked dry by this golden arrow. At that time, once the arrow was shot out, Yi Xian's entire body would instantly turn into a dried corpse. This arrow would be the strongest attack that would be displayed at the cost of one's life. Right now, if one entered Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, they would see a dispirited and dispirited aura. In the entire vast sea of consciousness, other than the small golden bow that was still floating in place without any change, whether it was Yi Xian's spirit source core, the other void essence crystal, or the waves in his sea of consciousness that represented his cultivation level, all of them emitted a strange and tranquil aura. This attack had consumed too much energy, so much so that even his sea of consciousness had become dispirited. As if it had sensed this, the devouring system automatically gathered a large amount of star core origin from the undying world in Yi Xian's body. It absorbed the energy within and quickly channeled it into Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. At the same time, countless weeping soul beasts were taken out of a small spatial pagoda in the undying world by the devouring system and absorbed directly into Yi Xian's body. As the small black horns appeared, a large amount of mind origin power was absorbed and gathered in the devouring system's transfer station. Then, the last bit was channeled into Yi Xian's sea of consciousness and into the mysterious, deep purple mind origin core. Chapter 29-20. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations plucking until my hand cramps, ding. Congratulations. Host. Level up. Current level. Level 3 Meteor Realm. Yi Xian had just regained consciousness when the devouring system's notification rang out in his mind. His cultivation level had actually increased. He was stunned. It had to be known that Yi Xian's cultivation level had increased not long ago because he had absorbed a nine-eyed golden crystal from the depths of the corpse pond. How long had it been since then? He had actually increased his cultivation level again? Instinctively, Yi Xian immediately checked his own cultivation level and discovered that it was indeed the truth. Compared to his previous level 2 Meteor Realm cultivation level, his cultivation level had increased by quite a bit. It wasn't just his cultivation base that had increased to the 3rd stage Meteor grade. Even his mind source core, which had just undergone its 5th metamorphosis and evolved into a level 6 mind source core, had grown from the size of a green bean to the size of a grape. The level 6 mind source core contained within had increased explosively by an enormous amount. In addition, Yi Xian also discovered a large number of star core crystals within his body. They were all blank crystals, and the star core origin energy within them had been completely absorbed. There was also a large number of small black horns, which were the remnants of the weeping soul beast's energy state after its body had been absorbed as mind source core origin energy. There were actually millions of them. Yi Xian immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. His sudden increase in cultivation level and the massive increase in capacity of his mind source core origin energy had obviously been forcefully piled up by the devouring system while he had been unconscious. Although this could be seen as a blessing in disguise, it could only happen once. Even if Yi Xian was tempted, he only thought about it and quickly threw it to the back of his mind. Then, he remembered the 4 Seasons beaching tiger. Previously, when Yi Xian had shot that golden arrow, he had already fainted before that golden arrow had hit the beaching tiger's body. Therefore, he actually didn't know that the beaching tiger had fallen. However, when Yi Xian regained consciousness and looked around, he immediately understood what had happened when he saw that the Mosquito Prince, Shui Ben, Wang Biao, and the rest of his subordinates had all returned and were guarding by his side. It seemed that the fallen sky Bao, which originated from the primordial age, was indeed very powerful. He was currently only at the level 2 Meteor Realm, but he could actually kill a supreme being at the level 9 Origin Realm with a single arrow. It was a pity that he couldn't use this move too often. The consumption was too terrifying. That whistling golden arrow instantly absorbed all his energy. It was as if it was going to suck him dry while he was still alive. Thinking of that scene, Yi Xian still felt a lingering fear. However, although this move couldn't be casually used, to Yi Xian, it was no different from having an additional trump card that he could use to go all out with his life. Even a supreme being at the 4th level of the origin realm could be killed by a single arrow without any suspense. In that case, a powerful being at the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven realm would most likely end up in the same situation when facing the might of this arrow. In this devil domain, the strongest existence was only at the 10th realm, the Heavenly Passage realm. In other words, even if Yi Xian's identity was exposed in the devil domain in the future and he was hunted down by a supreme expert, at that time, he shouldn't have a problem protecting his life. But all of this was for later. For now, the most important thing was the underground corpse pool behind him. With this thought, Yi Xian's heart immediately trembled. This 4 Seasons beaching tiger had clearly seen the huge pillar of corpse chi soaring into the sky from the entrance of the ring-shaped mountain. Since there was already a 4 Seasons beaching tiger, who knew what other terrifying beasts would appear next? If there were 2 at the same time, even if Yi Xian gritted his teeth and used the heaven-falling bow again, it would be useless. At most, he would be able to kill one of them. As for the other one, it would sweep through everything in an instant. Not only Yi Xian, but all of his subordinates would be wiped out. A tall tree attracts the wind. This pillar of corpse chi is too eye-catching. I can't delay the harvesting of the multi-pupil thought crystal. Otherwise, there will be more trouble. While muttering to himself, Yi Xian immediately took action. With a wave of his hand, he put the mosquito beast prince, Shui Ben, back into the beast ring, then opened the black light barrier between the black mosquito ship and the black wind ship, allowing all the mosquito beasts and soldiers to enter. Then, he stepped into the black mosquito ship and ordered Bakr to order the black wind to follow him outside and quickly head back the way they came. What surprised and pleasantly surprised Yi Xian was that after a few short hours, the huge pillar of corpse chi at the mouth of the ring-shaped mountain had clearly shrunk by a large margin. According to this trend, the entire pillar of corpse chi would disappear within half a day. At that time, he would be able to enter the corpse pool to harvest it. Because of the disappearance of the pillar of corpse chi, the powerful beasts that had rushed over from afar would be lost if they were still far away. It would be very difficult for them to find this place again. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart settled down a little. He was no longer in a hurry. Half a day later, the pillar of corpse energy that soared into the sky finally disappeared. Yi Xian's mind shook as he immediately charged towards the huge ring-shaped mountain pass. Looking down, at the very least, there weren't any traces of flames in the center of the corpse pool. At least there's still time. I must collect all the multi-pupil thought crystals as soon as possible and sweep the entire corpse pond clean. Yi Xian was in high spirits. He immediately summoned the black wind and the black mosquito. The 2 bastions followed behind him and together they descended into the corpse pond. While they were still in midair, Yi Xian saw a large number of demonic corpse flowers in the center of the corpse pool. With a casual glance, there were at least a few hundred of them, and there were clearly 7 golden level 9 corpse flowers among them. What made him even more pleasantly surprised was that after descending from the entrance of the ring-shaped mountain, Yi Xian was surprised to discover that it wasn't only the corpse flames in the central region of the corpse pond that were extinguished. Even the corpse flames in the depths of the corpse pond in all directions were more or less extinguished. After all, the huge pillar of corpse chi that soared into the sky just now required a large amount of corpse chi to burn as a continuous energy supply. Under such circumstances, the consumption rate of corpse chi was obviously very terrifying. Therefore, there was not much corpse chi left in the entire corpse pool. Only a few sporadic areas still had signs of corpse chi rising. However, although the corpse flames were gradually being extinguished, there were still countless beautiful corpse flowers blooming on the surface of the corpse pond. No matter which direction Yi Xian's consciousness swept out, he could capture the signs of a large number of corpse flowers. It's hard not to. Chapter 29-21. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. A terrifying harvest, rumble. Rumble. Deafening rumbles echoed one after another. From the 2 space fortresses, Black Mosquito and Black Wind, troops lined up neatly and passed through the black light curtain channel, appearing above the underground corpse pool. These troops included 5,000 strong demon slave troops, 100,000 black mosquito demonic beasts that were at the nebula realm and above, and 100,000 void soldier ladles. Yi Xian had even activated the Dongshu shuttle, dispatching Gue Hai Yi Dao and his 1,000-strong demon slave troop. Now that they were in need of manpower, Xian had to use as much of his strength as possible and use it wisely as possible. Very quickly, the mission of harvesting the multi-eyed perception crystals was clearly distributed by Xian to all the teams. With Gue Hai Yi Dao, the Azure Corpse, and the other Kiliarchs leading the 6 demon slaves, starting from the central region of the corpse pond beneath their feet, all the way to the depths of the corpse pond. The 100,000 black mosquito magical beasts and 100,000 void soldier ladles also spread out, splitting into small groups of 1,000 people and quickly moving in all directions. Because they were powerful and fast, they were able to reach the edge of the corpse pool as quickly as possible. Then, starting from there, they would go back the way they came and pluck along the way. Harvesting from both ends at the same time and shrinking inwards could greatly reduce the time required. At the same time, the 2 space fortresses, the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind, were handed over to Barker. They immediately rose to the air above the huge mountain pass, activated the concealment formation, and paid close attention to their surroundings. Once they discovered any living beings approaching, they would immediately contact the Void Hole shuttle that was stationed at the center of the corpse pond and wait for Xian's next orders. Following Xian's orders, the 100,000 mosquito demonic beasts, the 100,000 void soldier ladles, and the 6,000 demon slave troops immediately set off. They rapidly spread out in all directions and harvested the crystals along the way. At the same time, the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship immediately activated the concealment formation and rapidly rose into the air. After hovering above the huge mountain pass, they began to prepare and recharge the Super Star Destroyer cannons according to Xian's instructions. This time, Xian's instructions to Barker was to adjust the diameter of the Star Destroyer beacon to the maximum of 300 meters. This way, if an Origin Realm ferocious beast was caught off guard, a single blast was enough to severely injure it. If the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship were to work together, it would not be difficult to kill an Origin Realm ferocious Star Destroyer cannons of the Star Destroyer cannons with a diameter of 3 Star Destroyer cannons, at the same time. The 4 Seasons Beaching Tiger made Xian feel a great sense of danger. According to his estimation, even if the corpse flames in the entire corpse pool were extinguished, and the more than 100,000 people he sent out were still harvesting the multi-pupil perception crystals at the same time, the entire corpse pool was too vast. Even with this method, it would take at least half a day to harvest all the multi-pupil perception crystals in the boundless corpse pool. It was impossible to say that not a single ferocious Star Destroyer would appear in the outside world within half a day. Everything Xian was doing now was to prepare for a rainy day. At the same time, Xian, the Mosquito Prince, Shui Ben, and the 8-star King Ladle, who had been injured in the fierce battle with the 4G Beaching Tiger, didn't care about the cost and chose a large amount of resources from the resource warehouse of the Undying World. As long as it was beneficial for recovering their injuries, he threw them all at them. These were the only 2 peak-level experts in Xian's possession who possessed supreme cultivation at the origin stage. Their existence was extremely important to Xian. They had to be in peak condition at all times. After doing all of this, Xian finally relaxed his worried heart. Immediately after that, he began to pluck the multi-pupil thought crystals from the flower trays of the demonic beauty corpse flowers at the center of the corpse pool directly above the huge crater of the crater. Previously, Xian didn't let the 6,000 demon slave experts who were in charge of gathering from the nearby area directly start from the center of the corpse pond. Instead, they started from the edge of the center of the corpse pond. After all, he was planning on overseeing this area. That way, he would be able to respond to the 2 bastions on guard at the periphery. If something happened, he would be able to respond in time and in time. Therefore, the central region of the corpse pond was reserved. Xian planned to leave it for himself to pass the time. In this area with a radius of 50 kilometers, Xian's spiritual sense was just enough to cover the entire area. Under the sweep of his divine sense, the demonic corpse flowers that Xian captured emitted a golden light, which meant that a 9-pupil golden crystal was condensed on top of the flower plate. There were dozens of them in total, and there were even more 8-pupil silver crystals and ordinary multi-pupil thought crystals below the 8-pupil level. This time, Xian wasn't in a hurry to start with the dozens of corpse flowers. They couldn't run away anyway, so there was no need to waste time going back and forth. Next, he began to harvest from where he was standing. Xian had gathered a total of nearly 100 multi-eyed perception crystals in the central region of the corpse pond. Among them, the 9-eyed golden crystal had 66 techniques. Unfortunately, none of the 66 9-eyed golden crystals had reached the perfect quality. Xian tried to appraise them one by one, and sure enough, these nine-eyed golden crystals that hadn't reached the perfect level didn't contain any inheritances. From this, it could be seen how rare and precious the one he'd collected before was. However, to Yi Xian, the harvest this time was equally huge. Moreover, in his opinion, the entire corpse pool was so vast and boundless. Even if there weren't too many perfect nine-eyed golden crystals, it was absolutely impossible for there to be only the one that he had already taken away. Yi Xian had already witnessed the might of the primordial divine ability, the fallen sky bow. As long as he could obtain one or two more supreme treasures of this level, he would be completely satisfied. He believed that this vast pool of corpses would not disappoint him. Just one or two perfect nine-eyed golden crystals would definitely be there. Time passed slowly. Half a day had passed without him noticing. Yi Xian rejoiced that the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind, the two space fortresses, hadn't moved at all. Even he didn't expect things to go so smoothly. At this moment, the harvesting of the consciousness crystals in the entire corpse pool was coming to an end. Even if there were more space beasts that wanted to pull peaches, it wouldn't have much of an effect on Yi Xian. Chapter 29-22. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The corpse pond incident. Half a day later, the Black Mosquito and Black Wind returned one after another. All the demon slaves, Black Mosquito magical beasts, and void soldier ladles that Yi Xian had sent out to harvest the multi-eyed sense crystals had all returned. Furthermore, all the multi-eyed sense crystals that they had harvested were all gathered in Yi Xian's hands. The total was a terrifying number. There were more than 1 million sense crystals below the 8-eyed sense level. There were more than 30,000 8-eyed silver crystals. Although the 9-eyed golden crystal was the least, there were still more than 2,000 of them. Among them, there were 9 perfect 9-eyed golden crystals, just like the one that Yi Xian had previously absorbed. This far exceeded Yi Xian's previous estimate of 1 or 2. Yi Xian threw all 9 perfect 9-eyed golden crystals to the devouring system for evaluation. There was no suspense in the result. All 9 perfect 9-eyed golden crystals contained a supreme divine ability inheritance from the primordial era. In other words, including the divine ability of the fallen sky bow, Yi Xian currently possessed 10 types of desolate era divine abilities. This was definitely a terrifying number. Just think about the might of the fallen sky bow. No matter who grasped 10 types of terrifying desolate era divine abilities, they were destined to be able to sweep through an entire star field. Of course, with the primordial divine abilities, one had to have a strong enough foundation and strength to use them. With Yi Xian's current meteor realm cultivation base, he did not need to think too much. Just one of the primordial combat arts of the Heaven's Fall Bow was more than enough for him to use right now. In fact, even for this primordial divine ability, Yi Xian had yet to unleash its true power. There was a limit to its power. Once it was unleashed, it would instantly drain all the power in his body. However, the power that could be unleashed in the end was still just a damn small portion of this primordial divine ability. Therefore, although Yi Xian was excited, he did not plan to immediately absorb all 9 perfect 9-eyed golden crystals and accept the primordial divine ability contained within. He understood the principle of biting off more than he could chew. In any case, with the 9-eyes golden crystal in his hands, he wasn't afraid that it would grow wings and fly away on its own. In the future, when his cultivation increased, he would be able to absorb the second, third, and even more primordial divine arts whenever he needed them. But now, just the fallen sky bow mystique was already a little too much for him. At the same time, it was more than enough. Therefore, after a moment of excitement, Yi Xian finally put the 9 perfect quality 9-eyed golden crystals into 9 small crystal boxes and kept them in his undying world. At the same time, the remaining 30,000 over 8-eyed silver crystals and over 1 million multi-eyed sense crystals were all kept in his undying world. At this point, Yi Xian's objective in coming to the Devil's Sage Forbidden Land could be considered to have been perfectly and superbly accomplished. However, only a short 4 days had passed since the Saint trial started. There were still 26 days left, and Yi Xian didn't know how to pass the time. Screech! Roar! Just as Yi Xian was hesitating, 2 different roars suddenly sounded from the huge crater above. There was a sharp whistle. A powerful roar rang out. However, all of them were filled with a strong sense of anger. 2 ferocious astral beasts had arrived at the same time, and judging from the commotion, they were not weak. They were both Origin Realm supreme existences. Even if they were not as powerful as the 4 Seasons Azure Tiger from before, they were definitely not much weaker. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback, but he immediately rejoiced. Fortunately, the two star beasts had arrived a little later. Otherwise, if the time had been pushed back a few hours, he and his subordinates wouldn't have completed their mission of harvesting the multi-eyed sense crystals in the corpse pool. The situation would have been unimaginably dangerous if two supreme star beasts of the origin stage had appeared at the same time. But now it was different. All the multi-eyed sense crystals in the corpse pool had been harvested, so there was no need for Yi Xian to guard this place. Not to mention two star beasts, even if 10 or 20 of them came, it wouldn't affect him in the slightest. Since he couldn't beat them, why couldn't he just run away? He could have stored the black mosquito and black wind into the undying world in his body, then directly enter the Dongshu shuttle, activate the concealment formation, stealthily escape the crater of the huge crater, and then quietly leave. However, just as Yi Xian was about to do this, an unexpected turn of events that he hadn't expected suddenly occurred without any warning. Swish! Swish! At this moment, the originally silent and vast corpse pool was suddenly swept up by an incomparably fierce hurricane. An invisible corpse aura constantly spread out from the surging corpse pool. In an instant, the entire corpse pool was once again shrouded in a layer of incomparably dense black corpse aura. Previously, because of the fire that Yi Xian had lit, there was almost no corpse aura in the vast and boundless corpse pool. But now, everything had returned to normal in an instant. After all, the so-called corpse aura originally came from the endless black corpse liquid in the corpse pool below. Normally, the corpse pool was like an ancient well without ripples, so the corpse aura emitted from the corpse pool was very weak. It would take a very long time for it to accumulate to a certain scale above the corpse pool, forming a large layer of black corpse aura that enveloped the entire corpse pool. But now, the entire corpse pool was instantly roaring and surging. Boundless black-colored liquid surged endlessly, causing the black-colored corpse chi that effused out from it to accumulate at a speed that was simply countless times faster than when the corpse pool was still like an ancient well. In just a few moments, the vast and boundless corpse pool had once again returned to its previous state of being shrouded in corpse aura. Moreover, Yi Xian clearly had a feeling that this large cloud of corpse aura that had once again gathered above the corpse pool in such a short period of time seemed to be even denser than before. Facing all this, Yi Xian was completely dumbfounded. An extremely bad feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. He faintly had an illusion that the entire corpse pool below seemed to be completely enraged. Because of Yi Xian's actions of wantonly plucking countless multi-pupil perception crystals, this corpse pool that had always been silent like a dead object was finally enraged. Before this, Yi Xian had always subconsciously believed that this vast corpse pool was simply a dead object. But now, with a sudden change in the corpse pool, he finally understood that this corpse pool was alive and had its own consciousness. And it was precisely because of what he had done before that the entire corpse pool was enraged. Chapter 29-23. Headless Infant's Corpse Rumble. Boom! At the bottom of the enormous mountain, the boundless corpse pool was like a black ocean with countless waves surging up. Black corpse fluid covered the sky and covered the earth. Among them were a large number of primordial corpses. As the corpse fluid churned, all of them seemed to have come to life. This scene was like a group of demons dancing in a frenzy, causing Yi Xian to be dumbfounded. His mind couldn't help but tremble. He didn't know what kind of terrifying existence would appear next. However, there was no doubt that an existence that could control such a large corpse pool was definitely not simple. The other party was definitely not something that he could resist, and even if Yi Xian were to use all of his subordinates, he might not be able to resist even a fraction of its power. One had to know that even the primordial ability of the Heavens Fall Bow he obtained was only passed down from one of the millions of primordial corpses in this vast corpse pool. Then, just how terrifying was the existence that could control the entire corpse pool? Just thinking about it gave him a rough idea. Roar! Screech! Outside the huge crater, the two space beasts that had unexpectedly arrived were still roaring and howling. But from their howls, it was clearly different from before. They seemed to have sensed that an unknown change had occurred in the corpse pool, causing them to be bewildered and even terrified. Although they were unwilling to leave, they didn't dare to directly enter the corpse pool. At this moment, the howls and howls clearly revealed a sense of unwillingness and probing. Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and stored the black mosquito and black wind into his undying world. Even the Dongshu shuttle was put away by him. This was because he knew that the power of the black wind and black mosquito ships was completely meaningless before this existence that controlled this vast corpse pool. Rather than attracting the other's attention from the outside, it was better to minimize the target as much as possible, hoping that the other's attention would be diverted from the weak him to the two powerful star beasts that were howling and roaring outside the giant crater. Other than that, Yi Xian took the initiative to put away all of his subordinates. In fact, there was another meaning to it. It was a form of declaration for the weeping soul bloodhorn that was hidden in the undying world within his body. He was clearly telling the other party that he had no intention of resisting this time, so it better not hide anymore. Otherwise, if the other party really attacked him, then it wouldn't have a good ending either. This was a form of coercion, forcing the weeping soul bloodhorn to show up. However, even if it did show up, would it be of any use? Would they be able to withstand the attack of this terrifying existence that was about to appear and control the entire vast corpse pool? Yi Xian wasn't sure about this either. After all, even if this weeping soul bloodhorn was the strange weeping soul blood beast that Yi Xian had seen in the inheritance of the heavenly fallen Bao, the weeping soul blood beast that was hiding at the edge of the desolate ancient star battlefield, then, this vast corpse pool was filled with the corpses of existences on the same level as it, those that participated in the primordial space war. The existence behind the corpse pool could control so many primordial corpses. Could this weeping soul blood beast, an existence on the same level as them, be a match for this mysterious existence? Moreover, the current weeping soul blood beast was only left with a single weeping soul bloodhorn. It was definitely far from what it could be compared to when it was at its peak. In fact, Yi Xian didn't have the slightest bit of confidence in this matter. He even thought of fleeing at the first possible moment. Unfortunately, all of this was obviously impossible because he'd already sensed an indistinct aura that firmly locked onto him at the instant before the unexpected change occurred in the corpse pool. It was precisely because he didn't move that the other party didn't make a move. However, Yi Xian didn't doubt in the slightest that if he moved his feet and revealed his intention to escape, then the other party would definitely attack him immediately. Once a supreme existence of this level attacked in anger, there was no need to doubt the consequences. From the looks of it now, my only chance of survival seems to have landed on that damned weeping soul bloodhorn. Moreover, even with that fellow's strength, it seems to be completely useless this time and will still be defeated. However, I still can't help but hope in my heart. This really makes me speechless. Realizing his current predicament, Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. This time, he was truly in despair. The other party was a supreme existence that could instantly kill a 9-star ladybird emperor of the black hole realm. What could he, a mere third-level meteor realm cultivator, count for? Screech! Just as Yi Xian's heart was filled with grief, an incomparably mournful howl suddenly came from the depths of the boundless corpse pool below. This howl was clearly mournful and caused one's hair to stand on end. However, for some reason, Yi Xian could faintly hear a sense of innocence and pure joy from the howl. This feeling made him feel that it was absurd, and he even suspected that he was hallucinating. Ha ha ha! Screech! Just as Yi Xian was in shock and doubt, a cheerful and innocent chuckle clearly entered his ears. Moreover, after this chuckle, it was clearly followed by an extremely ferocious howl. Although it was completely different, it was clearly the same voice, coming from the same existence. Yi Xian's body violently shook, because in the next moment, in the depths of the corpse pool where the endless waves of corpse liquid roared, a purple-gold light clearly surged out from the corpse pool below and appeared. The surging waves of the corpse pool parted by themselves, and it seemed extremely obedient. It seemed as if this mysterious violet gold light was the ruler of the entire corpse pool. This was basically the truth. Because along with the appearance of this mysterious violet gold light, the vast corpse pool that was originally raging endlessly had actually completely quieted down in an instant. Everything returned to its original state. The entire corpse pool was incomparably tranquil, and countless corpses of primordial beings floated up and down within it. At this instant, the weeping soul bloodhorn that was perfectly concealed within the depths of the undying world within Yi Xian's body was clearly trembling with excitement, yet it seemed to have concealed its aura even more perfectly due to fear, and it didn't dare leak out in the slightest. As for Yi Xian, his mind shook violently at this moment, and he didn't feel good at all. This was because he clearly discovered that this purple gold light, which was suspected to be the master of this vast corpse pool, was actually shooting straight towards him from afar. Moreover, as it grew closer and closer, Yi Xian clearly saw the form of this violet gold light. It was a corpse. To be more precise, it was the corpse of an infant, a violet gold infant, a headless infant. Chapter 29-24. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Kakik. Screech. An innocent and romantic chuckle, followed by a mournful howl that soared into the sky, erupted from the headless corpse in the blink of an eye. At the same time that it entered Yi Xian's ears, the headless corpse also arrived in front of him. It stood firmly in the air with a distance of several meters between them. This corpse was the size of an ordinary baby. It looked like it hadn't reached full term yet. It was more like an existence that had died in the womb before it was born. Not only was it entirely purplish gold, it didn't have a head. Alright, it wasn't that it didn't have a head. It was just that its head wasn't on the neck between its shoulders. Instead, it was like a toy, holding it in its hand and playing with it from time to time. While it was playing with it, the eyes on the head kept staring at Yi Xian. Yi Xian clearly felt an even more intense feeling of being locked onto by his aura. He instantly came to an understanding. Sure enough, the mysterious aura that locked onto him came from this headless nascent corpse. In other words, this headless nascent corpse before him was the master of this vast corpse pool. The number of corpses in the entire corpse pool was simply innumerable. Yi Xian even saw quite a few terrifying existences that were as large as small meteors. But in the end, the one who controlled this corpse pool was a tiny headless infant corpse. This was extremely strange. What was even stranger was that the master of this corpse pool didn't attack him after arriving in front of Yi Xian. It didn't reveal any angry aura either. Instead, it gave Yi Xian the illusion that the other party was acting cute to attract his attention. Heavens, when this intuition appeared, Yi Xian simply wanted to raise his hand and give himself a tight slap. Narcissism. The master of this corpse pool is acting cute in front of you? To attract your attention? Can't you be more arrogant? This was Yi Xian's true thought at this moment. That's right, he didn't believe it at all, and he couldn't accept it either. However, he had to admit that this was indeed his intuition at this moment. His opponent had a terrifying background. Even though it was merely the corpse of an infant, it was able to surpass all of the other powerful creatures of the desolate era and become the master of this vast corpse pool. Right now, it was standing several zhang away from Yi Xian. It didn't seem to have any ill intentions. Moreover, it really was trying to attract his attention. Even if Yi Xian himself couldn't believe or accept it, intuition was intuition. He couldn't lie to himself. Not to mention, before the headless infant corpse's previous two roars, there seemed to have been a light chuckle with a hint of innocence. This was enough to explain the problem. Could it be that the other party was bored here and suddenly bumped into an outsider like him and treated him as an interesting playmate? If that was the case, then this headless infant corpse shouldn't have too much malice towards him. However, it was also because of this that Yi Xian suddenly felt that he should leave immediately. The sooner the better. Who knew when it would suddenly get bored of playing and find it boring? Then with a snap, it would snap his neck and become an existence like it? This kind of brat was the most difficult to deal with, and the most difficult to fathom its nature. The only way was to not provoke it. Actually, I really do have something to do. So if there are no other questions, why don't I take my leave first? Feeling the other party's purple gold eyes without pupils staring straight at him, as if silently waiting for his response, Yi Xian felt his scalp go numb. He secretly clenched his teeth and expressed his intention to leave immediately. He really didn't dare to stay here any longer. Everything was too strange. Kakeek. Screech. What responded to him was still the same two different voices as before. First, there was a burst of innocent giggling, followed by a mournful howl. The two were so different, but at this moment, when they sounded again, it gave Yi Xian a feeling of perfect harmony. Whoosh! Rumble. Just as Yi Xian was having a headache because of the other party's voice again, the entire vast corpse pool below, under the wave of the headless infant corpse's hand, once again stirred up endless waves, and the bodies of ancient creatures with shocking shapes floated out. What made Yi Xian even more taken aback was that from the mouths of the desolate era's corpses, demonic corpse flowers were clearly rapidly growing. At first, it was just a small bud, but then it grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, until it was more than a meter tall, and began to bloom into a flower disc. Then, in the flower disc, began to rapidly condense into multi-pupil sense crystals. The desolate era creatures' corpses were endless in this vast pool of corpses. However, before this, even though Yi Xian had ignited the endless black corpse aura above the corpse pool with a single fire, the corpse flower that had appeared in his mouth was only a portion of the desolate ancient creatures' corpses. At most, the proportion was about half. But at this moment, he didn't even need to ignite the corpse chi. This headless corpse just casually waved his hand, and all the corpses of the desolate era creatures in the vast corpse pool below grew a bewitching corpse flower from their mouths without exception. This scene was really too shocking. As far as the eye could see, the entire surface of the corpse pool was simply filled with demonic corpse flowers, one after another, and it was extremely spectacular. It was simply dazzling. Such a scene made even Xian a little reluctant to leave at this moment. There were really too many of them. Such a huge amount of multi-pupil sense crystals was clearly the rhythm of one's hands going limp from plucking them. Obviously, facing this headless infant corpse, it understood the meaning of his words just now. It was precisely because it knew that he had the intention to leave that it made such a move and reaction. It clearly knew that he had plucked the multi-pupil perception crystal from the corpse pool, and it clearly knew that he was interested in this item. Therefore, after knowing that he wanted to leave, the headless corpse said nothing and directly used a certain ability that it had as the controller of the corpse pool. With a wave of its hand, it directly caused a bewitching corpse flower to appear in the mouths of all the desolation creatures in the pool below. This was clearly the rhythm of tempting him to stay. However, if the other party didn't do so, Xian might have been forced to try and convince himself. In order to feign civility, he could only temporarily stay behind and wait for an opportunity to escape. But now, the more the other party did so, the stronger the feeling of uneasiness in his heart became. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. In addition, there must be a reason for this abnormality. Chapter 29-25. The little devil is hard to deal with. Dao friend, can you stop messing with me? I really have something important to do. I can't stay here any longer. Otherwise, I'll delay the important matters. At this moment, Xian wanted nothing more than to turn around and run. But on the one hand, the other party had already done so much. Although the more they did so, the more terrifying the scheme behind it was. At least on the surface, the other party had already done everything to the end. They knew that he needed these multi-pupil sense crystals, so they did not wait for him to say anything and took the initiative to prepare so many. Under such circumstances, if he still didn't give him face, he would be too unapproachable. Of course, this was actually secondary. The most important thing was the terrifying strength of the other party. Although Xian couldn't feel it and didn't know what realm the other party was at, just a wave of the other party's hand was enough to make the entire vast corpse pool respond instantly. Countless ancient creatures' corpses were scrambling to produce beautiful corpse flowers from their mouths. Just from this, one could see how powerful it was. At the very least, in Xian's opinion, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was absolutely unable to achieve this. In fact, it was far from being able to do so. For such a powerful existence, even if the other party didn't fall out with him, he still had a kind attitude on the surface. However, Xian didn't dare to act rashly. Even though he wished that he could immediately grow wings and fly away, right now, he could only carefully discuss with the other party. At the very least, he had to see that the other party had the intention of letting go before he dared to try and move. Otherwise, he wouldn't even dare to lift his foot. Kakik. Screech. In response to Xian's probing words, the headless corpse laughed innocently once again. Then, it let out a terrifying roar as usual. Then, just as Xian was in despair, the other party waved his hand again. Swish! Xiao! Swish! A large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out. Streaks of radiance shot out from the corpse pool below like arrows. These rays of light were clearly the multi-pupil sense crystals on the countless demonic corpse flowers below. At this moment, all of them took the initiative to turn into streaks of flowing arrows and shot into the air. In the end, the countless multi-pupil sense crystals gathered together and turned into a huge crystal sphere with a diameter of more than 10 meters. This sphere was formed by countless multi-pupil sense crystals. There were black crystals with 8 pupils and below, silver ones with 9 pupils, golden ones, and mixed together, colorful ones. Right now, the headless corpse that was only the size of 2 palms extended a small arm and stood in front of Xian in midair. It's up to you. Whether or not. Or not. Up. It. Up. At this moment, Xian suddenly wanted to cry. It was said that little ghosts were difficult to deal with. Today, he finally understood the true meaning of these 4 words. Originally, when he saw so many demonic corpse flowers on the surface of the corpse pond below, he was already a little unable to hold himself back. The reason why he could say that he could not stay for long, and that he had to leave was because Yi Xian had endured the pain in his heart and set it against his will. But now, not only did the headless corpse not relent, it gathered all the multi-pupil sense crystals in the entire corpse pond. There was no need for Yi Xian to pick them one by one. It seemed that as long as he nodded, these countless multi-pupil sense crystals would fall into his pocket. Under such a blatant temptation, Yi Xian immediately broke down. Of course, the more important thing was that he could see that the headless corpse was so persistent that it would not give up so easily. In addition, an existence of this level, such a strange existence, if one were to say that it had a good temper, anyone who heard it would only be able to laugh. It had already restrained its temper to this extent. If Yi Xian still didn't give it face, there was not much doubt as to what would happen next. Yi Xian now had no choice but to compromise. Even if he did not want to, he had to compromise. At the very least, he had to appease the headless corpse, then think of a way to escape and leave this place. This. You know that I really have something important to do, so at most, I will stay here with you for half a day. Bracing himself, Yi Xian cautiously said to the headless corpse. There was no other way. The headless corpse was so persistent. Although Yi Xian did not know what its ultimate goal was, he did not dare to provoke it. Under the headless corpse's repeated sincerity, the only thing Yi Xian could do was to compromise. Of course, from his point of view, this was not so much a compromise as a test. Yi Xian hoped to use all this to test the headless corpse's true intentions. What was its ultimate goal in doing all this? Ka-keek. Screech. What surprised him was that after Yi Xian showed signs of compromising and even made it clear that he could stay for a day, the headless corpse in the void opposite him once again let out the same light, cheerful, and screech as before. Then the huge crystal ball formed by countless multi-pupil thought crystals, which was held in one hand, suddenly rushed towards Yi Xian amidst the headless corpse's screech. This clearly meant that it had accepted Yi Xian's compromise. In exchange for this huge mass of multi-pupil thought crystals, Yi Xian could stay in this corpse pool for half a day. The headless corpse immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Such a huge amount of multi-pupil thought crystals even exceeded the total amount of multi-pupil thought crystals he had obtained before. If it was merely for him to stay in this corpse pool for half a day, it wasn't unacceptable. Even though what he would experience during this half a day might be an unprecedented horror. But for this huge amount of multi-pupil thought crystals, everything was worth it. Of course, more importantly, he had no choice but to fight. The headless corpse did not give him much choice at all. It was very overbearing. This half a day's time was completely spent on appeasement, purely out of helplessness and compromise. With this helplessness, Yi Xian faced the huge amount of multi-pupil thought crystals flying towards him and subconsciously kept them all into the undying world in his body. This was what he obtained immediately, so there was no need to be polite. However, the moment this huge ball of multi-pupil thought crystals with a diameter of about 10 meters disappeared, he clearly saw that the headless corpse on the opposite side turned into a ray of light and directly entered his body. It was as if the countless thought crystals that Yi Xian kept were a ticket, and now, the headless corpse had paid the ticket and followed on board. Damn! You can't play like this. Chapter 29-26. The bloodhorn was suppressed. As the golden-purple headless infant corpse, which exuded a mysterious and noble aura, transformed into a golden-purple ray of light and entered his body, Yi Xian howled in agony as his heart trembled violently. At the same time, a certain corner of the undying world in his body suddenly trembled without warning. This obscure tremor was immediately detected by Yi Xian. Almost subconsciously, Yi Xian extended his consciousness towards the location where his undying world was trembling weakly. Following that, he unexpectedly saw the weeping soul bloodhorn, which had already transformed into a tiny blood needle. This fellow was actually hiding here. In reality, Yi Xian had searched this corner before, but he had never found a trace of the weeping soul bloodhorn. At this moment, this fellow had voluntarily revealed itself by trembling slightly. There was clearly a reason for this. This reason was the headless infant corpse that had suddenly rushed into Yi Xian's body. At this moment, Yi Xian clearly felt a trace of fear and panic from the trembling of the tiny blood-colored needle. The other party was afraid. Perhaps even it did not expect this headless infant corpse to unexpectedly rush into Yi Xian's body. This unforeseen event caused the weeping soul bloodhorn, which was hidden in Yi Xian's undying world, to panic. It unintentionally trembled slightly, revealing its perfectly hidden body. Furthermore, It was not just its body that was revealed. The moment the weeping soul bloodhorn, which had already shrunk to the size of a tiny blood needle, revealed itself, Yi Xian clearly felt this tiny blood needle begin to move stealthily, but without any hesitation. It moved from the depths of Yi Xian's undying world to the edge. Looking at this movement, it clearly wanted to walk out of the undying world, then sneak out of Yi Xian's body and escape without a trace. This was clearly a sign that it did not dare to stay in Yi Xian's body with the headless infant corpse at all. Upon realizing this, Yi Xian inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Even the rejection of this headless infant corpse's shameless act of sneaking into his body was not as strong as before. At the very least, because of the arrival of this headless infant corpse, the weeping soul bloodhorn, which he had always been helpless against, was now in big trouble. To think that this fellow would have such a day. This made Yi Xian feel extremely relieved. At this moment, Yi Xian even had an impulse. He felt that it would be great if this headless corpse stayed in his body the entire time. At the very least, that shameless weeping soul bloodhorn would no longer be able to be arrogant and jump around. If this headless infant corpse could completely devour it, it might even be able to order it around in the future. Just as Yi Xian's mind started to form these thoughts, that thin blood needle that had appeared from the depths of his undying world had finally sneaked to the edge of the undying world. Furthermore, it immediately shot out of the undying world and directly charged towards Yi Xian's body. With its speed, once it left Yi Xian's body, it would be difficult to chase after it. At this moment, Yi Xian subconsciously shouted, "Little brat, stop it, don't let that fellow escape." As this shout rang out, the thin blood needle that had slipped out of the undying world coincidentally drilled its way out of Yi Xian's body. Furthermore, Yi Xian clearly saw that the needle, which was as thin as a needle, suddenly trembled violently the moment Yi Xian's shout rang out. A kind of flustered and exasperated aura rapidly surged out. If he was not mistaken, this weeping soul bloodhorn clearly bore a grudge against Yi Xian because of his shout. This was Yi Xian's intuition, but he firmly believed in it. Since that was the case, there was no way he would let it escape. Otherwise, with the strength of this weeping soul bloodhorn, who knew what it would do to him in the future? It was not easy to find an existence that could suppress it. This time he had to subdue it. Thinking of this, just as Yi Xian was about to shout again, a purple gold light suddenly burst out from his body without any warning. It turned into a waterfall and directly wrapped around the thin blood needle that had just drilled out of Yi Xian's body. Buzz. A weak but intense buzzing sound rang out. This purple gold waterfall that swept out from Yi Xian's body almost instantly wrapped around the thin blood needle, and then forcibly dragged it back into Yi Xian's body. At this moment, Yi Xian clearly had an illusion, as if there was a desperate wail coming from the thin blood needle. Such a scene caused Yi Xian to fall into a daze. His mind suddenly replayed the scene of the weeping soul bloodhorn crushing the 9-star Ladybird Emperor with the supreme cultivation of the Grotto Heaven realm in a crushing manner. And now, facing the purple gold waterfall released by the headless infant corpse, the mighty weeping soul bloodhorn's performance was no different from that of the 9-star Ladybird Emperor. It could only be crushed, and it did not even dare to show the slightest intention of resistance. All of this made Yi Xian's entire mind shocked. What kind of existence was this headless infant corpse? What kind of terrifying background and origin did it have? Even an existence as powerful as the weeping soul bloodhorn was unable to withstand a single blow from it. No, it was only a single streak of purple gold that it extended. It did not even have the will to resist. Wang! Just as Yi Xian's entire mind was filled with shock, the purple gold waterfall had already pulled the thin blood needle into Yi Xian's body. Then, it was pulled into the undying world inside Yi Xian's body. Throughout the entire process, the tiny blood needles kept trembling from beginning to end, emitting a faint buzzing sound. These buzzing sounds clearly revealed a deep sense of despair. This scene was simply like torture, causing Yi Xian to feel a sense of disbelief and absurdity. What shocked him even more was that as the tiny blood needle was dragged into the undying world within his body by the purple gold waterfall, in a few short moments, Yi Xian discovered that the tiny blood needle that was originally blood-like had a tiny purple gold imprint on its crimson body. If it was magnified countless times, one could clearly see that this purple gold imprint was clearly a brand. It looked like a brand in the shape of a lamp, and the main body of this lamp was clearly a headless infant corpse. Chapter 29-27. System collapse. Following the disappearance of the purplish gold ribbon that wrapped around the tiny blood needle, the tiny blood needle no longer showed any signs of movement. It didn't attempt to escape from Yi Xian's undying world, nor did it attempt to escape. It also didn't try to enter the depths of the undying world again. Just like before, it silently concealed itself. It seemed to have become obedient, remaining in Yi Xian's undying world. With a single glance, there was no need to search for it, as one could see its existence with just a glance. As for the purplish gold corpse lamp imprint that was imprinted on the tiny blood needle, it was so eye-catching that it stung Yi Xian's eyes. Even though Yi Xian didn't know what this purplish gold headless corpse lamp represented, he roughly understood what was happening in front of him. It was refined. This terrifying weeping soul bloodhorn was actually refined by the headless infant corpse in an instant. If that wasn't the case, this weeping soul bloodhorn definitely wouldn't be so obedient. Although all of this caused Yi Xian to be pleasantly surprised and finally subdued this incomparably powerful weeping soul bloodhorn, at the same time, as the weeping soul bloodhorn was subdued without any suspense, an even greater sense of fear suddenly surged out from Yi Xian's heart. Because just from this point alone, he already had a deeper and stronger understanding of the strength of this headless infant corpse. For such an unimaginably powerful existence to enter his body, it was hard to say whether this was a blessing or a curse for Yi Xian. Furthermore, even though this weeping soul bloodhorn had been refined, the purplish gold headless corpse lamp imprint on the bloodhorn meant that it was the headless infant corpse that refined it. Even if this weeping soul bloodhorn was controlled to do anything in the future, it would be due to the convenience of the headless corpse lamp. It would have nothing to do with Yi Xian. The only thing that made him feel slightly reassured was that although this headless infant corpse had a mysterious origin and terrifying strength, at least until now, it had not shown any signs of wanting to harm him. Instead, it brought a lot of benefits to Yi Xian. For example, the huge crystal ball formed by countless multi-pupil consciousness crystals and the weeping soul bloodhorn that had been refined. Although the weeping soul bloodhorn was not refined by Yi Xian himself and could not be controlled by him, judging from the actions of the headless infant corpse, the reason it refined the weeping soul bloodhorn was clearly to control it in place of Yi Xian. In other words, the final reason it refined the weeping soul bloodhorn seemed to be for Yi Xian to use. It was just that Yi Xian couldn't directly control the headless corpse of an infant between them. However, it was also because of this that if Yi Xian wanted to control the weeping soul bloodhorn, he could not do without the headless infant corpse. He had to rely on it to achieve this control. Realizing this point, Yi Xian's heart suddenly jumped again. This guy couldn't be doing this on purpose, right? He purposely refined the weeping soul bloodhorn and allowed it to openly stay in the undying world within Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian could clearly see and touch it, but he was completely unable to control it. In this way, as long as Yi Xian was envious of the terrifying power of the weeping soul bloodhorn, then he would have to rely on the headless infant corpse. At least, he would not be able to drive it away. Speaking of which, the purpose of the other party's actions was clearly the same as when he took the initiative to gather all the countless eye perception crystals in the vast corpse pool together. It was as if he was bribing Yi Xian and directly stuffed them into his body. In the end, it was all for the sake of currying favor with Yi Xian, making him realize its value, and thus achieving the goal of being able to stay in Yi Xian's body and not be chased away. But why? Why would such a powerful headless corpse of an infant, whose background and origin were definitely shockingly noble, spend so much effort to stay in his body? Why would it rack its brains to help him and curry favor with him? Apart from the devouring system, all the other treasures he possessed were far inferior to the weeping soul bloodhorn. Furthermore, the weeping soul bloodhorn had been refined in an instant. From this, it could be seen that the value of the weeping soul bloodhorn was most likely not enough to enter the eyes of this headless infant corpse. In fact, in Yi Xian's opinion, even the devouring system was not something that this headless infant corpse cared about. Since that was the case, why did the other party value him so much and rack its brains to curry favor with him? What was the real reason behind this? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's doubts grew even stronger. With his temperament, if he did not get to the bottom of this matter, he would not be able to calm his heart down. At this moment, as the tiny blood needle that had already been refined became completely obedient in the undying world within Yi Xian's body, it steadily floated in a corner without any further movement. The headless corpse that had entered its body also transformed into a tiny purple gold light that carried a strong sense of curiosity as it wandered around Yi Xian's body. That feeling was like a child who had never seen the world and suddenly came to a large amusement park in a modern city. He was curious about everything and felt that everything was interesting. Therefore, he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart at all. He didn't need an adult to lead him at all. He spread his feet and wandered around on his own. As the tiny purplish gold light formed by the headless corpse wandered around his body, Yi Xian's heart, which was already in his throat, started to beat wildly again. It was true that the other party was a child, but other than that, it was also a strange infant corpse with an extraordinary origin. From the moment this headless baby's corpse appeared until now, Yi Xian had indeed been able to feel a dense sense of innocence from its aura and actions. However, other than the pure aura of an infant, what Yi Xian felt the most was the other party's ferocity and terror. Even though it seemed to be roaming around in his body like an innocent baby, playing around happily, if he made a single mistake and it suddenly attacked without warning, displaying the cruel and ruthless side of an unborn baby corpse. This was his body. Once it was destroyed, wouldn't he be dead for sure? Thinking about this, Yi Xian could not remain calm. No matter what, he had to figure out the other party's background. It just so happened that it had entered his body, so the devouring system might be able to identify it. Thinking about this, Yi Xian secretly ordered the devouring system to identify the weak purplish gold light. In the next moment, the system's notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind, causing him to completely collapse. Chapter 29-28. Corpse Lantern Tattoo Ding. Appraisal failed. Ding. Warning. System crash. Restart required. Restart required. Ding. System rebooting. Progress 1. Ding. Congratulations, host. System reboot successful. As the familiar notification from the devouring system sounded in his mind, Yi Xian was completely dumbfounded. He stood there in a daze. The expression on his face and the feeling in his heart clearly revealed a strong sense of hopelessness. Did it crash? The system tried to appraise the purplish gold glow that was swimming around in its body like a curious baby. In the end, the system actually crashed. Yi Xian had never even thought of such a thing happening before, much less encountered it. Even an existence as powerful as the devouring system would crash? Furthermore, it wasn't because of a problem with his system itself. Instead, it was because when he tried to appraise a certain existence, the system would crash without any suspense at the very first moment. What did this mean? The other party's level of existence had actually reached the point where the devouring system would instantly crumble upon contact? If that was the case, then, just how terrifying was the origin of this headless corpse? The origin of countless universes? The source of the endless space and time? If that was not the case, how could its power be so perverse to such an extent? Just a touch from the system and it would directly collapse and die? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian felt uneasy. He clearly had a feeling that the devouring system in his body was not the only thing that had collapsed. Even his mind and consciousness were affected as well. In that instant, the devouring system in his body collapsed along with it. At this moment, while Yi Xian was still in a daze, the system notification in his mind finally quieted down. Although the system crashed due to the appraisal of the headless corpse, it was fortunate that everything was fine. After the system was rebooted, everything was back to normal. It wasn't that Yi Xian hadn't thought of asking the system to appraise it again. However, this thought only flashed in his mind for a moment before it was immediately thrown out of his mind. The devouring system was not an ordinary existence. How could it simply crash so easily? Hence, the extravagant hope of a coincidence could definitely be eliminated. In other words, the reason why the system crashed was definitely because of the headless corpse. Since that was the case, why would he recklessly try again when he knew that the result would be the same? What if the second crash caused irreversible and irreparable damage to the system? Wouldn't he have nowhere to cry? Furthermore, with the strength of this headless infant corpse, it was impossible for it not to have sensed the fact that the devouring system had tried to appraise it earlier. However, judging from its current behavior, it did not seem to care about it at all and directly ignored it. However, just because it ignored the first time didn't mean it would do the same the second time. What if the second test directly enraged it? Even if it was not editor lawless editor, Transin editor, Emery Feather Wu. The entire system had only tried to appraise it, but it had completely crashed. Under such circumstances, if the headless corpse really wanted to do something to the devouring system, there was no doubt about the consequences. Because of this, no matter how unwilling Yi Xian was, he did not dare to continue using the devouring system to do anything to the headless corpse. After all, it was a ferocious and ruthless corpse. He had not yet grasped the other party's temperament, so he did not dare to act rashly. Hence, in the following period of time, Yi Xian could only stand foolishly in the middle of the corpse pool like a mummy. His heartstrings were extremely tense as he closely observed the situation of the purple gold light moving around in his body. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, half a day had passed just like that. During this period of time, Yi Xian hadn't left, and his body hadn't moved at all. His consciousness had been focused on his own body the entire time, hanging behind the faint purple gold light formed by the headless corpse lamp, and wandering around his own body as if he was wandering around. After half a day, not only did the faint purple gold light wander around every corner of Yi Xian's body, but it also did not let go of Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. What made Yi Xian despair was that the Mad Mosquito Emperor had said that it had left a protective imprint outside Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Furthermore, it was an imprint with level 8 spiritual power. Spiritual power below level 8 could not enter Yi Xian's sea of consciousness at all. However, even the Mad Mosquito Emperor's spirit guard imprint was clearly useless. This strand of purple gold light entered into Yi Xian's sea of consciousness as if it was in a place where no one was present. With a whoosh, it directly entered Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Helpless, Yi Xian's original consciousness could only follow it in. In his sea of consciousness, Yi Xian's level 6 mind source core and the void essence crystal, which had not paid much attention to Yi Xian until now, actually trembled when the wisp of purple gold light entered. Then, they emitted a subservient and fawning aura. All of this almost caused Yi Xian to despair. What he found even more unacceptable was that when the wisp of purple gold light flew towards the small golden meteorite bow that was suspended in the north of his sea of consciousness, even the terrifying meteorite golden bow, which had been passed down since ancient times, showed an obvious subservient intent. All of this made Yi Xian feel as if his entire body, from his physical body to his sea of consciousness, to his mind source core, to the ancient mystique he had inherited, had been subdued by the headless infant corpse. It was as if he had been refined by the headless infant corpse. It was as if he had been refined by the headless infant corpse lamp's imprint on the weeping soul bloodhorn. Just as this strange thought suddenly surfaced in Yi Xian's mind, he suddenly discovered that this strand of purple gold light had quickly escaped from his sea of consciousness. Moreover, it continued to descend, rushing towards the heart of his body. Before Yi Xian could come back to his senses, the wisp of purple gold light had already reached his chest. As a blazing purple gold light suddenly flared up, the entire wisp of purple gold light completely disappeared from his body. At the same time, a purple gold tattoo the size of 3 fingers appeared on the left side of Yi Xian's chest, which was outside his heart. It was a headless infant corpse lamp that was exactly the same as the imprint on the weeping soul bloodhorn. Chapter 29-29. 108 Superpowers. After strolling around for a while, it was unknown if the mysterious headless corpse was tired. In the end, it turned into a purple gold tattoo that looked like a headless corpse lamp and imprinted itself on the left side of Yi Xian's chest. The moment the zombie lantern tattoo appeared, Yi Xian was so shocked that he almost fainted. After all, the incomparably ferocious weeping soul bloodhorn clearly had an identical corpse lamp imprint on it. That corpse lamp imprint meant that the weeping soul bloodhorn had been refined by the headless infant corpse. Therefore, when such a headless corpse lamp imprint appeared on his chest, Yi Xian almost thought that he'd been refined by the headless infant corpse as well. If that was really the case, it would be really F***ed up. He was an existence that possessed both the characteristics of a human cultivator and a demon cultivator. Yet he was refined like a magic treasure by the corpse of a headless infant. If this matter were to spread, it would be extremely humiliating. However, after the initial shock, Yi Xian's throbbing mind quickly calmed down. Although the headless corpse lamp brand on its chest was exactly the same as the one on the weeping soul bloodhorn, the meaning it represented was completely different. If he had really been refined by this headless corpse, how could he still have his own consciousness? He had probably been reduced to an existence similar to his own devil slave long ago. Since that was the case, there was no need to be too worried. The headless corpse lamp imprint on his chest was probably just a way for the headless corpse to attach itself to him. It was better to let it stay as a headless corpse lamp tattoo on his chest than to turn into a wisp of purple gold light and wander around his body, right? With this thought in mind, Yi Xian's heart, which had almost jumped out of his throat, immediately fell back into his chest. Although he still didn't know anything about this headless infant corpse, it seemed that the other party didn't have much malice. Since that was the case, he could only let it be for the time being. In any case, he had nothing to lose. And this fellow was even able to easily crush and refine the weeping soul bloodhorn. It was obvious that this fellow's origins were absolutely extraordinary. In comparison, he was merely an ant at the third level of the meteor realm. Since he couldn't avoid it, then he would take it as it came and let nature take its course. There was a saying that was very good. When a woman's virginity came and she couldn't resist, then she should just close her eyes and enjoy it. At this moment, Xian felt that this was his state of mind. With the terrifying strength of this headless infant corpse, he couldn't resist it no matter what. Since that was the case, he might as well not worry and enjoy the benefits brought by the other party with peace of mind. As for the consequences of the consequences in the future, that was a matter for the future. It was too early to worry about this matter. Since it couldn't change anything, it was completely meaningless. With this thought in mind, Xian simply stopped thinking about the headless infant corpse. Instead, after calming down and stabilizing his emotions, he began to clean up the huge gains he obtained from the headless infant corpse. As the master of the entire vast corpse pool, the headless infant corpse's means were obviously extraordinary. Previously, Xian struggled like this and spent a lot of time and effort before finally obtaining a large number of multi-pupil thought crystals. But with the headless infant corpse's means, it just waved its hand casually, and the countless corpses in the vast corpse pool automatically produced demonic corpse flowers. Moreover, the multi-pupil thought crystals on the discs of the countless demonic corpse flowers gathered in an instant, turning into a huge thought crystal ball. The headless infant corpse gently held it in its hand. These massive amounts of multi-pupil thought crystals were then used by the headless infant corpse as a bribe to curry favor with Xian. Now, they all fell into Xian's hands. Since he couldn't resist the other party, Xian began to count the multi-pupil thought crystals after calming down. He put them together with his previous gains and counted them all together. When all the multi-eyed perception crystals were added together, it was definitely a terrifying number. Xian spent a full hour to finish counting them all. Even though he was mentally prepared, the data he obtained still gave Xian a huge fright. The total number of multi-pupil thought crystals below the 8-pupil level was more than 8 million. Among them, there were nearly 1,000,000 7-pupil thought crystals, which was far more than what Xian had obtained in the beginning. From this, it could be seen that the quality of the demonic corpse flower that was created with a headless infant's corpse was far superior to the result of Xian's own torment or the result of the corpse flames erupting from the corpse pool. This was also reflected in the number of top-grade thought crystals above the 8-pupil level. Excluding the more than 8 million 7-pupil and ordinary thought crystals below the 7-pupil level, Xian had a total of more than 800,000 8-pupil thought crystals. This ratio made Xian wonder if he had gotten the numbers wrong. It was so high that he couldn't believe it. Among the millions of divine sense crystals that he had obtained before, there were only slightly more than 30,000 8-eyed silver crystals, which was only a ratio of 3%. But now, there were more than 800,000 8-eyed silver crystals out of the total of more than 9 million. This ratio had directly jumped from 3% to almost 10% now. As for the 9-pupil thought crystals, it was even more so. Previously, among the millions of thought crystals, there were only slightly more than 2,000 9-pupil thought crystals, which was a ratio of 2 to 1,000. But now, this ratio had increased by 3 times, reaching 6 to 1,000. Among the nearly 10 million thought crystals, there were more than 50,000 9-pupil thought crystals. Among these 50,000 9-pupil thought crystals, there were perfect quality, which meant that apart from containing a large amount of high-grade refined thought crystal energy, there was also the existence of a remote antiquity divine ability inheritance. There were a total of 107 of them, including the one that was taken away by Xian, which contained the divine ability of the fallen sky bow. The total number of perfect quality 9-pupil thought crystals he had obtained from the corpse pool was exactly 108. These 108 perfect quality 9-pupil thought crystals, apart from containing a large amount of high-grade refined thought crystal energy, more importantly, they represented 108 powerful divine abilities that were inherited from the mysterious remote antiquity era. Once Xian had absorbed all of them, then Xian alone would possess 108 divine abilities from the remote antiquity era. If this news were to spread, it would frighten people to death. Every living creature in the desolate ancient era was blessed by the heavens. The divine inheritances in their bloodlines were all secrets that were not shown to others. However, Xian was able to obtain 108 of them. This was definitely the end of the world. Chapter 29:30. Kill all roar. Screech. Whoosh. It was also at this moment that Xian had just finished counting all the multi-pupil thought crystals in his body. As his mind relaxed, He immediately heard several screeches and angry roars coming from the mouth of the huge crater directly above him. Before this, he already knew that there were two star beasts because the roars and screeches coming from above were different. However, at this moment, there were clearly more star beasts here. Yi Xian heard at least 4 different screeches and roars. These star beasts were clearly the same as the 4 Seasons beaching tiger that Yi Xian had killed earlier. They were here for the multi-pupil thought crystals in the corpse pool. Perhaps they did not know that the corpse pool was rich in multi-pupil thought crystals, but with such a huge pillar of corpse chi rising from the mouth of the huge crater above the corpse pool, anyone could tell that something must have happened. Perhaps it was a sign of the birth of a great treasure, so these star beasts swarmed here. But now, the reason why they stopped at the mouth of the huge crater and did not immediately fall into the corpse pool after arriving at their destination was actually very simple. In all likelihood, it was because of the strange movement in the corpse pool, which vaguely revealed the aura of the headless infant corpse. It was precisely this aura that caused all the ferocious beasts that had arrived here to feel fearful, and they didn't dare enter the corpse pool at the first possible moment. Before this, Yi Xian did not even hear their roars and roars, which meant that they were still very afraid of the aura of the headless infant corpse. Even their roars and screeches were restrained. But now, because the headless infant corpse had entered Yi Xian's body and was dormant, its aura was restrained and turned into a strange purple-gold headless corpse lamp tattoo on the left side of Yi Xian's chest. Then, as the aura of the headless infant corpse disappeared from the mouth of the huge crater, the star beasts outside immediately roared again after feeling the aura of fear disappear. Listening to their roars that were more and more urgent, it was clear that they could no longer hold back and were about to rush into the huge crater and fall into the corpse pool. I wonder if I have the ability to control the weeping soul bloodhorn, which has become obedient, without the help of the headless infant corpse. Realizing that a great battle was imminent, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light. If it was at this moment, he would most likely choose to directly activate the perfect oscillation skill and completely conceal his body and aura. Then, he would quietly slip out of the corpse pool and look for an opportunity to escape. But now, it was obviously impossible for Yi Xian to make such a choice. Such a terrifying supreme existence had already entered his body, and merely the aura emanated from it was capable of causing all the ferocious beasts above to feel extreme fear. They didn't even dare to let out a roar or howl. Under such circumstances, was there any need to flee? Although the headless corpse lamp seemed to have restrained all of its aura and turned into a purple-gold headless corpse lamp tattoo on the left side of Yi Xian's chest as if it had fallen into a deep sleep, Yi Xian understood that as long as he extended a strand of his divine sense or mental energy towards the headless corpse lamp tattoo on his chest and activated it, the headless infant corpse with extraordinary origins would most likely appear again. If he really couldn't beat it, he could just ask for help. Now, Yi Xian was full of confidence and no longer feared the star beasts outside of the crater. However, if he could not alarm this headless corpse, then that would be for the best. At this moment, Yi Xian muttered to himself as he activated a strand of his mental energy and extended it towards the undying world within his body. Within the undying world, the weeping soul bloodhorn that had turned into a tiny red needle was still quietly floating in the air, as if it was slowly rotating on its own. Yi Xian's strand of mental energy carefully approached. After hesitating for a moment, he quickly touched the other party. The tiny red needle clearly trembled, but there was no reaction. Although he didn't respond too strongly, at the very least, he didn't retaliate against Yi Xian's mental strength. Feeling relieved, Yi Xian immediately increased the amount of mental energy he poured into it. Soon, a waterfall of mental energy wrapped around the tiny blood needle. It clearly struggled for a moment, but in the end, it gave up and let Yi Xian's mental energy wrap around it, dragging it around in the undying world. It was as if it had accepted its fate and had given up all struggle and resistance. Just as Yi Xian was rejoicing in his heart, the spiritual energy that he extended out to wrap around the tiny blood needle suddenly moved slightly. He clearly caught a trace of an obscure spiritual fluctuation. Yi Xian immediately dragged this trace of mental energy out of the undying world and threw it to the devouring system for magnification and analysis. The final result made him overjoyed. This trace of obscure mental energy was clearly a type of imprint, a type of mental imprint that could activate the refined weeping soul bloodhorn in the undying world. With this mental imprint, Yi Xian would definitely be able to bypass the headless infant corpse and directly control the weeping soul bloodhorn, making it rush out of the body and go on a crusade against the enemy. Unfortunately, this mental imprint was clearly a consumable item. In other words, Yi Xian could only use it to command the weeping soul bloodhorn once. After the mission was completed, the weeping soul bloodhorn would most likely fly back into Yi Xian's body. However, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to continue commanding it, at least until he obtained a second trace of similar mental energy. After coming to this conclusion, Yi Xian was initially stunned, but he quickly understood. Obviously, everything he was doing, the headless infant corpse that had turned into a headless corpse lamp tattoo on the left side of his chest was clearly aware of what he was doing. The wisp of psychic imprint that had escaped from the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn's tiny blood needle was clearly the result of the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn's instructions. After all, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was refined by the other party, so it was very easy for it to do this. In the end, it was still unable to bypass the headless infant corpse. Although the other party didn't directly make a move, this kind of one-time authorization was clearly obtained by relying on the headless infant corpse. This also meant that if Yi Xian wanted to use the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn in his body to do something in the future, he would first have to obtain the consent of the headless infant corpse and obtain a trace of mental imprint from it in secret. Chapter 29:31. The Bloody Horn. With excitement, Yi Xian immediately moved his body and turned into a stream of arrows. He soared into the sky above the central area of the vast corpse pool. He didn't even bother to hide his figure and directly rushed to the huge crater above. Screech! Roar! Swish! Seeing the sudden appearance of Yi Xian, the few starry sky ferocious beasts that had been lurking around the entrance of the huge ring-shaped mountain immediately roared and howled in unison. There was clearly a strong sense of provocation and madness in it. Yi Xian was confident in his heart. He was naturally fearless. His figure stabilized and just happened to be 1,000 meters above the huge crater. He just stood in the void with a rather playful smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. He turned his head and swept a glance at the fierce roaring space beasts around him. There were a total of 4 ferocious beasts that had graced this place with their presence. At present, they were divided into 4 directions: north, south, east, and west of the huge crater. Their figures were also riding the clouds and mist, floating about 1,000 meters above the giant peak. They were basically at the same altitude as Yi Xian, who was standing in the void. On the left was a human-shaped giant bear. Its entire body was pitch black, and its body was about 100 meters tall. It was like a small mountain range, and its entire body was emitting an extremely strong and violent aura. On the right side, there was a huge green bird. Zhizhan was also close to 100 meters tall. At this moment, it was constantly circling in the air on the right side. Its pair of huge triangular eyes occasionally burst out with an extremely ferocious dark light. Its claws and beaks were also extremely sharp, faintly revealing a red light. It definitely had the power to tear apart gold and stone. As for the north, there was a ferocious beast that looked somewhat similar to the wolf beast. The only difference was that this giant wolf was not only close to 100 meters in size, but it also had a curved horn on its head that looked like a crescent moon. It was actually moon white. Finally, there was a strange creature that looked like a jellyfish lurking in this direction. Although its body was also huge, it was black and translucent. One could vaguely see that there seemed to be some black lightning swimming and flashing in its body. There was no doubt that this strange beast that could be called the Starry Sky Lightning Mother must have some kind of mysterious bloodline ability similar to thunder and lightning. Although the 4 Starry Sky ferocious beasts were different in size, they were equally huge. Moreover, the aura emitted from their bodies was clearly extremely powerful. With Yi Xian's cultivation base of the meteor realm, it was obvious that he couldn't clearly sense their specific cultivation realm. However, if one were to make a rough comparison, then in Yi Xian's perception, these 4 space beasts should be about the same as the 4G beaching tigers that he killed with a single arrow from the fallen sky bow. In other words, these 4 starry sky ferocious beasts were all supreme existences whose overall strength was around the 4th stage of the origin stage. If it wasn't for the fact that he'd already had a new encounter in the vast corpse pool below, this battle would have been a dead end for him. Previously, just a single 4 seasons blue jade tiger had almost caused Yi Xian to be unable to deal with it. Now, 4 of them had arrived at the same time. If it wasn't for the fact that he'd had a new encounter in the vast corpse pool below, this battle would have been a certainty of death for him. Screech! Roar! Swish! Just as Yi Xian turned his head to quickly examine the 4 starry sky ferocious beasts, they had clearly sensed the cultivation aura emanating from Yi Xian's body. When they realized that the arrogant Xiao Budian in front of them was actually an insignificant existence in the 2nd stage of the meteor realm, a monstrous anger from being provoked by an ant instantly surfaced in the hearts of the 4 powerful starry sky ferocious beasts at the same time. In their extreme anger, the 4 starry sky ferocious beasts let out furious roars and roars at almost the same time. At the same time, their bodies moved without any suspense as they charged towards Yixian, who was at the peak of the central crater. The giant black bear was the most direct. Its body flashed and it immediately punched out. Although its attack was simple, when this punch was thrown out, even the void cracked inch by inch. Rumbling thunder rumbled endlessly. As for the giant green bird with claws and beaks that flickered with a sharp red light, it suddenly flapped its wings and grabbed towards Yixian with its huge red claws. Its speed was the fastest, and even though it was the last to move, it was actually the first to arrive. In the blink of an eye, it was already within 100 meters of Yixian. As for the one-horned starry sky wolf and the starry sky lightning mother on the north and south sides, they stood still in their original positions, not moving at all. However, from the moon-white curved horn on the head of the lone giant wolf, there was clearly an arc-shaped light blade that was like a crescent moon. It directly ignored the void, and as if it had teleported, it directly arrived within 100 meters of Yixian. Its speed was actually the same as the giant green bird's red claw that was reaching out. The last starry sky lightning mother, just as Yixian had previously speculated, clearly controlled the power of thunder and lightning. A black bolt of lightning flashed out from its body without any suspense, and it also possessed the terrifying characteristic of ignoring the distance in the void. As soon as it appeared, it had already crossed a great distance, and with a moon-white blade of light released by the starry sky wolf, one on the left and one on the right, it entered within 100 meters of Yixian's body, and immediately smashed down. The 4 starry sky ferocious beasts all had supreme cultivation bases around the 4th stage of the origin stage. At this moment, they actually joined forces at the same time to attack Yixian, who was like an ant and only had a cultivation base of the 2nd stage. This was clearly a crushing defeat without any suspense. But at this moment, Yixian was not worried in the slightest. With the power of the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, even the 9-star Ladybird Emperor, who had a supreme cultivation base of the 10th stage of the Heavenly Passage Realm, was instantly crushed and killed. What could these 4 starry sky ferocious beasts, who were at the 9th stage of the origin stage, be compared to them? With this kind of confidence and an inexplicable throbbing feeling in his heart, Yixian did not hesitate in the slightest to completely activate the one-time use authority imprint, causing it to enter the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn that had turned into a tiny red needle in his body. Swish! In the next moment, the tiny blood needle that had been quietly standing there without any movement shot out from the undying world within Yixian's body in an instant, and in less than half a breath, it had already rushed out of his body. As soon as it appeared in the outside world, it instantly expanded with the wind, and in a short moment, it had already transformed into a huge blood-colored curved horn that was 10 meters long, and just like that, it suddenly stretched across Yixian's head. Screech! Roar! Swish! As the supreme aura of the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn suddenly spread out, the 4 space beasts that were attacking Yixian simultaneously let out a mournful howl without any suspense. Moreover, their bodies seemed to have reflexively retreated. However, it was obviously too late. Chapter 2932. The Throbbing Brand Boom. With an earth-shattering boom, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, which was nearly 10 meters long, pierced into the giant starbear's chest without any hesitation, erupting with a boundless aura that stirred up the wind and clouds. Immediately afterward, the enormous body of the black giant starbear, which was over 100 meters tall, shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye in the blink of an eye. All the flesh and blood essence and cultivation energy contained within his body had been transformed into resources that fueled the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn's ferocious flames and were mercilessly plundered. In less than an instant, the black giant starbear had completely disappeared, turning into a cloud of green smoke that slowly drifted away. However, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, whose aura had instantly soared, did not stop there. After a sudden turn in the void, it directly pierced towards the red-clawed blue bird that was flapping its wings and fleeing into the distance. Screech! Without the slightest suspense, a miserable and shrill howl resounded out an instant later. The entire body of the red-clawed grand azure bird that was flapping its wings with extreme speed was pierced through from behind by the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. Subsequently, in the span of a breath, it had its flesh and blood completely absorbed just like the black starry sky bear from before, and it finally transformed into a wisp of green smoke that vanished into the heavens and the earth. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, the 2 middle origin stage supreme star beasts had fallen one after another in less than 3 breaths of time. Such a terrifying scene had already frightened the remaining giant starry sky wolf and mother of starry sky. They let out a wail at the same time, as if they were begging for mercy. However, Their figures did not hesitate to quickly flee into the distance. Moreover, they were running in two different directions. It was as if this would allow them to obtain a weak chance of survival in the desperate situation where the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was temporarily stalled by the other party. However, they were clearly overthinking. Everything that happened next was still as swift and without any suspense. Although they were rushing in two completely different directions, with a Weeping Soul Bloodhorn's almost teleportation-like speed, the last two star beasts were killed again in less than 3 breaths of time. In less than 10 breaths of time, the 4 starry sky ferocious beasts at the middle stage of the origin stage were completely annihilated without any suspense. Yi Xian once again witnessed the supreme majesty of the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, but he still could not help but feel inexplicably frightened and trembling in his heart. It was too powerful. It was the same when it killed the 9-star Ladybird Emperor with the 10th Tao Insight stage, and now it was still the same. However, it just so happened that such an incomparably powerful existence was so weak when facing that headless infant corpse. It did not even have the desire to resist or struggle as it was directly suppressed and refined. Just based on this point, Yi Xian couldn't help but once again think of the terror of the headless corpse. His heart was filled with longing, and while he was absent-minded, he secretly guessed its true origins and background. However, how did it fall? It had actually turned into a headless corpse. Moreover, from the moment it turned into a purplish-gold headless corpse lamp tattoo and imprinted itself on Yi Xian's left chest, it was extremely likely that this headless corpse had been refined into a headless corpse lamp by someone. Its headless neck was where the headless corpse lamp's light flickered. If that was really the case, then what kind of supreme and terrifying existence could actually refine this headless corpse into a terrifying headless corpse lamp in the boundlessly distant and mysterious Desolation era? To be able to refine such a powerful corpse into a corpse lamp, what kind of heaven-defying method was this? What kind of peerless and unparalleled charm was this? These thoughts flashed through his mind. Yi Xian, who was floating 1,000 meters above the huge crater, was obsessed for a moment. His face was full of fascination, as if his entire mind had been dreaming back to the Desolation era at this moment. Swish! It was also at this moment that the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, which had killed all 4 of the origin stage ferocious beasts in less than 10 breaths of time, turned around in the air in front of them. After circling around for a while, it quickly shot towards Yi Xian's body with a shrill sound of breaking through the air. Its huge body, which was originally close to 10 meters, rapidly shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye as it approached. In the end, when it arrived in front of Yi Xian's body, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn had shrunk to the size of a small needle again. Like a blood-red ray of light, it pierced into Yi Xian's body. Then, it obediently returned to the undying world. It was still floating in the area where it was before, slowly rotating, emitting an incomparably tranquil aura. It was as if everything that had just happened was just an illusory dream. It's over just like that? It was only at this moment that Yi Xian recovered from his daze and muttered to himself. He subconsciously lowered his head and glanced at the place where the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn had disappeared into his body. He inexplicably sighed in his heart. Strength. Everything was strength. If he could be as powerful as this Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, then where could he not go in this vast river of stars? Even in the territory of the heavenly fate race in the first universe, there was probably no need to deliberately hide his identity as a human cultivator. At this moment, Yi Xian's desire for strength was unprecedentedly firm. His Dao heart seemed to have undergone a transformation of some kind of enlightenment at this moment. His state of mind became even calmer and more tranquil in the blink of an eye. At the same time, in a certain corner outside of Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, there was a quick tremble that seemed to be rhythmic without any warning. Yi Xian's figure shook. He didn't wait for his consciousness to enter his sea of consciousness to investigate before a wisp of understanding emerged in his heart. What was supposed to come had indeed come. In the next moment, his consciousness entered the area of his sea of consciousness, and he instantly saw 2 obscure spiritual brands in a corner outside his sea of consciousness. These 2 spiritual brands were what the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest, Hue Gulei, had put into Yi Xian's body. It was said that once one of them was activated, it was equivalent to the full force attack of an Origin Realm expert, and it was able to help Yi Xian escape the death of Zhou Liqing and Zhou Fengtai on his way to the Demon Emperor planet. At that time, Yi Xian didn't have the time to use this spiritual brand when the fierce mosquito bastion collapsed, so he had kept it until now. But now, the rhythmic tremor in the corner of his sea of consciousness was clearly another spiritual brand. Chapter 2933. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. endless fantasy translation. His plan fell through at this moment. Yi Xian's expression gradually turned strange as one of the two spiritual imprints gave out a hint. Previously, when the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest, Hui Gulei, mentioned this spiritual imprint to him, he was extremely confident and certain that Yi Xian would encounter the item he mentioned in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land. Yi Xian did not take it seriously at first, but now it seemed that the other party had hit the nail on the head. Based on Hui Gulei's words, Yi Xian had already deduced that the item the other party had asked him to bring out from the Saint Devil Forbidden Land was not some kind of inanimate object like a magic treasure, but a living being with the ability to move freely, or something like an artifact spirit. As for this point, it had also been proven right now. After all, Yi Xian had not moved at all at this moment. He had been floating 1,000 meters above the entrance of the huge ring-shaped mountain. However, the spiritual imprint at the edge of his sea of consciousness had not moved before this, but now it was giving out a pulse. This could only mean one thing, and that was the existence that the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest, Hui Gulei, had mentioned had just gotten close to this place. At this thought, Yi Xian's curiosity was immediately aroused. Without batting an eyelid, Yongming activated his divine sense power and mental power at the same time. They quietly spread out of his body and spread out. Although the speed was very slow, the radiation-like coverage was very meticulous. Yi Xian did not miss a single blade of grass or tree as he slowly expanded the search area with rapt attention. At the same time, as the rhythm of the spiritual imprint at the edge of his sea of consciousness became more frequent and faster, a message automatically spread out from within the spiritual imprint and turned into a sentence. It was the voice of the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest, Hui Gulei, that quietly appeared in Yi Xian's mind. Jianghu. These words were sealed by this priest in advance in the spiritual imprint. When the spiritual imprint catches the spiritual energy fluctuations of that demonic beast and sends out a rhythm, it will naturally release the pressure and appear in your mind. Before this, my promise to you is still valid. As long as you can bring the item I need out of the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, I will guarantee that you will have a smooth sailing life on the Black Mosquito Star. I will even nurture you as the future high priest of the Black Mosquito Star. As for whether you will be able to take the position of Holy Sun, I have never hesitated. If even someone with a level 5 spiritual source core cannot pass the test and successfully become the new Holy Sun of the Black Mosquito tribe, this matter will be too laughable. As for the item I want you to bring out of the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, I came across it by accident when I entered the Forbidden Land for the last time a few years ago. However, due to a freak combination of factors, I failed to capture it. Coincidentally, the deadline was set in a month, so I had no choice but to be transported away. I have always felt rather regretful about it. However, although I didn't manage to capture it back then, I have been dealing with it for almost a month, so I am very familiar with its habits. That is why I am certain that you will come across it. This is because this item is extremely sensitive to spiritual energy. The higher the level of spiritual energy, the more eager it is to hunt. You have already evolved to a level 5 spiritual source core, so when you use your spiritual energy in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, the aura of your level 5 spiritual source core will definitely attract this item to approach you. However, this is only half the battle. If you want to capture this item, it will definitely not be an easy task. That damned rabbit is extremely cunning. You must remember not to act rashly without 100% certainty. It is best to pretend that you don't know about its existence. Only in this way can you numb its vigilance and wait for an opportunity to capture it in one fell swoop. With your insignificant cultivation, you naturally won't be able to capture this spirit rabbit. When the time comes, you can do this and this. Remember, you must only make a move when you're 100% confident. Otherwise, once you alarm him, even though this damned rabbit's cultivation is weak, its concealment and concealment bloodline divine ability is extremely shocking. At the end of these words, Huegu still left behind a method to smoothly control the gray spirit imprint that was left at the edge of Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. If Yi Xian saw the right time, he only needed to activate the spirit imprint and directly shoot it towards the so-called spirit rabbit. At that time, the entire spirit imprint would be able to transform into a spirit net that would instantly envelop the target and prevent them from escaping. At this point, Yi Xian had basically completed Huegu Lei's task. After he completed the trial and returned to the Black Mosquito Star, he only needed to hand over the so-called spirit rabbit to Huegu Lei, and this matter would be considered completed. All of this did not sound like a problem. Huegu Lei had previously encountered a cunning spirit rabbit in the Saint Devil Forbidden Land. He had spent a lot of time, but he still could not successfully capture it, so he was unwilling to give up. Coincidentally, Yi Xian entered the Saint Devil Forbidden Land as the Black Mosquito tribe's prospective holy son. Moreover, his level of spiritual energy just so happened to meet the requirements of being able to attract the spirit rabbit, so Hui Gulei asked him to capture the spirit rabbit, bring it out of the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, and hand it over to him. Everything was very natural and logical. However, for some reason, Yi Xian felt that there was something strange about all of this. Other things aside, Hui Gulei's persistence and degree of importance to this so-called cunning spirit rabbit were clearly a little too much. With his identity as the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest and the supreme existence of the 9th stage of the origin stage, his spiritual energy source core had undergone 3 transformations and evolutions, and now it had reached the 4th stage. When all of this was put together, did Hui Gulei have to care so much about a so-called spirit rabbit that only listened to him and was extremely cunning? This was clearly illogical. After a brief analysis, Yi Xian was certain that Hui Gulei was hiding the origin and use of this cunning spirit rabbit from him. How could an existence that could make the high priest of the demon tribe so worried be as worthless as he said? With regards to this, Hui Gulei should have expected Yi Xian to be suspicious. However, Hui Gulei was sure that Yi Xian would not be greedy for this spirit rabbit. Not to mention that after he became the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son, he would still be working under Hui Gulei in the future. With Yi Xian's insignificant strength, if he wanted to capture this cunning spirit rabbit, he would have to rely on the gray spiritual imprint that Hui Gulei had left at the edge of his sea of consciousness. Therefore, if he could not hand over this spiritual imprint after returning to the Black Mosquito Star, it would prove that Yi Xian had already made a move. At that time, even if Yi Xian claimed that he had failed and did not obtain anything, with Hui Gulei's ability and methods, as well as Yi Xian, the holy son, being by his side all the time, he was completely confident that he would be able to find out the truth. Chapter 2934. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Crazy Rabbit. No matter how Greybone Conduit planned, he would never have guessed that not only did Yi Xian not intend to become the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son, but he also had a few other methods to capture this spirit rabbit, excluding the gray spiritual imprint that he had left behind. For example, the devouring system's forceful capture and devouring was one of them. Since this so-called cunning spirit rabbit did not have a high cultivation base, the devouring system's forceful capture ability basically had no possibility of failure. Compared to the gray spiritual imprint that Greybone Conduit had prepared, it was much more convenient and effective. Just as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's divine sense and spiritual energy that he had silently extended out captured a small figure at almost the same time. It was clearly a rabbit. Its appearance was no different from an ordinary wild rabbit, and its entire body was white. The only difference was that this palm-sized white rabbit had a very strange aura surrounding it. Its entire body was shrouded in an illusory fog, and its red eyes revealed an endless and deep sense of blurriness. Demonic Qi! Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood what the illusory fog surrounding this small white rabbit was. This was a jade rabbit with a soaring demonic Qi, and its entire body was emitting a mysterious aura. Especially its eyes, which were as deep as the most distant starry sky, blurred and unreal. Even when Yi Xian extended his divine sense and spiritual energy, after concentrating for a short while, he inexplicably felt as if he was about to fall into a trance, unable to extricate himself. It looked ordinary, but it was definitely not simple. As this realization surfaced in his mind, Yi Xian immediately became vigilant, and his mind recalled Greybone Conduit's repeated warnings. Obviously, this jade rabbit was extremely cunning, and once he failed to capture it, it would be very difficult for him to get a second chance. At this moment, the jade rabbit with a monstrous demonic aura was only about 3,000 meters away from the entrance of the huge ring-shaped mountain where Yi Xian was. With the forceful devouring ability of the devouring system, the success rate of capturing it was still very high at this distance. In order to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Yi Xian immediately connected to the devouring system in his body. He immediately ordered the system to lock onto the target and begin devouring by force. Ding! Lock-on successful. Target: Demon Soul Rabbit Spirit. Forcefully devouring. Losing target's aura. As the notifications from the devouring system rang in his mind, Yi Xian could not help but feel as if his heart had leaped into his throat. However, just as the system notification was about to indicate whether the devouring had succeeded or failed, the following words unexpectedly changed to the loss of the target's aura. Yi Xian was completely dumbfounded. He felt like he had punched the air with all his might, but in the end, he felt depressed. After being stunned for a moment, he spread out his divine sense and spiritual power again. Only then did he realize that the strange rabbit had coincidentally shifted its position and scurried in another direction just as the system was about to activate the devouring skill. The distance had not changed. It was still about 3,000 meters, which was within the range of the system's success rate of the devouring skill. Yes, it was a coincidence. It must be a coincidence. It was just an inconspicuous little rabbit. Could it be that it could predict early on that the devouring system was about to begin at this moment? So at the most critical moment, it suddenly shifted its body, changed its position, and broke free from the system's aura lock? That was obviously impossible. It was just a dead rabbit. How could it be so capable? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian quickly calmed down. He unwillingly ordered the devouring system in his body to lock onto the target and begin the devouring system's devouring skill. In the next instant, the system's familiar notification rang in his mind again. Ding! Lock-on successful. Target: Demon Soul Rabbit Spirit. Devouring skill. Target's aura lost. Yixian had just raised his heart to his throat when he suddenly heard the last 6 words of losing his target's aura. All of the energy in his body immediately leaked out once again. The feeling of powerlessness and sullenness that came from swinging out a fierce punch and smashing into the air once again descended in an instant. The second time? What was going on? This damned rabbit's luck was too good, wasn't it? Unwillingly, Yixian continued to comfort himself. This time, his blood was boiling and it took him some time to calm down again. Then, Yixian gritted his teeth. For the third time, he ordered the devouring system in his body to lock onto the target and begin the devouring system's devouring skill. As soon as the command was sent out, his heart instantly rose to his throat. Ding! Lock-on successful. Target: Demon Soul Rabbit Spirit. Devouring skill. Target's aura lost. Puffed. It was the same unshakable result. This time, Yixian was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole face could not help but look ferocious as he gritted his teeth. Damned rabbit, it was definitely doing this on purpose. 3 times in a row. How could it be so coincidental each time? You're clearly messing around with me. I don't believe it. It's just a dead rabbit. Don't tell me it can really go to the heavens and enter the earth? As he gritted his teeth, the anger in Yixian's heart was aroused. He muttered a few words to himself, then after thinking for a moment, he raised his hand and summoned the black mosquito and the black wind out of the undying world within his body. Rumble! Rumble! With the sudden appearance of the black mosquito and black wind, Yixian did not hesitate at all. He immediately opened the main channel of the 2 bastions' black light screen. Thunderous rumbles filled the air as the bastion's armies descended from the skies. Millions of black mosquito demonic beasts. Hundreds of thousands of void soldier ladles. In addition to Gue Hai Idao's 1,000-man demonic slave brigade, there were 5 other 1,000-man demonic slave brigade. This time, Yixian had used up almost all of the strength of the soldiers in his hands. One army after another poured out from the void, covering the sky and the earth. In the blink of an eye, they had enveloped the entire void within a radius of 50 kilometers. Facing all this, that damned little rabbit was still lying on the ground, blinking its eyes. Sometimes it looked at Yixian, and sometimes it turned its head to sweep a few glances at the countless mosquito beasts and void soldier ladles that were like dark clouds above its head. In its eyes, there seemed to be a faint trace of mockery and ridicule. Immediately, the nameless anger in Yixian's heart burned even hotter. The other party clearly knew his intentions and had even played with him 3 times in a row. Under such circumstances, there was no need to hide and put on an act. Chapter 29:35. Monster Buzz. Swish! Following Yixian's order, the army of 10 million that was like a large black cloud above their heads instantly moved like a tide. They all charged towards the strange rabbit. As the momentum was too great, it actually caused a large area of space to faintly tremble, and there were also countless weak and sharp sounds of breaking through the air. For a moment, the entire sky above the huge ring-shaped mountain could be said to be filled with thousands of scenes. It was a crazy scene. However, what made people completely speechless was that no matter how these mosquito beasts, soldiers, and demon slaves charged left and right, or how they surrounded and attacked from the front and the back, the nimble little jade rabbit was always able to find a gap half an instant before the large net was completely closed. Coincidentally, it would slip out from an extremely inconspicuous gap, an even fleeting gap, escaping the encirclement of the large net. Until the next time the net was about to close, all of this coincidentally played out once again. It was fine if it happened once or twice, but after more than 10 times, it was the same every time. The situation was exactly the same. Such a scene instantly made Xian so angry that he stomped his feet in the void. He was about to go crazy. It was only a tiny damned rabbit, yet not only had it tricked him, it had even tricked the army under his command. If news of this were to spread, then how could he endure it? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xian felt a buzzing sound in his head. His mind was on the verge of going berserk. He was not the only one. Even the countless mosquito beasts, soldiers, and demon slaves that covered the sky and earth, covering a large area of tens of kilometers, were the same. In an instant, the entire area was resounded with the howls of countless mosquito beasts and the violent roars of the devil slave experts, and it was clamorous to the extreme. It was a scene of madness and chaos. Only the nimble rabbit appeared to be extremely calm from beginning to end. From time to time it would flutter a few times, dash out a distance, stop, and then look at a certain opening, suddenly leap out again. In short, from the beginning to the end, whether it was Xian or the millions of mosquito beasts, ladles, and demon slaves he summoned to capture the rabbit, no one could touch even a single strand of rabbit fur on this nimble jade rabbit. This scene seemed to be so strange and indescribable. No matter if it was the nimble rabbit's easy dodging or the madness and violence of Xian and the army under his command, everything revealed an extremely strange aura. The former seemed to have activated some kind of mysterious immunity mode, making him invincible throughout. On the other hand, the latter seemed to have clearly fallen into some sort of unknown state of bewitchment, and all of them revealed abnormal madness and irritation. All of this might have lasted for a long time. It might have lasted until Xian and his 10 million subordinates had all been tormented to the point of insanity and completely collapsed. Only then would it end. It was also at this moment that a purplish gold ray of light suddenly shot out from Xian's body. With a swallow and a spit, it instantly wrapped around the nimble little jade rabbit that had turned around and ran away. Then, it suddenly pulled and arrived in front of Xian. At this point, everything was finally over. Screech! Swish! Only the furious roars and howls of the tens of millions of mosquito beasts, ladles, and demon slaves still rang out. All of them had bloodshot eyes as they madly rushed towards Xian. To be precise, they were rushing towards the nimble jade rabbit that was wrapped in the purplish gold light and pitifully falling into Xian's arms. It was as if the tens of millions of subordinates under Xian had some kind of unresolvable grudge with this little rabbit. Xian's body shook violently. Only at this instant did he suddenly come to his senses, and he suddenly noticed that everything before him was actually so strange and unusual. Whether it was himself, or the tens of millions of mosquito beasts, ladles, and demon slaves under his command, all of them had unknowingly fallen into this trap. Their minds and consciousness had inexplicably fallen into a state of madness and violence, as if they had been possessed by the devil, as if they had encountered some kind of unknown bewitchment. And all of this was clearly done by the inconspicuous little jade rabbit in his arms at this moment. Sure enough, it was a monster. It didn't seem to have much strength, but in addition to its ability to escape, it also had the terrifying ability to confuse and confuse. In an instant, tens of millions of troops had fallen into its trap. It was simply chilling. In the end, if it wasn't for the headless corpse that had turned into a headless corpse lamp tattoo and was imprinted on Xian's left chest, it wouldn't have been able to take the initiative to attack. It extended a purple-gold beam of light and instantly captured this strange jade rabbit without any suspense. The consequences would have been unimaginable. No one could predict when this scene of madness and chaos would evolve, and to what extent. Screech! In his horror, Xian immediately channeled his spiritual power, raised his head, and let out a high-pitched scream that pierced the clouds. With the sound of this scream, the countless mosquito beasts, ladles, and demon slaves that were madly rushing from all directions suddenly trembled. The madness in their eyes gradually faded, revealing a touch of confusion as if they had just woken up from a dream. Xian didn't waste any more time. He directly ordered all the mosquito beasts, ladles, and demon slaves to return to the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship. Then, with a wave of his hand, he directly stored the 2 space fortresses into the undying world within his body. After doing all this, he let out a long sigh of relief. His eyes were filled with intense interest. He lowered his head and carefully sized up the strange jade rabbit that was still wrapped in the purplish gold light of the headless corpse. This beast was definitely a monster, and its ability was definitely not to be underestimated. Other than Yi Xian, who had personally experienced this earlier, he could tell that something was amiss from the purplish gold light of the headless infant's corpse that had yet to be retracted. It had always enveloped this small jade rabbit, so he could tell that something was amiss. Even the headless baby corpse was worried that once the light was withdrawn, it would immediately escape. It was enough to show how strange and extraordinary it was. After studying it for a while, Yi Xian finally had to admit that he couldn't see anything. The little rabbit in his embrace had been looking at him with a pitiable expression from the beginning until now. Its gaze was deep like the boundless starry sky, and it faintly revealed a wisp of extreme panic and uneasiness. Helpless, Yi Xian could only throw this rabbit to the devouring system to identify. Originally, he thought that since the rabbit was a living thing, then, with Yi Xian's cultivation strength, it was most likely impossible to directly absorb it into his body. But what surprised him was that after just a try, he actually succeeded. The little jade rabbit that was originally in his arms was absorbed into his body without any suspense. Chapter 29:36. Demon Spirit Pupil Ding. Congratulations to the host. Discovered Demon Spirit. Will you refine it immediately? As the system notification sounded in his mind, Yi Xian was immediately stunned. Demon Spirit? No wonder it could be absorbed into the body. It seemed that although this fellow looked like a little rabbit, its essence was not a living being at all. It was a kind of existence similar to the sword spirit that Yi Xian's devil blood star tier sword gave birth to. Since that was the case, it could naturally be absorbed into the body. Even if Yi Xian's current cultivation was really insignificant, it would not affect him at all. But what did the system mean by refining? Could it be that the so-called demon soul spirit could be broken down by the system like the demon's brain core, the weeping soul beast, and the multi-pupil thought crystal? Could it be absorbed by the system and turned into its own energy? If that was really the case, then he had finally gained something from the torment just now. Judging from the terrifying bewitching ability displayed by the demon soul spirit, the energy extracted from its decomposition would definitely be extraordinary. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and an inexplicable strong sense of anticipation welled up in his heart. Immediately after, he immediately ordered the system to refine the spirit of the demon's soul. In the next moment, the system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! Lock-on successful. Target of refinement. Demon spirit. Beginning refinement. Progress 1. Progress 2. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Evolution reading completed. Refinement successful. Obtained 1 demon spirit pupil. Will you immediately assimilate it? So fast? Yi Xian was stunned again, and immediately immersed his consciousness into his body. Very quickly, an oval-shaped crystal that looked like an eye, but was suffused with a blurred dreamy light, and seemed to be incomparably deep, as if one's gaze was too focused, even one's entire mind would be completely immersed in the crystal, reflected in his line of sight. This should be the demon spirit pupil that the devouring system was talking about. Was it an eye that was refined by the spirit of the demon soul as if it was an artifact? It could actually be used to fuse with his own body. Then, after the fusion, would he be able to possess the various miraculous abilities that the spirit of the demon soul had displayed before? The ability to escape that could be said to be terrifying and abnormal, and that left Yi Xian puzzled even after pondering 100 times? And that even more terrifying ability of bewitchment that left no traces behind when it was unleashed. Furthermore, its range of influence and audience was so large that it was unbelievable. Yi Xian would be satisfied as long as he could obtain one of these 2 abilities. If he could obtain both of them, he would have made a huge profit this time. A strong sense of anticipation rose in his heart. Without further delay, Yi Xian immediately ordered the system to fuse with the demon soul pupil. Following that, the familiar notification from the devouring system sounded in his mind. Ding! Confirm fusion. Target. Demon soul pupil. Beginning fusion. Progress 1. Progress 2. Ding! Congratulations, host. The fusion was successful. Obtained ability. Demonic soul pupil. Current level. Beginner. Current level ability. Origin tracing. Note. Active bloodline ability, success rate unknown. As the 2 system notifications sounded in his mind, Yi Xian quickly realized that the strange crystal that looked like an eye in his body had disappeared. Instead, the space between his eyebrows suddenly became numb. Vaguely, There seemed to be something that did not exist in the space between his eyebrows. This feeling was very mysterious. Yi Xian only needed to think slightly to feel that there was an inexplicable mysterious energy circulating and rotating in the space between his eyebrows. If he was not mistaken, this mysterious energy in the space between his eyebrows should have been the demon soul pupil that had already fused with his body. Right now, this pupil had already become the third eye in the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows. It was just like the legendary third eye of immortal Lord Erlang, possessing some kind of miraculous ability. Furthermore, from the system notifications, he could analyze that this demon soul pupil that looked like the third eye between his eyebrows could still be upgraded. It had just been fused, so it was only at the beginner level. As for the requirements for upgrading in the future, Yi Xian would be able to find out after checking the devouring system's database. Even if the system's database did not have any data on this object, as long as the devouring system had come into contact with a new species or successfully identified a new species, the devouring system's database would immediately update the data and include the newly obtained species information into the database. Therefore, regarding this demon soul pupil and the demon soul pupil ability that Yi Xian had obtained after fusing with it, he could now do a new search in the devouring system's database. Of course, even if he did not specifically search, Yi Xian already had a general idea of the situation from the system notifications. This newly acquired ability of the demonic soul pupil belonged to a type of bloodline innate ability that could be activated on its own accord. However, it was clear that it would not succeed every time it was activated. The unknown success rate in the system notification clearly indicated this point. Furthermore, the demon soul pupil that was currently at the beginner level only had one level of ability: origin tracing. The so-called origin tracing should be a mysterious ability similar to the Eye of Truth. It could clearly see the origin of things through the mysterious power of the demon soul pupil, and even trace back to its source. This should be the reason why the demonic spirit was able to easily avoid the forceful devouring and locking of the devouring system. Even the tens of millions of mosquito beasts, soldiers, and demon slaves that Yi Xian summoned were unable to capture the source of the demonic spirit even after joining forces to surround it. The other party had this kind of bloodline talent that could see the origin of any movement that was targeted at it. It could immediately trace back to the origin and see through the flaws. It was as if everything was placed under a microscope, or as if it had been adjusted to slow motion many times. Under such circumstances, the demon soul pupil was naturally at ease and could easily avoid the devouring system every time. As for the other innate ability that the demon soul spirit had displayed before, that was, unknowingly, Yi Xian and the 10 million troops that he'd summoned. They'd all successfully activated the ability to bewitch Yi Xian and the 10 million troops that he'd summoned. With Yi Xian's current elementary state, it was obvious that he didn't possess the ability to do so. At the very least, it would need to be upgraded to the intermediate level before it could be mastered. Although this was indeed a bit of a pity, at least there was still hope. Yi Xian was quite satisfied. At the very least, the origin tracing ability could be used at any time. However, he did not know how effective and successful it was. Chapter 2937. Desolate Corpse Liquid Refining Treasured Body, Wang. As Yi Xian activated the demon soul pupil's ability for the first time, a weak but high-frequency trembling sound suddenly came from the depths of his brows, causing his mind to tremble slightly. However, this feeling quickly disappeared. It was so fast that it was as if everything just now had not happened at all. But in reality, in just an instant, his demon soul pupil's ability had been activated without any suspense. Moreover, what was rather fortunate was that this was the first time it was activated, and its power had unexpectedly been successfully displayed. Although there was no so-called third vertical eye between his eyebrows, and there seemed to be no abnormal changes on the surface, Yi Xian clearly felt that there was a mysterious and invisible power shooting out from the depths of his eyebrows. Because of the existence and power of this mysterious power, Yi Xian's vision had a huge change that was almost like the difference between heaven and earth. Being clearer and more translucent was only the most basic change. Even so, the clarity and translucency had far surpassed the extent of being examined by one's mental power or being scanned by one's mental power. But this was still not what Yi Xian was most concerned about at the moment. What made him even more pleasantly surprised was that at this moment, when he casually stared at the void in front of him, a few short moments later, due to the mysterious power that invisibly emitted from the center of his brows, Yi Xian's gaze seemed to have been dissected as he gradually saw some faintly discernible threads in the empty space. These threads were obviously almost illusory existences, and they were connected with each other to form a completely different chain structure. They were like extremely obscure and mysterious talisman markings, and they emitted a dense and profound aura. Chains of the law of space? A string of words inexplicably appeared in Yixian's mind as he was blessed with good fortune. The void, under the eyes of ordinary people, was indeed empty. But under the gaze of the demon soul pupil, which had the effect of seeing the origin, one could see the hidden essence of this empty void on the surface. The nearby illusory complex chains captured by Yixian's vision were obviously the chains of law related to the law of space. Even though Yixian couldn't understand a single one of these countless completely different law chains and was unable to comprehend the profound mysteries behind them, at the very least, he already had the ability to see everything with his own eyes. Seeing with his own eyes would obviously have a miraculous effect on comprehending the mysteries of the law of space in the future, similar to cheating. And this was only one of the chains of law that Yixian saw. With the miraculous effect of the demon soul pupil, if he could see the chains of law even in the void, then the other laws of heaven and earth were naturally not a problem. Of course, being able to see the structure of the chains of law of heaven and earth did not mean that he could truly comprehend it. In the end, this was just a unique and convenient method. But if he really wanted to comprehend more of the mysteries of the law of heaven and earth, Yixian still had to start from his own understanding of the law of heaven and earth. That was the way to go. Yixian was well aware of this point. Therefore, even though he saw the chains of law of space through the miraculous ability of the demon soul pupil, he did not feel that he was suddenly incomparably close to the essence of the law of heaven and earth. On the contrary, the more he saw at this moment, the more Yixian felt that the mysteries of the law of space were deeper and harder to understand. After all, he had not reached that level. Even though he had this almost cheating method of comprehending the law of heaven and earth, he still did not know where to start. Thinking of this, Yixian sighed in his heart and quickly withdrew this kind of attentiveness to the void in front of him. Since he had not reached the level where he was qualified to come into contact with this kind of law of heaven and earth, then it was best not to step into it too early, lest his state of mind become unstable and affect the stability of his current foundation. Soon, as Yixian withdrew his attentiveness to the void in front of him, the chain system of the law of space that appeared in his line of sight due to the demon soul pupil's effect quickly disappeared in an instant. Then, almost subconsciously, Yixian lowered his head and swept his gaze over the vast corpse pool in the depths of the enormous ring-shaped mountain pass. Moreover, he intentionally focused his attention on it. Soon, the vast black corpse pool below, under the effect of his demon soul pupil's effect, quickly unfolded a magical visual change. Originally, there were a large number of desolate-era corpses floating in the corpse pool. However, after Yixian and the headless infant corpse personally made a move, the corpses of the desolate-era creatures that were floating in the boundless sea of corpses were plucked from the multi-pupil perception crystals in the countless corpse flower trays. All of them turned into dreamy stars and quietly dissipated. As such, not a single desolate-era creature's corpse could be found in this vast pool of corpses. Only the endless black corpse liquid was slightly undulating with the undercurrent in the pool. But at this moment, with Yixian's attentiveness to this corpse pool, under the magical power of the demon soul pupil's effect, the vast black corpse liquid in the corpse pool, at this moment, in Yixian's line of sight, clearly changed rapidly. In the originally pure black, there were a large number of speckles of different colors, revealing an inexplicable light and transcendent aura. Just as Yixian was confused as to what the countless specks of light that appeared in the black corpse liquid were, the familiar notification of the devouring system suddenly sounded out in his mind without any warning. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered a large amount of innate spiritual power. Status: Liquefied Corpse Essence. Grade: Innate Essence. Do you want to immediately activate the Immortal Dragon Blood and activate the Giant Star Dragon Bloodline Body Tempering Mode? Ha! Innate spiritual power? And it exists in the liquefied corpse essence state? Listening to the system's notification, the innate spiritual power essence in the corpse pool was obviously very suitable for tempering the body and forging the treasure body. Yixian had previously merged with a drop of immortal dragon blood from the Third World's human race's technological faction. The Giant Star Dragon Bloodline innate skill contained a unique Giant Star Dragon body tempering technique that belonged to the Giant Star Dragon Bloodline. However, this unique Giant Star Dragon body tempering technique was obviously not something that could be practiced at any time and place. It required specific conditions and the combination of various factors. Therefore, after Yixian obtained the Giant Star Dragon Bloodline inheritance from the drop of immortal dragon blood, he had not activated this Giant Star Dragon body tempering technique even once. And now, the necessary conditions to activate this Giant Star Dragon body tempering mode were clearly met. From the system's notification, It was clearly hinting that he should immediately jump into the corpse pool below and immerse his entire body in the endless evil corpse liquid, soaking until he was drunk. Chapter 29:38. The dragon was roaring. After some hesitation, Yi Xian finally made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and jumped into the vast corpse pool in the depths of the giant ring-shaped mountain pass below. Although the endless black corpse liquid in this vast corpse pool was indeed incomparably evil, it still contained a large amount of innate spiritual power in the form of liquefied corpse essence. Yi Xian could not miss it no matter what. Innate spiritual power was a rare thing. Although it was not the birth of the universe, it had gradually disappeared since the beginning of the world. It was the chaotic chi that only existed in legends. However, it was an innate thing derived from the last bit of chaotic chi left behind after the birth of the universe. In today's vast universe, it was very rare to see one. It was only in this mysterious world that was suspected to have been sealed since the primordial era that it was still preserved. It was truly precious. In order to successfully cultivate the giant dragon's body tempering technique that was inherited from the starry sky dragon's immortal dragon blood, even if he had to endure the disgust, Yi Xian had to obediently soak in the evil corpse liquid of this vast corpse pool. The moment his figure fell into the corpse pool, Yi Xian ordered the devouring system in his body to immediately activate the starry sky dragon body tempering mode. Then, the familiar sound of the system beep rang out. Ding! The starry sky dragon inheritance activated. Bloodline tempering mode successfully activated. Beginning to absorb innate spiritual power. Body tempering in progress. With this prompt, Yi Xian quickly felt that the evil corpse liquid around his body seemed to have suddenly become a little different. Originally, it was lifeless and had no spiritual aura. But now, Yi Xian clearly felt a kind of lively and spiritual aura from this deathly cold corpse liquid. The amount was very small, only a faint trace in a drop of corpse liquid. It seemed that because the devouring system had activated the starry sky dragon inheritance contained in the immortal dragon blood, it had successfully activated the dragon body tempering mode. At this moment, this extremely weak amount of lively spiritual power was rapidly approaching. Trace by trace, like thousands of small streams rushing to the vast sea, all gathered together. At first, only the corpse liquid near Yi Xian's body was affected by this, but soon it spread to the surroundings, and the range was getting farther and farther. The number of strands of innate spiritual energy that surged over also increased. They gathered together on the way, and in the end, they turned from weak strands to strands of spiritual energy that were as thick as fingers. They whistled as they surged into Yi Xian's body. Before entering the starry sky world, Yi Xian had also come into contact with some different body tempering techniques. For any cultivator, body tempering was indispensable. It was just different degrees. However, the body tempering techniques that Yi Xian had come into contact with before were clearly incomparable to the body tempering techniques that were exclusive to the dragon bloodline that were inherited from the starry sky dragon's bloodline. As the exclusive body tempering technique of the colossal starry sky dragon bloodline, there was no doubt that its grade and level were extremely high. In the vast universe, even if there were other body tempering techniques of the same grade that were comparable to it, there were absolutely not too many of them, and they could be counted on one hand. However, no matter how high the grade and level were, as long as it was a body tempering secret technique, it was absolutely impossible to avoid the pain of the body being tempered and honed. Moreover, the higher the grade and level of the body tempering secret technique, the better the effect. Therefore, the degree of pain in the process of the body being tempered and honed was obviously more intense. The drop of immortal ancestral dragon blood that was obtained purely by accident had been completely integrated into Yi Xian's body. The profound meaning of the starry sky dragon bloodline inheritance contained in it had been broken into pieces and integrated into every gene and cell in Yi Xian's body. At this moment, with the activation of the starry sky dragon bloodline body tempering secret technique, every tiny cell in Yi Xian's body was mobilized without exception. They were extremely hungry, constantly absorbing the innate spiritual power that was flowing into Yi Xian's body. Then, according to some mysterious and obscure operation method, they drove this innate spiritual power to carry out self-tempering and honing repeatedly. In an instant, the entire body and countless cells, in this independent way, all began a crazy self-tempering process at the same time. Because of this, a great pain that he had never experienced before, from the beginning, had been like water and fire, rumbling and enveloping Yi Xian's entire mind and consciousness. It almost caught him off guard and caused him to directly fall into a dangerous situation of mental collapse. Rumble. All of the flesh and blood cells in his body were hungry and thirsty, as if they were engines that were at full power, crazily absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was pouring into Yi Xian's body. At the same time, they began to temper and evolve themselves. When all of this gathered together, it actually formed a loud roar that sounded like the roar of the heavens and the earth. It continuously rumbled in Yi Xian's mind. Ah! Ah! His mind was constantly roaring. His physical body felt as if it had been instantly sliced into countless individual genetic cells. This kind of pain was far from comparable to being sliced into 1,000 pieces. Furthermore, it continued for every single moment. Facing this extreme pain that was simultaneously unfolding on 2 levels of consciousness and body, Yi Xian, who had sunk most of his body into the corpse pool, and only his neck above the surface of the pool, was tortured to the point of insanity in an instant. His hair was fluttering in the wind, and his expression was extremely ferocious. As if venting his anger, he raised his head and roared endlessly. From this moment on, the entire vast corpse pool, which had already recovered its tranquility, without any suspense, once again fell into a state of turbulence and turbulence. As Yi Xian's frenzied roars of extreme pain continued to sound out, the sounds became more and more intense. From within his body, waves of invisible violent energy seemed to surge out. The air currents churned as they howled and spiraled. Gradually, they formed an enormous surging hurricane in the air above the vast corpse pool. Even the endless evil corpse liquid in the corpse pool was gradually stirred up. Finally, a monstrous black wave surged up one after another, and from then on, it was out of control. The hurricane was raging. The waves were surging. In less than half a day, the vast area with Yi Xian's figure as the center point had already erupted like the most violent tsunami. The entire corpse pool was completely boiling. Roar! Roar! At this moment, Yi Xian, who had been crazily roaring for half a day, seemed to have completely fallen into madness. The rumbling in his mind and the constant pain in his entire body caused his consciousness to fall into a state of confusion, as if he was numb. His eyes were blurry and sluggish, ruthless and crazy. The only remaining consciousness was to roar out loud, and roar at the top of his lungs. Roar! Chapter 2939. Desolate Ancient Void-Killing Array, Roar. Without any warning, amidst the hysterical roars that came out of Yi Xian's throat, he strangely discovered a dragon's roar. It was resounding and majestic, as if a real starry sky dragon was roaring. When the dragon roar sounded, a strong golden brilliance burst out from Yi Xian's body. At this moment, there was a faint dragon aura in the aura that spread out from his body. It was exactly the same as the starry sky golden dragon that Yi Xian saw in the desolate ancient inheritance when he merged the immortal ancestral dragon blood into his body. The only difference was the difference in strength. In addition, as this brilliant golden brilliance burst out from Yi Xian's body, a layer of fine golden dragon scales strangely appeared on the surface of his entire body, including his face. But soon, as the strong golden brilliance burst out from his body suddenly shrank, this layer of fine golden dragon scales quickly disappeared into Yi Xian's body as if it was hibernating and hiding. Yi Xian was completely unaware of all this. At this moment, his consciousness was still in a nearly dazed and deranged state. Not to mention the faint layer of golden dragon scales on the surface of his body, he didn't even have the slightest impression of the resounding dragon roar that tore the clouds apart just now. Fortunately, this state was quickly fading away, because this body tempering process had quietly ended when the layer of fine golden dragon scales flashed on the surface of Yi Xian's body. Although the entire corpse pool was endless, the proportion of innate spiritual power contained in the corpse liquid was very weak. In a drop of corpse liquid, there was only half a strand of innate spiritual power. Even if he were to exhaust all of the endless corpse liquid in the vast corpse pool, the innate spirit energy that could be extracted from it would only allow Yi Xian to take a small step forward in the Starry Sky Dragon's bloodline tempering secret technique. And the layer of fine golden dragon scales that flashed on the surface of his body was a sign that this first small step was successfully completed. At present, in the endless corpse liquid in the vast corpse pool, there was not even a trace of innate spiritual power left. In this case, the dragon bloodline body tempering mystic art had automatically ended at the first moment, and the great pain that lasted for half a day in the entire body also quickly disappeared. Under the chain effect, the constant roaring sound in Yi Xian's mind also began to gradually stop at this moment. In this way, Yi Xian's self-consciousness that had almost fallen into madness finally slowly recovered, and his thoughts became clear again. Until this moment, the clear dragon roar that came out of Yi Xian's throat, instantly wrapped in a vast majestic aura, rushed out of the huge circular mountain pass, and resounded in the endless void of the entire forbidden world. Finally, it completely disappeared and could no longer be heard. However, although this clear dragon roar existed in the void for a very short period of time, it had already dissipated in the span of a breath. Even so, the supreme and vast majesty that swept through the entire world still alarmed countless powerful existences in this vast forbidden area. Accompanied by this clear dragon roar, in the entire forbidden world, from all directions, countless gazes simultaneously looked at the huge circular mountain area where Yixian was located from afar. In these gazes, in addition to bewilderment and confusion, there was clearly some obscure fear and timidity. However, there were also a few gazes with the strongest auras among them, and it was impossible to figure out their cultivations at all. Although there was surprise and bewilderment, there wasn't the slightest feeling of fear. It was even to the extent that in the depths of these gazes, there was actually a faint sense of schadenfreude. It was as if they expected that the mysterious existence that let out this clear dragon roar would immediately suffer some kind of calamity. For this kind of unknown calamity, they were obviously quite afraid of it. Therefore, as the dragon roar suddenly sounded, these few gazes with the most powerful auras, after glancing at the source of the sound, almost immediately concealed all of their auras again and completely disappeared in an instant, as if they had never appeared before. On the contrary, those existences whose auras were completely incomparable to them, and whose strength was more than a little weaker, were completely unafraid. Not only did they not conceal their auras, they even unscrupulously extended their consciousness to the extreme, as if they wanted to verify or search for something. It wasn't until a terrifying roar that sounded like the collapse of the heavens suddenly exploded without any warning that the auras of these existences, which were scattered in every corner of the forbidden space, seemed to have suddenly awakened. They hurriedly restrained their auras and quickly went into hibernation. Rumble! Boom! The earth-shattering, terrifying rumbling sounds continued without end. In a few moments, it had already resounded throughout this vast and boundless forbidden world. In fact, these terrifying rumbling sounds that sounded like the collapse of the heavens were clearly coming from the circle of space turbulence isolation belt at the edge of this forbidden world. At this moment, if one were to look up infinitely again, when the entire vast forbidden world became small due to the extreme distance, and turned into a small world, when the entire world was reflected in one's line of sight, one would be able to see that around the edge of this forbidden world, the entire forbidden world was forcefully separated from the normal space of the galaxy, just like the circle of space turbulence that imprisoned this world. At this moment, there was clearly an invisible, vast, and majestic force that carried a supreme and mighty aura that looked down upon everything. It was as if it was crushing, and it was rapidly condensing from the outside to the inside, from the edge of this world, and it was condensing inwards. Merely the galloping aura that was condensed and crushed over had already caused countless rumbling that seemed like the collapse of the heavens to surge out all along the way, and it enveloped the entire restricted area and space as if the might of the heavens had descended. Not only did it reveal a dense ancient aura, it even contained a strong sense of the profound mysteries of the void law. This power originated from a vast and mighty void-killing array. The foundation of the void-killing array was hidden in the layer of space turbulence isolation belt at the edge of this forbidden world, and it had existed as early as the distant primordial age. No one knew who had created this desolate ancient killing formation of the void, but this person had set up this huge killing formation of the void at the edge of the forbidden world in the isolation zone of the void turbulence. His purpose was obvious without the slightest suspense. That was to imprison, trap, suppress, and even strangle. In the past countless years, this primordial grade void killing array had been activated on its own many times. Every time, this majestic and mighty force that rumbled from the edge of the forbidden world crushed an extremely powerful supreme creature without any suspense. It was as if its existence was to prevent the birth of a supreme creature whose strength exceeded a certain limit in this forbidden world.